Escapa, you madman. $1,000? Holy moly. Thank you so much for that, for the kids. Jesus. Thank you, buddy. For those of you who are donating as well, this is a 5013C, so you can write these off on your taxes if you keep the resorts. So yeah. Yeah, he did 500 earlier. That's $1,500. Whew. Thank you, buddy. Thank you. He said, can you feel it, Mr. Griffin, for the rocket strike? Chat, we're getting started here shortly. I'm glad you all understand that this is muted and I'm doing video check. For those of you who have never been to the captain's table before, this is tradition just so I can get everything done. I make sure we're muted so that they can't hear us. So, you've gone deaf, exactly. A couple of moments, y'all, and we'll get started. And welcome back to our session 4. No, 5? I think it's session 5. I'm already starting to lose my mind. Session 4. I think it's session 4. Session 4 of me slowly going insane for the children. I will like to do a quick update. We have currently, thanks to a $1,000 donation to from Escape, a $69.42 donation from Gonzo, a $1 donation from Fastcart, and a $10 donation to from Cody Cooper, who said, "Let's keep changing the world one smile at a time." We have raised $3,279.42. So
awesome.
Good job, y'all. We are still raising money. Our goal is to hit $4,000 because at $4,000 it means we have funded an entire kit for kids. For those of you who don't know, Gamers Outreach does mostly video games, but apparently also do some other technologies where they build a medical grade trolley cart, like push cart, that they can that hospitals can keep in there. They can wheel it around to kids, and it can wheel it right up to kids' beds, and it's got full suite of games, consoles, got a screen, so kids can feel like they're normal kids while they're stuck in the hospital, and not think about being stuck in a hospital for their while they're there. It really helps get their mind off things and helps reduce stress. So it's been a good program. I've partnered with them for several years now, and it costs them about $4,000 to make one of these. So I wanted us to, as the Star Citizen community, to produce one of those. And Wookiee is now gone. He's been too powerful.
I'm still here.
Yeah.
Am I back?
Yeah, you're back. So
he wanted to make a dramatic entrance.
His mind was blown how close we are to the 4,000 goal.
Yes. So if you want to donate ! charity in chat, that'll help you out. That'll help us out. And pull this up a little bit more. And if you're on YouTube, I'll just put the link in there as well. So let's continue on with our 24-hour Captain's Table, talking about the year in review for Star Citizen. Before that, let's get introductions with people. I'm going to start with you, Mr. Mud Dog. Who are you? What do you do in Star Citizen, and where can they find you?
Yeah, I am Mud Dog from the Texas Space Navy. Some of you may have seen some of the videos out there. Been doing videos for, a long time now for Star Citizen.
I think almost as long as I have been doing content. So probably at least 8 or 9 years now.
Yeah, it's up there.
Yeah.
Yeah, we also have a big org that's pretty much where the gameplay and a lot of the videos come from. A lot of great people in the organization. I can't talk about Texas Space Navy or myself without including them, because they've really made everything possible for me and the channel. But yeah, you can find us, Texas Space Navy. Go to our Discord. Was it discord.gg/TSN, or go to our YouTube channel, Texas Space Navy. And then, of course, we're on the RSI website at the org's Texas. So.
Awesome. And then Mr. Serious Fun. Who are you? What do you do in Star Citizen? Where can they find you?
Oh, I'm Serious Fun. I've been part of the community since December of 2013. I'm a co-producer of Soul Citizens, along with Griff and Fastcard. I'm a co-owner of the Quantum Vegas Experience, and I'm an RSI and Aopoa fan in game. You can find me at twitch.tv/Soul Citizens, or you can find me at Serious Fun or Captain Serious Fun at Twitch and YouTube. Always good to be here.
Good. Thank you for coming on. Thank you for agreeing to come on. And last but not least, a face reveal of Mr. Scooter Lee Scooter himself. Mr. Wicked Wookiee. Who are you? What do you do in Star Citizen? Where can they find you?
I don't know who I am, man.
That's a good question. That's a deep philosophical question to ask.
It's philosophical. I'm Wicked Wookiee, Meemaw, Scooter, Billy. So my screen's going to freeze a few times here because I don't know how to live stream. I'll keep resetting it. But I'm Wicked Wookiee. You may know me as Scooter Lee Scooter at the beautiful Brio's Breaker Yard on Damer. I started out doing like sketch comedy bits. I felt comedy was needed in a game that can be frustrating from time to time. Mm-hmm. So I started doing these little 2-minute, 3-minute comedy skit bits, and it's kind of, I still do those, and now it's evolved into bigger machinima projects, and you can find me on YouTube.
Sweet. And it's a Wicked Wookie on YouTube, right?
Yeah, Wicked Wookie on YouTube. Twitch is the Wicked Wookie, but I rarely stream on Twitch because I don't know how to do things live, as you see.
All right.
But everybody in the community knows to say Damer. So
Yeah.
Dimer.
Damer.
Yeah. Beautiful. Brio's Breakyard on Damer. You know.
It does make me like very happy and like a proud papa when I see it like in chat. People just refer to it as Damer.
Yeah.
Like they don't know I'm in the chat.
It's happened. I mean, I remember like chatting, like gassing you up in when I was doing the stream, and I didn't know you were in chat. So in the stream, I'm like, no, this is great. This guy's great. It's wonderful. So
Hey, Wookie, my entire org was doing that last Saturday night. We were doing an op over at Damer. And that was all that they were saying
Damer.
in Discord. It was hilarious.
Mama said video games were a waste of time. I renamed a moon.
I'm still up for putting Scooterly Scooter into the game. All right, just in Brio's Breakyard. So
That'd be
it
awesome,
seems
man.
like the obvious thing to do. It's
Yeah.
obvious to do that.
I'll lend them my voice for free.
yeah. All right. So starting with you, Wookie. The first question that we're asking, because this is the same questions we've been asking for everything. What was best about this year?
So I might be wrong. Was this year, because it blurs together to a point for me, but was this the first year, 2025, for server meshing, or was that 2024?
That was 2024. It's the very end of 2024.
Okay.
But
Okay, so then my answer is the storyline missions, because I felt that was the biggest thing missing from the game was the lack of storylines. Because my favorite things to do in Star Citizen was storyline missions, like the Twitch missions, and then you had my favorite one was the Kovalax mission, because you went through, solved the mystery, like why the explosion happened, and you're going through there trying to figure out what happened to all these people, and you find these voice recordings, and I really enjoyed that. But like that was it for years and years and years. That's all we had. But then now they started rolling out like, okay, these are stories that are building on top of each other, which I really, really enjoy.
Serious Fun, same question to you. What was best about this year?
I feel like I'm Conan in the Conan. Conan, what is best?
What is
in
best
life?
in life? Yeah.
For me, there's a few things. One is Quantum Vegas. I thought was one of the best things that happened this year.
Just a little biased.
No Citizen Con that was live, coming together with folks. I thought was incredible, and you know, that was a brainchild of Griff, who partnered with CC Creator and others to deliver that. Paul was out there as a host. Andy Roberts came through. Sean Tracy. I thought that was an incredible experience this year. For the community, I think subversion of the narrative that that Star Citizen is a scam. I saw more and more content creators simply acknowledge
Yeah.
after so many years that the Star Citizen is doing something special. And I think that Chris Roberts hit it on the head with his mini letter from the chairman at the end of CitizenCon Direct that Star Citizen is one of many forms of gaming content that big gaming, EAs and the Ubisofts and the others can never give us.
Mhm.
And then for me personally, it was the unleashing of Dave Haddock and the narrative team. Wookie hit at this a little bit in terms of the story set pieces across the year. The Pyro Must Burn and Science Gone Amok and the references to what we're getting in the next patch. I heard you earlier saying that you felt this. I don't want to mischaracterize you, Paul,
Sure.
because maybe you were tired. You might have just been tired. But the stories being bland, I do agree that the experiential mechanics
Yes.
were repetitive. But for me, I needed to run through the stories 4 or 5 times because you're running through them.
Yeah, well, my issue with the
Trying to
stories
stay
was
alive.
my issue with the stories wasn't the stories of the Science Gone Amok. Like I think those were great, fantastic. It was for me. It was the Frontier Fighters stuff, because it felt like a lot of the stuff they did was sort of rehashed in terms of content, and then you didn't really experience the story until this last version, because now you actually hear leader of the frontier fighters messaging you and being like, I hope you sleep well at night, you know, that kind of thing. Where
Yeah.
That's a step in the right direction, but it still needs to add a little bit more like pizzazz. Like, because even the what was it called? The Resource Rush had so much variety. It was not just like do this mission. It was do this hauling, but also you could do recovery mission, or you could do like this raid on this outpost, or you could do like it was just all these different options, which felt fresh and different from what they had done in the past. So it always felt like to me it felt like that the storyline was good for the B plot, but the A plot, it kind of, because it imploded at the beginning of the year because of technical issues, they just kind of never were able to salvage it, or just kind of like let's get it across the finish line. Let's carry it across the finish line with what we heard, but I don't think it's really there. So I understand it. I'm not discounting your opinion in terms of if it's good or not. I just think
No. I don't think you are.
Yeah.
I think my just for me, I part of what has been compelling for me all these years has been the work of like Lore Maker's Guide to the Galaxy.
Yeah.
And your lore work. Trying to get a lore segment up and running over at Soul Citizens if I can get off my butt, right? So the idea that Dave Haddock and the narrative team have been relatively unleashed makes me very happy, right? And we know that it's going to be all the way through 1.0 and the story of the tension between Earth and Terra. So just very excited to see that get started. And to your point, maybe some of this is testing of the story, right? And they're learning how to bring across a weaker storyline, bring it across the finish line, and get better, right? So I'm excited about all that.
Awesome. Mud Dog, what was best for this year?
Yeah, I think it was a good segue into kind of what I think's probably best about this year is just the amount of playable content, and I know it's going to be controversial, but the game is probably more playable than it ever has been. Yeah, there's still bugs, there's still issues, but it's getting better. It's getting easier to play as far as, I can go an hour without, the game crashing to desktop, or I can actually load into the game, or, and there's still people that have problems, of course, but I feel like the playability is definitely better this year than it has been in more recent memory. And the amount of stuff to do in the game, it feels like with every patch, they're just putting out more stuff for people to dive into, more content to play. Is everybody playing the content? Maybe. I mean, but there's a lot of options available to people in the game. It's not the same stale gameplay that we had, 3 or 4 years ago. Now there's a few options. Hey, I can play the storylines, or hey, nobody's mining now. I can go mine some asteroids. There's plenty of stuff to do. There's still a long ways to go, but this year I feel those two things for me have been the real win this year is the content and the playability.
So I was putting the donate link. I agree. I've been trying to keep away from giving my opinion on a lot of this stuff because I'm doing this every 3 hours for the rest of my life, it feels like. But
Groundhog Day.
Yeah. Same questions. But I for me, what was best this year was that CIG made an effort. It wasn't always successful, but they always made an effort to get you to play the game in a way that wasn't just, here's slop, throw it at you. It was like they're trying to encourage you to do something. It could be go to, Hathor. It could be go to like any other sort of sandbox stuff. Or it could be this, limited time mission where you have to go do it involved and maybe win some stuff.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely been a, like I said, you just have more options than we ever had before.
Yeah.
Which is good. You need that for the game to be living and growing and thriving.
Yep. So
yeah, I'm like my dad now when he would talk about walking to school both ways. I say, you have no idea what it was like with the 30Ks and the 318. You people with this, coming in and out, having these long, hour-long, 2-hour-long, 8-hour-long sessions and no problems. You have no idea what it was like.
Yeah, I can feel that. Mud Dog, The next question is the opposite of this. What was worst about this year?
I think with all the new players coming in, the game is still complex, and that's not a just this year thing, right? But I think we've had a surge of new players, and I think it's still difficult, the learning curve to play the game. Like if you can get in with a group and play, you're going to learn a lot quicker. I mean, like exponentially quicker. But if you're trying to do it by yourself, it's going to be a grind. And I think we'll lose some players early on, especially if they have some gameplay issues. You know, if the game crashes on them, they're done. You know, so yeah, I think with some of this playability, we also need to have a very good tutorial system. It's getting better. I mean, I like the little tips and stuff they put up in the corners, you know, to do different things, but you still need a really good tutorial for a game this complex.
All right. Serious Fun, same question. What was worst about this year?
I'll start with for me. For me, I think the loss of the Apollo Medevac drone feature, now maybe forever, is the worst thing for me. Broadly, not seeing fire, environmental stuff, safe support and engineering, and suit locker use. I didn't like that. And then, you know, for the community, folks who, you know, in spite of the different things that have happened this year, continue to be happy. I want people to be happy. I want people to enjoy their gaming life. And you know, I enjoy this journey. I know it's not a moment. It may be not even a destination, even though 1.0 has been pointed out. And I just hope that more people can enjoy the journey. So for me, worrying about the community was the worst thing, and then the Apollo Medevac drones not being around, and the way that John Crew talked about it made me thinking it's certainly not now, and it may never come. You know, a lot of people took that statement either way. They took it the way they wanted to hear it.
Yeah.
Right.
Do you think he meant all drones or just for the Apollo?
I don't know. I just have worries now. Right.
Yeah.
Right.
You know, my hope is that, you know, it's just not right now for all of them, and that it'll come for all of them later. You know, there's some ships all the way back to the Carrack that people are waiting on the drone gameplay as part of, you know, the reason that they bought the ship. So
yeah,
that was disappointing and worrying. But that's about it. My list is short.
Wookie. So before we get started, I think there's an option inside the video link that I sent you. Check to see it's in the options for like setting your quality. If you want to, it's like balanced, like high, but like it's like a high, low, and balanced. You probably want to set it down to more like low, and that might fix some of those problems because I think it's like
man, you know, I don't know how to do technical things.
Let me see if I can pull up something.
I think I was just gonna do the scooter on the screen.
That's fine. That works.
I think it's just my camera.
Okay.
I do stuff post-production.
Yeah.
Let's see. All right, where's Scooter at? Let me find Scooter.
Scooter.
Where's he at? Okay.
I like the picture that's up now. That's a good picture right now.
Yeah.
Right there. I mean, here we go. How do we just put Scooter? I'm really confused why Scooter's right here. I'm just kind of like, oh, I'm kind of talking to his butt right there. Let's move that out of the way. Let's not do that.
You're moving him off screen now.
Yeah, I can't see him on screen.
All right, I know. I'm gonna.
Oh, I got
get me off there.
I got you. We'll move it like this. Yeah. There we go. There you go.
Okay, perfect, beautiful. What was the question? What was the worst
of this year? Like we've talked about what was best this year. What was worst this year?
Well, I'm usually trying to be very optimistic. I often tell people my pain tolerance for Star Citizen is very, very high. It has to be if you do machinima.
Yeah.
Like for some people where they're ready, you know, to throw their monitor out the window, I'm just still sipping my coffee like, yeah, this is fine. if I had to pick the worst thing though, I think it would be I I know they have made improvements on the game. I know that they fixed things, and it's really easy to think that they haven't. I think like no, they haven't. This is supposed to be the year they fix stuff, and they have, but it's really easy to feel like they have not. Uh, because like at least for me and people I talk to, some of the things that I thought that would have been addressed, and I'm not a programmer. I don't know what's involved in this stuff. But I would have really, really liked to have seen global chat addressed because that is awful. It doesn't work. Talking to players works half the time. There's no way to filter out global chat like any other MMO. It's got a lot of problems with communication, I would have thought that that would have been something that would have addressed early on. But maybe it's some kind of technical limitation. I don't know. But that's probably my disappointment for the years. I thought that would have been addressed by now.
Okay. Um, I'm going to. I think I'm going to hold off because I've been talking a little bit about why I like what was worse this year. I'm just going to state that I feel like the lack of features hurt the game. I feel like there would be less issues if we ended up with actual like ePTU, like they wanted to do. If we had like a long term, this is stable-ish, but like not new content, new content, but not new features. And this is the new features, which is unstable, but it's all the new features. I feel like people would split a little bit, but I think more people would be happy with that because you could see the work on the features going on. Because that's the big thing is that the lack of features and then the lack of ISCs to talk about the features makes it go, where's the features? Yeah, we know you're not going to work 100% on the features, but you said you're still going to work on the features. So I think that hurt a little bit.
I hear a lot of people mentioning features. What are some features you would have liked to come in the game outside of
Engineering?
and maybe it's just the main engineer. Okay, engineering.
Engineering, Maelstrom, scanning, Vulcan. I think those are the four big ones. And if I don't think this would be this year, but thought maybe in testing would be crafting and then maybe base building. But those four are like the big ones that we know they've been working on.
One
Sure.
they've talked about a bunch in the past, but we haven't heard anything about recently is org tools.
That too, org tools.
Yeah, there's nothing for orgs. I mean, to pool resources or it's.
And in a game of consequence and choice, the fire, environment, oxygen, life support systems coming into the game, it would have been a lot. And to Paul's point, even if it was something that we had all the way across the year, but in technical preview or ePTU, that we could just see and what the progress was. It'd be very interesting to see what kind of suits, like does a flight suit end up being the only suit you can sit in a seat with, right?
Yeah.
Because they're going to make you pay attention to your life support, right? What happens when your life support starts to go down? You have to jump up and fix that. Yeah, like that type of stuff would be very interesting, even if it wasn't in live, right? Or even it wasn't coming yet because they were working on it. To see them working on it would have been very compelling.
Okay. All right. Wookie, I'm gonna start with you. This next one. Did this year live up to your expectations?
So I usually don't set expectations. I'm more of the kind of guy who just says, what we got is what we got. I don't worry about or even give much thought to what's coming, really. It's just, I don't know. You can't be disappointed if you do it that way. But I would say in a lot of ways, they have done things that I would have assumed they would not have. If you told me last year that we were going to have another star system, granted it's not finished, but that's fine. It's still another star system. I mean, that's still a lot in there. I would not have believed that. If you would have told me that we would have had these, they are cinematic missions. Like they're visually stunning. The missions they have is going on like this big storyline. Like that exceeded my expectations. I never would have thought they would have rolled out in-depth storylines or at least missions like that are connected. Because it kind of just came out of nowhere. Like it's clear they have been working on this for some time. So they definitely exceeded my expectations in those regards. Um, ships they've been coming out with ships quickly. Patches every month. That's a hard thing to do. I feel like that's exceeding. Um, so yes, I'd say overall yes. Certainly there's shortcomings, but I mean, that's normal. Every person, company is going to have shortcomings, and those are easy to pick out. So I really like to give credit where credit is due.
Yeah. Serious fun. Same question to you. What did CIG meet your or did the game live up to your expectations this year?
Yeah, I think my answer is probably closer to Wicked Wookie than anything else. It's not that I don't come in with expectations. I have one expectation
Play
every
it.
year, and that's to be on the journey,
Yeah.
right? Christopher Nolan's getting ready to put out a movie, The Odyssey, right? That's like a decade-long journey home from the Trojan War, right? I'm like Telemachus or Odysseus, right? I want to be on the journey. I've been on the journey. The journey has continued. I'm part of it in an intimate way. Um, and part of that is because I decided years ago that I was committed to just persevere and have one game in my library that I watched from start to wherever it was going to go and however it was going to go and wherever it was going to end. Right. I got like 100 and some odd games in my Steam library. If all of them were being built like this, I'd be out of my mind. Right? I got room for one. I got room for one game that is a journey. So for me, the expectation is that the journey is continued in a meaningful way, and then I'm part of it in a meaningful way. And so, yeah, it has lived up to my expectations. Even though I have those things I listed earlier about what was worst about this year, what was best, my expectation is just to be part of this whole experience. So.
Mud, same question with you.
Yeah. The short answer for me would be it's exceeded my expectations. But the real answer, I think, if you've been part of this community and part of this game for a long period of time, like some of us have, we've just learned to put expectations on the back burner. Like don't have super high expectations, because regardless, they're not gonna live up to the expectations, or you're gonna be blown away by what they bring out. So it's been a mixed bag in that regard. Like, I was surprised by all the missions that they brought out this year. I'm surprised by all the patches that they brought out this year. I'm surprised that we haven't had some of the more quality of life stuff. I just, like I said, I feel as a whole, though, it's exceeded my expectations because of the amount of stuff you can do. I don't feel like it's the same old. If you would ask this question last year, I've been like, what's new? Oh, you got server meshing. Okay, well, it's sort of impacted my game. The previous year before that, like, what's new? Like, it didn't feel. You did the newest missions or the newest things, and then what did you have to do? I feel like this year you do the newest missions and you can do them again, and it doesn't feel exactly the same. Like, you're going to a different ASD station, or it just there's that subtle difference that makes a difference to me. But so yeah, in short,
Yeah.
Expectations exceeded. I also have very lofty expectations, but that's more long term. So
I'm very similar to you and Serious Fun in that I think we all have the same thing, which is we keep our expectations level because we've all been around here long enough to know that over expecting what CIG has said is always a bad idea. And sometimes CIG will overestimate. Not that CIG does it. I don't think CIG does it maliciously. I think they do it out of their own hype.
They get too ambitious.
Yeah. Like they believe themselves, and sometimes, like, I crashed out a little earlier about it, but I was just like sometimes I'm like, we all know this is gonna be late. We all know that you're gonna hit the point, and you go, this is a lot more complicated than we thought, and you're gonna split up into 3 different parts. We know this is gonna happen, and when it happens, you want to go, come on, come on, we've been doing this for 13 years. You know this is how this works.
That brings up a great point, though. Like,
Yeah.
there's a lot of people who have been around the game for a long time, and they're suffering from burnout
Yeah.
because it's taken so long for the game to get done. And I know we can sit here and say, well, Grand Theft Auto's been in,
Yeah,
works for 10,
they had a
15
game
years.
to play before
Exactly.
GTA 6, you know?
Yeah.
Everybody definitely has different pain tolerances because, like, I play a lot of games. I mean, I do. Anything space game, I love it. I don't know if y'all ever heard of Star's End, but if you ever get like really frustrated with Star Citizen, find Star's End, crank that sucker up. I don't mean any disrespect to the people developing it. I think it's a very small team, but it's rough. Like when you if you get a Band-Aid, like you eat the Band-Aid to heal yourself, like crunching noise and all. And like you'll fight bears and you also fight like giant praying mantises.
Mhm.
But it is an open world game. It's like very crafting and building spaceships. But then, you play something like that, and then you go to Star Citizen, you just see like the difference that it makes, and like why this is like approaching or already past like $1 billion game,
Yeah.
It's doing stuff nobody's ever done before. But what I was getting at is as buggy as the game is, I can play No Man's Sky, I'll play Starfield. I always find myself, even though like I essentially my job, or at least part of my job is, making videos, which doing machinima takes an extraordinary amount of time.
Yeah.
it might
Yeah, it
it
does.
might take a day to get a scene that only lasts 3 seconds.
Mm-hmm.
But then like, I'll play something else, I'll go outside, go run, and I'm like, okay, you know what? I want to play Star Citizen. So like I'm always in it. Like I've never been to the point where I'm like, I'm gonna put it down. I don't want anything to do with it. I do it for a job. I do it, for this. Like, and even when I'm playing other games, like they're good games. Like Starfield's a good game. I mean, I think it is. But I'm like, man, it's not as good as Star Citizen, even with the bugs. It just doesn't give me, no other game gives me the as James May would say, if you're familiar with James May from Grand Tour, the fizz.
Nice.
No other game does that.
So yeah, like as I was saying, like, about my expectations, I think I've kept it level. So as a result, I am whelmed. I'm not overwhelmed. I'm not underwhelmed. I am whelmed. Like pretty much.
That's a good way to
Just
put it.
whelmed.
Yeah, I'm pretty much at the level. Like CIG's at the level where I thought they were going to be. In some cases, a little bit more. In some cases, a little bit less. But like I always reevaluate my expectations whenever we have new information. So like the beginning of the year, I was like, we're gonna get Nyx, and we're gonna get new content, because they made that letter. The chairman came out and was like, hey, we're gonna change things up a little bit. I was like, okay, cool. So we're gonna get new content. No, not really many features, maybe 1 or 2 features, and we're gonna get Nyx. And then as we went along, I'm like, I don't think we're gonna get features or Nyx. And then they said, oh, we're getting Nyx back. So it's like, okay, so I was sort of right at the beginning where we get Nyx, but higher in terms of narrative stuff, great. Getting more narrative stuff's good. Lower in the sense that we didn't get any features, but also we got Nyx, so it's sort of like somewhere in between. I can't how do I put this? I can't emphasize this enough that I believe that well, not believe. I can't emphasize enough how hyped I am to go back home. To go back home to Levski. Levski is home. It was our first landing zone for most of us who've been around here for the longest time. We all remember it. We all remember the Levski airlifts when the freaking elevators were broken, or the hangars didn't work, and we had to like get someone to pick us up from the outside.
See, I missed Levski. When I started playing Star Citizen, it was 2 days, and then a patch updated, and that's when they took it away.
They took it away.
So like
Oh,
I
you
was
missed out.
watching YouTube videos that were like 3 days old, tell me how to get there. I'm like, I don't see this place. I see this place at Damer. I don't see this.
wow.
Damer.
Yeah, I was so confused. I'm like, I don't see this place.
Yeah.
But that's why like I come in like right before a patch.
Well, maybe it'll end up being Delamer.
Delamer.
Oh,
There you go.
Delamer.
Delamer. All right, Wookie. next question for you, and then we'll rotate it out.
Sure.
Was this an overall good year or bad year for Star Citizen?
Overall, I think it was a great year. I mean, like I said, their numbers are up. People are staying engaged longer. Um, there's certainly things they can do better. But I think overall, yeah, it's a good year. I mean, content's been good. They're rolling out patches that have fixes in them very rapidly. I don't know if they're going to continue that, which is kind of a question I have. I felt like Jared was kind of alluding to that maybe they're going to go back to the old way.
Mhm.
I'm not sure.
Yeah, I think Benoit said something like they can't keep up this pace, so I imagine they're gonna
Yeah, it's not.
reevaluate.
It doesn't seem sustainable.
No,
But I think
Do they
overall
need
it
to
was a
keep that
good year.
pace?
no, I don't think
You
they
know,
do.
no.
I don't think they do, man. I think like they've been on a marathon, and then they got like an extra win, and they just like sprinted for
Mhm.
like content. Like we'll say content, not features obviously, but definitely content. I mean, worms have come out, the ASD facilities have come out. I felt like they've tried very, very hard to to appease the masses, which is a difficult task to undertake. I feel like they've provided as best they can enough for PvP people and for PvE people and like these gray areas like the ASD facility. There's a lot of them. You probably won't run into a player,
Mhm.
but you can if you do. You know that's kind of fun. I enjoy PvP myself, um, but I thought that was like the best way they could go about doing it currently with the tech they have.
I think I heard you say, Paul, in the with a previous group that you feel like they could give you a little, or somebody said they feel like they could give them a little more time to experience the new content. I agree with that.
Like a
I
month
feel like
extra.
it could be pushed out a little bit more.
Serious fun. Was this an overall good year or bad year for Star Citizen?
So fiscally, in terms of new citizens,
Oh yeah.
I don't think it can be defined as anything other than not only good but great. Every month was stomping on pretty much every other month.
Yeah. I'm pulling up
We are
the CCU game right now to see exactly. There's only right now there's only 2 months where one for sure and one not for sure, which is I want to say March or no, it was June. It may have been July. July 6 mil. Nope, it was June. Yeah, it was June. So June of 2025 and so far October of 2025 are the only months that they made less money than previous months of that say the same month. So like but they're still like the second month. Like June 2025 they made 9 million, and in June 2022 they made 10 million. But it's the second best month they've ever had of June in terms of funding. And right now, and same with October, because October right now they're at 10 million. The best month they ever had of October was 50 million in 2023. So, but like they're at 106 million dollars total, and they haven't even hit IAE yet. And like, for those of you who are new, IAE is the sale. You'll see that line just explode over the course of like 3 weeks. That they just make most of their money at the end.
Almost any ship available.
Yeah. Unlike Invictus.
And you could do a lifetime analysis of that. I was doing just year on year, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Like just last year, right? They're beating last year, and when you might end up with 10 out of 12 months being the best months ever, right? That's just absurdity, right? So I don't think anybody can say that the year isn't good. I think you might argue that the year might not be great from some perspectives, but the year certainly is good in terms of almost perspectives. Experientially, sure, this was a good year. The content was hitting for me. I enjoyed, actually, I enjoyed a little bit of lag behind everyone else rushing to do the content, and then sort of easing into it at my own pace and checking it out.
Yeah.
I appreciated some of the extensions that CIG did that ensured that, but I didn't do everything completionist. I did everything in a way that interested me, and I'm still doing that now. And just have really enjoyed the content. I thought it was hitting. Now, if you talk about the year relative to how I felt about CitizenCon 2954, particularly the 1.0 piece, it's kind of a weak year until they talk about Knicks, right? And so if you ask me after Knicks drops out, I probably feel stronger about that. Um, but they talked about a lot of stuff in 1.0, and we haven't seen a lot of that.
Mhm.
We did see the story side of it being exercised. So it's probably an average to weak year relative to those 1.0 commitments. But and we'll get to it in question 5. But if Knicks hits this year, I think that's good news for the 1.0 journey.
Yeah. Someone asked, I think it was Expat Bat said, was that all the Idris money? And the Idris money was in May, and they did really well in May. Like they made 29 mil in May, and even the best year before that was actually last May, and it was 25 mil. But every month, so they weren't selling the Idrises every month. Like the April was the best April they've ever had. The March was the best March they ever had. The February is the best February they ever had. The January is the best January they ever had. Basically, by the time they got to Invictus, they were already ahead of the game by like $10 million of previous years. So it's not just the Idris. It's just across the board, CIG has been making more money. And I think the answer is content. They dropped content. People got interested in it. People showed up. And when people show up,
They do
like,
have ships for sale every month,
And they're still there
now.
yeah. And
Yeah.
while you're there, here's a ship.
Yeah, I will say this. I don't know if y'all have the same experience as I have, but I have a lot of friends on the Star Citizen list, right?
Yeah.
And it has been common. Like I'll have like 80 something friends in there. And years prior, there might be 4 online.
Yeah.
There might be 2 online, might be nobody online. This year, like over probably around 30% of my friends are online at any given time when like on the weekend when you expect people to be on. Like there's definitely more of like the people I know are on way more than they have been previous years.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's one of my measures too. Is I look at my friends list, it is fuller than it really has ever been
Yeah.
in terms of people being online playing the game. So.
Yep.
I'd like to see the monthly pack money breakdown. We don't have that, but we do also have as Jin pointed out, since June they've had positive new account signups. So like June had 52% higher than previous. July was 42% higher. August 119% higher. September was 204% high, 40% higher, and October so far has been 33% higher. So it's not just old people coming back; it's also new people coming in.
Yeah,
So,
the game's more playable, so people are wanting to come in and see what it's all about.
Yeah.
I mean, we're seeing that with my organization too. People coming in, new people coming in that are relatively inexperienced, and they're just wanting to experience the game, and they want to experience with other people. So, I think it's people are watching the YouTube videos, people are watching the live streams, and they're seeing that the game can be fun.
Yeah.
And stats can tell you any story you really want to tell, right?
that's true. You can look at stats however you want.
Depends on before this year, the stat that people were looking at was relatively like the dollars and the citizens.
Yeah.
Now that the dollars and the citizens are up, people want more nuanced stats, right?
Yeah.
And if whatever direction those nuanced stats go, people will then ask for different stats to reflect an understanding of those stats,
Yeah.
right? So,
I mean, I'm a marketing researcher. I did marketing research, so I love stats. I'm the kind of nerd who's just like, yes, give me all of the stats. I would love everything. I want all the nuance and details. But I get what you're saying. Yeah, Mud Dog, was this year a good or bad year for Star Citizen?
I mean, I don't think you can deny that it's been a good year. We can't always say that over the last few years. Well, we can in some years more than others, but I think this year it's kind of like you were saying with expectations. You're not overwhelmed, you're whelmed, it's the same thing, I think, as far as good versus bad. It's not good. It's not horrible. It's a little bit better than I would say even kilter. Like it's a good year. You know, it's been solid for the numbers, solid for the content, solid for the player base. Uh, you know, nothing extraordinary, but just a really good solid year. And I bet if you ask CIG if they had this year every year, they would probably be pretty happy with the progress. But I mean, I don't have anybody to ask at CIG to, and I don't think they would share that information if I did. But I think they would be happy with the growth that they've had this year.
That's interesting. Someone Kusanagi posted Twitch viewer numbers on many games close to 4 p.m. Star Citizen had 5,006 people, and like that's around the same as like it's more than Dune Awakening. Not as much as Grand Theft Auto, but you know that's not.
No, Star Citizen's at 7,000, Paul.
Yeah, this was like a little bit earlier. So, but the viewer counts haven't been bad. This is the thing I always love to look at because like it's that kind of thing that I'm like, I wonder how they're doing. Should I be posting more videos now because of that's the sort of thing. But you know, Star Citizen's at 7,000. Okay, I see. I'm reading it better. Yeah, no, it's interesting. My brain is starting to go, if you can't tell.
Let me give you a different perspective on it, too.
Sure.
From a personal perspective, like my YouTube content production this year has been probably the slowest I've ever had, personally. But my views are still pretty high for somebody that's not been posting enough video. You know, I've had decent engagement in comparison to some previous years for somebody that's not posting videos. So there's people consuming the content, even if it's old, and the comments on some of that old content is, where is this? Or why do we not have this in the game? Or so people are getting more and more engaged, I think, in the game, or we're having a larger group of people getting engaged in the game. And that's a good thing. You know, I feel like that's telling part of the story of growth, and that the game is getting to a spot where, you know, the community is getting more and more involved. We're ramping up to that 1.0 release, and hopefully it doesn't just bomb right out of the gate, because that would be extremely deflating. But and I was gonna bring that up with Levski too. Like, the year would be really, really good if Levski launches and we don't have some of the issues we've had in the past with the last year, you know, patches where they all go on hiatus for Christmas, and it's a mess.
All right, last question. I'm going to step out for a few moments, but I want to start with serious fun, and then I'll go to Mud Dog and end with Wookie here. Serious, what do you believe what do you believe we will see in Star Citizen for the next year? Be right back.
Wow. Well, I know we're going to see an extension of the Nyx storyline and the People's Alliance. But I also think that the Nyx release will have CIG going back to Pyro to finish and extend the work that they've done there. Same way that Pyro's release happened this year in January, we saw a lot of work happen in Stanton, right? In terms of the dropping of Hathor and other things. So I think that you'll have a team that's been involved with Nyx and will be involved with the dropping of planets. And then you'll have people going back and looking at Pyro and going, where are the flares? Where are some of the other features we had around gang order? You know, and we'll see that as well. I also think, and this is my hot space take, I'll admit it, but I think the same way that Nyx is dropping at the end of the year, I think that Castra will drop at the end of the year next year.
Yeah.
So I, you know,
You think it'd be like in another
Citizen,
unfinished state like this, like Nyx, will kind of be like,
Yeah.
here it is. Yeah.
Yeah, I think they'll drop Sherman and Mount Ulysses and that planet of Castra. I think there's, exactly what Stracker V says in the chat. I think they're looking to drop about one system a year. And
can
so
see
my
that.
hot space take is Castra in December of 2026. I also think that we're going to get engineering and inventory 2.0, or is it 3.0, or maybe even 5.0 in terms of inventory. The new inventory system. I think we're going to get most of Planet Tech V5. And my last hot space take, I think we're going to get some tie-ins in the PU, Squadron 42, just for fun. As Squadron 42 drops between SitCon and end of year 2026 as well.
Okay. Mud Dog, your thoughts on the what we're going to see in Star Citizen next year?
I agree with most of, if not all of what he was saying. You know, I want to add on. I think we're going to get some base building.
Okay.
I don't know to what extent. Maybe it's just we're going to drop a container and it's going to have legs and a space inside of it. I think we're going to get a little bit more crafting. I don't know to what extent we'll get on that. Maybe it's more weapon modularity or crafting or ammo creating, or I don't know, the ability to, who knows. But I think they've been working on some of that as well. Of course, the engineering, I think, is going to be the big one. I do think we're going to get the fire gameplay. And I'm really looking forward to, you know, what they advertised at CitizenCon this year, as far as, you know, the Vandal and the third parties and Nyx. Something that's going to require a lot more than just, you know, a handful of people to do. I think we may see one or two more of those next year as well. It's kind of like Xenothreat on steroids, or Xenothreat 2.0 in a way. To me, it feels like the next iteration is what we're going to see with those type of events. But yeah, I'm hopeful that we'll get all of that and more. And I hope we get Castra. That will be phenomenal. I know that they're going to keep building out on Levski throughout the year, and you know, more content, right?
Yeah.
That's
Wookie, what do you think we're going to see next year?
Spaceships.
Good call.
I think you're the winner.
I think you. Yes.
Nailed it. So like I said, I don't like making predictions,
Mm-hmm.
but I'm going to say I think CIG needed this year of content, which they have done in leaps and bounds. They have pushed good content. They've pushed stuff for us to do. A game is meant for you to waste your time doing something other than real world activities, and they have given us things to do besides me mowing the lawn.
Yeah.
It's been good. So I think my guess would be is that I'm sure they've had teams working on features like this whole year. They've had to have. They're not just going to say don't work on features. Somebody, maybe not as big of a team, but somebody's been doing something. So I think I think now they have a workflow that they've never had before for creating content. So I think now it's a lot easier for them to make content and story-driven things faster and easier than it was years prior. So I think moving forward, we're still going to be getting content, but I also think they're going to lean back and go more heavily into features, because now my assumption is, which is a gut feeling, just the way I see it going, is that they have a very good workflow for pushing out story-driven content, and they know how to push out features. And I think they're going to lean heavily back onto the features and get some things out. Like, I don't know if we'll have base building. I wouldn't say that, but I feel pretty confident we're going to have that movable crafting station that you'll craft guns, weapons, maybe ship parts. I believe we will have that pretty soon. That look pretty polished out. That's my guess. What we'll see.
All right. All right. I think we're gonna wrap that up here for the discussion section. If you have questions, make sure you put brackets question in the chat. We'll be back after a few minutes. Let these folks use the restroom, grab something to drink, and when we break, I'm gonna end the giveaway right now, because we're going to have to do the next giveaway, which is for a Star Citizen starter package. Good luck to everyone who entered, and the winner is Space Pump. Space Pumpkin Dave. Space Pumpkin Dave, are you here? Please speak up in chat so I can send you your reward of a CitizenCon goodie pack.
Great
Ace
name, by the
Pumpkin
way.
Dave. There he
You
is.
are. Yes. So you asked a question earlier, so I knew you were here at one point.
Congrats.
I just messaged you on Twitch. I just need an email, and I'll send it to your way. I will set up the giveaway for the next one, which is going to be for the. Let me pull it up properly so I actually have the information. Shop, pledge store. The Duelist CitizenCon starter pack, which is the. It comes with the Avenger Titan. It comes with a set of armor, and it comes with a rifle. So it's a really good
Nice.
one. So great to give to friends if you want to. And as always, I do want to thank the last two people, Trash Bandicoot, who donated $42, and Forever Noob, who donated $25. Then we also had Mr. Stunner, who donated $25, and Town Scott, who donated $10. Forever Noob said, thanks, Paul and crew. And Trash Bandicoot said, keep doing the lore's work, 07. Thank you for all that.
Nice.
We are currently at $3,381.
Nice.
So we're only about $700, a little less than $700 away from our goal. So, and I still got 11 hours to go, chat. We got a lot of time. So let's take a few minutes, let us take a rest, and we'll be right back. And we're back with the question and answer session with Mud Dog from Texas Space Navy, Serious Fun from Soul Citizens, and Wicked Wookie, aka the voice and face behind Scooter Lee Scooter. Damer.
Bria's Brickyard.
Brio's
Damer.
Brickyard.
I'm trying to adjust. I was playing with a different image. I'm trying to get them in there. I got like 18 squares.
Alright,
Oh, there it
can-
is.
yeah, I can mess with this a little bit. Hold on. The camera is like. There we go.
Oh.
There we go. There we go.
There he is.
He had a camera. It was working if you were here earlier, but it's been glitching out, so he wasn't able to be in
Yeah,
there.
I have as much gray hair as Paul does.
It's a factor of living in the South. All right, we all
Yeah.
we all get gray. Even Mud Dog's got some in his beard there. So
yeah.
all right. Note to self: don't try to drink caffeinated beverages while running back to do streams. All right. So the questions. We're gonna take the first question from. Looks like YouTube doesn't have any questions yet. So let's take a look at Twitch. I normally have a bot that does this, but there doesn't seem to be any questions. Chat, are you asking questions, or are you just hanging out?
I saw a bunch in there, but I didn't
Oh.
see brackets around question though.
What food do you want to see in Star Citizen?
Food.
Cupcakes.
Hang on. I had this conversation the other day. What was it?
Pizza.
Breakfast. We have no breakfast food.
That's true. No breakfast.
Yeah.
food.
Why do we not have a space American waffle? When I go out bunker raiding and go out there with Billy, we come back at the end of the day, we want to go to an awful waffle.
We need an equivalent of a Waffle House in space.
Yeah, space
Dude.
house, space waffle
Dude,
house.
it would tickle me. So one of my favorite shows growing up was Tailspin. I don't know if y'all watched it or not.
Oh yeah,
I loved Louis' Place, the little like bar island, you know. I would love if we had an asteroid base, not quite like Grimhex, better than Grimhex, but it's smaller, and it was literally just like a bar, right? It just was there inside of an asteroid. That's like all it was like this hangout place. That would tickle me to death.
I mean, I agree with that.
I'm gonna go the other way from Waffle House. The Oza restaurant that's not open in New Babbage and not open in Orison. Open it up and let us sit down and have like nice 5-star meal. Give you some steak, right? Quasi grazer loin. You know what I mean? And use some of these spaces that we already have and surprise us by putting some mission givers in there. You know.
That could be
Oh
interesting.
man, so you could go slaughter a quasi grazer to get the beef, and you bring it back, and he cooks it.
Got the whole ecosystem right there waiting for us. You know what I mean?
It's like
There's a
the
grass-fed quasi grazer out here.
the grayback quasi grazer is the Wagyu of
Yeah.
quasi grazers.
All right. Saw a couple other ones. All I'm seeing is discussion. I'm glad people are talking, but
There's a couple questions.
Oh, there is
in,
one.
YouTube.
Potato had a great question that I 100% want to answer because I think it's a good question. It's one that I hear a lot, and I always like to answer it because I think we're old folks. Most of us are a little bit older, so we remember a time of gaming that no longer exists, and we need to remember that there is a factor. Because what Potato asked was, how would you want them to finance the game after they stop selling ships? A sub model? And if so, how do you feel about earning a sub in game like other MMOs, meaning they sell 1 month subs in store to sell in game?
I'll go first.
Go for it.
I think don't stop selling ships.
That's clear. They're never going to stop selling ships. They make too much money off of it. You know.
trinkets, clothing, even armor set. Don't stop selling that stuff. Like it's available in game. So if maybe you want a special looking version one, let's sell it. Let's have them sell it to us. I think they can still fund the game by doing little things like that don't impact. They're not I win buttons for the game.
Yeah.
That makes. And I think people will buy it.
The thing about submodels is that a mandatory submodel doesn't work. There are no games left that do submodels. The ones that do optional submodels. Even like WoW, which everyone points to as like, well, WoW does submodel. Hey, it's WoW. It's the biggest MMO on the planet, even this like 20 years after it's been released. Also, it's free to play up to level 25. So like they don't even do submodels, only to a certain point. EVE doesn't do submodels anymore because they do free to play with extra subs as well. Submodels don't work. They just don't make enough money. There's plenty of companies have tried them and they've all failed. An optional submodel, similar to what Elder Scrolls Online does work, and that's what CIG already has. They have a submodel that it just only covers for like content, like Star Citizen Live and such. So Battle Pass is a great solution. I don't think we're going to see a Battle Pass though. I think a lot of people would be resistant because the generation that plays Star Citizen is probably going to be a little hesitant to play Battle Passes. I do think that there was a solution I saw someone post a while back, maybe on the Captain's Table, we talked about it, which is a submodel that works like a Battle Pass, where it gives you access to things you can do in game to unlock certain things. So you get certain things like cosmetics for free, and then there are other things you can get like blueprints and stuff like that you pay to play. You pay, and then you have to go into the game and actually complete certain objectives to get those things.
Yeah.
Whereas most of it's just cosmetics.
I try to come at this a little bit differently in that I try to think about what we want CIG to continue to do.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So 1.0 comes out and there's a certain level of minimum viable commercial or retail product that 1.0 means and meets. And then how do you keep the game going, right? Well, what does that mean to keep the game going? Is it our expectation that every planet that is named in the stretch goals ends up in the game, right? That's probably or every system. That's probably 30 systems, right?
It's 100
not
systems.
100.
Oh, yeah, true. No,
yeah, I mean, the ones that have names.
Yeah, there's 100 name systems, but like the ones that are like UEE and.
No, I mean in the stretch goals, the ones that they took money for.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Right? Yeah. So yeah, there's at least 100 named systems, right? But we also want exploration and discovery. So I anticipate that some people think that there should also be some amount of undiscovered systems, maybe more than discovered or named systems, right? Somebody's got to build those, right? That's still game development. No matter how sophisticated Genesis becomes, there will still need to be people curating that, right? Integrating that, testing that, right? So if we still want 65% of what CIG is today, or 35% of what it is today, and that's going to cost money. And so chips obviously need to be sold. But for the people who say, well, I don't want anything, I want it to be all cosmetics, right? Cosmetics should be able to sustain the game. I don't think that's true at all. I just don't think it's enough.
No.
Right. So I think cosmetics can be in the mix. But I think we've got to think about what we want. And what we want is development to continue for the next 10, 15, 20 years in a meaningful way. Right. And that's going to cost meaningful development. So to your point, Paul, subscription is a difficult one. I know people who have said flat out that they're out if it's a subscription model. People who have thousands of dollars in the game are not pleased with the idea that there might be a subscription model. So I worry about that, but I do know that we're going to need meaningful dollars. It is not over at 1.0. So,
Well, and I think also that whatever you're putting money towards needs to be important to you. You know what I mean? Like, it can't be just crap. I don't want to necessarily just pay for a bobblehead doll. You know what I mean? Some people are willing to do that, but to me, that's not going to be meaningful. There needs to be more than just that option, if that makes sense.
Yeah, no, those are good points. I don't know, because I mean, I don't know. Is it sustainable to keep pumping out ships at the rate? We'll say not maybe not this year. It's been like I could be wrong. This feels like an above average year for the amount of ships, but maybe it's not. They're just spread out, but it feels like an above average. I don't know if that's sustainable to keep going. Would you run out of ideas? I don't know. Also, the
It's definitely
subscription
above
thing.
average, I'll say. Because
Okay.
we had 3 ships at Invictus, 3 ships at CitizenCon, and those were both their own patches. So we have 8 ships. So 14 ships. That's a lot of ships for a year. I think last year we had 8 total.
I think no matter though what way they decide it is best, I think CIG is the kind of company that's going to take the community's feedback and before they just make like a snap decision. This is what we're doing. End of story. They'll say, "Hey, we're going to think about doing this." They'll see what the feedback is because they are flexible with how we feel and view the game. They're not going to just pick something and do it. I think they're going to try with the best intentions to do what works best, whatever that is. I don't know. That's but I think they will be as fair as they possibly can about it and take as much constructive feedback from the community as they can.
I agree. This is a question for you, Wookie. I actually have an interesting answer to it too, if you, in case, because I want to hear your thoughts on this. So
Sure.
Xback Brat asks, to Wookie, as a fellow Star Citizen cinematographer, I get asked sometimes, don't you think the cameras are bad in certain PvP scenarios? What are your thoughts on that? And what could CIG do in the future to allow us to be cinematically creative, but also balance the game?
They need to balance it by when I'm in my camera, give me more armor because that's when I get killed. Good Lord. I've been doing this for several years at this point. And I know the advantage is like you can move the
Peek
camera around a corner.
Yeah.
That does not help you in this game. You have you're not gonna be able to see where they're at and then jump back in your camera, try to get your footing. You're gonna get murdered. There's not enough of an advantage for it to even matter. Plus, another thing I will say is the camera is the least of your worries when they roll out the being able to ping for targets and
Oh,
then,
yeah.
the stealth suits come into play and all that stuff. I don't think it's that big of a deal. I mean, I do this all the time. I don't. It would be a very, very specific location that you would have, if you're a camper, it'd only be like a camper in certain situations that you would have maybe kind of an advantage, but I don't think it's enough to really worry about.
See, my answer has always been, we should give. Not only do I think that we shouldn't get rid of third person cameras, we should give everyone a better third person camera in the
Oh my
form
God, yes.
in the form of a drone,
Yes.
so that
would
drone pops out of your armor and you can control it. The disadvantage is that drone is physicalized, so you can use it to scout ahead, like for PvP. But if someone sees the drone, they can just shoot the drone. So
And just give it only so much flight time, whatever makes sense.
yeah. Yeah, I mean, yeah,
I-
you give it a couple of hours or a couple of minutes or something like that, and you can control the drone and move it around. So that allows for cinematic shots. It also allows for tactical uses, and you don't even have to give it to everybody. You can just give it to people with certain armor types or certain gadgets. So if you want a third-person camera, you just do that.
Dude, Chris
Yeah,
Roberts,
I-
if you
I
want to make
like
some
that.
money,
Yeah.
make a cinematic suite, I will pay tens of dollars for more camera tools.
Yeah.
I like that because we're talking first person shooter level, but it's sort of reflective of what we have at the ship level, right? We have the Reliant Mako, which is supposed to be the news van ship,
Yeah.
right?
Mhm.
And ultimately supposed to have features in terms of a camera and zoom and other features that make it more compelling to record ship battles and ship gameplay than other ships. And hopefully that ends up being the case. I would not mind an in-game, and I like in-game solutions, right? So
Yeah.
I would not mind an in-game set of armor that had some other limitations. Maybe it didn't carry weapons, but
Yeah.
it carried 2 drones that popped out of your shoulders or whatever.
That'd be cool.
And
Be able to do that, and then you're specifically for that,
Yeah.
right? And people got to protect you,
Uh,
however it works.
it also works in a game solution because you can have somebody, oh, we're in, CZs, send the drone out. And the drone goes out and investigates and sees what's going on. And, if someone sees it or not, it depends. But if someone sees the drone, they can shoot it and you go, okay, there's somebody there. And if they don't, you can say, hey, I can see people here. I can ping them with this. And then they pop up in your HUD and you can go run in and shoot them, that kind of stuff. And it makes a lot of annoying
To
sounds.
tell you that's
Yeah.
a better solution for me than scan magic.
Yeah.
Just to be frank.
And with Death of a Spaceman, it makes sense because every second counts, every life counts, so to speak. If you have a drone, you're not expending that life.
Yep. It makes it so you can peek without peeking. And on top of that,
And you can still make stealth armor.
Yeah.
You can make the drone struggle to see people in stealth armor too. You can do lots of things.
Sure.
it's a solution. The solution, I always came to this solution because that's what MechWarrior does. When you're playing MechWarrior and MechWarrior Online, MechWarrior 5, when you go to third person, you can actually literally see a drone pop out of the mech and begin to hover above the mech. So if you're trying to peek over like a hill, you go to third person and you can see this drone. So someone can see you're peeking over the hill if you see the drone. So, and you can actually shoot the drone. So you can shoot the drone and it destroys it, and you lose your third person camera for a moment. So it's like, oh, okay, And CIG wants to do drone gameplay anyways. That would be, in my opinion, I think that would be a win for everybody because it's gameplay. It also gives cinematographers, screenshot people, all of those sorts of things, a camera that they can use, and it's a lot more easy to control, and you can get nice crane drone shots and different, control it smoother like a ship,
And on top of that, you think of the news van gameplay, which we haven't heard about since the Mako came out or whatever. That would be perfect for that.
Yeah.
I mean, your news camera.
There's so many gameplay aspects that we already have in the game that would benefit from something like that, So, all right. Next question comes from. ST4V01. Is that Stavoy? Question. When Nyx goes live, how will CIG balance 600 people wanting to visit Levski? Long wait timers.
That's not necessarily what happens.
Yeah.
Lots of times people zig when other people zag.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, there'll be a lot of
you
people
gotta-
who won't go because of the crowd.
Yeah.
Right. So you had people when Pyro popped off in January, they said, oh, it's time to explore Stanton.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And when they started doing the Hathor stuff and everything in Stanton, they're like, it's time to go to Pyro. Right. So you
Yeah.
have lots of people who zig when the community zags.
It's also important to remember that CIG, this is the only landing zone in the area. I don't think there's even any stations that we know of. There might be some stations near the jump points, but so as a result, we've seen, from what we saw, they have 12 pads plus a ton of hangars on top of that inside and 2 or 3 docking ports for larger
Hopefully we don't
ships.
come out the same hangar.
That's true.
Yeah.
But they clearly made this with the idea that we're going to have 1,000 people in a server. We need to be able to support 1,000 people coming and going at some reasonable pace. So, It's also important to remember that just because 600 people want to show, if 600 people show up, they're not going to all show up in their Auroras. So there'll be some who show up in groups of 7 or 10 or 30 that will show up in bigger ships to get there. So, all right. Next question comes from. Okay, so this wasn't a question, but Admiral Kusanagi said Eve only has 1,300 viewers on Twitch. Pizza Death Livery has 700 more views, so not sure Eve is healthy right now. Is it always important to remember that just because a game is popular on Twitch doesn't mean it's good or is popular in general. There are plenty of games that are popular that just aren't Twitchable. So as a result, you just don't see they're popular, but no one streams them because especially.
Well, you also have people streaming on YouTube or
Yeah.
on. I mean, there's so many other platforms too. So
Yeah. So like.
Listen. Star Citizen needs to have Eve's problem. Eve's been around for 20 years.
Yeah. They've been successful for 20 years.
I look forward to Star Citizen, having the Eve issue. Right? Let's not underestimate power of Eve as a long-term experience. It has done fairly well.
and there's also some games. There's a difference between playing them and watching them being played too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And I dislike Eve intensely, but you got to respect it.
Sertagi asks, I think this is a good one for me, honestly. Should CIG have a quirk system for ships like MechWarrior Online? And why is the answer yes? We are going to have a quirk system like MechWarrior Online. It's called the tier system. When we do, because like when you buy a ship, like say you go out and buy a Cutlass, that Cutlass is tier 0. It's baseline, and then you have to, or tier 1. And then you can go do some research. You can get blueprints for tier 2 Cutlass, and you can apply different materials to that Cutlass that have different effects on that Cutlass to make that tier 2 Cutlass, faster, but also less maneuverable, or more maneuverable and now less armor. And so you can get these different, and depending on the quality of those materials, you can reduce the downsides as much and increase the upsides. So you can have a better overall ship. And then you get a tier 3, which then allows you for those same sort of variations. So it effectively slowly builds you up until you get to that point. So yeah, we are going to see that. That's just the crafting system. The downside is that you won't be able to do it unless you have a full crafting base and system and people in place and that kind of stuff. So
well, there's also the components as well. So I mean, like
on top of that,
military grade components. You may have to have some sort of reputation with the military, or if you want the opposite end of that, like some outlaw overclocked shield generator or something, you may have to have reputation there, or at least know somebody that can craft it.
What is this called? Quirking?
It's called
in MechWarrior.
It's called the quirk system. The idea is you can it's like an upgrade system where you can go down some certain paths.
Next video.
Quirking.
Quirking
in Star Citizen.
Gonna be quirking on Damer.
Yeah.
You're quirking on. Meemaw's quirking on Damer.
I mean, Mud Dog, what I like about what you said is that it still allows you to imagine that, like, if you're with a group and doing that, you get to streamline stuff, but you could still get that your crazy uncle who's got his vehicular project in the garage and he's been working on it for 5 years, and he gets a part here and he gets a part there and he gets time to do it here and time to do it there. Individual could still, quote unquote, kind of solo this stuff if they're willing to take their time with it, go out and do what's required over here to get this rating with this group, and then they go and get the piece and they bring it back. It just takes longer, right? When you're by yourself or when you're doing it with just a couple people. But it still could be done in that model, right? Versus the model where, everybody, they've got a system in place, they've got all of the logistics and the value adds along the way, and they're doing it like industrially, right? But it caters to all kinds of gameplay. I like that model.
Yeah. And someone said, just because I think it's cool to see even a base level ships push certain builds in certain ships. Mud Dog hit it correctly. You can do that with components. You know, same direction. It allows you to push it in certain directions. So you can, like, even now you can do crazy stuff. I know Ghost 1800, who's part of my org. He loves to build stealth builds of ships. So he goes through all of the different components and figures out what the best components are for the different ships to make a ship that's basically invisible. Turns out you can turn a 315p absolutely invisible to everybody. That ship is insanely versatile for what it can do. You basically have to see it in order for you to target it, because it'll be untargetable for the entire time unless you're like next to it. It's kind of insane how stealth that can be, and you can do that sort of thing. So
yeah, and you got flight blades too, so you can kind of choose like what your preferred flight style.
Yeah, I guess the flight blades are probably a good example of like a quirk system similar to that idea. All right. Next question comes from Space Nerd, who asks, when new FPS scanning comes into the game, will ship scanning be affected as well? I've heard info owners talking about the future, and they think it'll be much harder to hide from pirates and such with new scanning, and was curious if your thoughts were. Blood Dog, what do you think?
I don't think it's going to be harder to hide. I think it's going to bring more nuance to the system. It's going to be a game within a game. How do I get my signatures down? How do I hide from cross-section searches? There's already some level of that in the game now, but I can only see them expounding upon stealth and scanning mechanic. The sky's the limit there, right? So, can you put on a stealth shield generator field something, or personal stealth field that will keep you invisible to certain scans? Obviously, if you're standing in front of the person, you could probably see them, but they're going to be invisible on your scanning tool, maybe. Or the opposite. Maybe they can wear like some sort of chameleon cloak and they blend into the surroundings, but if you do a thermal scan, you're going to see them show up. So I think there's a lot of nuance there that you can go into, and it's only going to make gameplay more interesting, and you're going to have those people that are really specialized in doing counter scanning and scanning, stealth mechanics and scanning, and it's going to be really interesting.
All I want now is predator scanning for thermals. That's a good point, though, which I never actually even thought about that. But yeah, like, let's say like you're in a ship. If I would assume, like, Grant, like you said, my dog, this could go like sky's the limit in whatever way they would want to, but that would be pretty cool. You're in a ship, with good scanners or whatever, and if somebody's in like super heavy armor, it probably weighs more than a Grey Cat PTV, right? That's essentially a golf cart. So you could probably get a cross section on somebody in heavy armor.
Yeah, and I think in a game of consequence and choice, you want people to not only be able to develop expertise using the systems in the game, but you want overall that expertise to cost something, right? So,
Yep.
like in the example of thermal scanning, I wouldn't mind thermal scanning at all. But I think if you thermal scan me, you shouldn't also be able to maximize your stealth in doing so, right? The act
Sure.
of thermal scanning should
Oh yeah,
cost you
you're going to
something.
show up. You're going to show up all over the radar.
You
Yeah.
should show up, and maybe just your scanning device shows up. So I know I got scanned, but I still don't know what ship did it or how that worked, right? But I just know something scanned me and where it is, right?
Yeah,
But
or
the
you're like you
idea
can
is
see
that,
thermal, but you're putting out like a lot of EM.
right, some mix there of balanced counterplay that allows me to then go, if I'm doing my job on my side, I see that you've seen me, right? That type of thing.
Paul, I think you're muted.
I am
Yeah, I was
muted.
like,
Sorry
you
about
got
that.
very quiet.
I was muted because I was doing some stuff. It's like active pinging with sonar. Where like
Exactly.
when you ping, everyone knows you're there, but you also know where everybody else is. So it's sort of like a flip, a reverse. So all right, let's do some YouTube questions, and we'll get back to Twitch, because we got Doomer1, who's been asking a bunch of questions. Doomer1 asks,
That guy's a jerk, by the way. Don't answer his questions.
I see his title, so I assume you are very familiar with his questions.
He's one of the leaders in the Texas Space Navy, so shout out to Doomer.
Do you feel Castra will be more like Terra, or will be something new? Castra is going to be something new. The way they described it makes sense in terms of both the lore and what they've talked about in the past. Castra is San Francisco in the Gold Rush. And anybody who knows San Francisco in the Gold Rush, it was very prosperous, but also absolutely insane. Almost lawless. People were coming in, just doing what they wanted to. It's super lucrative because everyone was trying to buy stuff there so they can make it to the gold fields. But as a result, it was very chaotic to live in San Francisco.
And Terra, I see, is more of a very affluent place to be, and rich and beautiful and futuristic looking and green and just really
very cultural, very
highfalutin.
Oh yeah,
highfalutin. There's perfect.
Yeah. It's like, like a very aristocratic. It's like New York, but like all of the highest society parts of New York all at once, or like the highest parts of LA or Chicago. Like we're talking like very, very affluential, very influential people live in Terra.
Do you have any Grey Poupon?
Exactly. The kind of people who will correct you on who instead of saying hors d'oeuvres will say, oh gosh, what was that fancy way of saying hors d'oeuvres? Hors d'oeuvre or something like that. Like, no, we're having the hors d'oeuvre.
They ain't gonna let Scooter in that system.
How do you think Castra's military history will inform the system?
Oh, Castra?
Yeah.
I think he said. So he was saying Nix. Did he say Castra?
Castra, yeah.
He said Castra. My dumbass had read Nix. My brain is shut.
Togi caught you. Togi said, "I thought they said that about Nix, not Castra."
Yeah. Okay.
You've only been doing this for like 13 hours.
Yeah,
so.
only 14, almost 14 hours. Castra it's basically an army base.
Right.
The best way of describing Castra was panic built. When the UEE encountered the Xi'an Empire, we were screwed. Because we knew like they were way more advanced than us. So if they wanted to invade, there's not much we could have stopped them. And they immediately, in order for us to even negotiate peace, because long story short, one of our companies did something stupid and rushed into a system without actually scanning it and tried to terraform a planet that was already being terraformed and owned by the Xi'an. So we kind of tried to commit genocide on a bunch of Xi'an by accident. And when they caught them, they were like, cool, you're all criminals now. So humanity kind of was on the back foot. And as a result, the negotiations to free said people, even though it was a mistake, resulted in humanity having to hand over every single jump lane that we had discovered in order for them to release the hostages. So the fact that they were asking for every single jump lane we discovered, there was like, why do you need that? Why do you need to know all of the invasion routes into our territory? That does not sound like a friendly move, even if we are kind of screwed up. So humanity was panicked. We're like, we're gonna go to the war. It's not when we go, or if we go to war with the Xi'an. It's when we go to war with the Xi'an. So Castra just happened to be on the right place at the wrong time when all of this happened. It was like, oh, but this is on the border with the Xi'an. So they turned Castra into a fortress. And it was just everything they could think of that would delay or destroy a Xi'an fleet was added to it. Original lore, it had only 2 gigantic orbital to ground anti-capital ship, or ground to orbital anti-capital ship guns. That is turned into several arrays of ground to orbit anti-capital ship guns on the outside. It was built into a mountain so it could add protection from attack. And it was orbited, its low Earth orbit station was a home to multiple squadrons of bombers armed with antimatter torpedoes. So the planet and the system is a fort. That was what it was built to do. And since then, it has become a place where people live, but the old fort stuff is still there. So I can't think
It'll
of.
be a great place to go for your reputation
Oh, yeah.
military to get those high end weapons. For your Idris to make it an Idris M and that sort of thing.
Yeah.
It'll also be a good place to go if you wanted to do stuff. Maybe get something on the black market.
Yeah.
But there's going to be a high risk by trying to do something like that in that system because of the military presence.
Yeah. Even though it's
Is
on
that the place
border.
they showed in 2024
Yes.
CitizenCon? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but in like concept art, the touch of gray box.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Basically, if you get Froggy at Castra, you're getting shot by a projectile the size of a Titan. Yeah. It's not much of a military base anymore. It's kind of been decommissioned
More
a little
museum.
bit. It's more of a place where people live. There's some museum parts, but it's kind of like, it's because of the Cold War ending. It's become like, for instance, what is it called? Kruger. Kruger's headquarters is in Sherman and Castra, and so same with Clark Defense Systems, the one that makes the armor. Their headquarters and their factories are in Castra, which they recently came in. Like Space Anchorage, yeah, kind of like Space Anchorage. So as a result, it's not going to be like Terra, because Terra is very fluent, but it's going to be where you see a lot of ex-military personnel, a lot of military material. It's going to be very militarized. It'd be like living, my time in Tennessee. It'd be like living near, I would say Fort Bragg, but that's not the name of it. Clarksville, I think is what it's called, Clarksville, Tennessee, where it's like you're right next to a major military base. I'll have to look it up in a moment. See how close that is. What was the name of that? I'm trying to find the name of the fort.
Are you thinking Fort Knox or
Fort Campbell?
Campbell? Yeah.
Yeah, Fort Campbell.
Fort Campbell. Yeah.
It's like right next to Clark. It's
in Jersey, where I grew up, it'd be like Fort Dix McGuire Air Force Base.
Yeah. Or in San Antonio, it's like living in San Antonio, where you have like 5 different Air Force bases and Army bases there. You can't get away from people who are in the military while you're there. It's gonna be like that. Space Vanilla Guam. Yeah. All right. Next question. I'll do one more Doomer one. Here's another one. Does Nyx open a great opportunity to bring refinery ships?
I would assume.
Yeah.
What happened to the little refining ship? Y'all remember that? The
Expanse?
Yeah.
Apparently John Crew just talked about it, so they're working on it.
Yeah. So I mean,
The RSI Arastra is, as an RSI and Aopoa fan, the RSI Arastra is right on time.
Yeah. It's in that direction.
It's a good looking
Makes
ship.
sense.
Yeah.
I'm not big on mining, but that's a good looking ship.
Mm-hmm.
Mine and refine, baby. Mine and refine.
So I mean they did hint, like, pretty much said it's the gold rush. So I'm assuming that's going to be, yeah, it would make sense to have more mining ships come out and maybe
Follow that up with refining.
Yeah, and maybe also get the Starfarer some love because it has a refinery on it. That would be nice to see.
Maybe. I mean, you also have the you have refinery on the Arastra. You have the refinery on the Orion. I'm trying to think of what else. There's the refinery module for the Galaxy. So, someone also asked if we'd see a salvage version of the Arastra, and I don't see why not. Like,
that'd be a big salvage ship, but yeah.
It would also fit like the in between the. It would be around the same size as the Reclaimer, or maybe a little bit smaller than the Reclaimer, which would be a nice sort of change because the Arastra is designed for ground or like orbit, like planetary mining rather than space mining. So you can see it as more of a Reclaimer in space, the whatever the salvage version of the Arastra on the ground. So All right. One more question from YouTube and go back to Twitch. What are your thoughts on the ideas on money sinks being brought into the game to better stabilize the economy?
Example of a money sink?
Insurance or docking fees. It's like if you go to a station, you have to pay a docking fee.
What, with in-game currency? You talking?
Yeah, in-game
Right,
currency.
is that-
Yeah.
So the idea of a money sink is because there's not a lot of stuff that we in video games actually have to pay money for to survive, like in real life. If we have money sticking around because we have money only for goods that we use specifically for gameplay, and we usually don't have to constantly pay for it, inflation goes up because
see.
more people have more money, which means the value goes up higher. So the idea of a money sink is to force players to spend money on a regular basis in little small amounts so they don't lose all their money, but they don't hoard money. If you're doing stuff, you have to like spend the
We're
money.
kind of on a path there. I mean, you got the goo juice, you know,
Yep.
or as I like, you know, the reprint stuff. That's
human toner.
100,000. Yeah, the human toner. I like to call it meat toner.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's that's 100 grand there, and that's something that I would use a lot or took definitely advantage of, was a infinite respawn medbed on filming. So now, like, if we're doing something where people are going to get killed in a machinima project, we have to be very, very strategic because that stuff gets expensive.
Hmm.
So I think that's kind of like trickling in. I would also imagine cost of fuel will go up closer to 1.0. Right now, fuel's pretty cheap. It doesn't cost a lot to fill up your ship. And I think we would see a lot of costs go into fuel in the future, would be my assumption.
Yeah, this question kind of gets me fired up because we spent probably 80% of the life of this project hearing from a guy named Tony
Tony Z.
who talked a little bit differently about a vision for the economy. And then the last 20% has been sort of not that. And it's been language like, well, in order for an economy, there's got to be inflows and outflows. And Richard Tyler said that at CitizenCon last year, and I agree with that. But it seems like there's been a diminishment of the complexity and the fully thinking out of what an economy needs to be that we were getting under Tony Z, right? So if you all were around at the time, I know I'm going old man back in our day, but Tony had long form discourse that indicated that there was a lot of thinking happening about what the economy needed to look like and how things like money sinks would work. And this was for an economy at the time that was going to be 90% NPC driven, right? And so I think that may have been abandoned. We haven't gotten no one has come out and said that has been abandoned.
Yeah.
And here's what we're doing now. They just stopped talking about that. Tony Z is now a game developer emeritus in his status for the company. And now what they're talking about is the player economy, crafting, base building, and the player economy. And that's fine. But I think we need somebody to come in and give us, money sinks is like 17th down the list when you're asking a developer to think about what they want the economy to be.
Mhm.
Right. And so I would like over the next 6 to 8 months, somebody to come out to be the same way Will Hain is like the hydro homie or whatever. And now like is Genesis guy, I want somebody to come out and be the economy guy or the economy gal or the economy person and own a vision within the CIG vision for the economy. And then we can figure out how money sinks fit into that.
We do
Right.
have that guy. He's the one that Elliot keeps making fun of every time they talk.
Yeah, that's true.
That guy. As someone saying, we have economists for a reason. Developers, engineers, and other persons need to understand the economy. Well, that's the problem, at least intellectually, if not not for the game. Game economies are not the same. I teach economics. That is one of the things I do. I teach economics in high school. I'm not a college professor or anything like that, but I know enough to be dangerous when it comes to video game economics. And the general problem with video game economics is you have to force scarcity, and you have to force scarcity in a way that mimics reality without being boring. So there's a lot of nuance in game theory you have to use, game logic you have to use for those sorts of economies. Otherwise, you end up with something like WoW inflation. So where people can like sell basic items for very high money because everyone has high money, so they can assume that. So yeah, we definitely need. I don't think they got rid of the dynamic economy, but I also think that it became not as important as the player economy has. So, Star Sim is still on the 1.0 roadmap, but we don't know how much of it is the same as what Tony Z said and how they're going to do that. So, yeah, the Blizzard Wizard. I liked the I think it was Tree earlier today called him Captain Planet. Will Haynes is Captain Planet. I think that works.
Yeah, I like that.
All right, let's see. We've still got a couple more minutes, so let's do a couple more questions. With the new night vision from Wicklow's Monocular, do the captains see CIG retrofitting the existing low light scopes with the same tech or no?
There are some low light scopes already in the game. You gotta
Yeah,
find them.
there's a couple
right?
of them. But I think that I'm guessing what Shadowstalker is saying is that the Monocular is a better version. It's like more updated. It's better than the low light scopes we currently have.
I just want to put it on the windshield of my ship so I can see.
Yes. Just give us just.
I don't see why we won't have that tech. I mean, and again, like thermals too. Like,
Yeah.
why we won't have all that? You know?
They need to build the tech. It's not like anyone who has ever played a video game with thermal vision and night vision knows that like 90% of games who do it badly. It just looks awful or it doesn't work very well. So it requires more than just a filter, you know.
Well, and then of course there's also the counter gameplay for that as well. You know, I believe they really need to have a counter to that, and not because otherwise everybody's going to run around with a thermal scope or be able to switch it with the night scope and so on and so forth. There needs to be some sort of counter for it.
Flashbang, it blinds them.
Yeah, but I mean also like there should be armor or other things that can counter that, so it's harder to see even if you're using those scopes, you know, or specifically to disrupt those scopes so you don't see much or see it better.
Yeah, or just the lighting at outposts and bases. Right?
Yeah.
And disrupt.
Yeah, sure.
Star Sim is Quanta, right? Yes. It's just the Star Sim is the new name for Quanta.
I miss Tony Z talks.
I do too. 800 years in the future, and we don't have key fobs on our vehicles.
Oh my God, yes. Why do we not have key fobs?
I mean,
Agreed.
we decided to move our entirety of our concept of a cell phone into a smartwatch. So, you know,
I have very few issues with Star Citizen. Very few.
yeah,
One of them is we should absolutely be able to hit our Moby, you know, and pick like which door of the ship opens.
Yeah.
We can do that now with an iPhone or an Android from like 8 years ago.
yeah.
I mean, we can
I can-
hotkey it, you know?
I can do it with my
Yes.
phone. Like my phone can lock or unlock doors in my house if I wanted to at some points, you know. So
Nobody ever talks about the great key fob, that disaster on Venus of 2017.
it's AI technology. It's too advanced.
Oh my God.
I think they even said they want to do key fobs. That's just it's a limit of the tech. There's a lot of things that you in Star Citizen you can chalk up to. They would like to do it, but it's either do the key fobs or build engineering, and engineering is more important than key fobs. Just like how I'm sure naming ships isn't that complicated in the long run, but being able to sit down and do it right is going to take more time than it's needed, and they could just use that time to make better paints or, you know, better ships. So,
Well, while we're here, I just want to ask you guys in chat, what do y'all think about the weapons wheel on a ship? Because a couple years ago they changed it. Like for example, the Hercules used to be or maybe the 600 both, but it used to have a button, and some ships still do. And I don't know. There seems to be no rhyme or reason why some of them still have a button on the screen, and then some of them bring up a weapons wheel essentially. I do not like the weapons wheel. I like the button on the screen. But what are y'all's thoughts?
I prefer the button on the screen, but I know why we have a weapon wheel. You know why we have a weapon wheel. We all know why there's a weapon wheel.
No.
I'm gonna say
no.
it. I'm
Don't
gonna
say
it.
it.
Hold on. I'm gonna
you
do
dare.
one and better. I'm gonna show it.
I'm not listening. La 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 la.
Oh, you're lucky. You are so lucky.
Close your ears, chat.
No, you're not lucky.
What's he unplugging over there?
Consoles.
Yeah.
That's why.
He said
That's
it.
why. Consoles.
Blasphemy.
So let's be specific, Paul. Consoles because Squadron 42, or consoles because
Yes.
ultimately the PU?
I think Squadron 42, but like,
Yeah, that'd make more
I
sense.
agree.
it's also input agnostic, so it's not just like, this works for my computer as much as it would work for a 360, and there are also other input methods like sticks and stuff like that you could in theory use. There are other, so using the wheel is a pretty standard input, but I agree, I'd prefer like a button or like at least like a square system where you can kind of go select the squares at the bottom or something like that. It's not the Duke,
Yeah,
it's a
it'd be-
360, but
Maybe when it's more fleshed out, they can just make it optional. Like, do you
Yeah.
want the wheel or do you want the screen? Screen.
yeah. Stop running ads. YouTube or Twitch runs ads. Here. All right. Let's move on to the next question. All right. Doomer1 asks, since Odin borders Nyx, after Squadron 42 releases, will we see Odin come into the game, say, after a year or so? Almost certainly yes.
I bet it comes in probably at the same time the game comes out, because I mean they'll have to do some stuff on the back end, but the teams that created Odin may be working on that right now, because unless they have to tweak something for the game, their job's done. So they can convert it to PU, as is. And then when Squadron 42 comes out, everybody can say, hey, I can go play in the system I played in the single player game. You know what I mean? It'll be a big draw. Maybe they wait, like you said, maybe they may wait a month or 6 months to do that to bring more people in. But I think it'll be pretty easy to set up to be ready to come in as soon as Squadron 42 releases.
The only thing to remember...
Mud dog, you sweet summer child. I think that is positive marketing think, right?
Yeah.
I've been doing this too long.
Yeah, I don't think that's how they're going to think about it. I think how they're going to think about it is that they have some exclusivity over here, and you keep that exclusive for as long as you can, right? So if you bring in the 4 or the 5 systems that they talked about, and then they go, but there is another system, Odin, but you got to go pick up Squadron 42 to get that. Right? And for the people that play Squadron 42, they've had the Odin system. If they want to experience anything else, right now it's over on this side of the paywall, right, with the PU. So I think actually Odin will come out maybe. I keep hearing, I haven't heard anything official, but I keep hearing that there's a trilogy for Squadron 42. My guess is that the Odin system will come out when the second episode of Squadron 42 comes out.
Cool. So 50 years?
Yeah.
Hopefully the retirement home has good internet.
I do think that the thing you've got to remember is that Squadron 42 is at its core not Star Citizen, and we're probably not
Sure.
going to. Okay, I'm just going to address this right now because there's already multiple people and there's new people here. I don't have a lot of control over the ads, chat. Twitch controls the ads. The most I can control is how many or when, and even then, Twitch sometimes just doesn't listen to you and just does it anyways. So, like, I can't turn them off. That's not an option on my side, guys. If you want to complain to Twitch and to Amazon. They're the ones who do that.
Or
Or you can subscribe.
after you give the gamers outreach,
Yeah.
invest in Paul.
Yeah.
It's okay to invest in Paul.
Yeah. What was I saying? Oh, the thing that we understand about Squadron 42 is that it's not going to likely cover every part of the system. It's only going to cover sections of the system which you play in. So there'll be some level of freedom, but like, I don't think the entire surface of every planet is set up for like Star Citizen is. It's probably like sets for like this whole region is set up, but not like the whole planet or the whole moon. So,
a more staged experience.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a pathway, right? You got to stay within the lanes of Squadron 42.
mm-hmm. Yeah, there'll still be some regions you can go to, but like we don't know how much of Odin is going to be completed. We also don't know how Odin will change at the end of Squadron 42 or not. So,
so what? This is kind of a question I have. Why do you think they didn't say anything about it
about Squadron?
here in Sitcon? Yeah.
Oh, I know why. This is, again, trust me, bro source, because this is not something I don't want to talk about the people who talk to me who work on Squadron because they would get fired. But they are heads down, burning through trying to get Squadron done. And last I talked, this is again 4 or 5 months ago, the game is very fun. It's very engaging. However, the game decides to turn into slop spaghetti and beg for death after about 4 hours of playing. So you play the game for about 4 hours, and then it just slowly melts into a puddle of goo. And you just cannot continue because the game unravels itself. But they've gotten better at it, and they've been increasing the time you can play. So it's just a matter of they're trying to optimize and find all the little bugs and quirks that are happening that causes that sort of thing to happen. So as a result, by pulling those people off that work so that they could show off Squadron 42, it would delay the game by a month or two. And from every source I've heard, they're like, it's coming out in 2026. And it may be like, you know, I'll ask them, like, you mean 2026? And they'll say, we may die, but we're coming out in 2026. Like, they were determined to get it done. And it, like good or bad, is coming out. So, that's...
So Squadron 42 also has elevators.
Yes. Yes, it does. Again, take it or leave it. You could think I'm making it entirely up, and that's fine. But, you know... so it's going to be bad. Yes, just for you, Togi. Everyone else will get the good copy. You are going to get the bad copy that is going to be bad.
First ride on an elevator.
Yeah.
It's all over.
All right.
Togi and I have a bet around whether Squadron 42 is going to drop in 2026. So
I'm not willing to take.
Pretty comfortable with that.
I'm not willing to take that bet because I think if CIG drops Squadron 42, it's going to be like the week before Christmas because it's going to be that last week that they have time for working that they're going to just shove it out there.
I agree.
Yeah,
I agree.
Yeah, I'm not saying Squadron's coming out in like February. It's coming out in like, I think they're shooting for October, but it'll probably come out in December.
It would make sense if they tried to put it out on Citizen Con, but it also makes a lot of sense to. I mean, most of the Wing Commander games came out in November.
Yeah.
So.
Public beta at Citizen Con? No, I don't think it doesn't work like that. Let's see some of the other questions. Okay, I think some YouTube questions now. Trash Bandicoot asks, do we anticipate the beginnings of more supply-demand economics at all, or is it that a lot farther off? I think we just talked a little bit about that. We hope the Tony Z model of basic supply and demand, Quanta / StarSim is there, but oh, this is a good one. Doomer asks, will the Reclaimer get a refinery and possibly a medbed?
I mean, I hope so. I think there's an opportunity
It ain't
to
getting a med
revisit a variety of things with the Reclaimer. We know that, that was the Nostromo model early on, and we finally got it, seeing it docking now, docking arms. And I think there's an opportunity. I don't know when it would happen, but I think there's an opportunity to re-examine that interior. But I think there's an opportunity to re-examine the interior on a lot of what I would call first-run ships, right? Be it the Starfarer or the Constellation or the Reclaimer. So, but I would like to see that for the Reclaimer. And if they do it, they ought to think about a med bed, but maybe not a tier 1. I think the tier 1 ought
Tier
to be
3 maybe.
exclusive to medical ships. But maybe and Gin and Tonic says the Reclaimer won't have a med bed, the Orion will. I'd be good with both of them having it, but maybe the Reclaimer's a tier 3. I don't know.
Yeah.
For Doomer, I hope they completely stock the ship full of Pico Penguin.
Does he not like Pico the Penguin?
He is a Team Turtle guy. He hates Pico, so we try to harass him as much as possible.
Does Tony work on anything anymore? We have no confirmation that Tony still works on things, but he is still listed as a developer at the game. He just called developer emeritus. So as far as we know, yes. But we also don't know if he's working on the game full time. It's just more like when they need him. So
I would love to see the Reclaimer be able to have like a convertible top. Like barn doors essentially on top open up. Man, it'd be jamming then. Then it'd be like, how many Pisces can you fit in it? It fits.
So Doc Ox asks, which Christmas paints do we want this year? Also, what's the ultimate Christmas gift from CIG plans on giving us this year? A picture of a cockpit. We got to keep that tradition of the picture of the handlebar.
What kind of all my Luminalia paints suck.
They suck. They're terrible. So. I hate them.
Yeah.
There's one for the Ursa that I think's okay. I think it's like a blue one. It's like gray and blue. That one's okay. But outside of that one,
the Freelancer one is just ugly puke green and red, and then like the Mustang one is.
They had a couple for the Razor as well, right?
Yeah.
If it's white and blue, it's okay. Yeah. But if it's like any combination like the green and red, I don't like those. But if it's white and blue, which is like a couple of them, those are okay.
It'd be nice if they went with like a nice white versus snow with some maybe green and red accents. They could make that look nice, but I'm not sure that they are incentivized to make the giveaway paints the nicest.
Yeah.
A picture of a corner of the base of the Anthony Tanaka statue. They could probably give us a mini Anthony Tanaka statue with Santa hats on, because that's absolutely inappropriate, and I think that's funny. Like, was the statue? This statue, which is representative of the death of a child who had led to a revolution. Let's make it festive by putting a Santa hat on the dead child statue.
Remember Anthony Tanaka, by the way.
Yes, remember Anthony Tanaka. All right, we've got 2 more questions. Doomer asks, originally Nyx was... Oh god, this is my question, isn't it? Originally Nyx was a barren system with no planets that had an atmosphere. Will every system going forward be tweaked to always have a habitable planet? Probably. But levels of habitability. A good example of this is Hadrian. Hadrian is a system that has no terrestrial planets. There's 2 gas giants and an ice giant. So there's nothing you can go land on. Its whole shtick is that it's filled with space stations because it was a border world with the Xi'an, but there was no terrestrial planet. So they couldn't do a Castra and build a giant fortress. So they just made hundreds of space stations which were bristling with guns. And when the Cold War ended, they just abandoned most of those stations. So there's probably hundreds of stations all over the corner of that system which are just abandoned and falling apart. Does that mean they're going to add a landing zone or add a place where you can like go and have a habitable world? Maybe, but I don't think so. But if you think about it from now until the end of until the first 5 systems, Castra has a habitable world. Terra has 2 habitable planets. Magnus, which was another one that might come in after 1.0, it's the headquarters of Drake. Berea is habitable. Let's see. Tohill has.
Well, I mean,
Tohill
look at Grim Hex. They can always just throw a habitation inside of a asteroid or something.
Yeah,
you know,
that's what Levski is. You know, so.
And as they develop, you know, for me, there's been a lot of, particularly on Paul's channel, there's been a lot of the exercise of certain motions around the Nyx one.
Yes, that's why I said this is my question. Ooh, sorry.
Yeah, but I could very easily see them using Nyx one as the hero planet testbed for a variety of things. God bless you, that they want to do with Terra and with other future planets, and then building story lore and storyline in.
Yeah.
To strip the planet and practice the terraforming and the deconstruction of planets. Ultimately, we may end up going all the way back and living the story of going all the way back to the Nyx one original lore, because at this point they need Nyx one to be a test bed for certain things, but later on when they have more systems, they can afford to have a story of how Nyx one loses all that. So you just never know in the long term what it'll end up being. Right now we're where we are because we need to test certain things. They need to do it in the system people are going to be in, right? So I think that's okay, you know. So let's just enjoy it now and then see what it really looks like over the long term when they start doing other stuff, right? So it may end up different.
Yeah, that's what we go back to expectations, tempered expectations.
Oh gosh, Elliot's in chat. Oh no.
Hello.
Hello, Elliot. I always have to.
Yeah.
I've been meaning to say this because at some point I do actually have to send Elliot and his team flowers, but I have to give them flowers for the work they're doing, and I'm very happy that we're going to get Siege of Orison back. For those of you who don't know, I have a tradition in Siege of Orison, which started at the very beginning of the first Siege of Orison, where I don the mantle of a fictitious character based off of Senator Armstrong from Metal Gear Solid: Rising Revengeance, where I basically fist fight my way through the entirety of Siege of Orison to see if I can do that. And I am looking forward to returning to the battlefield as Senator Armen Strong, first son of Stanton, true son of Stanton, to just punch my way through and lose clothing, pieces of clothing as we get to further. Like every station, just strip one piece of clothing, like the top, the pants, till it's nothing but like me and the underwear fist fighting the leader of the Nine Tails. So
yeah,
I have a tradition.
What's up?
I was gonna say I have a tradition for Siege of Orison too. My tradition is to arrive at the first stage and have somebody run through and finish the thing before we can even do it.
Hence why it's going to be nice that it's going to actually instanced, so you can.
I tell you what, though, of all the stuff we've ever had, so even, I mean, I love the new stuff. Don't get me wrong, I love it. But Siege of Orison on one server, it always ran like, you know, hot garbage.
Yeah.
You know, but I enjoyed every single second of it. I loved it, man, because I like being a dropship pilot. That's like what I want to do in the game. And then like we're like, oh, how do we get that last platform? I'm like, oh my god, I get to be a dropship pilot. And then immediately got us all killed, because of the giant guns. But then, once we figured out, we had I'll never forget it. It was me and a bunch of buddies. We found this place. We kind of get a herc in that for it to survive for a little bit. The ramps open up. It's a slideshow, but we're all running. I'm the last one out, and I'm running down the ramp and I jump. As soon as I jump off of it, the ship explodes behind me at 10 frames a minute.
yeah.
But it was glorious.
Siege of Orison has some of the most cinematic moments in Star Citizen. It's literally crazy. Oh, so apparently Elliot had a bunch of ads. I'll just say I created a character. It's a long story based off of Senator Armstrong from Metal Gear Solid Rising Revengeance. Called Senator Armin Strong, where I fist fight my way through the nine tails of Siege of Orison. No armor, plain clothes, see if I can punch my way through. And I'm glad you are bringing back Siege of Orison, only so I can bring back the fist fighting man to complete the mission. Now with more than 2 frames per second.
Last thing I'll say real quick about Siege of Orison is that the subsequent platform missions that it led to over
Yeah.
at Orison, the Cuddy Steel was perfect for that in a small group.
Mhm.
Just,
Yeah.
when people say there was no purpose for that ship or it sucks, it was great for those missions. Just to say, I had a lot of fun with that.
I like my cut.
Yeah. But I will say I've joked that I need to send your team flowers, Elliot, because I always say you give you flowers when your team does well, and it looks like your team's doing well. We're looking forward to it. That being said,
sure. Super excited.
the one question I have, and this is a question from a lot of the members of my organization, a lot of people I've had, is what is your obsession with choke points? Why do you love choke points so fucking much? Why are there so many goddamn choke points in your designs? Jesus Christ, man. If you enjoyed choking that much, you should probably, I don't know, make sure that you have a safe word. I'm a mission designer, not a level designer. Who's doing so many goddamn choke points? That's all I'm gonna ask. All right, let's go for the last couple of questions because we're wrapping it up here. I think that was it. There may have been one more question here. Thank you, Cody. You had one ages back. I think I saw that, but I thought was it not the one that we talked about earlier? Let's see if we can find it.
But I mean, Siege of Orison promoted a lot of teamwork. You'd see all these people, around the spawn closet just trying to figure out how to, glitch a bullet through their grenade. Just team building exercises.
Anthony Tanaka popcorn bucket. Okay, this is a good one. Gasly Moth asks, at what point does Star Citizen become the priority for the developers? Right now, the focus is Squadron 42. But if that does well, then are we going to start on the sequel, etc.? Will Star Citizen always be second best? I can start
That's
this.
That's a fantastic question, but
I think that kind of depends on perspective. I don't know if I really see it as one's a priority and one's not. They're both equally important the way I see it, but that's just me.
I think more money, more people.
I always like to say, I think the thing to remember is that Squadron 42 and Star Citizen have overlap, but only so much overlap. At this point, the thing that's delaying Star Citizen isn't Squadron. It's Star Citizen. It's CIG's own design philosophy. It's their own concerns. It's the instability of the builds. Because CIG doesn't want to push something that's going to break and then make everyone have a 318 moment. I think CIG is absolutely terrified of having another 318 because 318 killed their momentum and hurt them financially. And CIG needs to keep the money rolling in, at least so that they can pay people. So that's one of those calculations. I'm sure there are other reasons why they stopped and did stuff. They talked about hardening the builds and improving performance, which they have over this year. But the stuff that's slowing down development isn't a focus on Squadron as much as it's a careful approach to development, which, love it or not, it is what they're doing. And
listen, we gotta think about it in terms of the growth of the overall pie.
yeah,
Right? If Squadron 42 takes off, and Sir Gary Oldman, congratulations, and Mark Hamill and the
Gillian
whole
Anderson.
cast are doing Jimmy Kimmel and doing the late night shows, and they're as popular as the Avengers, and the thing makes $1 billion. That's not going to hurt Star Citizen. That's going to help. Right? That's going to help. Right. So it is good, and it is right, and it is just that each project amplifies the other. Right. And the more money that's available broadly to CIG as an entity, the more that they can start thinking about developers that, to Paul's earlier point, are, I don't know if he made it with us, but he made it earlier in the day. They can start going, you are working on medical gameplay,
yeah,
right, as a team, and that you can just do that, right, and not worry about who's on Squadron 42 and who's on Star Citizen, but have enough for both. But that costs money, right? So we just need Squadron 42 to be very successful,
yeah.
right? And I think that grows the overall pie for everything else.
It's also important to note that people who are working on Squadron right now, they are busting their ass. They are working hard, and when the game releases, I anticipate a lot of them going, I have a banked up 2 months of vacation. I will see you in 2 months, and then just go away so that they can sleep and enjoy themselves for a bit. So I don't anticipate CIG going, we've released Squadron 42 and it is great. Now we're going to immediately work on Squadron 42 Part 2. Like I think there'll be some cool down time for Squadron. Well, some teams will stick around and try to patch it and make it well. There'll be a lot of folks who take the breaks. Is it crunch time? Not really. It's crunch time. It's that I imagine, because CIG definitely does this, as Elliot just said. He has a 15-man team who works 40 hours a week. I guarantee you they work more than 40 hours a week because they get passionate about what they want to do and they want to get it done. And so people like, I need to get this part done. I need to make sure this is done. And they work on it. And they get paid for it. But sometimes it's voluntary crunch. Sometimes it's not voluntary crunch. Sometimes it's like, hey, we need you to work for a week. And they don't want to take a break because they could take a vacation. So they bank that stuff. So this is, he said over. Yeah. So over to 40 hours a week. Yeah. And, so like, yeah, they're probably working to a point where they're not taking vacations as they should or as they normally would because they're trying to focus on getting the game out. And as a result, you bank a lot of overtime and vacations and such. So I was working till 4 a.m. on Friday because I wanted to fix a few extra things up. I was in flow and no one asked me to do it just because I enjoy making the game. Yeah, and I know enough people who work at CIG and enough developers in general to know that's very common. Hell, I'll talk to Wookie about this. Wookie and I, you've both probably this. I'm sure Mud Dog, you've experienced this before. When you're editing a video, when you're making a video, and you're working on it, and you're like, hey, I got like 5 minutes left. I'm just gonna keep going. And it's like, you start at 8 p.m. and it's like 4 a.m., 3 a.m. when you're done. But it's like I had to get it done, right? It was right here. I'm in the flow. I understand what I'm doing.
Dude,
too many times.
I will lose an entire day. Like I generally get up very, very early, and I have gotten up. It's dark. I drink my coffee and like doing machinima projects. Even if some people don't, it's easy to see a 3-minute scooter video and like, oh yeah, it's just a funny little slap together thing. Like I get it, it's 3 minutes long.
Yeah,
but like I try to do everything practically that I can, and on average, a scooter video that's 3 minutes long. It is probably in the neighborhood of 18 work hours to make. The one that I'm working on now, the machine I'm working on now there's if you count,
it's 40 minutes long.
yeah. I'm having to release it in 3 parts because it's too long for me to sit there and watch. in one go. But yeah, there's been days where I get up sun up to sundown, like I lose track of time because I get in the flow. I'm like, yeah, just you get in a rhythm and you can lose a day very, very easily because I'm very passionate about doing it. Like they were saying, it's just uh, when you like doing something, it really isn't work. It's I mean, it is labors of love, and that's one thing I like about CIG and their entire staff is you can tell they care about what they're making.
Mhm. Oh yeah. And
Yeah, let me say that we did the Quantum Vegas Cinema Awards this year out at Quantum Vegas, and there was a lot of judges that watched a lot of machinima, and as you're looking at all this work that people have put in to just tell you a story in universe, right? You think about a couple things. One is you think about how much people value this universe. The other thing you start thinking is, well, maybe I want to make a machinima. And then you start thinking about what it takes to make a machinima, and people like me just lay down and take a nap, right? So
yeah.
I,
Yeah.
I think that Wookiee and others who do this, who give us these stories in universe, just need to be elevated and celebrated all the time, regularly. So thank you for doing that.
It's incredibly hard to do those types of videos where you're trying to show a storyline and because the game is the game, it's not going to fit your narrative that you're trying to show. I've tried to do machinima in the past, and I
He's
can't
got
tell you
beat
how,
into submission.
Yeah.
yes, it is brutal. It is such a brutal art form in Star Citizen. So hats off to you for being successful at it, because you're a glutton for punishment.
Yeah.
I,
And the point
like I
I was,
said, man, my pain tolerance is high, but that's the thing though. Like, I mean, like I appreciate that, I really do. I mean, anybody that puts in time to make anything content related, like, even just streaming, that's still like I can't stream. I don't know how y'all do it. But
I'm
anybody that
for chat, I'm working for another 10 hours. I've been streaming for 14 hours. I still got 10 more hours left.
got, I'd be dead, Paul. Ain't no way I could do it.
If you want to help out, if you want to make my suffering worth it, then you should donate to the children! Charity in chat.
Absolutely.
You know,
Definitely.
Yes,
definitely.
definitely.
My point was is that, like, Wookiee, you've done it. I've done it with lore videos. I'm sure Mud Dog, you've done it with like just regular videos. And if you just do it with like content, and you have somebody who is an artist, like people like Elliot and his team and other people at CIG, they will put their heart and souls into it, and they will burn themselves at both ends if they don't get stopped sometimes. I have a friend who works on in Austin, who was a content creator, not content creator, was a member of the community for a long time, who works on the network team, and I have caught him awake at 3 a.m. and he's like, oh, I just had to remote in to do some work on this. I'm like, go to bed. Go to bed. He's like, no, I just had to fix this one problem. It's I forgot to do it when I left the office. Like, go to bed. you have been at the 3 a.m. for the last 4 days. Go to bed. So.
Yeah, no, it's these things. I mean, just this morning, or was it yesterday? I don't know. My days blur together, but
Yeah.
We spent
the way it
3
works.
hours.
Yeah.
We spent 3 hours getting a shot that lasts maybe 5 seconds because I needed it to tell the story. I needed a 5-second shot. 3 hours.
Yeah. Oh, I've done that before. As I'm doing more content, like more in-game footage collecting for videos, as I'm doing more stuff about the in-game. I'm like,
But
I don't like this shot.
Capturing
Into this.
the content takes forever. Editing it takes forever. Like people don't realize how much goes into doing videos. It's a lot of work.
But I think it's more of a testament to the game versus like me, the editor and game cinematographer. But like, what other game can you? Because I can't do this in No Man's Sky. I can't do this in Starfield. I can't do this in Elite Dangerous. Not to this level in detail. I mean, you can literally make a movie in this game.
And I really think that that's something Star Citizen or CIG should look into doing as well. Is having a machinima series that they can put out, telling a storyline either within the game itself or outside the game. But I mean, they already have some of that.
They did for a little bit with the two ladies that were in the MSR.
The reunion.
The reunion. Oh my God, I love that. That was so good.
Dax McCleary as well.
Yeah.
Like, I think we should get a series of this. Not just I know they got resources that are going toward more
Sure.
important things, but maybe when the game comes out, they can dedicate to doing something.
Nothing's more important than the story of that Banu, bottom of that MSR in the reunion. I need to know.
Oh
what
yeah,
happened.
yeah,
Oh,
that's
Maz,
right.
Maz Hulan. That's his name. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
All right,
Is there
y'all.
lore on him?
Yeah. No, he's Alex Dugan's co-pilot. He's a hacker. He's one of the best hackers in the UAE. Well, he lives in the UAE, but
Nice.
yeah, he's got a whole story series about him. There's a whole stories about him and Alex breaking into the most top secret labs on Terra, owned by Bering, and managing to slip past security and only getting caught halfway in. When someone's like, "Wait, you're not supposed to be here," and Maz just smiled and then just decked him, like because he's a Banu, he's the size of a tree. So when he hit the guard, he sent him flying across the room against the wall, and just like, whoops. He's not dead. He'll be fine. We'll just got to get out of here now. This story's crazy because it ends up with they were hired by effectively the Star Citizen version of the CIA to break into a government facility to steal information for the CIA, and then got framed for it and tried to kill them for stealing the top secret material. They got a whole story. That's the reason why they did the reunion, was because she's got it was for the release of the Star Runner, and that's probably the most famous Star Runner in the lore is the belligerent duck. So,
Yep.
Nice.
Yeah. Thank you all for joining us. Thank you to Wookie and Mud Dog and Sirius for hanging out. We'll be back here in a few minutes because I got to get the next crew up here. We are now into the second half. We are over the hump. We're going to move on to, I believe it is, they were in chat here earlier. It is Papa Juggernaut and Build and Play, who we're gonna be talking about there. So thank you for hanging out. Thank you for watching. Remember to donate if you can. I do want to thank Papa Juggernaut and Trash Bandicoot for donating. Trash Bandicoot donated $42, and Papa Juggernaut donated $19. So we're now at $3,442.42. Goal of $4,000.
Nice.
So we can build. So the Star Citizen community could have funded an entire go-kart for children who are stuck in hospitals to give them access to video games so they can make them feel more normal. You guys are rock. Thank you so much. Make sure to check out Wicked Wookie on Twitch, on YouTube, I should say. Check out Damer, Scooter Lee Scooter on Damer at Brio's Breakfast Yard.
Beautiful. Brio's Breaking Yard.
Check out Texas Space Nady, where you can find Mud Dog and his crew. Ship reviews, random videos on stuff, a lot of discussion stuff, and of course check out Serious Fun on Soul Citizens, and of course come join us next year for the Quantum Vegas. Elliot, come to America, come to Las Vegas and talk with us, Elliot. I don't know if he's still here. He's probably asleep. It was stupid.
I'll buy you a beer.
Yeah, we gotta get you coming out next year. You almost came out this last time, so. All right, y'all. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you for watching. We'll be back in a few moments.
See y'all.
See ya. welcome back to our, third to last session for this 24-hour Captain's Table live stream for charity. My name is Paul, Berserker01, Batman Shelley, your humble host and space bartender at the Astropub, and your professor on the Astro Historian, and your moderator here on the Captain's Table podcast. Gamers Outreach, I'm going to do this plug again, ! Charity and chat for Twitch. It is an organization that helps get kids video games for hospitals. So if they're stuck in hospitals, it gives them a video game, video games through a system they call their little go-karts, which are these sort of rolly carts, trays, which they can completely made out of medical materials, so they can easily be clean. That allows to roll right up to kids' beds, so they can play video games and feel like normal human beings again, which is good because I currently do not feel like a normal human being. I feel like I am slowly melting from the inside because it has been 15 hours of me streaming and talking about Star Citizen, which is rough. It's a lot. So I'm going to rely on Papa Juggernaut and Build and Play to talk. But first, let's get started off with Build and Play. Who are you? What do you do in Star Citizen? And where can they find you?
Great. Hello, guys. I'm Build and Play, or Bob. I've been playing since about 2020, 2021, and I'm mostly interested in passenger transport and in-game event gameplay, so like ship meets kind of stuff, but then a bit more advanced. I'm currently a tour guide and bartender for Qantas Starlines, which is one of the only, if not the only, active touring and passenger transport org out there, which regularly like hosts lore tours and stuff like that. And you can find me at almost any social media at buildandplay_, and you can find Qantas at qantas.space, which is QUANTAS.space, or on about like every social media platform at Qantas Starlines.
Awesome. And
great tours.
Papa Juggernaut.
I just got to say, Build and Play puts on some amazing tours. I've actually been lucky enough to attend one. I learned lore about the game. I got to see some beautiful parts of microtech that I had never seen before. So anybody that gets a chance to check one of those out, they definitely should.
I'm going to have to do that at some point then.
Yes, you need to do that. It is a lot of fun. For me, I am Papa Juggernaut. You will find me under that name pretty much everywhere. Typically most active in my Discord, certainly for my own community, and then also on Twitch, YouTube, and I'll typically be posting on socials on Blue Sky and Threads and Instagram.
Nice. In fact, I just saw that. I'm retweeting your or reskeeting your skeet.
You should. I tagged you, sir.
Yeah, I did.
About those tours,
go ahead.
About those tours, Paul, we could also at some point, you do those like bartender sessions, no?
Yeah.
Or you did those in the
I
past.
did those in the past, yeah.
We could just do one of those on that tour where you're the bartender, but that's just a suggestion.
Yeah, we can do that while you do the lore.
Yeah, well, no, you'd be doing the lore. We would just give you a route and then kind of, talk about what we dive into, what kind of lore. That would be pretty fun, I think.
There's lots of interesting lore in Stanton, and it's mostly Stanton, right? Not Pyro yet.
We go to Pyro, but we have one lore tour because the lore is indeed quite limited, to be honest. It's there's not as much, but I still came up with some interesting concepts like a naval, like Navy tour and stuff like that.
Yeah. All right. Let's get started with the first question. So these are a series of questions I've been asking every panel. The first one being, what was best about Star Citizen this year there, Papa Juggernaut?
Ooh, best part of the year, and I'm looking at 2955.
Yes.
As we take a look at 2955, I think the best part is more of that esoteric vibe, and for me, it was the fulfillment of promises. We are finally in Star Citizen seeing old ships that have been promised for years. We are finally seeing systems that were promised. We have infrastructure on the back end that has been promised for years and is finally coming true. The fact that, and I do attribute a lot of this to essentially what we saw at the beginning of the year with the letter from the chairman. I think that it was hey, we need to change directions. This needs to do better. And so here's Rich Tyrer, and poof, we get Rich. I think it is that restructuring of leadership. I think that has been the best thing, is that we're finally getting some of the fulfilled promises from many years ago. So it is starting to deliver the game that a lot of us have expected, even with the changes in lore and everything else. For me, absolute best part of 2955 is that we're getting what we were sold.
Awesome. Build and Play. Best parts of the year so far.
First of all, I completely agree with Papa Juggernaut. I had this written down as well. So yeah, definitely just a fulfillment of promises. Of course, we started with Pyro because in reality it was only deployed to live in like January, so that's still this year. Although it feels longer ago to me for some
Yeah.
reason.
Well, it's because it came out in November in like
Yeah, that was that,
Yeah,
that
and
hit
the
the
playtest and stuff, right?
preview
Yeah,
in November, live in
preview.
December.
Yeah.
Right. Either way, that was great. But in general, I think the content this year has just been really solid. Sometimes a bit buggy, so of course I've definitely had a fair share of issues. But in general, just the massive improvement of like level design, audio design, and like the clearly intended gameplay at least is so much better than what we've seen before. Like the bunkers compared to the new facilities, the Haver sites, everything really. It's just on a completely different level. I also really like the just general introduction of animals and bosses because I'm happy that we finally got that. That took very long. And also, of course, as a lore enjoyer, really happy with the aliens, especially with the Wicklow in-person meetings now, or in-person missions that were just added. So yeah, that's great.
Yeah, it's funny you bring that up. I was actually gonna. Wicklow was a disappointment for me. We can get to this later, but Wicklow was a disappointment for me because they kept touting, and everybody in the community was just, "We have our first alien in game." No, we didn't. I really wish people would stop doing. No, we didn't.
Right.
We had a hologram. We had nothing different than the lady in the ship area of Microtech.
Yeah.
It was a hologram. We didn't have an alien, and that drove me nuts for a year. It made me a crazy person. But anyways,
That's fair.
Um,
I still like that they at least introduced it. Some form of alien after like 10 years of having them in
Yeah,
the war,
yeah.
but seeing
Yeah.
nothing from them in the game, I guess.
It's a start. He may be a torso and a head.
It's a start,
but
yes.
it's a start.
Yeah, exactly.
I haven't been doing doing this a lot because I've still got 9 hours to go. So now I'm gonna, because we're coming towards the end, you're gonna hear some of my thoughts. This year was fantastic, mostly because it felt for the first time in a long time like a game. And it almost felt like, Elliot was in here earlier, and we've had a couple developers who've like wandered in here before from different disciplines. But this is the first year I felt like they were let go. Like, this is the first year they were just like, "Hey, you want to do something cool? What would you like to do that's cool?" And they were like, "This." And they were allowed to do that. There was no like limitations. It was not like, "Oh, we have to wait for X, Y, or Z feature." It's like, you can do this now. Just do the thing. So it felt like a video game made by video game developers, and the goods and the bads that come with it. The bads being, if you're doing something brand new that you've never done before, it's gonna fall on your face a lot, and then you learn what you did the mistakes and get better at it, and that's what they did. The first missions, beginning of the year, awful train wrecks.
Yeah.
But those were technical issues that they addressed, and they learned what works and what doesn't. And Science Run Amok storyline is the best storyline CIG. It's the first real storyline CIG's done, but Dr. Yorit is a fascinating character. I love the story behind Yorit, and I love the fact they told the story over two complete different missions. You can learn about Yorit. That's great. Like a nice little storyline there.
Yeah.
As the year went on, you can tell that the level designers and the mission designers are getting better and stronger at what they're doing. They clearly have a vision of what they want to do. It's getting better on top of like them experimenting with like Wicklow and with Hathor and all these different things, these experiments that are, I think, mostly paying off and getting people excited. So,
but could they have done that? Could they have been unleashed if the tech still didn't work?
No, they
I
needed.
don't think so. I think the focus on playability is what made the unleashing possible.
Yeah, it was a combination of the fact that they had server meshing in, so they could actually allocate servers to specific areas to make these things better in terms of playable, and the tech, the stability being the focus. So I think that was the trade-off. We don't get features, but we get cool shit, and people love cool shit. So
In general, I do feel like the playability and just the content has really helped to at least make it feel more like a game. And I've noticed that a few of my friends who I tried to get into the game before, who just quit themselves, were actually into the game to the point where they launched it without me being online at all, which is something that never happened before. So there are definitely some improvements, especially towards the more casual players, for sure.
Yeah.
Real quickly, just as a fellow content creator, Paul, I'm going to interrupt and say, ladies and gentlemen in chat, we are $34 away from hitting the goal for
What?
Gamers Outreach.
Are you serious?
So everybody needs to be putting in exclamation charity. Go and make your donations. We are going to pass the goal in the next few minutes.
I did not see that. We just got a $500 donation from Wahoo127.
That came in from Wahoo,
Five
and that means
hundred.
we are now $34 away from being $4,000 and 42 US cents away from the goal. Let's go.
Yeah, that is an entire go-kart. That is one entire system that can be given to a child in need. It was an entire hospital for many kids in need. So
Yeah. This is a big deal. I've done one of these before. We ended up raising more than 10 grand. It was with an old stream team of mine.
yeah,
And we got 4 of these carts that were put into hospitals here in the United States. And the difference that it makes is huge. So everybody, we can get past this goal. I just recently donated here, but we are literally $33 away and 42 cents. So let's
Yeah.
get it done.
yeah, get it done. I'll
Oh yeah.
post this over in YouTube as well, so make sure you have that as well.
All right.
That's
Anyways,
that's a lot of credit. Yeah, thanks
yes,
for that.
we the cool stuff in game. Yes.
Right.
Let's move on to the. There we go. Let's move on to the kind of downsides. Like what was bad about it? We were gonna say something else, Bill?
Yeah, I have a few more things that I think were really fun this year. In general, also
Good.
just as you said, the storytelling, but also how they. I know it's simple, but just giving the NPCs up to date with every patch, up to date like voice lines about what's happening in the lore.
Oh yeah.
I didn't even notice at first until I was just AFK waiting for my ship to be claimed, and I heard them talking in the background, and I was like, wait, that actually makes sense. So to me, it's simple, but it's good. It's good content still. Also, some random stuff that wasn't maybe intentional, like the Dupree Gold Rush sort of thing that recently happened. Similar to Jumptown, of course, but I
I
really
love
enjoyed the
Dupree.
combined.
I love
Yeah,
Dupree.
dude, the combined arms like warfare that just happened there with the tanks and absolute chaos, but it was so much fun.
So
Um,
Ruff. So Cody just donated $40. Ruff donated $42.42, and G Sharp donated $25. So we have now raised $4,084.84. So let's go. I'm not going to do my super energetic because I'd probably cough. I'm not tired. We can still go, chat. We can go for as long as you want to donate. I can increase the amount, though I think I don't know if I have enough money to do another giveaway, but we'll figure that out. But we will be doing a giveaway here. So the transition between here and the question and answers, I will close the current giveaway and we'll be giving away a shiv from now to the end of till let's just say midnight. So,
well done, guys.
way to go. You're gonna say something else? Good. So,
I mean, personally, I'm just a massive fan of the Volt guns. I think they are, for just outside of even Star Citizen itself, I think they're really original guns that I've just not seen in like any other video game, really. That even in, I don't know, like Call of Duty or any kind of shooter, I've never really seen guns implemented in the way they did the Volt guns, including the charger, but also just the looks and the animations and the electricity that they shoot. So I think the Volt guns are just really cool.
Yeah.
Maybe a bit specific, but still, I think they were really great. And then also, of course, some just over the entire year, I think they've done a lot of like balancing that is going at least in the right direction, such as making the chip ramming like way less overpowered. That's what they did like earlier on in the year, which was a massive issue before. But now I feel like you can't just ram an Aurora into Perseus Polaris, and it doesn't really work anymore. So I think that's really good. And also just the stuff like the med gel feels like a decent direction. Although I am kind of curious how that's going to work in long term. But
Yeah, that's going to
we'll
be
have to
interesting.
see. We'll have to see.
all right. Build and play. The question comes for you. The next question: what was bad about this year?
What was bad? Right. For me personally, at least, I'm very much a like sim kind of player, and sandbox games, simulation games. So of course, I don't like the lack of features this year, but I think that is the case for many veterans in the community at the moment. I also feel like some of the gameplay still, even with the newer missions, sometimes can still feel a bit like repetitive. It feels like they're like the storytelling is good, but then why do I have to do this one mission like 8 times? And do I like need to, do you want me to wake up at 3 a.m. and be able to repeat the story perfectly? It feels a bit strange sometimes how many times they feel like they are repeating stuff with certain missions, but I don't know. Maybe that's just a nitpick. Also, with the newer ships, the Shiv and the Stinger, on one side they're cool ships, right? I think they're fun. On the other side, they don't feel like they are gold standard, which then makes me like, why? Just why would you add these ships if they're not gold standard? As far as I'm aware, they don't even have all the like proper components or component compartments. The interactions in the Shiv are a bit messed up with, you walk up to the door and you sit down in the turret. It's just, I don't know, it doesn't feel, it feels like they ripped these assets from Squadron and then just implemented them into the PU without actually making them gold standard first, which now feels like, one of those other things that they'll then just have to do in the future. Maybe it has like an intentional reason, I don't know, but it just feels a bit strange to me. And
I have
finally,
a similar
Go on.
reaction to the Shiv. I'm not. I don't. And again, we can talk about this for the next 3 hours, but I don't understand why it was introduced. I talked about earlier the fact that so many promises were delivered on. We have such a huge backlog of ships. I was shocked at CitizenCon Direct when they said, "Hey, we've got this whole new manufacturer. Forget new ship.
Yeah.
They can do new ships whenever." But they introduced an entirely new manufacturer. That shocked me. It's like, really? This was supposed to be all about focus, and here you are creating a whole new thing.
Do you want me?
I was lost on that. I'm with you.
Do you want
Yeah.
me to tell you the secret? Both
Go
of
on.
these ships are squadron assets.
Yeah.
The Shiv is a squadron
Sure.
asset.
I don't know why they even had to spend time porting it over at this point.
Because they already have
So
it
I-
done. So they were just like, it's easier for them to port it over and then sell it than it is to try to make a new ship or build the ship from scratch. So it's more of
And-
those,
I guess.
those like, use every part of the buffalo kind of thing.
That's kind of
Sure.
what's exactly my issue with it. I don't
Yeah.
even necessarily have an issue with them putting it in because I know it's a squadron asset, right? But then they didn't just really, well, they ported it over, but they didn't actually make a PU standard.
No.
So why are we still adding ships that aren't gold standard yet? That's just, to me, seems really weird.
That is something I will jump on and say that is weird, because like pretty much every ship this year has been lacking component base or component areas all
Yeah.
across the board. And it seems like what CIG is doing is, in their mad rush to release ships so that they could sell them, they're skipping steps now. They're just dropping things rather than completing them through, because like, it takes too long to do it. We'll make it work for what
Yeah.
we have. And it's like, how are you doing this and then also working on engineering? Isn't this making
Right,
you
exactly.
give you more of a backlog for engineering work
Yeah.
that you're gonna have to do later?
Or
So
maybe they have such like big changes with engineering coming, or things that they are still not sure about with engineering, that they are like, well, we'll just implement them more simply like this right now because we know that we still have to update every single ship again because we actually changed a lot of stuff with engineering.
Yeah.
I really hope that's not the case, but that could also be the case. That would be a sort of valid explanation, I guess. But
Yeah.
still, the Shiv and Singer just kind of felt like a cash grab to me because of them just being ported over from Squadron and not even really feeling PU ready. Either way, one more tiny nitpick: dynamic rain. I don't know, man. It doesn't feel that dynamic. It goes through my ship. It doesn't. Yeah, it's. I don't like it. I love immersive weather and stuff, and then it just doesn't feel that immersive.
it also doesn't feel immersive because it's static. It's not dynamic. It's only in one
Yeah,
place.
exactly.
Like it is in Norville, but it's just always over Lorville.
Well, the clouds move with the rain on Bloom, so
Yeah.
it does start raining and stop raining there. But
Yeah.
I'm not sure about Lorville actually.
It
I think
always it's always raining. I think it rains off and on, but it like the rain doesn't move around the planet. It just
Right. Okay.
always sticks around Lorville.
On Bloom, it doesn't move, but it's still bad looking because once
Yeah.
again, it just goes through everything. Like it's just object container based, I guess, and it doesn't actually have any sort of physics.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do hate to admit this, but I would have loved to have followed a storm and just kind of tracked with it, and I haven't done that yet. But I have seen the rain turn on and off.
Yeah.
So maybe that's
Yeah.
as good as it gets right now.
It feels like that feels like a lot of stuff that's been added to CIG stuff in because CIG's like, it's done. Let's just add it because we can. And
Yeah.
more of a it's in our toolbox. Let's pull it out and use it rather than this is a new feature or new part of the the planet tech that we want to add. So
Yeah.
um,
Yeah.
Are we expecting that to change with Genesis? Is
My
that going to
guess
be
is-
making that
yeah,
sort of the layers better?
I think that's the plan. But again,
I think Genesis is gonna
is
decide what the weather is gonna look like because of the humidity, the terrain, etc.,
That's-
etc. I think they're going
yeah.
deep into that. Yeah.
That's what I'm thinking.
So that would make sense as to why that's not in the game yet then. But just to clarify, the clouds on Bloom, I am certain that that rain does move with the clouds to a certain degree, because I have followed those clouds like a rain cloud. It wasn't really a storm because those really don't exist yet, but still, the rain does kind of move with the clouds on Bloom.
All right.
Thank you for doing the work so I don't have to.
Juggernaut, same question to you. What was bad about this year?
I think it's sort of the flip side of what I thought was good was the promised fulfillment. I think that was great, but I think the problem is more the playability. This is supposed to be the year of playability and stability and all of that, and we keep having missions that are broken. I love the creativity around the missions. I think that the mission team does a pretty good job of creating these immersive, and especially now that we saw it at SidCon Direct, we saw Siege of Orison returning. I know you were just talking about that with Dog and Serious Fun and Wookiee, but having Siege return in this new iteration with this new tech, I think that's fantastic. The problem for me is a lot of the new missions have been broken when they launch.
Yep.
We have not had that fixed. It is still a problem. I had and I think everybody had an issue with resource drive. It was just a grind. It was exactly what Build is talking about. It's that repetition again and again and again and again and again. It's like, guys, this time number 12 isn't more fun than time number 11. Like,
Yeah.
That's been a killer for me. Seeing how the missions haven't evolved a lot, but the storylines have. So I love the lore side of it, and certainly that leans into build and play and Quantus. But I think having that limitation has been tough. We've had progress tracking failures, directives that just haven't come through. I don't know. I see the year of playability has had a lot of successes, but for me, where it has failed has been the biggest failures of the year.
Yeah, I agree. I think part of it is also a communication error on their part, because when they said year of playability, it was clear, but what Benoit was saying was, because we've got to remember that 4.0 was bad. It was very bad and it was very unstable, and this Benoit was talking about this right as they were working on 4.0, fixing 4.0. And he's just sort of like, we want to focus on making it stable and really work on the technology to make sure it's good. So it's more of a, let's got to fix the no 30Ks things, no weird like timeout or infinite
server
loop,
errors,
server error loop,
30K, yeah,
all of that stuff, and no getting trapped in servers. And so they spent a lot of time trying to fix that tech to get it up to snuff, and they did. But the problem is when you say year of playability, people go, oh, that one special snowflake thing that's been hard for me to, makes it hard for me to play, that's going to get fixed. It's like, no, it wasn't, but it doesn't matter, because people are like,
that's not what we meant.
Yeah. And to a degree, it's true. They fixed up the mission system. I know the mission system isn't finished yet, but it's completely overhauled, as far as I understand, from where it used to be. It's in a much better state. They fixed, they're working on the transit system, now called the transport system. It sounds like it's probably going to be in the process of being added for the next patch.
That's a good point.
Yeah,
I didn't think about transport, but that has seen some significant improvements. So good point. That's fair.
Elevators aren't killing you as much, but I mean, like the thing, as much. But the thing is that those factors, because those factors are fixed, all of the other problems are now much more visible. It's like, oh yeah, I can get in an elevator and it won't eat me. But now the ship elevator eats my ship, or my cargo got ate by the cargo elevator, or I just spent 6 hours trying to do a CZ and I got this cool thing that I need for my Wicklow run, and it won't go down the cargo elevator because the cargo elevator on orbit is broken. It's those things that it's just like, I spent time and effort, and the game just like, no. And it's like, this has been broken for months. Will you fix it? And CIG's like, yes. And they never do. It's like, goddamn. So it feels like year of playability, but also gigantic asterisk over that, like, sort of. Only if you had
Yeah.
these problems. You
Yeah.
know?
Some of
Classic
it.
Star Citizen TM. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's the soon TM.
But then
But
with
you know,
playability.
again, I do think CIG gets a lot of credit for the massive advancements we've had this year. This has been a big year for development. I know in your last segment you were talking about everybody working until 3, 4 in the morning.
Yeah.
Kwaku was in here talking about that, you know, working until 4 a.m. just because there was a passion to finish, you know, something they were working on. And I think that's evident.
Yeah.
I hope the citizen, you know, anybody in the community who has experience the and look, I have to admit, for anybody who has not seen my content or anything else, I have only been playing Star Citizen for about 3.5, 4 years. I'm not like a 2012 backer or anything. I
Yeah.
got into this when a buddy of mine was like, hey, I know you were playing Sea of Thieves and that's how we met, but there's this other cool game, you should check it out. So I don't have that huge longevity, but I've been playing long enough to see some really bad things like 316, like 4.0 launch, and it just gets to the no, this has been a good year.
Yeah.
And I think it's fair. I hope it's fair to say that that is what's driving the funding.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I think it's a overall great year. But there are some things that have now, as you said, sort of some of the successes have exposed some of the failures. Some of the successes have exposed some of the things that have not come to pass yet. And that puts everything in a new scenario. It's like, oh, cool, you fixed that. But as usual, you'll get the Spectrum trolls who are like, but that other thing.
Yeah.
It's like, well, we didn't say the game was out tomorrow. Relax. You know?
Yeah.
Sorry.
But it's important to point out these sort of the bad parts, because it's like,
Sure.
I feel like as not just as content creators, but as players, it's always important to be like, let's highlight the good and highlight the bad. And that's why we get to the next question, which is, and I'll start with you on this one, Papa Juggernaut, which is, did this year live up to your expectations?
It almost unequivocally did. First and foremost, a lot more black and yellow armors and liveries. Love to see that throughout the year. That was fantastic. All of my cosplay dreams were very fulfilled in game, and I love all the new black and yellow. In terms of, I think yes. You know, we can go back and forth on all the goods and the bads, but we got Pyro. We are, you know, we're about to get Nyx. A lot of these things have come that were again overdue, and I think that again this has been a very good year for Star Citizen. This is one of the biggest, you know, as I look at one of the things that was more critical for them, and this was something I was very, very negative about last year, which was the massive time and expense that went into CitizenCon. I appreciate the ability to meet people in person. I appreciate the ability to see CIG in all of its glory and the massive budget they have. But I really felt like that was a misappropriation of funds. We needed to have a CitizenCon Direct. We needed to have a thing that said, look, this is about updating you, not so much entertaining you. We're here to make a game, not become a live event company. So here's CitizenCon Direct. You've got in this case, it was 3 hours. You've got 3 hours of content. We're going to update you on what we think is going to be most relevant to you. They didn't mention a thing about Squadron 42. But in terms of my expectations after what I saw in 2954, I think 2955 did a great job. I think they made a lot of progress where they should have made progress. Again, I give Rich Tyrer a lot of credit for probably reining a lot of things in, pulling a lot of Chris Roberts, you know, shiny object squirrel moments. I'm assuming on the back end he is regulating those and be like, Chris, love that idea. Next year, not right now. I see a lot of that happening. So yeah, I would say overall this year has been a great one for meeting expectations. And I don't care if it meets mine. It needed to meet the communities, and I think it's done a good job of that.
I think you're muted.
Same question for you, Build and Play. Did this
There
year
you go.
meet your expectations?
Right. For me, I mean, it's kind of similar to Papa Juggernaut. I feel a bit split about it because if I look at my predictions that I made last year during CitizenCon, the content predictions were just blown out of the water because my prediction for Nyx, I tend to be quite, maybe not even maybe a little bit negative even.
Yeah.
My prediction for Nyx was basically towards the end of next year, and now it's looking like we get the first steps at least this year. And with how far they were with Nyx 1 and with how fast, I think their planet tools are, I think it's realistic to assume that we're getting, the Nyx planets as well before the end of next year. So content-wise, I think it's just been faster than I expected. It mostly just blew it out of the water, yeah. But then again, on the more the features side, I wasn't really. My predictions were maybe a bit too hopeful there. They weren't that hopeful though, and most of them can still, happen. It's just that I was at least expecting a bit more information on it throughout the year. Maybe a tech preview, or maybe during the CitizenCon Direct, at least some info on, anything else except Genesis, because that's realistically the only sort of tech or feature that we really got information about. Except maybe, instancing. So yeah,
I will say I don't know why I was excited about this as I was. I think I might, but maybe other people shared it as well. I was really excited, and this just came out, I think, 2 patches ago. Ladder tech.
Yeah.
We could suddenly do things on ladder.
They can burn around and that kind of stuff. Yeah. Yeah.
Man, when I saw that in the patch notes, I was just like, I posted it. I went to like Blue Sky and Threads, and I was like, oh my God, we're getting movability on ladder. This is great. I don't know why that struck me as such a milestone moment, but I was just so stoked about it. So I was like, yeah, they're delivering. And I don't know why. It was kind of dumb. But it's a cool thing. I thought it was great. It made the quality of life that much better. It was more real.
Yeah. There's little things like that CIG's added in the past and in the recently that are just like, this is neat. I like this. It's not much, but it's there kind of thing. So
yeah. I hope it wasn't too hard to build, but it was fun.
That's fair. I was just hoping that we, during the CitizenCon Direct or ISCs, would get at least a bit more information on their progress on those features and stuff like how they're going to do base building, especially with unlawful bases and different regions and shards. Or at least I really didn't expect any of those features to come into the game in any way, shape or form, but I did expect to at least hear something about them. So I guess that's mostly where the year didn't meet my expectations. But once again, on content, it was completely blown out of the water. I didn't expect to see this much content in 1 year in Star Citizen.
That's fair. We've talked about communication a couple of times. I'm really curious. We can always ask for more. We can always say, hey, CIG, you need to tell us more. Does that not just open them up to greater criticism? This is a game in development. They can tell us one thing, but it might have to change. Forget want to change. Forget, Chris Roberts having an idea that says, oh, we're going to do lore and a whole new storyline or whatever. The more they tell us, does that not just set traps that says, well, now you're locked into this?
Yes and no. I would prefer them being more open about it, even if they catch flack for it, because maybe it's because I've been in this project for a long time. I've been following the project. I understand when CIG says, this is what we're planning on doing. It means this is what we're planning on doing. And we're probably going to miss this date, but we're giving you a heads up of what we're planning on doing so you have an idea of what's going on. And for me, that feels communicative. It feels like CIG's telling us what their plans are so we have an idea of what they're doing, even if they don't make it. But for some people,
become better. Well, to your point though, does it become better? How do I phrase it? If they tell us something, you would rather them tell us and then tell us they have to change, versus them not telling us and then just deploy whatever we didn't expect. You would rather have the communication change.
I would, but I also understand why it exists like that. It exists like that because they've determined that it's just not worth the headache. Because it's not just a headache for content creators or for the CIG community team. Like, as we've seen, multiple members of CIG have been in chat today. It's not unusual for CIG members to be in streams of people with 5 people. They go around and hang out. And we're not just talking about the community team. We're talking about developers who work on the line, because they for many of them, this is either they were fans before they became developers, or this is a novelty because they don't get to do this with their normal jobs. They're usually stuck behind a desk and just hoping that in 4 years of their life, then when it releases, it's not going to be seen as garbage and people will actually enjoy it. very rarely do I get to see active feedback like this so quickly. So when you have people in the community just dogpiling on CIG for missing dates, like you promised this and promised that, that's a huge boot like hit to company morale. So I get why they're doing that. It's because they're like, they don't want even the company, the people in the company, to feel like they're being attacked for something that the manager decided was going to be the goal, the date goal, you know, for what's going on. But
does that give you justification for, or maybe reason, maybe just justification is the wrong word. Does that give you reason behind what I think the direction? I think we learned that at the end of CitizenCon. I think that Tyra basically said, look, we have a patch schedule and we're going to get it. We're going to hit these things. It sounds like those might be connected for you. You're seeing we're saying a thing, we're going to deliver a thing.
Mhm.
Are those two things the same for you?
To a degree, yeah. I think CIG has moved into the direction of, we're only going to talk about it if we can release it, and if we talk about it, we're going to release it. And so that means we get less information. Like, why do we have no information on features? Because they're not going to release it anytime soon. When they start talking about it, they'll release it, and it's pretty much. I think a couple of things throughout the entire year have slipped from one patch to another, but it wasn't even patchy. It was usually like one patch to another half patch. Like, I think the turrets, the AI and infantry turrets, and the mission pickup thing that now both of those were added in the latest patch, were originally supposed to come out in 4.3. So like 3 months ago, and it slipped about a couple of them. So that slip is, I think, the only slip I can remember that has happened this year. So they've only put things on the roadmap if they were already going to be done. And often they updated the roadmap after the Evocati had been released, so we already knew what was in the patch because of the patch notes. So as a result, we only get information if CIG knows what it is, which to me is fine, but I'd also like to know where they are internally with engineering, scanning, and Maelstrom, and all of the stuff that we want to see the game progress. But I know CIG won't say that because they don't know when it's going to release, so they're just not going to talk about it. So.
And Build, I think that's what you were describing was your disappointment, right? You were hoping for more information. You were hoping for more details in ISC, right?
Right, I was mostly hoping for more details, yeah, but I think it's good for CIG that they don't give more of those details, because once again, I think the biggest player base is going to be the casual player base. And I think that player base, you know, it works better for a casual player base to just, you know, drop the stuff when it's ready, instead of telling them about this before and then, you know, discovering that you have to change it up and then releasing it in a different state and all the backlash. I understand that. It's just that since I think that's how most game companies do it, right? I think that's basically how any game development studio does it. It's just that all those game development studios aren't funded by the community.
Yes.
And because of the funding that we do, I at least appreciate if we could have a little more internal insight into maybe player stats, maybe like the statistics, for example. They say during CitizenCon, oh, well, playtime increased by this. And then I'm like, well, how long is it? Why can't we just get some of the numbers?
I would kill for a live stat of players. How many players are in servers?
Right, exactly.
That would be so cool.
That's,
you know.
Right, and that's just the kind of stuff that I know maybe it will cause some issues with, you know, a casual player base or with an IGN. But I still think because we're funding this game that we should have at least some of that stuff. Even if it's less than it was, you know, in 2015 and whatever, when CIG was literally spewing every concept and idea they had out there, which is why we have this massive backlog of ships now.
Yeah.
It's like I understand that isn't a great way to approach it either. It's just I appreciate a bit more of a middle ground where we do still have at least some transparency.
I will give CIG some credit because right now I believe I know this is only, but I think we only have 33 ships, maybe less. I think it's like maybe like 22 ships. I know it's like either 22 or 33 ships that are in the backlog.
Yeah.
and that has not grown. That has only shrank over the last year.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
and
I
we know-
had for anybody who was in my community, I had this really dumb protest that I was making. I really got fed up with CIG, and it was just new ship idea. It was JPEG after JPEG essentially.
Yeah.
And I said, fine, I'm not buying another ship until I start seeing the backlog get addressed. So everybody else, you should do this. Don't buy ships until they address the backlog. Blah 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 blah. Meanwhile, record-setting funding, just moving forward. And I was like, clearly my protest isn't working. This is stupid. So I kind of had to abandon that one because it wasn't making a difference. But it is nice to see that they're addressing that backlog and people hashtag Banu Merchantman.
Yeah.
People are starting to get the ships that they pledged many years ago. Especially we're getting things like the Idris and the Polaris. We're starting to see capital ships. We're starting to see really old ships come in. I think that's a good thing, and I think CIG gets credit for doing that.
Yeah.
Perseus soon, Ironclad.
Yeah, Ironclad's going to be
Yep.
early in the year. That's going to be 2 of them. I mean, I was surprised when I looked at the monthly reports, and they're like, "Oh yeah, we're working the whole B." I'm like, "The whole B." I haven't heard that
Right.
thing forever, and
Right.
it was the same time. They're like, "Oh, and we're working on the Raylan." I'm like, "What are these blasts from the
Yeah.
past?" I thought you thought it. We forgot about these things.
Yeah.
Right.
So it's a handful. There's a handful of vehicles and ships that CIG has in the backlog, which could be potentially done faster. But for whatever reason, CIG is holding off on like the G12, the Ranger.
Just going to bring those up. Yep.
Yeah, but I also know that like the Ranger is going to require them to build a motorcycle physics, and when they build that, they're not going to build it just for the Ranger. They're going to come out with like 7 different motorbikes when they do that from
Yeah,
different
and at
companies.
some point they have to rework vehicle physics in general. So I
Yes.
think that's just
That's
one
what-
big thing that they're going to be doing at some point.
And that's why the G12. But it's also hard for me for them to say that, and then they release the MTC. It's like,
Yeah, I think the
Come
G12
on,
mostly
guys.
has to do with just the 600i the 600i rework.
yeah,
I think it's more that they want to have
Put 'em at the
or
same
make
time.
sure that it fits in the 600 and do it at the same time
yeah.
in the
Mhm.
reworked version. So I think that has more to do with that. But yeah,
So
Um,
if we go back to the tile system and Genesis, does that change ground vehicle physics? Does that change how they interact? I don't know crap about game dev. I just love playing cool games that people that
probably.
are creative make. But when I see, the ground is changing physically and visually, the ground is going to change. Does that now alter how they have to treat wheels?
kind of. The problem
The
comes down
collision-
to their to the suspension. It's how the traction on the tires and how the suspension of the vehicles works, because it currently is very simple and needs to be more complex to deal with the varied terrain. Sorry, go ahead there, Build and Play.
yeah, it was going to say a similar thing. I think with Genesis, there's definitely going to be some things with like, sand needs to be more slippery, or this material needs to be more grippy, that kind of stuff. But in general, normal driving physics, the collision is still going to be the same with the terrain. Although designing the vehicles for Genesis terrain is definitely different because you have to keep less rocks in mind if they do it well, right? We don't have the random rocks or No Man's Sky like spread out
promised.
trees and rocks everywhere.
Yeah.
So that would definitely change how they would approach a rework, I'd say. So that's probably something that they want to do after Genesis, I'd say.
All right. Next question, and I'm going to start with you, Build and Play, I think, on this one, because I think we just went through the literature expectations. Do you think this was overall a good year or a bad year for Star Citizen?
I think overall it was a good year because I think the casual player base is increasing in size. The casual player base seems to be enjoying the game more. If CIG doesn't lie about the stats, that playtime goes up, right? I don't think they lie about
There
it.
was
but
there was
still.
a subtle accusation there. I think. I don't know where that came.
No clue. I'm a little jaded, of course. Especially since my ship, the Genesis, is one of the one of the ships that's probably going to be last from the backlog.
Listen,
You're
I'm
right.
a member of the Cult of the Endeavor. I understand.
Yeah, exactly. Endeavor and Genesis.
I have a Banu
Guarantee
Merchantman
those are
as
gonna
well.
be the
So
last.
like it's that I'm in
think
the
even-
the old club,
I think even the Banu Merchantman is going to become before those other two. But yeah, we'll have to see. Either way, in general, I think it has been a good year because high funding, a larger amount of new players compared to last year, new accounts, people just playing more in general. And once again, my real life friends actually somehow actually kind of enjoying the game. That kind of stuff I think is definitely just as good, and that's why I think it's a good year in general. But there are, once again, definitely some issues here where I think CIG is putting their focus a lot on this larger casual player base, and thus leaving their more veteran player base a little bit behind. Not necessarily behind, but you know what I mean.
Mhm.
The jaded veterans. I feel like I know a lot of veterans who have been here way longer than me, who are generally pretty annoyed with the direction of the game in general.
Yeah.
Even
I think one thing I've been hearing today, and I think just in general from especially the older folks, the people who've been around this game for longer, is we want features.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
and I think there was a split in the community, especially the newer folks who came in who were like stable. I want to play the game. I bought this game to play it. It's stable. And the folks who bought the game a while ago who are like, we've been playing the game, or we've experienced the game, or even earlier, like we backed the game before there was a game. Where we want the features. We want all the stuff that's supposed to be the game in. And that bridge is not quite there yet, because I think most of us were like, this is nice, this content is great, but we would like the game we purchased, the game we wanted.
Exactly.
I
I think it also has to do with how the players who have been here for a long time, for the last like 5 or 10 years, have been here or stayed, is what I mean, because they are sandbox gameplay like enjoyers. Otherwise, I don't think you would be active anymore, because then you're part of the Reef and Discord, Reddit, or you're someone who forgot about their $1,000 purchase 10 years ago and doesn't even know about sessions anymore, because those definitely exist out there as well.
Sure.
So yeah, I think it has a lot to do with those sandbox players preferring those features as well, and also just in software development in general, even outside of games, the existing user base and new or potential user base issue is very standard. You see it in like audio platforms or audio software, or it doesn't matter, any kind of software that gets regular updates. You see this issue where software developers have to decide between the existing player base and improving it for the new and potential player base or user group.
Base, yeah.
Yeah.
Same question to you, there, Puppy Juggernaut. Was this an overall good year or bad year?
Since we're talking about a space game, I think that I can say that this has been a stellar year. I think that hey,
funny.
Took me
Bad
4
jokes,
seconds of
cool.
thought.
Yeah.
Yeah, Build and Play. Come by my channel more often. You'll get a lot more of them. So I think it's been a great year for Star Citizen. I think it's been a great year for CIG. I think that for all of the reasons that Build and Play mentioned, I wholeheartedly agree with them. I think that Star Citizen has also, and Squadron 42 to a degree, because we did get last CitizenCon, we got the 2026 promise. I think that it's been a great year, not just for those reasons, but also because I'm starting to see, and maybe I don't know why, but maybe it's just me, I'm starting to see more positive media coverage.
Mhm.
I see the media, I see journalists starting to look at a light at the end of the tunnel. It's not just mocking a game, even when, and I will say there are still negative articles that come out with regards to the funding. I think it's important to mention this is a game that within the period of 1 year is going to hit the 800 million and $900 million funding marks in the same calendar year.
Yeah.
That's a lot. I mean, that's
mental.
record breaking. So it's going to be a tremendous year for them. And I think that overall, with what they've done, how they've done it, the internal changes that have been made, the prioritization for, I'll call it stability instead of playability, for stability and infrastructure behind the scenes, I think all of that has made it a very good year. And I appreciate what they've done, and there's still a lot to do. So we don't lose sight of one because of the other.
All right.
I do think there's
Good.
some things like, for example, at the start of the year with the playability, I was expecting them to also do stuff about performance, but then we did get some nice settings, to be fair. But then performance in general hasn't really increased that much over this year. So yeah, that's stuff like that kind of stuff I think CIG should definitely still look at, especially for that more casual and newer player base.
I
Yeah,
think
I think what was it, 4.3.1? I think it was where we started to see some notes about Vulcan again. Am I remembering the timeline right?
Yeah.
No. So yeah, there's some stuff.
I think there was a placebo effect where performance actually hasn't changed since the 4.0 is released, but the server performance has improved. And now with the current like how they're building out their server arrays for the shards, I think that's causing some players to start noticing the problems with the servers. Like the servers are causing some funky things where there's technically their FPS is up and technically the server FPS is up, but it's not like keeping. It's like a 2 FPS, 17 FPS, 1 FPS, 23 FPS, and like bouncing, and that bounce is causing more jitters and stops. We talked about this a little bit earlier about that.
With 10 bound probably.
And so as a result, it feels like we've had a much better improvement. And then as we've been playing it, we're seeing it degrade more. And it's because we're still on the same build that they introduced in 3.2.4. The background of this game is still from October of last year. So it's been a year without any background updates, just new content.
Yeah.
So
I think that
Hang on,
might
if I
also
try to
largely-
translate, I'm sorry, go ahead, Build.
I think that also largely has to do with they're probably focused on, performing or making Squadron 42 perform well. And I think they're probably going to port a lot of those updates over to Star Citizen at some point in like one big go.
yeah, they tried that
but
with
that might have to do with it.
There was a tech preview like August or September where they did that, where they were like testing it out, and it was
Right. Yeah, and with the ray
Mixed badge.
tracing sort of in there
Yeah.
as well. Yeah.
Oh yeah, the ray tracing stuff. Yeah.
You were gonna say something, Papa?
Yeah, I was just, if I translate the intelligent comment you made into my simplicity, are you saying that people are experiencing higher averages? So maybe things aren't really that much better, but we're just on average seeing slightly
Yeah.
evolutions instead of revolutions?
Kind of. It's basically instead of having a steady 10 FPS in servers, like that's still bad, but
okay.
it's at least not insufferable. Our averages are higher, but the actual it's the averages are higher, but that's because the lows are lower and the highs are higher, and we're not getting 10 FPS throughout the whole way. We're getting 10 FPS in average. So
Yeah. So a consistency thing.
it's a consistency thing, and it's an issue that's plagued Star Citizen off and on for years, where
Agreed.
like
On both server and client side, yeah.
yeah, where like in theory you're getting 30 FPS, but in practice it feels like you're gonna vomit because it's like vomiting vomiting up and down. It's like a roller coaster. It's roller coastering the FPS rather than giving you a steady flow. And there are times
Okay.
when that's improved where it's steady flow, and yeah, it's like 10 FPS on the server, but it's a steady at 10 FPS, so you can feel like you're playing more smoothly.
But just remember, if there is a vomit effect, there is now a bucket in game.
Yeah, you can go vomit in the bucket.
So,
Sure.
I think they've addressed it. I think we've got that problem solved now.
Perfect. Everyone go buy the Shiv so that you can get so when the FPS makes you get vertigo, you can vomit right into the bucket.
Or when
Yeah.
they give away, that might work too.
Yes, the one giveaway we're going to be doing a little bit later.
That's true. Yeah.
All right. Last question, and I'll start with you there, Build and Play. What do you believe we will see in Star Citizen next year? I know you said you're typically more negative or more pessimistic about the game, so I'm interested to hear your more pessimistic perspective on what we're going to see next year.
Right. Well, I think we're going to be seeing ships. I think CIG will continue
Clear.
to
Yeah.
update to finish up that backlog. I think they are genuinely like trying to, catch up there. So I think that's really good. Perseus, Ironclad once again, especially those kinds of ships. I'm hoping for some notes and possibly first tests about features, mostly engineering, operating modes, and flight mechanics. But to be fair, I don't really expect anything around like base building and anything. It would really surprise me if we get anything at all next year about base building, because I think that's still just too far out. Same goes for dynamic server meshing. Maybe they'll note something about it if we have a proper CitizenCon next year. Maybe they will, talk about it as well. But otherwise, I don't really expect to see any like dynamic server meshing.
Yeah.
I think Nyx is going to be finished throughout next year. I think that's something that they'll be able to do. I think we might also see the first parts of Castra introduced, similar to how Nyx is introduced now, with like the first step sort of thing, where maybe one planet, maybe one, I don't know, something like that. But then towards the end of the year, to be clear, although that, I think that will only happen if Squadron doesn't release in the end of the year. If Squadron releases at the end of the year, Castra's probably going to be after.
Right.
Just because
Good
I
point.
think CIG doesn't want to overlap their own stuff either. And then also GTA 6, of course,
Oh God.
if that releases in May, I think Squadron will probably still release towards the end of the year. I agree with most of the people here, probably in the last like few weeks of the year.
Mhm.
But if GTA is delayed anymore, or if the GTA like media storm is so massive because it's like this amazing game and it's actually insanely good, it kind of wouldn't surprise me for CIG to move Squadron back even more. But hey, that's me. Who knows?
I,
That-
I,
I
That's going to
heard what you said
bring
before
a host
about
of pain. If they push it past 2026, that is going to be a bad, bad day for CIG.
yeah, I agree. I don't think they want to be clear, and I do think that what Paul said is correct about the developers definitely like we're gonna release it no matter what. We're gonna be working all night, all day. I
Yeah.
believe that. But I do still think that the executives at CIG, Chris, but also the new like marketing guy, may still decide to move stuff around if GTA really messes stuff up. Because I know it's not a PC game yet, GTA next year, but it's still such a massive media storm, and still a lot of PC gamers also have a PlayStation or also have an Xbox.
Yeah. No,
Yeah.
if CIG, if we know that it gets delayed and we suddenly hear CIG go, oh yeah, we're delaying the game further, like I know people would be mad and people make jokes, but I'm gonna immediately be like, you know why they delayed it? It's not because they couldn't release it. It's because they wanted to avoid the giant shark or the bull that's barreling towards them at 100 miles an hour. That they're just gonna step to the side and let it go gore another poor bastard who's releasing a game in October, rather than themselves.
I think that's the topic: is
Yeah.
how close does GTA need to be to push Squadron back? So if GTA is in May, does CIG say, hey, we're still fourth quarter, we're still end of
Yeah,
2026,
easy.
whatever it's going to be? If it's August, if it's September, like where,
I think that's
how
okay.
close can it get before CIG has to make a decision?
I think it's within 3 months. I think it's within, because of how games work and how games release. Most games will release either at the very end of the year or the very beginning of the year, and sometimes they sprinkle on the early sides. For whatever reason, summer is awful for video game sales. I've always wondered why that is, because I always have more time in the summer to play video games, and I assumed like kids would do the same, but apparently people do this thing called touch grass in the in the summer. They go out and enjoy nature and go out with their family and friends and then go on vacation.
No. I think that was a TikTok trend. I think it was proven to be not real.
It's fake news.
Also, if I'm not mistaken, you're a teacher, right? Paul?
Yes,
So,
so-
that might also have to you have a long
I have
summer
a
holiday,
very
I'm
very
guessing.
good
Yeah.
experience for that, but for like
Yeah.
I maybe because I'm also from the mindset of like summer is a time when most people take their vacations, so but at the same time, like summer just doesn't sell well for whatever reason. So there's usually a demarcation, which is July. Some things will be released between January and like March, April, and there's some things that'll release in June, but like July is just a desert. And then you'll see some pickups here in August, here and there, because the people who want to release it early at the latter half, they'll release in August, and they'll start branching out. And then like September, October, November is the big months when everyone drops their big games. And then towards the end of November, December, where they're trying to get between that holiday season between Thanksgiving and Christmas, you'll see more people drop there. So like there's a block in that 1 month which separates two release dates, and you can either release before something comes out or after something comes out, and that has to be with a couple of months difference. You can see this with Baldur's Gate 3. Baldur's Gate 3 wanted to avoid the release of Starfield because Baldur's Gate 3, great game, fantastic improvement and evolution of the Baldur's Gate franchise. But unless you were a fan of D&D or a fan of Baldur's Gate, which to be fair, it's a lot of people, but it's a small niche community compared to the overall gaming universe. You're not going to beat Bethesda's marketing machine.
It's big enough to be. Wasn't it Game of the Year?
It was, but I don't think it would have had the attention to get Game of the Year if it had released in its original release date, which was September.
Oh, okay.
It was going to release like a week or two after Starfield, and they pushed it early. They released it early because they had the ability to release it early in August. So they had about like a month before Starfield actually released, and that distance, I saw more word of mouth on social media. More people were like, "Hey, this is a game that's releasing at a time. There's not a lot of games released, and this is a great game to play." And I think more people bought it because they had the money and they were bored at the time to purchase it than they would have if they had released a week after Starfield. Because no matter what, people would have bought Starfield because it was the hype game. Doesn't matter how it was remembered now. At the time, it was impossible to get away from. And while that's not the same thing as GTA, because Starfield was never nearly going to be as big, even if it was the best game as GTA. GTA is it's going to cause GDP to drop. Worldwide GDP will drop because of GTA.
In the United States, a lot of people will be making a decision that week. Do I buy groceries or do I buy GTA? They're going to buy GTA.
Yeah. And
tariffs be damned.
Yeah. And that is like a great example of like, there has to be decisions made, and those decisions are very vibes based, but also statistics based. And so generally speaking, from what I've seen, a month before is good, a couple of months after is good, but anytime in the same month as a big release is a death knell, because you don't pick up the same sort of attention you would get, especially for like say Squadron. It's got a fan base. It's very similar to Baldur's Gate because Baldur's Gate had a built-in fan base that was already excited for it. Star Citizen, Squad 42 is going to have all the Star Citizen fans who are excited for it. But Baldur's Gate is more niche. Squad 42 is more niche. So it needs that grassroots organic marketing in social media and other places to pick it up and elevate it, as long as it's good, to meet the more general mass. And if the general mass likes it, then it'll catch on. And yeah, people, if it's before GTA releases, for instance, then yeah, like people will play it and then they'll go on and play GTA. But they'll have played Squadron and paid the money for it, so CIG gets the revenue. And if it's after GTA releases, people will have had their paychecks and they can pay for Squadron because they maybe got tired of it, or the hype is blown through, and the people who have PCs are like, well, I didn't play GTA, but I want to find something else, and that gives them a little bit more. So
there's going to be, I think there's going to be a certain level of, again, I'll go back to the question, which is how close. But I do not believe that GTA is bound to any trend, schedule, tradition, and GTA could release any day it wants, any week it wants, any month it wants, any quarter it wants, and it's going to do well. It's going to be the thing. And the interesting thing is you compare it to, you were saying like the Baldur's Gate versus Starfield. Starfield had X number of hours of playability.
Yeah.
This is a Rockstar game and it's GTA. You could play this for years and still find stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So I think the gap is going to have to be pretty significant. I think you're going to have to see things, at least somebody was saying in chat, maybe a quarter apart. I would say that's a minimum. I think if GTA goes past May, it does put a end of, holiday season, for lack of a better term. It'll put that holiday season release of Squadron 42 in jeopardy. But I think Rockstar, to your point, Paul, I think that then gives CIG some cover when they say, look, we're pushing it back. And they could flat out say in the media release, they could say, we're pushing it back because GTA 6 just came out.
Yeah.
And nobody's going to question it. Nobody's going to be like, oh, you suck. They're going to be like, duh. That's what we expected. I think they'd be okay. It would just be bad press.
It's an open secret right now, and so in the media landscape. If you see any dev Twitter or dev Blue Sky or any of the dev posts on social media, the joke, I've seen so many people post the good, bad, and the ugly Like face-off scene where they're all staring at each other. There's like devs around around GTA's release. Like no one wants to touch that third rail. Everyone wants to avoid it, and because they know like everyone knows what's going to happen. It doesn't matter what happens.
Yeah.
So
And as I mentioned before, I feel like even if GTA releases in May, but it does go extremely well, it still wouldn't surprise me if CIG would still use it as an excuse to push it back. Because as Papa Juggernaut just said, it is a Rockstar game, and especially with it's probably not going to be a short playtime. GTA 6. I think it's going to be a game that you can play for hours and hours and hours. Especially if some sort of online variant comes out at some point, but that's probably later.
Give
Either way.
I mean, give or take a month, in this particular calendar year, Red Dead 2 is like the second most downloaded game on Steam.
yeah,
I mean,
Yeah.
these games don't stop. These games don't die. I got into RDR2 2 years ago.
yeah.
I mean, it's still an amazingly immersive environment. And I do think that Star Citizen is not going to be the same thing, but Star Citizen offers that same level of immersion, if not better. Star Citizen has put a lot of effort. CIG has gone to the edges to say, we want this to be a space universe life sim. I'm paraphrasing, but we want you to be able to live here. And I do think there's some current concerns that I can talk about later, but GTA is going to do whatever it wants to do, and the gaming community is going to say, okay, because I would bet you most devs are excited about the game coming out. They understand.
Yeah, they'll be playing it. I guarantee you, people at CIG will call out at work when.
Yeah, there's a day exactly
when that comes. I wouldn't be surprised if Chris Roberts comes in and says, "We're just go home. We're all gonna play it. I'm gonna go set it up in the theater, and you can watch me play it."
Yeah.
It's someone saying that Devolver Digital is of not avoiding it, but that's because they're Devolver Digital and they like pain, and that's sort of their shtick. They've always been that, like, we're gonna do the stupidest thing possible to make sure we get attention for doing the stupidest thing possible, so we can release what we want.
It's a PR strategy, sure.
Yeah. They've always done that sort of thing. I'm sure they did that intentionally too. We will release a game on the release of GTA, and it's probably some parody of GTA that they've been working on or something like that. So,
we're talking about releases and we're comparing a lot of great titles. What do you guys think of the Quad A? Is that a thing? Is that something we should even be encouraging? Is this whole Quad A game release category? Is AAA not enough?
I hate.
What are we talking about?
I hate Quad A.
Thank you.
I hate that concept.
I didn't even know it existed.
It's a stupid idea. Like the reality is that the concept of AAA and AA and all the sort of different game systems are dead. It's just like B movies, or like low budget, mid budget, and high budget movies are dead because it's just low budget and high budget, because no one wants to make a mid budget movie anymore because it's not going to make $1 billion. Same with video games. No one's going to make a video game that is outside of an indie. Like, you won't see Ubisoft making Rayman Raving Rabbits anymore. Because like that was a great game, but you play it for like 6 or 7 hours. It costs you like $30 and you'd be good. But these days, Rayman Raving Rabbits would have to be freaking 60 to 100 hours long, and it would cost $500 million to make, and it would have to make in $2 billion in revenue, and because like the profits they'd be making on Rayman and at $30 at the cost they would make it would be so small, it would be like, why do we even bother funding this game? Because they need to make the big huge dollars so that their investors can see a rise in their value of their stock.
I get that.
And so as a result, like I don't like that Chris Roberts came out and said, we hope that Squadron 42 or Star Citizen will be as big as GTA 6. I know.
Stupid.
I know he was talking to a business person who was the tech guy, and he was trying to explain to him in ways that the guy would understand, because he doesn't understand video games. But it was stupid to make that comparison. I was trying to explain it, but he should have known it was going to be taken out of context. So,
yeah, that's going to land wrong.
Yeah. All right. Did I ask you, Papa Juggernaut, what do you believe we're going to see
Go
next
back.
year? Or is that build and play?
No, but
You
build's
asked
not
me-
done yet. Build
Okay.
has more
Yeah.
things.
Sorry, keep going. I'm gonna be right back. We got time.
To go back to the original question about, what do we expect for next year? I have a few more short things I'm really hoping for, and I do kind of expect it as well because I think it's in line with what they've done this year. I expect some of the Mobiglass updates that they did show at CitizenCon a while ago.
Ooh,
last year.
interesting one.
I don't really expect the org ones though. They were like talking about the Mobiglass updates and they were showing a bunch of org features. I don't think those will be added next year at all. But I'm hoping, and I do think that CAG might add the find a group sort of stuff and just a general like improved social Mobiglass app for, once again, mostly focused for the casual players. I don't think any org tools and stuff like that will be in though.
Okay.
Um,
Do you does so in the segment before us, they were talking about the Mobiglass and they were talking about key fobs. There was a whole
Okay.
conversation about the lack of key fobs in the game and how
Uh-huh.
it's 800 years in the future and everybody we still can't open our doors to our ships, things like that. Do you see the Mobiglass function drastically improving?
No, I'm just purely talking about the social part of the
Okay.
Mobiglass. I just think that, once again, during CitizenCon last year, they showed like the finding a group stuff, looking for a group. I think that will be something that will come in, and I think they will try to, fix the voice chat and stuff like that. But on the other side, I don't know. I last year I thought it would be coming in this year, and it hasn't been in, or it isn't in yet. So who knows? Who knows? Finally, I do kind of expect CAG to do some first talks about dynamic server meshing, maybe during next CitizenCon. But I don't expect that much though, because I think they're going to be focused on instancing first, and dynamic server meshing is such a different, complex problem. Depending on how they want to approach it, to be honest, because they could layer servers or they could, scale up by. You could theoretically have Lorville run on 4 servers where players from all 4 servers can still see each other.
Yeah.
That's what one other game is. I forgot the name of the game. There's another game attempting this layering right now.
It's a fantasy game. Why am I blanking
Yeah.
on the name? Ashes of Creation, I want to say, maybe.
Something in that direction, yeah. You're right.
Sounds right.
Yeah.
They were attempting that layering, and CIG seemed to suggest during the last server meshing talk that they did that they want to go that layering direction as well. It would be sensible because it's how like most digital like server meshing in web infrastructure and stuff works. So it would make sense, but that is such a like massive problem still, I think, for CIG to actually fix. Also on the performance side of there being hundreds of players in one location and the client performance then. And making sure that's like all synced up. I don't know how fast we're actually going to see anything.
So do you think the 600,
trend.
600, 700, whatever, they're kind of sitting at like 640 right now. Do you see the 600 player cap being a problem for this?
What do
Too
you
many
mean by that?
people for them to sync? Too many? Is there just
No,
too many
no,
instances going on?
I'm saying what they want to do with dynamic server meshing is at some point, of course, have one or maybe a few shards per region, and then you would
Oh
have
yeah, okay.
all these hundreds of players in one area with possibly layered DGSs or dedicated game services servers that can they can still see each other, but technically they're being managed by different game servers. But all those people being in one place, once again, most of landing zones don't have enough hangars, they don't have enough ASUP terminals, and then on top of that, the incredible performance struggles that the client side will have with all those players being in one location. I don't think we're gonna see anything like dynamic server meshing anytime soon. But I do hope they will talk about it next year.
I think it would be nice if we get more information via Inside Star Citizens and sort of the intermittent updates. I think that would be better.
Getting
Yeah,
a message from Nick.
I agree.
Okay.
Oh, okay, cool. Never mind. I didn't know that Nick and I was saying that Bar Citizens International is also doing work for them. I was like, oh, I didn't know. I would have joined them
Oh,
for this
nice.
Okay.
event for like the giveaway stuff, not giveaway, the charity stuff. But I was going to say the thing that's always important to remember is that CIG has said that the server meshing, dynamic server meshing and instancing are kind of, they're part of each other. So the fact that they're doing instancing is sort of the beginning of dynamic server meshing, but as you know, as we all know, it's a lot more complicated than just that, because it's a lot of how does the server balance the load so that they can get thousands of people onto one shard rather than having to split it up, so it can save money and keep the performance up and all that sort of thing. So
Yeah, that's why I specifically mentioned the layering, because I do
Yeah.
know that instancing, creating an instance from the DGS, then having the players jump into an elevator, they go into this instance. That is
stacked.
in
yeah.
some sort of way dynamic server meshing. However, dynamic server meshing in that sense might not actually be what CIG wants to go for, because once again, the layered is the more sort of standard approach.
Traditional. Yeah.
And also more scalable, because they said we can say like, yeah, every object container can be a server. That's true, but you might even have certain points at which one object container still contains more than one server can really deal with, and in that those sorts of scenarios, you might want to be working with layered dynamic server meshing, which is why I think that is still something that comes after instancing and is still a pretty separate problem to fix. Unless they don't do layering at all, then it might come sooner than I expect. We'll have to see.
All right. Papa Juggernaut, same question to you. What do you think we're going to see next year for Star Citizen?
There's some certain obvious answers. Obviously, we're going to see the Nyx system get fleshed out. I share a lot of the optimism that you two were talking about with additional systems. What happens with Castro? What happens with Odin? What happens with Terra? We're going to start to see those, and I think CIG now has a template that says, "Oh, this is how we roll out a second system, a third system, a fourth system." They've learned, they've done. So I think that's going to be a good thing. So obviously Nyx is going to get bigger and better, and we're going to start to see things more. We're going to start to see the Vandal. So that's going to be a fun thing. We've been promised that. Whether it's an NPC, I would love to see a Vandal in game outside of a cockpit. So I'm hoping that that's the case. Genesis, obviously. Paul, you were talking about engineering earlier and the systems that still need significant development, and they're probably a ways off. But do we maybe start to see things like Fire? Are we going to see real applications like that in 2956? I think so.
Yeah.
I think it's doable. Easiest answer, despite all of the conversation we just had regarding GTA 6, I still think that we are likely to see Squadron 42. And that's going to be a huge boost. That is going to be at least $500 million dumped into their coffers, and there's a lot that's going to go following that in new player base. I mean, forget the money side of it, forget the $500 million that they'll probably raise from it. They're going to get a whole new player base. They're going to get people that didn't want to touch an alpha, don't have the patience for it, didn't have the money for it, whatever. Scam Citizen and all the bad. I think that Squadron 42 changes how Star Citizen develops and what the community looks like. So I'm looking forward to those things. Crafting and base building, I think that's my hopium. I think that's just me taking a little bit of a pill there and saying, okay, maybe. Because they keep talking about things like the Pioneer. They keep talking about all these new crafting systems. I think crafting is definitely, I think base building is maybe not. Build was mentioning that earlier. I don't know, but I do expect a continuation of essentially what was CitizenCon 2954. I do expect more stability, and I expect more playability. I think that we're going to be getting a lot of those things as they finesse what that looks like. They continue to focus on the deliverability and the schedule of that and sticking to it and honoring that. I think that's going to be a big part of the year, because they've got to get everything ready for a huge PR wave at the end of the year.
Yeah, I agree.
Right.
I think that's a big direction to understand, is that as much as people are worried about Squadron releasing or not releasing next year, I don't think there's anybody in the community who thinks that Squadron's going to release in February. Like it's coming out.
No.
It's coming out at the end of the year. Whatever it does, it's coming out at the end of the year. next
Yeah.
year. And so I also think that even if it delays to 2027, CIG has to start the push towards talking about it. One of the things that a lot of people that I've seen on I like to point this out because it's always an interesting phenomena, which is I believe that most people, even in Star Citizen, don't know about Squadron 42. And because when the IGN trailer for the prologue released, people were super positive about it. And I remember there was a comment that was like, I have never seen people so positive about a Star Citizen video. And then the top comment below that was, because this isn't a Star Citizen video. And then all of the responses were like, brother, we have to tell you, this is the single player campaign for Star Citizen. And everyone did.
Yeah.
But it's like that comment made me go, oh, people don't know it's connected to Star Citizen. And I get you, so many people don't know that that even in Star Citizen know it's connected to Star Citizen. So it has a chance
Even
of,
if they know.
you
Mark
know,
Hamill. Like,
yeah. And that's the thing. It's like, I think CIG, it's up to CIG to fuck it up. Like they are basically a hit on their hands as long as they don't fuck it up, because they have all of the things in their favor. The cast is good, the graphics are good.
Yep.
The
I was just gonna say the cast is a big deal.
As long as the gameplay is somewhat fun and the game doesn't isn't a buggy mess, then I think they'll do well. And if they
space game,
you know.
Space game, like space themed games are popular again as well, which wasn't really the case a few years ago.
Yeah, I mean, look, we got the Expanse game, Osiris. We've got I was going to
arguably
say
even
Genesis.
Helldivers and Space Marines.
Yeah, space is back in the zeitgeist. So Exodus.
Yeah,
Yes,
for sure.
Space is a big deal.
Exodus is true.
You know, you've got recent promos by Henry Cavill.
Yeah,
you know, it's public that he's really part of the community, and he's like, yeah, really looking forward to this. Even before I was, you know, cast as part of the team there. So, like I said, there's a lot of PR wave that's going to follow Squadron 42 into Star Citizen, and I think the biggest impact is going to be the change in the player base. I think you're going to get exactly what Build was talking about earlier. You're going to get a lot of the casual players who are just like, that looks cool. I like that. And they're going to jump in, and they're not going to be the hardcore crazy people like most of us. They are going to be the ones who are just, I want to go in there and I want to have fun, and it looks like a cool place to spend some time. But I will say that brings up a huge concern for me, and I have voiced this on my own streams many times. Could Star Citizen be too real? Could it require too much immersion? Is it a game that you're going to be able to jump in, play, and leave? Right now, I don't see how that's possible. You can't just jump into Star Citizen for less than an hour and a half. Like, to get something done, it takes you 10 minutes to get to a ship.
Yeah.
So I'm very interested in what this does to the game, because you're going to have a lot of people who want to live that explorer life or the industrial life, which I think CIG should get a lot of credit for. They did a lot of industrial this year. It's a popular game loop, but if the game is so reality based and it's like, well, we don't have transporters, we don't have all these things that you saw in Starfield and things like, okay, but somebody still has to be able to jump in and play and leave. It can't be, I have to live in the verse to enjoy the verse. I think that's going to be a bigger deal.
Yes, CIG when Theaters of War.
Yeah. Oh God. Long live Theaters of War. Theaters of War is dead. Long live Theaters of War.
Yeah, right.
No, I can see that. I can see that's a problem. But I also see that CIG, what they really need to do is they need to start adding in the features which will improve that gameplay flow. Because right now the features are so draconic that the old features are so clunky they're causing problems. But when they add things like the simple things, like we talked about, the Moby-Glass fob, being able to just use your Moby-Glass to unlock things and to be able to manage more things with your Moby-Glass, the new inventory system, which hopefully is going to be more intuitive, at least better. The new quantum travel systems, which should be a little bit easier to manage and a little bit more,
Quantum boost. Yeah.
The quantum boost and stuff like that makes it faster to go to places. Like there's like the little things they can add to improve the gameplay experience so that it cuts down on a lot of that. And of course, dealing with like bugs, So many times we'll be like, oh yeah, we're good to go. I'm going to do a mission. It's going to take me about 20 to 30 minutes. And it's like, and the doors won't open and my ship got eaten. And that adds a lot of time to it as well. So
Yeah, and then
Over
stuff like staying in the same location where you like log out and then you log back in the same position.
yes,
If they implement that stuff, that might also really decrease the amount of time that you need to play the game.
yeah, you log out
Absolutely.
your ship, log out your ship in deep space and you come back and you can like just go right back to doing the same mission
Yeah.
you were doing before because it saved
Or
your
even
progress.
down
you
on
know?
the ground with your car somewhere.
Yeah.
You know, not necessarily even
Mhm.
bed logging, but yeah.
you know, I think that's going to be a drastic change once we get base building.
Mhm.
You're going to be able to do what you want, go mine, go run around your little area, you know, hunt your animals or create a petting zoo or whatever the hell people are going to do with their bases, and then just walk over to your house and go to bed.
Yeah.
It's going to be great. You know, rough gaming com is talking in chat about as long as we can bed log easy, then people can progress. And I think there is going to be probably at least a quarter of the player base that just wants to live that, you know, sort of lonely rider. I'm just going to go do my thing. I don't need an org.
Yeah.
And org gameplay is going to be a whole bigger problem. They still have to figure out a lot of the mechanics of that. But I think a
Yeah.
lot of the player base is going to say, you know what, I want to play it as a solo game. I just want to live my own life, and I'm going to run into people, which is cool, you know, traditional MMO stuff. But I don't need to be part of an org to enjoy it, because if they do, they're out. They will not join.
Yeah.
Also, for all the space stands in here, I do think that we all have to mentally prepare for, you know, half the player base or half your orgs actually soon becoming, when Squadron releases, becoming people the same age your children probably are.
Yeah.
So
It will
that
attract
might also be a
the-
big,
the younger demographic. So
yeah, that will be a
that.
massive shift, I
so.
think, as well. Even though we've already seen an increase in younger people, I'd say, over the last few years
Mhm.
compared to before 2022. I still think that Squadron will also have a massive impact there on attracting a lot more younger people.
Especially if
What
the
do you think is
rumors are
bringing them in?
true.
Right now,
Yeah.
what I think,
I mean, it's still a
Uh,
whales game. It's still, oh my God, I have to spend $20,000 to really have fun or whatever.
Yeah.
There's
Right.
still plenty of bad press, and it's still not something that's really like, you know, it's not competing with Fortnite. What do you think is bringing younger players in?
right, as someone who is younger compared to most players in this game, I would say that a large part of it, of course, has to do with social media. Also has to do with COVID. COVID gave a lot of time to younger people, especially. And then, you know, an escapist, a pretty social game with the orgs that also gives you this like insane escapism, the immersion. I think that, you know, attracted a bunch of people, and then also just the TikTok ability, the Instagram ability of Star Citizen helps with it. You know, clips of people low flying can go viral with like hundreds of thousands of views on TikTok. So I think stuff like that definitely helps out. And I also think that a lot of younger people, even just, you know, Gen Zers in their 20s, are looking for games that are actually new, because they also have the same as a lot of older people at the moment. Over the duration of their youth, the games have been pretty monotone in general, I'd say.
Yeah.
There hasn't been that much development, right? So you know, if you're like around 20 right now, you grew up with like maybe with like Minecraft, but then if you started playing more serious games like Assassin's Creed from 2012 compared to Assassin's Creed from 2022, there's not that much difference in gameplay mechanics, right? So I
Mhm.
think that's also a part of it, of Star Citizen actually being, which is appealing to a lot of people, something that is just radically pretty different from other games.
To back that up, I just watched a video recently. I kind of highlighted it on my stream on Thursday from a content creator called Percival. Now, he's not a Star Citizen creator. He is a gaming creator in general. And he made a video called, I'm going to change your mind about Star Citizen in 8 minutes. And it was a video about him talking about his experiences with Star Citizen. And he was laying it out. He's younger. He looked like he was in his mid-20s, you know. He was like laying it out on the table. Star Citizen's buggy. It has been in development forever. People call it a cult. Like he was giving the whole spiel of like what the average gamer thinks of it. And he said, so on a lark, I've been trying to new games and I wanted to try it, but I was like, I figured I'll get in, I'll get buggy, I'll get out and forget about it ever. And he got in, got stuck, and was about to give up when he heard people talking nearby. And so he spoke up and said, hey, can you help me? And of course, Star Citizen fans doing Star Citizen fans said, let me show you the world.
Yes.
Come join me, young Padawan, into my hammerhead. And apparently he got brought into a hammerhead, and they went off and go fight. They fought other players. They fought.
It really was a hammerhead? Oh, that's great.
It was it fought other players and fought other NPCs, and he was just like, oh, I understand this game now. And the way he described it was, do you remember the times you were younger and you were playing a new game, and it was like, it'll let you explore, and that you felt like you were exploring a universe. And now all the games you play are Skinner boxes where it's just a dopamine hit to get you to keep playing a little bit longer. This game doesn't care if you're having fun or not. It will throw the mechanics at your face and say, good luck, kid. But then that advantage is you could do what you want. The game's not going to fight you to try to get you to guide you towards the dopamine hit. It's getting you to do whatever you care about. And, in general, the feedback was, hey, this game is like the games we played when we were younger that were focusing on exploration. And he was using like Minecraft as an example and such. So I think that generation will find Star Citizen for the same reasons that we did when we first backed the projects whenever we did, because it still hits that same. When I backed the project in 2013, 2014, it was the peak of the emergent gameplay trend, but it was also a space game, which hadn't been really popular for a decade plus. And, so there's lots of things like that. So the name was Percival.
I think you are spot on with the stuff about like all the other games just feel like dopamine hits. If you look at games that a lot of younger people play, like Call of Duty, Valorant, Marvel Rivals, all of those like the shooters and stuff, all of them have aspects that are extremely similar to each other. The same type of skin stores, the same title, the same sort of like aesthetic, the same sort of mechanics. It's all pretty. Of course, it's really, really, really good at releasing dopamine in your brain, because obviously that's what those games are incredibly good at and engineered for, basically. But Star Citizen, compared to those other games where you play that game and then after playing it for 4 hours, you can't even remember a single thing that happened. Star Citizen, you play for 4 hours and you remember that 4-hour play session for 10 years. And I think that is a very large part of it. It's like a game that you actually make memories in, instead of the standard dopamine machine, basically, that other games often are.
Well, this was being commented on in chat quite a few minutes ago, but essentially it came down to all the AAA game studios are essentially copy and pasting ideas.
Yeah.
Let's take that mechanic and apply it to a different story. Let's take that mechanic, apply it to a different. There's a lot of copy and paste between the AAA game studios, which again, that whole conversation was regarding the quad A games, but it's the same thing. It sounds like what Personal's talking about is this is a different thing, and it's a really good one.
Yeah, and I think that's the thing that will drive. And I will say that the thing that will get an attention for Squadron is that it is a single player game. It is a cinematic experience. It's got all these cast members, and it will attract people to play it. And I do believe, and this is going to sound crazy, I wouldn't be surprised if there's a large women demographic of women who will pick up the game just because it's got Henry Cavill. That sort of thing. And Gillian Anderson. Like that demographic. I can see women being like, okay, well, this game sounds interesting now. It's got Henry Cavill and Gillian Anderson in it. These are two people I enjoy.
CAG, we need more pink skins.
Yes.
For ships.
But I do think it's going to create. I'm a fan of Bethesda. I have been a fan of Bethesda, follower of the cult of Todd Howard since I was a teenager. I played the original Morrowind, so like Cavill was a 5-minute cameo. He's not a lot. He is a cameo. He was supposed to be a cameo. But
They wanted to bring in a gaming nerd, and they found a good-looking one. Yay!
apparently he volunteered. Like when he
No, I've heard the story.
Yeah.
He was like, "Hey, CIG, I would like to be involved."
yeah.
Classic Cavill.
But I forgot my train of thought there for a moment. But basically,
Sorry, female player base. You were talking about,
Oh.
what that's going to bring them in and how it's a good thing.
yeah, it's a good thing because that bringing those people in, some of them will go at the end of it. They'll go, I want more of this, and they'll see Squadron. They'll see Star Citizen, because CIG would be stupid to not at the end of Squadron go, continue. Have a trailer or have like a little thing in there, but like. Live your own life. Do you enjoy the universe of Squadron 42? Live the full universe on your own with your own terms in Star Citizen, and have a trailer of all of the like events in Star Citizen.
So you think it might just be the same launcher?
I think it'll
I
be
think
the
they
same
might just
launcher,
use this.
but
Yeah,
I think
that also helps with that.
they would be stupid not to like
Right.
to stick
true.
that in there, because they don't. It's not Star Citizen Squadron 42. It's Squadron 42.
True.
And I as a follower of the Cult of Todd, as a Bethesda fan, I know that there's also going to be a hard demarcation, because people who play single player games don't necessarily play MMOs and may have a aversion or an immediate like MMO. Ugh, no, I don't want to do that because I want to play my single player game. My wife is a good example. She has been playing Bethesda games since far before I was. She built her first PC out of scrap parts to play herself to play Morrowind,
Wow.
and then modded Morrowind on that same scrap PC in the early 2000s. Like, she is far more of a gamer than I will ever be, and she suffers my love of Star Citizen and Squadron 42. But I know she's interested in Squadron because it's a single player game. It's got all these actors that she's interested in. And whenever I bring up Squadron 42, her response is Squadron 42 out, Paul? It's like, that's her method of shut up until it's out.
Shut up.
Yeah. So I know she won't play Star Citizen. I might be able to drag her over. She's got an account, but so she might be able to drag her over at some point. But I know that that's going to be an uphill battle for CIG. So there will be a community split. We have to be prepared for a community split where there's a large contingency of the player base who play Squadron, and that's all they play, and they don't play Star Citizen. So
I'm very glad to hear us talk about the community, because that is one of the things that kept me in the game.
yeah,
I'm a space nerd. I grew up with Star Trek. I love this kind of environment. I'm a huge MMO sandbox. Just let me go live life in space. If I could go, if I could pay the $200 million or whatever the hell it is to go to the moon with some of these billionaire people, I'd be like, yep, sign me up. I'm there. This is me. So I would have found this game eventually. However, and I've said this publicly many, many times, this is arguably the best gaming community I have ever encountered. It was incredibly welcoming. It was teaching. It's exactly what you described in Personal's video. It's the, hey, can somebody help me? Yes, we're all here to do that. And it's been amazing. And I think that's going to help. And I do love when we get to see female content creators were involved in Star Citizen. I'm just like, amen to you. The fact that you haven't been chased off like you would have been in so many other games, the fact that you enjoy this kind of stuff, the fact that you're representing a female player base or players of color, LGBT. This has been a place where I don't see a lot of the toxicity that you get in so many other game communities, single player or MMO. So I really do. I'm looking forward to seeing that grow. I'm looking forward to more people seeing that this probably isn't going to be what they've experienced elsewhere. And I think that's great for the game. I think that's great for gaming. I'm looking forward to seeing it really explode.
I just think the Star Citizen community has a sort of it has this vibe of how MMO communities once were, as many would probably say, and someone like Morph would compare it to Star Wars Galaxies, right? I think it's just like the sort of MMOs you had in the 90s, the text-based MMOs, are completely gone now, and the communities that were there are also gone. And Star Citizen is like one of the only games that still has a community that feels somewhat comparable to the communities back then, which I think is, one of the large reasons why people really enjoy the this community.
I hope so. I'm getting a ration of crap in chat right now.
Yeah.
Lots of people.
I will defend Papa Juggernaut because I am also of the opinion that Star Citizen has a awful community in the general chat on because CIG doesn't moderate it. They let it go to shit. It's a Nazi bar. They let the Nazis in, and then the Nazis run the chat, and that is a problem, and that's why we need social tools. But I also don't believe that community represents all of the Star Citizen community, because if that was the case, you wouldn't have so many stories of like Percival where people just like, hey, I need help, and someone just whisks them away on a space adventure on a giant spaceship and makes them go fight a worm. You know, like.
Yeah.
There's the two sides of that. There's the side that's like throws more insults and expletives that you've ever heard in your life at you just for asking a question, and the side that's like, come little baby bird, I will take you under my wing and we will be perfect. And those two communities live side by side somehow in Star Citizen.
I'd even say they intertwine, because I know people who are arguably fairly racist, but are still people who help new players play the game. So it's weird how that works in this community. I do agree with some of the people in chat that there are definitely rough parts. Yeah.
Of course. Yeah, let me clarify. I'm not saying it's utopia. I'm not saying this is happy rainbows and starshine and everybody gets, a glass of milk on their way out.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is my experience and what I've seen from others, what I've heard from others. Like I the last TwitchCon I was at last year, I specifically went and sought out a couple of female Star Citizen players because I wanted to talk to them about their experience. And they've told me, like, I'm not basing this on what I see or what I get. I'm a cis white dude. I get that. I'm going to be the stereotypical player, and I'm going to be the one that's probably getting the least amount of crap. But I have talked to, again, people who are representative inside the content creator community and player base, and they tell me it's better. What I experience is far less important than what they tell me, what they see, what they hear. Yes, there are toxic people on Spectrum. Yes, there are toxic people in general chat. Yes, there are toxic people on Reddit. That's always going to be the case. But I've seen the positive side be louder and bigger than I have in other games. I've seen that baby bird, hey, we're happy to teach you, young Padawan. I've seen that bigger and better in Star Citizen than I have in other game communities. And I've played a ton of other games. I've been gaming a lot longer than some people have been alive. What I see is better. I'm not saying it's perfect. I'm saying it's better than what I've seen and also experienced in other games.
Yeah.
That's it.
No, I that's why I'm defending you. I'm like, I have there's a problem that CIG can solve, but they have chosen not to solve it. And that is a frustration. But as a frustration of CIG does not care about social gameplay, and they don't seem to care, and they need to focus on it. But that's another thing. Completely different matter. That's one of my, I hope to see next year, and CIG makes that a priority, because the only way they will is if we make noise about it now, so that when they start thinking about what the plans are for the next year, at the end of the year / beginning of next year, somebody brings it up in staff like, hey, the gamers, the backers are fucking rioting over the social tools,
I hope so.
We could loop back to the question, Paul.
Yeah, I'm trying to root back.
Social tools next year. Yeah.
I don't think that's going to be the case, but CIG has surprised us with random things in the past like that, and I don't think the social tools are as difficult as all the other tools that they have to do. And if they made it a priority, they could probably get it done in 3 to 6 months. I don't think it'll be all of the tools they want, but I could think they could get some of the basic tools out, like party mechanics, org stuff, chat, that sort of thing. And I think just reforming chat and giving us better party mechanics would go a long way to improving the experience of the game. So
yeah.
All right. With that, we're going to take a few minutes to break. We'll be back here to do the question and answer session. We still got about a little under an hour, so we'll keep the questions to that. But make sure to check out Papa Juggernaut on YouTube and Twitch, right?
Yes, sir.
And Build and Play, it's Qantas Airlines?
Space.
Well, Qantas.space. To hang out with them for lore tours and tours of around Star Citizen.
A lot of fun.
And if you enjoy this so far, make sure to help us. We're still raising money for charity. We hit our goal, but That doesn't mean we can't raise more money for the children. We've raised $4,084.84. If you want to help out, give a couple dollars, $1, $2, $10. Feel free to do so. We'll be here for another. I'm trying to do math in my
whatever he's
head.
about to say, the number scares him.
Yes.
Yes.
Another 8 hours. We're still here for another 8 hours. So, for the kids.
For the kids.
All right. Thank you so much. We'll be back in a few minutes. Don't go anywhere. All right, chat. We're going to end this giveaway, and we're going to start the new one, and then we'll get back to the question answers. Good luck to everyone who entered, and the winner is Vastin. Vastin, are you here?
Aston was in chat just a few minutes ago.
Yes, I know there
So
were.
I think the answer is yes.
Vastin!
There we go.
He's here.
There we go.
Vastin has a girlfriend named Holly Crap. That's a terrible name.
All right, I'm sending you a whisper on Twitch. Just send me your email, and I'll send you your gameplay package that you just won. Congratulations. Also, we just got a donation from Trash Bandicoot for $42.42. This community rocks. Thank you, 07, especially to Paul and his guests for showing the amazing spirit to see you in the verse. Woo! Hey, it's an old family name.
That's true, Paul. You've had some really cool guests that have dropped a lot of knowledge, a lot of enthusiasm for the project. This has been a really cool 17 hours you've put on so far.
Thank you. My goal was to try to grab, I said partially I did, is just kind of grabbed all of the creators I know that CIG doesn't pay attention to, as well as many people who wanted to come on. So it's like, I'm going to grab people who are cool, who are awesome, who people haven't heard from probably, because they don't go on Twitch or because, you know, they aren't like the tops. So it was nice to see all y'all come in, and it was good to see you coming on, and as well as Build and Play. All right,
It's good to be here.
Let's do this. Let's take some questions. Oh, I also have to start the new giveaway. Hold on. Back to giveaways. This is for a Shiv plus Earthquake paint. I think this is an LTI because it's a war bond. So
I don't know what your order of questions is in your queue, but Malwise just had a very common question. I think a lot of people have been wondering about this for a few months now. But
go for it.
We'll get to that whenever you want, sir.
Let's do it right now. What role does the Liberator have now? You know, we have only 5 systems, and almost all fighters can jump. All fighters could always jump. There was never like a restriction on fighters jumping. The difference is that what's the distance that fighters can jump?
So it's a ferry.
Yeah, it's a ferry. It was always a ferry.
And don't forget the vehicle part for it too.
Yeah.
I'd say that's probably one of the main reasons for the Liberator to exist as well. The combination of being able to ferry fighters for an APMO and vehicles for an APMO, which something like a Hercules, of course, will struggle with because it can not realistically really do both.
So Liberator still has a role?
I think so. It's also, the problem is that right now like the idea of having to refuel ships is such a, like, not an issue. It's just such a non-issue when it comes to the game that most people are playing, that they don't really see the value of that. But I do think that CIG is going to start removing refueling locations, especially on Pyro. I think they're going to start removing stations that would normally help you get around everywhere because they need to add NPC and player refueling missions, which we know they're trying to work on. So adding refueling.
Wait. So wait, are you saying so they would be removing physical points to encourage like the role of the Starfarer?
Yes.
Okay.
Or they might just actually finally introduce some more gangs to certain stations, so it becomes significantly harder to go to every single one of them because of, once again, reputation, which should be the leading sort of gameplay system in all of this.
Either way, the idea, the end result is the same. The aggregate is the same, which is you won't have access to all stations at all times. So as a result, you're going to need to either plan your route or get help and have help available. Because if you look at Nyx, they haven't mentioned anything about service stations in Nyx. It's just Levski. And I don't see them doing that. I don't see them going through in detail and adding a bunch of service stations. But the thing about Nyx is it's as big as Pyro. It has less planets, but it's as big as Pyro. So its size is much larger.
Wait. So is it the same as the original concept of Pyro or the current Pyro?
The original concept.
Current, I'm guessing.
I think it's current, yeah. So it's probably going to get smaller, but even if
So
it gets, even if Nyx gets a little bit smaller, it still makes it like
Bigger than Stanton.
much bigger than Stanton. And if it's like bigger than Stanton and then doesn't have nearly the fuel resources of Stanton or Nyx, it'll make it a lot harder to travel without support.
Right. I do.
Okay.
I think Nyx was originally intended in order to be the same size as Pyro, so it might still
Yeah.
be. I just meant that I don't think it's going to be as big as it. I don't think it's going to be bigger than Pyro. That's what I meant.
Yeah.
I think it's just like Pyro going to get downscaled a bit because Pyro got sort of downscaled, of course, from the original concept to what it is now.
Mhm.
Also, quick question about Nyx, Paul. What do you think about Nyx 1
You're
and
gonna you just hit
the
that button.
trees and stuff?
You gotta hit that button, didn't
Huh?
you? You just had to hit that button.
Which button?
You didn't know that?
I'm smiling already. Go for it.
I haven't been able to.
Oh
watch all
god,
night.
so many people have been hitting that button because I love Nyx 1 and I hate Nyx 1. I love Nyx 1 because it looks beautiful and amazing. I love the what
Right.
they've done with it. It looks photorealistic. The grass is amazing. I don't care what people say. That is insane. And at the same time, I'm like, why do you exist? How do you do not
Yeah.
make any sense in the story
But
that
then-
CIG wants to tell?
It's
you know?
not supposed to.
Yeah.
It depends a little bit, though, I would still say, because CIG actually hasn't really clarified what kind of atmosphere the planet has. In theory,
I feel like that would be such a
not
lazy
supposed to have
cop out,
one.
though. Like that would be such a
true.
lazy
It
cop
it
out.
would be a very lazy cop out, but I mean, not trying to suggest anything here, but I think the Shiv and Stinger are a lazy cop out.
They are.
I do see CIG pulling such moves to still include, a better looking planet, but then just making the atmosphere in some sort of way kind of toxic and, say it wasn't terraformable because of the toxic gases or something,
Yeah.
or because of the lack of oxygen in general.
I think
But I
that
agree
But it
with
can't
you.
have a lack of oxygen. With all the plant life that they showed, it would have oxygen.
same.
Or
few-
photosynthesis works differently. I don't know.
And also, you also have all of the terraformable animals, so like the cosmic
there's wildlife.
razor and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, theoretically, you could, of course, have plants that don't necessarily rely on oxygen. We don't really know that for
Yeah.
certain, but it is quite strange that it then just looks like Earth plants and the same animals as on oxygen planets. Yeah.
so
Space cows.
I do think that it is going to be terraformed. The problem is that within the same video where they announced Nyx 1, they went into detail about how Nyx was not terraformed, that it had no plants that were terraformable, it wasn't very valuable, and then explained how that was the reason why the People's Alliance of Levski was able to take over Levski and run Nyx because it's a political organization that was in charge of a system that nobody cared about and had been abandoned. And only
Right.
recently, because the Vanduul are getting involved, have the UEE started to pay attention to it because they're concerned about Vanduul incursions and Nyx falling to the Vanduul, and then that becomes a problem for all of the UEE because of all of the connections that Nyx has to the rest of the Empire, Odin to Castra and that kind of stuff.
Oh, yeah. All those. Yeah.
So like that context of the UE only cares now because they need to build a buffer state against the Vanduul doesn't make any sense with a perfectly pristine terraformed world on it that we don't know when it's existed. So the only rule that I could think of that would make sense is that world was terraformed recently by some sort of company that was possibly doing experimental terraforming because it wasn't supposed to be terraformable, and they had this new technology that they claimed they wanted to use to re-terraform planets, like the splash screen they showed off last
Right.
patch. Because those sort of splash screens have always come back as part of narrative points, so I could see that being then
Sure.
setting up the Nyx one was terraformed by this company as an experiment, and it worked. And now they're trying to sell their technology elsewhere, and as a result, it's recently terraformed. So
Yeah, the content or then the terraforming bases are going to be like the new content drop, maybe.
Yeah.
I could definitely see that happen, especially with
terraforming
Yeah.
laser platforms or like
right, exactly,
bases.
especially since we know that they already exist as assets in Squadron based on the cinematics that we've seen. So yeah, That
That's what
could
I'm wondering
definitely
is
be the case.
maybe we get missions like we have in Klesher where we have to go maintain the terraforming equipment.
Yeah.
Things like that where we have to do this, we have to preserve this thing that didn't exist before. But I think it's going to be easier for them to change lore than
Yes.
to backtrack on this delivery of Nyx 1. I think they've now said
Yeah.
this is what Nyx 1, and on Spectrum there was sort of this vagueness. People were like, wait, Nyx isn't supposed to be terraformed. What the hell are we looking at? And they kind of came out and they were like, well, don't worry about it.
Yeah.
It'll be what it'll be, and have a nice day. So I think it's easier to change the lore, but also they want to put this in our hands, and the easiest and fastest and most logical way for that to happen is now with a new lore of Nyx.
Yeah. The issue is that I have no problem with doing new lore, but they decided to not do new lore. They wanted to double down on the old lore while also changing Nyx at the same time,
Yeah.
which is the issue.
that's
That's the weird part. That's the weird dichotomy. So it has to be, the new lore has to be recent, and it has to have recently changed the status quo that exists now, which makes sense. That's kind of what they did with they've done with other aspects. It's the whole point of the regen crisis was sort of like we got regen,
Right.
we
Yep.
got to make sure it makes sense, Did I miss, or was the actual crisis of regen never touched on again after Onyx? Because it's solved. At the end of Stormbreaker.
Resource drive. Oh,
Yeah, at the end of Stormbreaker, there's an audio file from Dr. Yorit who says the irradiated Valakar pearls are the solution to the Ibrahim sphere issues with the regen crisis and the resource drive.
regen.
And then the resource drive was about getting the resources to build what they needed to solve the problem. So Hurston solved the problem is the answer. Dr. Yorit got the basics data, and Hurston delivered the resources to help solve the problem. That's sort of the story.
You're welcome.
Yeah. Technically, all of the Stanton companies did, but Hurston delivered the most. So
Yeah, I completed 3 of the 4 corporations. I got everything, but who was last place? ArcCorp? I think it was ArcCorp.
yeah, last place was ArcCorp. I got ArcCorp.
Yeah. I never got ArcCorp, but I got the rest. I also didn't really care about that weird muted paint color.
Mhm.
I was like, it looks ArcCorpy, and I don't really care.
I love my
So it was lower on my.
I love my Mick ArcCorp skins. They're so like old, like a McDonald's that's been faded for like it's like beaten down and weathered. If I recall correctly, the crisis is still ongoing though, unless CIG just forgot to say it's solved.
It's coming to an end.
It's basically coming to an end. Yeah, you can still hear the NPCs complain at medical stations about their imprints and complain, because that's actually part of the ambience, and I think they did a really good job with the ambience as far as they had. They could have done better, but for what they had and what they were using, what they were doing, they did pretty well. It's a good sort of prelude to them doing something like this in the future, where you're going to hear NPCs talking about recent events. You're going to see news reports about recent events, and then you're going to play missions about recent events. Sort of like a setup, build you up to the new stuff that's going on to sort of give you the context, and then drop you in there. So, I'll await the in-game loading screens to explain CIG's ending. Yeah, they'll probably have some sort of splash screen that explains how the regen crisis was solved. But all right, let's go through the questions again, because there was some a little bit earlier.
I like Big Brick has a comment. The paint was better than Microtech. The Microtech armor looked like Buzz Lightyear from Wish. I thought Buzz Lightyear the moment I saw the paint. I was like, wow, that thing's to infinity and beyond. That's okay.
Yeah.
Interesting choice. I so thought Buzz Lightyear too. It's good call out.
CIG is preparing for that younger player base, I'm guessing.
Well, I mean, younger to some of us, but people that grew up with Toy Story are like 22 years old now.
Yeah.
Fair point.
Exor asks, what do you think CIG can do to make Star Citizen more accessible to new players? They need a better new player experience.
Yeah.
And also finish the game. Like,
well, yeah.
Finish the features so that
1.0.
Yeah.
1.0.
Yeah.
I think yeah, the new player onboarding and training, it's very nice that the community does that, but the game dev shouldn't rely on the community to do its job.
Yeah. No, I agree. One of the things that
So-
I'm looking forward to is I think it was at CitizenCon Direct they kind of explained that 1.0 is going to have a fully fleshed out single player instance experience. And I knew
they talked about it.
Yeah.
I knew the moment they were talking about that, I'm like, this is going to be a light Squadron 42. This is going to have cutscenes. It's going to have NPCs with named NPCs. I can see how CIG does things, and I can see that's what they'll do. They'll try to match it more with Star Citizen style of talking heads and maybe individual meetups, but instead of like full blown cutscenes, but they're going to have effectively cutscenes and some events. So
Yeah, I think it's going to be a sort of transition to the PU as well for those people coming from Squadron,
yeah,
so that they then sort of get transitioned into the completely different game, to be honest, that the
Yeah.
PU is.
and I don't think it's going to be like You're the Chosen One. I do think it's going to be the same starting experience, just because it makes sense, and it'll get you started along the way. But they'll try to make it as generic as possible. But they also want to make it skippable, so players can just
Probably similar to how Elite did it,
yeah.
I'm imagining.
I think for my reference, because again, I came from like Sea of Thieves and Red Dead.
Yeah.
Sea of Thieves has a decent onboarding. It's an easy way to get people, but it's an instance thing. You're all by yourself, and you get to mess around with the game mechanics, and that's it. And you don't have to leave until you want to. But Star Citizen is far more complex than Sea of Thieves or other games. So there's going to have to be some pretty deep work on building whatever this looks like.
Yeah.
Omega is reminding all of us of age. Toy Story came out in the 90s, so they're in their 30s, not 20. That is
That's
so
true.
frightening.
Are you kidding me?
I was born in 1987, so and Toy Story came out in '98, so I was
Wow.
11 when Toy Story came out. Yeah,
We're born in 87. Jeez.
I'm almost
great.
I'm almost 40.
Yeah, good for you.
Gen Z started in
95.
1997, so
75. So
Gen Zers are 28 now.
Yep.
Jesus.
That's adorable. Next question.
yeah. It's more. It's even more disturbing because I've been teaching for 9 years. So, like the students I first taught when they were 17, 18, a decade ago, are now almost 30, which just makes my brain go, no, absolutely not.
All right, next question. This is going to turn into a therapy session for old people.
Rough Gaming Com asks, provided dynamic server meshing is implemented by the release of Squadron 42, as they're working towards that goal, when will we see the next player bump in the current session? Additionally, what do you think the player count will be? Personally, I'd like to see 2,500 players so we can test out congestion at stations and get the kinks out of transport/ATC. So basically,
That's a lot. That's
Yeah.
a lot of a question.
Yeah.
the question is basically, do we think we're going to get a player bump when we get dynamic server meshing?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, what in terms of server cap
yes.
or player?
like a-
okay, so
like a server cap.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think their goal.
but-
What was the last update they said? They were working on 1,000. I remember they tested it when they brought out. There was a tech preview where they were going for like 1,000. I think they were up to like 800 or 900
Yeah.
or something.
Yeah.
They had it. I know that's still a goal.
It was a very early.
I played
tech
in that.
preview.
That was so laggy.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
That was like pre server meshing completion. That was like
Yeah,
the-
true. But it was with we
1,000
had
people.
1,000 players at some point, and it was
Yeah.
absolute insanity. You could just walk through the walls.
Yeah.
It didn't make any sense at all, but it was kind of funny.
It wasn't crashing. That was the point. They were trying to test to see what would
That is true.
happen. you
Yeah,
know?
it
Crashing.
It still existed, but you could the rules of reality bent in on itself, and the spaghettification of everyone's brain was happening in live in everywhere you went.
I think seriously speaking, though, I think that there has to be an increased player cap because as we add systems and these systems are large, they're
Yeah.
not small places. As we increase literally the square parsecs or whatever you want to call it of the playable area, you've got to get more people in this, or it will not be an MMO. It's
Yeah.
going to be a whole lot of single player games by accident.
They'll either have to increase the player cap or the increase the number of NPCs, both of which will require more servers. So why not do both and increase the servers? All right.
But I don't think we're seeing that player bump next year, to be fair.
No.
I would be quite surprised. Or, well, a dynamic server meshing induced player bump is what I mean. I don't think we're seeing that next year.
I think we'll see them test out 1,000 person when they first get dynamic, like a version of dynamic in, just so they can test out to see where they can go.
Yeah, but just tech
that'll
review.
be like an Evocati or a tech review. Yeah.
Yeah.
For a while.
So until they can get it worked out, just like they did with this, so they can make it work. I do think that they want to set it at a higher player cap and a low number of servers so they can distribute it evenly across the mesh so that it's not just because it'll allow them to dynamically shift it so that they can still keep the performance while having higher numbers of players. But especially when you have like instancing, I think that'll take a lot of heat off of it because how many players are going to be doing things that are effectively instanced. So you can take groups of 4, 10, 20 people out of the mesh into its own instance, and so that it's not dragging people down, plus all the events. So
yeah, especially when we're getting the return of Siege.
yes,
I'm just saying that to make you happy. That's all.
I loved Siege.
So yeah, so but there's got to be more of these things. There's got to be there's a tech side to this, and I don't think maybe dynamic is, maybe that's what brings it about. But I think Bill has talked about this for a couple times now. I don't think dynamic instance and all of these new things are coming anytime soon.
No, we might see them sooner than later. I wouldn't be surprised if we did, but it's not something that's coming with the first iteration at the very least.
No, but it does have to come. And I'm going to go back to my point earlier. It does have to show up before Squadron 42, where they're going to have a wave of new players that they can't handle, and all the servers are just going to fail.
Yep. It'll be like a mini 1.0 release because it'll be the same sort of wave. Like people will play Squadron, and once they're done playing Squadron for that month, they'll see a slow tick up of people playing Star Citizen, and it'll just spike at the end of the month because of so many people being like, I'd like to play this. You should try it out. Especially since CIG would be stupid not to time it so that they'd had a free flight right after the end of that month for release so they could get those people in.
Yep.
Yep. Next question comes from Mailwise, who asks, what role does the Liberator have now? Oh, yeah. We already talked about it.
I don't know. We did that. Sorry, that was the one I interrupted with. My apologies.
It's fine. Let's see if there's any more questions.
I'm really curious. We've talked about money multiple times now in the last couple of hours. Where does this new influx go? So we've had it consistent for the last few, 3-ish years of, hitting around 105 mil a year. It's had minor growth. It's certainly not small, but it's had minor growth. This year is smashing. It's just absolutely crushing everything else. If you were going to allocate that money, which is essentially probably unexpected, where would it go?
Probably to pay off debts. I'm sure CIG has some debts, so they could cover that. So that means they don't have to pay interest on it.
Well, we know about the 50 million investment sort of thing, right? That happened a while ago.
Yeah.
Maybe they're paying
that was with the Calders, though, right?
Yeah, I think so. But who knows? Maybe they're paying that kind of stuff off.
They could be.
Similar stuff to that, not necessarily specifically that one. But.
The Colders are weird because the Colders paid a lot of money, and they paid like 30 million a while back, and then every single time they've had a chance to back out, they're like, here's another 20 million. And then when the co-founder of CIG, Ortwin, left, they bought out his shares. So it's like they're not like, oh yeah, we're here to invest and get some money. They're like every single chance they had a chance to like cash out and get money, they were like, we're not going to do this. We're going to double down. We're going to triple down. We want to be here. Give us more shares. Like they want to be there for Star Citizen for whatever reason. And I know that it's like a father and a son, and they're friends with Chris and Sandy. So like there's a personal connection between them. And they also own a marketing company. So I
didn't know it was that deep. I'm not, as somebody else was in chat saying, I'm not that well versed in the financials. I know there are some complexities to it, but not a ton. Do they have like a controlling interest in CIG?
No, Chris has the controlling interest. He still has majority. Chris and Sandy.
He still has the majority. So they've just, I guess that's my question: is have they dumped the money into the game or into CIG?
Into CIG.
Okay, all right. So
Yeah.
they've got shares.
Yeah.
They've got more. Okay.
Yeah, they're partial owners. They got board seats for doing the
All right.
investment. So
Okay, yeah, that's natural. Okay, that's what
Yeah.
I expected.
yeah. But I mean, they also just so happen to run a marketing company which specializes in stuff like video game launches, and so everyone's like, "Oh, this is a way of like, we're gonna hire you and your company to
Yeah.
help us launch Squadron 42 when that comes out, so we can have some outside help when that happens."
You're gonna need it.
Yeah.
Okay. Build. Where do you think the money goes?
That's a good question, dude. I think the same. I think mostly debts related stuff, or stuff that they would still have to pay off from before, possibly even saving up to ensure longevity, if that is possible. But to be fair, I don't know much about the financials of CIG. Hopefully, part of it goes to increasing the wages since inflation
Yeah.
is hitting, especially the UK, pretty hard.
Yeah.
So yeah.
I want to clarify something. For the last 3 years, it wasn't around 105, it was around 115. So we had
Yeah.
113, 117, 116. So far this year, we've already hit 107. We are so far past previous pacing. So we are 41% ahead of schedule.
Yeah.
So this is going to be, like I
100
said, they're going to pass 900 million. They're going to be within that $1 billion range.
Yeah.
But it is
so
it is a
funny.
huge influx of cash, and there does, and I think it would be reasonable if they were to put some into debt and just
Yeah.
try to clear those books a little bit. But there's also a lot of money that's going to have to go into marketing costs for Squadron.
Yep.
There's going to be a lot of dev time for making sure that things are ready for the new community that gets bigger. So I'm curious where it goes. I think it's just kind of a fun exercise for the community. Boy, if I got 50 million extra dollars this year, what would I do?
Yeah, I do think it would be nice for CIG to take some of that money and give bonuses, to give everyone in the company bonuses, because
I know very little about the pay structure over there. I know very little about how they reward devs. I was one of the people giving CIG a rash of public crap last year
when
when
all
we were
that
finding
stuff
out
came
what
out.
they were doing for CitizenCon.
Yeah.
That was inexcusable to me. Just, okay, you're going to work here and we're going to mandate the time you have off. Like,
yeah,
anyways, that's a whole other issue. But maybe I don't know about the bonus structure, pays or anything else. But if that's not something they've done recently, then they probably should do that too.
yeah. It would be a nice little gesture. I think it would go a long way for people who've been working really hard to get like, hey, here's an additional $2,000, from your paycheck. It's like, oh shit, yeah, great, thank you. I could change some people's even like a couple $100 could change a lot of people's situations. Just on, I know I could use an additional $500. I could do a lot of stuff in my personal finances with additional $500 just to make my life a little easier. So
while we are talking about money, it would be really cool if chat got us to 42, 42, 42 on
yes, on
the
donations.
Gamers Outreach goal. If we could get 42s,
yes,
somebody can make that happen. A couple of people can make that happen. I think that would be a lot of fun to do that while we talk about CIG getting $50 million extra this year. I think an organization that helps kids that are bound to a hospital right now definitely deserve an extra 120-ish bucks.
Yeah. Exclamation point giveaway. Great giveaway. Exclamation point charity. So, all right. Let's do the next question. I saw it over here. Did I miss it, or was the actual Crisis of Regen? No, we already talked about that one. Build and Play asks question: what ships do we expect at IAE? I have my big ones. Perseus. They've been teasing the Perseus for weeks now.
Yeah.
The long hidden but always known RSI Salvager, the RSI version of the Golem, but for salvage.
Right.
Oh yeah.
And then
Oh wait, was that supposed to be one of the silhouettes?
maybe it could have been.
I think that might be one of the silhouetted ships.
And then the we already have the Apollo, so
Maybe the
know.
consolidated outland ship.
Yeah, the new
Yeah.
probably a new consolidated Outland ship.
Yeah, there's a
There was that
consolidated
one
coming.
medium ship that was like, yeah.
Yeah,
Uh-huh.
not the
The
Flappy,
Flappy
Bird.
Bird. Yeah.
I don't think the Flappy Bird's coming because I think that's I think that's actually a Gray's Market ship. Now that we know that Gray's Market
Yeah.
exists,
Yeah.
because it's so
Yeah, I've heard some
freaking
chatter
weird.
about that.
It's so weird that it's like this has got to be a Gray's Market ship because it looks like a Gray's Market weird ship. So,
Has to be.
Could be.
what do you think, Puppet Juggernaut? What ships we getting?
No, I think that list of ships is good. But that does prompt another question that I'll get to after I continue answering this one. I think we're going to see more of that. I think the Perseus is a guarantee. First of all, because they've already done the Polaris and we need the next level. It's a easy hop to the next ship. I think IAE gives us probably some new lore. I think we might get the Nyx answer.
Mhm.
Nyx is going to be going live. Maybe we figure out why Nyx 1 is the way it is. I think IAE is going to be a huge funding boost. I think it's going to have some interesting, like you said, Gray's Market, Flappy Bird kind of stuff. And I think there maybe we get some update on Squadron 42. They didn't have one at CitizenCon. IAE would be an interesting place to drop an update. Not a huge piece of news, just maybe a teaser, maybe a foretelling of something. That could be a cool place to do it.
Also, what is it with that? Wasn't it that didn't we see like some sort of like? Never mind. That was the Guardian MR, of course. Right. Never
Yeah.
mind.
Oh yeah. Mm-hmm.
There's also the mysterious Zeus that's missing.
Oh yeah, they talked about the
Yeah.
Zeus too. That's right.
Like the LX or whatever. The Zeus.
You have the MR, of course,
E-
the bounty hunting one, and then
Yeah.
you have the one that's probably just a passenger variant that they're going to postpone until,
Yeah.
That becomes relevant because
Paul-
based on the leaks that we had then, it could have been passenger.
Paul looks half asleep. It's going to be a long night, boys. Listen, we have less than 6 hours left. All right,
He's almost there.
We're almost there.
You got this.
Like I got 2 sessions left, and then I'm done. So I'm gonna just stave off drinking another caffeine drink until like 2:00 in the morning, and then I will be able to slam through to the end.
There you go.
Yeah,
the
Fastcard
Iron
and Virgo
Clan-
will wake me up.
For sure. The Ironclad was going to be next year, most likely, correct?
Yes, almost
Yes.
certainly that's coming
Okay.
out in because it's still in white box. So
It's got some work. It's
yeah.
got a long way to go.
all right. I'm gonna actually message
Drake Defense
Vertigo
Gun or something.
and
If that returns.
There we go. Rough Gaming. Rough Gaming, I
Yes.
think. Oh no, it was Lefty.
Lefty.
Oh, we went over.
Wait a
it
minute.
went over.
Oh,
There
It
you
was a
did
double.
twice. A double
they
15.
overlapped. Jeez. Well done,
There
people.
we go.
go.
Well done. We did see it though. We saw it on screen. It did say 42, 42, 42.
Yes.
So I guess both
Get the guys.
both citizens get credit. Rough Gaming, Comment, O Lefty. We both got we got to where we needed to with 42, 42, 42, and we are now sitting at 43, 57, 58.
Yes. 42 for the kids, and only because you asked so nicely for the Star Citizen community. Yes, Jesus, y'all, we've raised well over this. We can keep going. We can keep going.
Yeah, if
Just-
we hit just to do the math for all the citizens out there, if we hit 4,400, we are 10% over goal. Nice round number.
Yes. Yeah.
Just saying.
Just what is that? Only like $40, a little under $40, $33, $34.
No,
a little too good at this
42,
puppet juggernaut.
42, 42.
42,
We're 42, 42 short of
Yes.
$4,400.
Yeah.
That's good and great.
That's funny.
All right, next question. I think it's the last question because I don't think it's anybody else. You can ask your follow-up question. Victor Hall said, I found it odd when during CitizenCon, John Crew and gang voiced officially that the Pally could be solo, but less effective. Do you guys see that being considered for bigger ships moving forward? Pretty much all ships have had that changeover. A lot of
Yeah.
ships which didn't have like the Carrack didn't have the ability for you to fire the weapons as the pilot. Now you do, but only the remote turrets can be fired as a pilot. So they basically tried to make it so that when you are soloing a ship that has remote turrets, you have the ability to fire those remote turrets, but not everything, and it's not as like it's either locked down or they're trying to make it so it's more forgiving for those people, but also trying to encourage you to still use the ship. So, for instance, if you have a pilot and a co-pilot for the Pally, it is very efficient because you get the pilot can fire the 2 side guns and the co-pilot can fire the top rail mounted gun.
Yep.
You could technically get 4 people, but then the pilot doesn't have any guns. So, did my question go through about server meshing? I didn't see that. Yes, about if server meshing would increase the total amount, dynamic server increase the total amount of people. Yeah, we said that probably not. It will, but won't.
I think it will. I was the outlier on that one.
Yeah.
I think it will. I think it will prompt that. I think it will open up that opportunity, and I think they will have to do that pre Squadron 42 release.
I think dynamic server meshing will increase player counts, but I believe that's going to be post Squadron.
Yeah.
Post squad. Oh, okay.
Yeah. Am I seeing YouTube chat? It's not showing up on the because I had to do the 12 hour cut. It didn't for a reason it didn't cut, but I can see the YouTube chat. I did see the YouTube chat. Pop it out, chat. I've been watching it on my other side, so.
My follow-up question regarding all of the ship conversations is this year was the year of RSI.
Yeah.
We got a lot of RSI ships, and that's great. Who's next?
Drake. No, not Drake. Drake's basically done with the Kraken. So it's Misk.
I think it'll be Misk.
Yeah, with the whole B.
The
You
whole
might be
B,
right.
the Odyssey, the Expanse,
Endeavor.
the Endeavor. The Endeavor, I don't know if they'll do the Endeavor, but like that's a post 1.0. But I still think that we'll see a lot of those ships plus the
Yeah.
BLD. You know,
Chat's all over the place. Chat's got Misk, Drake,
Yeah.
Anvil, Grays, Origin. Well, sorry, that's
I mean, I
Port
think-
Origin. Thank you. That's me. I'm a big Origin. My 3 favorites are Crusader, Origin, and probably RS Misk-ish.
Yeah.
I have a short on that. You could watch it and hate me. But I would love to see if Misk gets it. I'm curious, but I think you're probably right because of the ships that are pending.
Mhm.
I think they can do them fairly easily. However, we just got a bunch of Misk ships, so why would they not hold them?
Because those Misk ships were designed as the tools to build out the larger ships. Like for instance, it's clear the Starlancer is to build out the kit for the Odyssey.
Odyssey.
Yeah, because if you look at the front of the Odyssey, it looks like a Starlancer. So
Yeah, and
yeah,
regarding Drake and Anvil, those are currently already kind of happening with the Paladin, the what was it, the Anvil, the new Valkyrie,
yeah,
whatever that one was, the and for Drake, of course, with the Ironclad coming up, and then the Kraken possibly as well.
yeah.
I
Um,
think those are nearing its end, both of them.
So the only things that we have left over are Origin. There's some bits and pieces of Origin, like the G12, and the 600i rework, and then after that you've got the like Anvil doesn't really have much left other than the Liberator.
No.
And I'm trying to think of Aegis is done. There's really nothing new for Aegis.
Reclaimer rework.
Reclaimer,
That it?
and there's a Hammerhead rework right now that they're working on.
Yeah, that's already on.
So,
Okay.
Argo
So maybe 2956 is the year of Misk, and we start to see a lot of the cool backlog science ships.
yeah, I do think that the Misk ships. I also do think that we're going to see more Anvil ships after all of this because
Right, you still have the Vulcan and the Crucible, I guess.
yeah, the Vulcan is
Yep.
technically a Aegis ship, and then you've got the Crucible.
Oh, right.
Which is
Yeah.
a Misk ship, but or Anvil ship, but both of those are also refuel and repair and rearm. So, I think those are probably going to come in after crafting because crafting and base building are so tied to that sort of repair process. So,
Right. And
you
RSI
think
will
they're-
RSI still
sorry.
continue with Arastra and stuff?
yeah, I think they'll still continue with the Rastra. I think they'll still do the Galaxy and the Urastra, because those aren't nearly as big as the Polaris. They're more along the
Right.
same size as the Perseus. So
Or Ryan maybe if they're doing the Hull B as well.
eventually.
That's a big project.
That's a massive project.
Yeah. That's
Yeah,
going to be a
well,
crazy one.
that's the
A good question though that I think we need to answer fairly quickly, which is Raptor when?
Raptor.
Okay.
Are we talking about the
I guess dirt-
the Misk Raptor, right?
No, the trash clean. I don't know.
Yeah.
No, I think it was an RSI. Isn't it the RSI
no,
Raptor?
It's Misk. It's Misk.
It's Misk.
It's
Yeah.
Misk Raptor.
Oh, okay. Misk Raptor. All right, great.
Raptor when?
Yeah, let's get some
That's-
trash cleanup.
That's another example of Misk. Misk has got the Raptor. It's got the Raptor. It's got the Crucible. It's got the B. The whole B. The
Yep.
Crucible.
No, the Crucible is Anvil. It's got the
Endeavor,
and it's got the Endeavor, but
Odyssey,
the
Crucible,
Odyssey, not the Crucible. It's got the the Expanse. That's what I was thinking. The Expanse.
Expanse. Yeah,
the
sorry.
Expanse, yeah.
Trying to think of all the ones I bought.
Yeah.
I'm currently CCUing a Crucible, an Endeavor, and an Odyssey. No, I think I just finished my Odyssey. I'm still CCUing the other two. So yeah.
Yeah. And the Expanse has just got mentioned apparently by John Cruz that they're working on it. And so it makes sense. Why would they be working on it? Because it is literally gameplay. They got that already rocking into it, and Nyx is going to be a big key for that. And as long as the gameplay is done, they can move on with it. So
Okay.
Yeah, and also the them working on the Raylan would make sense with Misk working on Misk at the same time as well. Because of course you
When-
will have some Xeon overlap there.
Okay, so that's exactly what I wanted to get to. When should we want more alien ships? We know the Merchantman is on the back burner from hell.
Mhm.
But we now have a Stinger. Should we start to expect Squadron 42 is coming out with Vanduul battles? Should we start to expect more Vanduul from Asperia? Should we start to expect more Banu stuff with Wicklow coming into game? Question mark. Should alien things be a priority?
I mean, we got the Gatak Raylan. I think you mentioned that, right? But Bill, that's in production right now. Yeah, I do think we're going to start
Yeah,
seeing that.
the railing, the Sulin's already in there. But those were dropped like single. It's just like, oh, here's the thing.
Well,
Should this be a priority at some point? Should we start getting more of the Xeno?
I think we're heading into that because Star Citizen they at least have a idea of the ships they need to get out for 1.0. And if they want to get the Banu Merchantman out, there's no way they just go straight to the Merchantman. They're going to have to build a kit for the Merchantman. So they're going to build at least a medium, if not a large ship that is a Banu ship. So it's a stepping stone between the Defender and the Merchantman. So people joked about the Trip Taker, which is a lore ship of like basically an explorer or a transport ship, like a people transport ship. And then, I could see an industry ship, a salvage miner or refiner. So, like, there's going to be something.
From which race?
The Banu.
Really?
Yeah.
Hard work?
Yeah, they love hard work. They believe in their heart of soul, like being good at something is the most important thing they can do. They just also
You
like
said
money.
soul. You're funny.
There's Xenos. They don't have souls.
No, the whole Soli.
Oh, Suli. Oh, yeah.
Suli. You're right, Suli.
Suli.
Yes.
Soli.
Yeah.
Yeah. I get it.
Sorry.
But I also, I don't think
hang on. Big thank yous to Trash Bandicoot again. 4242 in the pot. So now we are around 4,400. Round numbers.
Woo!
Wonderful.
It's rigged. Is what he says.
GGs.
$4,400.
I love Omega's comment. Banu taco truck? Yes.
Yes.
Let's get a Banu taco truck.
It'd be great to see some Xeon ships as well, more towards like industrial ships, because we don't really have any of those at the moment. And they definitely have industry there too. That's Xeon.
Iris
I don't
asks,
think Asperia will. Sorry.
Iris asks, do you think the alien ships will ever be worth getting?
Yes.
Not only that, the Prowler Ute is worth getting.
Yes.
It's just not worth the price for money. It's definitely worth the in-game ask for it.
I fell. That was one of the things that kept me in the game, in addition to the community and the wonderful experiences I had. The first time I stepped into a Banu Defender, I fell in love with the aesthetics. I fell in love with the level of detail. I fell in love with the audio of it. The way CIG built that beautiful Xeno ship. I was just like, this is amazing. I actually went through when the Sulin came out, I actually made an 8-hour sleep video of just these Sulin harmonics.
Mhm.
And it's literally, it's one of the most serene things I've ever experienced. I can go to sleep with that and I can't sleep for shit.
Mhm.
I went through this thing and I was just like, oh my God, this is so great. The audio is amazing. I think the alien ships are awesome additions to the game.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think Asperia will bring that many Vandal ships though, because I think it's going to be a bit tough for CIG both to develop the internals of Vandal ships and also to uh, justify having larger Vandal ships.
Yeah, can you
captured.
imagine how do they deal with like a medium Vandal ship that has an internal space and components? Like
Yeah,
the,
like
the components would be bespoke to the Vandal ship.
Yeah.
It wouldn't be like
yeah, it's going to
human
be so
components.
painful. So
So
I don't think they're going to be doing that. I just hope that we get some Banu ships and some Xi'an ships. Also, with you being so happy about alien ships, you might have some Xenothreat
enemies.
very interested in your current
Yeah.
location now, Papa Juggernaut.
Yeah. Fair enough. I'll go camp. Yep.
All right, I think we're gonna wrap
Run
that
to
up
mixed.
here. Thank you so much to Build and Play and Papa Juggernaut for carrying me over to almost midnight. So we've just got 6 hours left, and to help us get us over the top, $4,400.
Well done, chat.
Good job, chat.
We
Thank you
can-
so much.
Yeah, we can talk about Star Citizen whenever, wherever, but this was about raising money for a good cause. Gamers Outreach is a great organization. I've met them in person. I've met some of their reps. They do a wonderful thing for kids who deserve it. It's not that they need it; it's that they deserve it. So,
Yeah.
really happy. Thank you so much to all of the Astropubs community for helping get us over not only the number, but then now we're 10% over that number. Keep it going for the next 6 hours.
Yeah, and I always like to point out that one of the major people and drivers behind, I think, their media team or their raising team is Crucian Gaming, who is
It's Crucian, yeah.
who's the head of or one of the heads of Atmo Esports. So he's a huge member of the community. So it's been nice. I'm sure he'll feel proud that this community was able to come together to raise money for kids for a cause that he believes in and that he works for. To see that his own community shows up to help out. So. Thank you again. Thank you for Papa Juggernaut. Check out Papa Juggernaut on Twitch and YouTube under Papa Juggernaut. Check out Qantas.space if you want to go on some wonderful tours with Build and Play and his organization. I will have to do one of them with them to do a little special tour. I might advertise that on the Astro Historian stuff so people can be like, ooh, I get to go listen to the Astro Historian tell about the lore of a specific location, in game.
Maybe after you slept a bit. but
Yes, not right now. I need to sleep. And stick around. We'll be right back in a few minutes with HC Vertigo and Fast Cart. My brain's going to implode even further. We'll talk a little bit more about Star Citizen. Don't go anywhere, y'all.
Okay.
Welcome back to our session. I even lost track. 5, I think, of our Gamers Outreach 24-hour Captain's Table special with HC Vertigo and Fast Cart. We've raised our initial goal, but that doesn't mean we can't go higher.
We can always go higher.
We're currently at
Longer.
Deeper.
$4,410. And I promised Fast Cart I would play this. So as promised, the next audio file that's going to be added to my audio list because everyone thinks it's funny. Where are you? Here we go. Here you go. The biggest, blackest part of space I can find, you know, just as deep as possible. One more time for those in the cheap seats. The biggest, blackest part of space I can find, you know, just as deep as possible. There we go.
There you go. I'm happy.
He has been satiated.
That was
no.
that was from session 3. All right, that was back when my brain was still functioning properly.
I'm gonna say, how is this session 5? No, it's gotta be session. You got 2 more to go.
1 more to go.
1 more to go.
Yeah, because this ends at 3:00 my time.
Sorry.
And then,
Okay. Sorry.
and then I yeah, so it's not session 5, session 7. Yeah. My brain don't work.
Math is hard.
My brain don't work.
hard.
Well,
Yeah.
I realized there was 8 sessions, and I was like, oh, I've already done but I lost track because at session 1 was Crew and Darge and Tree, and then session 2 was 10 Pound 42, Citizen Spooner, and Cepheus.
You don't have to think about it. You can just look it up on your Discord.
I'm remembering it. All right, so let me go. Session 3 was Atira Kel and
This is how he stays awake.
and yes, Atira Kel and Night Cobb. Session 4 was now that I gotta look that one up. That's I'm starting to lose it. That was Axis.
Griffin Gaming.
Yeah, Griffin Gaming and disable this one. Star Jump Grim. And then session 5 was Serious Fun, Wicked Wookie, and Mud Dog. And then session 6 was the last one we just did with Papa Juggernaut and Build and Play. So now we're at session 7 with both of you. And then the session 8 is Execute, It's JoJo, and Nonstop Bobs. So it's interesting because I think they're all JoJo. I don't know. I thought JoJo was an American, but I guess he might not be. He might. I hope he's not. I'm not screwing him over with a sleep.
I'm American and I'm up right now.
Yeah, but I mean, like, JoJo's going to go at 3:00 in the morning.
I don't think we need that.
Yeah.
That's kind of like a little too much. Let's think of the children. I'm up right now.
Yeah.
I was not going there, but okay. Hey.
Oh God, I didn't want to even go there. All right.
Hey. It wasn't me. It wasn't me. You saw this.
Just like Scrappy, it wasn't me.
I'm starting with Vertigo. Who are you? What do you do in Star Citizen? Where can they find you?
I'm AC Vertigo. I do things in Star Citizen on Twitch and sometimes YouTube. You can find me on Blue Sky AC Vertigo, Twitch AC Vertigo, Instagram AC Vertigo, YouTube AC Vertigo everywhere. Let's see. What did we do recently? We did the new story event, which is what's the new story event for Star Citizen? Called
the death
story
of,
thingy.
Final Frontier Fighters. The death of
Frontier Fighters.
Yeah.
Is that it? Is it just called the Frontier? I think it's called the Frontier Fighters Final or something.
Yeah, it's the finale.
No, called the Final Frontier.
Fractured Frontiers.
Fractured Frontiers.
Yeah.
I was close.
It's just like the final stand of the Frontier Fighters.
Yep.
All right.
So yeah, there you go.
Nice. And then Fast Cart, who are you? What do you do in Star Citizen? Where can they find you?
See, I was going to do a whole K-pop Demon Hunter thing, but I'm just going to be good. So I'm going to say I'm Fast Cart. I wanted to be, instead of the K-pop Demon Hunter, I'm going to be the B-pop Bandrol Hunter. But, you know, or if you really want to be, I don't know what word you want to use, but maybe N-pop, but I didn't want to be too close with NWA. So, yes, I am Fast Cart, SC. I'm part of Soul Citizens. I'm a producer, a co-producer, one of these producers in Soul Citizen, and Real Live on Sundays at 7 p.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. UTC.
Mhm.
And yeah, we cover different topics on Star Citizen 142.
Oh,
Awesome.
before I forget, Paul, it's kind of windy out here, so I may lose power sometime during
Okay.
the broadcast, and I may not come back. So
We'll see. We'll make sure that
We'll see.
I don't want you to lose all your
knock on wood.
your bandwidth either, because I heard your data has been eating up.
90%. I think I could share. I'm fine sharing the camera. So
Yeah, I think that
we'll
should
see.
be fine. No, Vertigo lives in the Pacific Northwest, so not LA.
And it's about that time of year. October, September is when we start getting the windy, rainy months, and usually we lose power around here.
We-
It hasn't been that bad. They've buried all the power lines in the ground these days, so nothing really don't trees get blown over on stuff that much more.
We finally got our first major rainstorm of the fall, and all of the temperatures are going to go down here shortly, so I'm happy. But it literally has been raining since I started the stream.
Yeah.
It's 6 a.m.
really?
Yeah, it's been raining off and on. At one point, it was like
But-
thundering. I was like, "Oh, yeah, it's like 7 o'clock in the morning. It's thundering."
Vertigo said, knock on wood, so I hit my head a couple of times, so
Yeah.
it should be fine.
All right, so let's ask some of the questions. The first question, I'm going to start with you, Fastguard, on this one. What was best about this year?
Okay, so I think I did the right thing. I wrote my answers down, so I won't go this whole show. So let me see what I wrote. So for CIG, crowdfunding, because
Okay.
they made 170 million so far this year. For the backers, more stability, more content, and more patches. But there've been some hiccups here and there, so that's been good for the backers. But for CIG, more money, more money, more money.
Vertigo, what was best this year?
Patches. We got a lot of patches out this year. We had some pretty decent content. Stormbreaker Hathor. I loved ASD Onyx facilities. That was great, amazing. That was the stuff I personally liked a lot. So obviously there was a lot more content coming out this year, a lot more stuff to engage the community with, a lot more patches coming out. Yeah, so there you go.
All right, how about what's not so good?
We're gonna be back to Fast Card.
You then Fastguard, yeah.
I'm gonna take a shot at the man himself, and I know a lot of people are like, why is Pedro getting strays, Vertigo? I don't think Pedro has been doing a very good job with his music
Ooh.
ever since Pyro was at it.
What?
I do not like
You don't like the Onyx
ever since
soundtrack?
Onyx is atmospheric.
Yeah.
It's more ambience, but it's not music. If you go back to when Star Citizen was first released, like Artemis Explorers, First Light, the theme song for Star Citizen,
Yeah.
they had some Grim Hex. Those were banger tracks, and still are.
Hmm.
But
It's-
the jump point theme, he also released a new track on his YouTube channel just recently, and I
Yeah.
did not like it. It's been going really synthy lately, and I hate
Yeah.
that.
It's funny because Pedro just released a tweet. I'm gonna put it in here so you can just yesterday about
Doing more work.
so celebrating 12+ years with web-based industry. The team decided to create a couple of videos with some more or less known tracks they composed. He composed
Lesser known
in the
tracks.
past year.
Yeah.
So this is one of the celebration and favorite hardware since Rogue One. So, hey, that was good timing with that Vertigo. Just celebrated
Yeah.
12 years.
So very viewers, yeah. So there's like some of the newer tracks he's put out for like ever since Pyro was put in. I didn't really like the Orison, the Microtech track. Area Team was okay. Hurston was but like I said, some of the really early stuff he did before we had.
I think one of my favorites is probably the new Babbage or the Microtech one.
See-
I like that one.
See, my favorite of his is still Bloom. I think the Bloom soundtrack it's just mwah,
Mhm.
And of
He
course,
did he oh sorry.
I was saying, of course, the Castra soundtrack that they debuted. That's also really good.
Yeah, the Castro, I did like that one. He did a Christmas one for a quick commercial for a phone commercial that I
Oh.
liked.
Listen, if there's one thing to understand about the Salt Sultan of Stanton, Mr. HC Vertigo, is he's going to make some unpopular stances. So
unpopular. Bold. Why would you say something so bold yet controversial? Like I'm pretty sure you've had enough guests come through here, and they've all probably pointed out like the patches having like
bugs,
technical issues
yeah.
and like some of the stuff not working. And I would have gone for that immediately, but
yeah.
Recently, just today, one of my viewers posted in our Discord the latest track from Pedro.
Yeah.
They're like, Vertigo, look at this, Day in Paradise. I listened to it, and immediately the synth stuff started coming in, and I'm just like, I'm sorry. I do not like synthwave. That is not my favorite music genre these days, but I know a lot of people like that stuff, but it's, I'm like Metallica, Megadeth, that kind of stuff, and sometimes
Have you tried K-pop Demon Hunters?
No, not yet. I hear it's really popular.
Yeah, they gone platinum.
It's very popular. The music is very popular. I don't think it's death metal popular, but it's popular.
Yeah. Metalocalypse. I have like 2 albums for Metalocalypse.
Deathclock.
Metalocalypse.
Yeah.
Deathclock. That's 2 Deathclock.
I can't even say that word.
I know it's kind of tricky to say. I can hear it in my head, but I just can't pronounce it. It just trips up. But anyways, there you go. There's my what not so good this year.
Fastcart. What was not so good this year?
See, I was gonna say the lack of features.
Oh,
We
yeah.
got plenty of content, but outside of medical and some other things that I've probably forgotten since the beginning of the year, we haven't had much
Sarcastic
in the
air
way of
quotes
features.
medical
Yeah.
gameplay. Where
But
CIG seems to want to like move away from medical gameplay.
I mean, at least features that I've been looking forward to, like
Mhm.
mostly crafting and economy and stuff like that. So yeah, features.
Okay. All right. The next question. This is gonna start with you there, Fastcart. Is what was or did this year live up to your expectations?
And I wrote, I guess so. I had hoped for more shit from the backlog, but it's not to be. We had a whole big discussion about backlog in the previous segment, and I was like, "You're still in my topic."
Go
but
for it.
yeah.
Keep talking about it
So-
because I haven't heard your take on the backlog. So
Oh, I did a count for, today, and I think we were at like 35 ships in, or 35 ships in the backlog. That's not including the Apollo. Like that with the Apollo would have been 37. So about 35 ships that but the backlog, and then got that from 2013 that they haven't come out yet, and stuff like the G12. It should be easy to put out that they haven't put out. I can understand, the issue with the Ranger, okay, issue with the Endeavor, okay, but yeah, there's so many ships that seem like, I mean, I'm not a developer, but they don't seem like that hard to put out that they could.
Well,
put
it's
out
just-
some-
I'm sure you could look at that and say like, oh, G12, that's easy to do. We'll slap it together. But it's one of those things where you don't stakes that point out get driven back to. You just can't have someone go rogue and just start working on something.
yeah.
Chris is probably directing everybody. You
Yeah,
will
yeah,
work
that's
on
how they-
Squadron
well, I mean-
42.
But that's how they got the Redeemer.
God damn it. You just gotta push that button.
Yeah.
For those who don't know, the Redeemer thing, so I don't like the Redeemer. I've made it clear that I don't like the Redeemer. And the joke came on one of these 24-hour captain's tables where first Fairasult, then Fastcart decided that
Darge,
it would
Darge.
be... No, it was Darge too? Because I think it was all of you thought it was funny.
Okay.
But it was definitely Fairasult first, because I always get you and Fairasult mixed up because of the Fs. And...
Not
you're
all
both and
Fs
you're
look
and you're
like
both
Paul.
and you're both trolls. So
No, Dodge too. All
Yeah.
three of us.
and so the Fairasult made the joke. It would be really funny if they gave Paul an unmeltable, unupgradable, ungiftable Redeemer to his account, and CIG did that because they thought that's fucking hilarious. Let's do it. So.
No, I think Fairasult said unmultiple. Then I added the ungiftable and
Yeah.
and the other thing.
Yeah.
So yeah, unupgradable. So
Yeah, you added the extra ones because you knew I would have just given it away or sold it or something like that. So
but yeah, so yeah. I understand your point that you're making, Vertigo. Like I said, I'm not a developer, so when I say easy, I mean they've done it
Compared to other
before,
ships, yeah.
But you know they don't maybe they don't have the design language for a vehicle of that manufacturer. So yeah, that point yes, but it's been quite a few years, so.
Yeah, I mean, it's just one of those things where I know they have the people, I know they have the talent, I know they just have to sit down and have the time to do it. And it's quite obvious that they're working more on Squadron 42 because we're getting more Squadron 42 ships. The Shiv, which we know is in Squadron 42, the Stinger, which we know is in Squadron 42, the other one, the Paladin, which is probably going to be in Squadron 42 somewhere in the background.
And the Shiv is in Squadron 42?
Oh yeah, we've known it's been in Squadron 42 since 2018.
Yeah, they showed that Squadron 42 teaser, and you can briefly, for a fraction of a moment,
in the visual
see the
teaser.
Shiv.
I
in
am
the
not
visual
one of
teaser.
those people who go frame by frame when I watch those
I did.
things.
I was like, "What ship is that?"
Yeah.
There's also a gray market version of the Mustang
It's
out there somewhere.
Yeah, Gray's Market.
so
It's a
they were talking
Mustang.
about that earlier.
It's a Mustang combined with a Buccaneer, combined with an F7A, combined with an F8C or F8
Yeah.
F8A, all smushed
Wait,
together.
Combined,
Yes.
not separate.
It's combined. They took the wings and landing struts of a Mustang and welded it onto the body of a Hornet, and then they stuck the engines off of a Buccaneer and stuck it into the back of a Hornet, and then they cut the front of the Hornet off and replaced it with the front of an F8 Lightning.
See, Vertigo, this proves your point because evidently they do slap things together.
Just slap it together. But that thing has been around for. Both of those have been around in Squadron media for years, practically a decade now. So that was definitely one of those ships where just like, we have it in the backlog, shovel it into the game.
Shove it on the web store, sell it, get into the game.
Yeah.
People can play with it.
And it's not surprising they did the same thing with the Stinger. Like, I can see that they're kind of going, what do we got? Get it out there. I would be.
I'm surprised they didn't sell a Vandal Capital ship this year.
Or
One of the smaller ones.
or sell the cruiser,
Yeah.
the one we saw.
No, I think the cruiser coming up like either IE or Invictus.
The cruiser, the big cruiser,
The battle cruiser. The
what?
battle cruiser.
What do you think it's? The battle cruiser is going to be fucking
Massive. Bigger than the Javelin, right?
$4,000. Yeah, it's huge. You've seen it. We saw there was.
I don't know about 4,000. I don't think it's 3,500.
It was the one that got freaking destroyed by that one shot of the King
Oh, that
ship.
was
Vandal Capital ship.
Yeah,
Oh, that's what that was? Okay.
yeah. That was a cruiser. So, I don't know, man. I don't think so.
It blows up real good. So,
Yeah. Okay, I think that I already asked Fast Cart. Did I ask you, Vertigo? Did this year meet your expectations?
Yes, because my expectations are very low.
Okay. All right. So they
Very
did meet
simple.
your expectations because you didn't have high expectations.
No, I did not.
Did it exceed your
I did not
expectations?
have very high. I guess they did. Yeah. You know, the Onyx facility was actually really nice.
Yeah.
So that definitely went above and beyond what I thought it would be. Obviously, I expected them to have issues every patch. So when they did the supply Stanton,
Yeah.
the race for Stanton event this year, and the missions kept breaking, I was just like, usual Star Citizen crap. So yeah, so they've exceeded my very low expectations this year.
Awesome.
And how are your expectations, Paul?
I am whelmed.
Yeah, I love it.
I came in thinking that CIG, at the very beginning of the year, I was like, okay, I think they're going to do some pretty good stuff. They'll probably push this or that. And then they came out with the letter for the chairman, which was basically like, hey, you know all those features we talked about just a couple months ago? Yeah, we're not working on them anymore. We're going to focus on stabilizing server meshing. And I was like, oh, so we're going to get nothing but content for the rest of the year. No features whatsoever. And it's like, that sucks, but oh well.
We got medical.
Not really. But I did think we were going to get Nyx. And then, so I was like, oh, we'll get Nyx by like middle of the year or like towards the end of the year. And then we got towards the middle of the year and they did not even talk about Nyx in the monthly report. So I'm like, I guess we're not getting Nyx this year either. And then they started leaking Nyx and then of course they announced it. So
I thought Nyx would not come this year. I was like, you're all crazy.
Yeah.
And I was 20%
right.
wrong.
Yeah,
So I was 80% right.
Yeah.
Because they're only going to give us Delamar, Levski, and the Glacian Belt.
Yeah.
for this year.
To be fair, that
God.
is basically
Actually.
Nyx. Actually. That is basic.
Actually.
That is basically the original Nyx, though. Like, if you discount the weird addition of Nyx 1 to the roster,
Yeah.
that was all the Nyx was going to be, because Nyx 1 was going to be a coreless world. Nyx 2 is still a Venusian smog world, and the Nyx 3 is a ice giant or a gas giant. Yeah. So like, no content. Like, the content's in the Glacium Ring. That was kind of always the thing.
Yeah, it's basically just minor content.
Yeah.
But
Ha ha.
because the Glacian Belt is going to have a whole bunch of rich asteroids in it that miners can go after.
Yep.
I'm looking forward to the World Cracker. I have to be careful how I say that, but yeah, I'm looking forward to that.
You may get moderated.
Oh gosh, that's great.
I'm here all week. No, for another 2.5 hours.
All right, I'll hit with you up there, Vertigo, for the last question, and then we'll kind of
Go for it.
We'll chat a little bit before we get into the question answers.
No, we still got 2 more questions. Question 4.
Oh yeah, we forgot to do question 4. So I'll give you
No,
question
Paul
4.
forgot to do question 4.
I do, because my brain is melting. Vertigo, was this an overall
have that
good
effect.
year or bad year for Star Citizen?
I'm leaning on this is a good year for Star Citizen, because
really?
like Fastcard brought up earlier, this was a banger for crowdfunding. So CIG got a lot of positive reinforcement, and I'm pretty sure there was a lot of people playing.
Mhm.
I've seen a lot of new players coming in through my chat in the game, asking dumb questions like, how do I turn my lights on? How do I deploy my landing gear? How do I land?
They're
That
not
kind of
dumb
stuff.
questions.
They are if you have thousands of hours in Star Citizen like I do.
Yeah.
It's like, you don't know how to do that. Oh, by the way, if you press Alt-1 on your keyboard when your gun's out, you repull your amp. That's amazing! I didn't know I could repull my magazines.
Yeah.
Yes. So yeah, I think this year is good for Star Citizen. I may think a little differently, but if you look at the actual evidence
Yeah.
and you see the fundraising, it was better than I think all the years, all the previous years, right?
Oh, yeah.
Not combined, but it was all
Yeah.
better than
They're
previous
like
years. so far.
41%
Only-
ahead of.
Yeah.
Only 2 months were not the best of those months. Like, I think it was April or June and so far October have not been the best of their months, but they have been the second best June and the second best October of funding in the entire history. So far, out of 10 months, 8 have been the best months of funding that they've ever had for those months.
Yeah.
So,
And it was the Polaris came out this year, right?
that was the
Polaris
end of
this
last year. It was the very
Okay, end of last year Polaris, and then this year was the Idris, and they had a
Idris.
bunch of shit for the Idris.
Yeah.
So of course, all the whales who bought an Idris were like,
That
"Oh,
helped.
cool! I got to get my Idris out."
That was
They were
right.
like, "Oh, it's
Not only that, they sold out like immediately.
Yeah.
And they had extra waves to sell even more.
Yeah.
Extra wave, right?
And they
right.
sold out, you know.
Yeah, those sold out too. So I
Um,
mean, we know who's funding this game.
Well, I mean, the other thing that was interesting about it is that we've had an increase in new player signups. Like, since July, they've been, in some cases, triple digit over previous months for new player signups. So
And that's kind of tracks with what I was thinking, because I've seen a lot of new players
New
in the game.
players.
I've seen a lot of new players in my chat. And that goes with the cadence that CIG's been releasing this content this year, trying to improve player retention. That's why we're having all these like Hathor, Stormbreaker event, Onyx facilities, ASD storyline. You do that kind of release schedule when you want to keep people interested in your game and kind of just keep them coming back for more and more and more. I think CIG is eventually going to burn out, though. Like, you can't keep up this pace.
Yeah, that's coming up in a different question, I think.
Oh, yeah.
But I was gonna say.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say that you talk about new players. No, that's just people trying to get the referral bonus. That's all that is.
Nah.
Yeah, I doubt that. I know that people thought that was the case, but I mean that's a lot of people getting multiple referral bonuses. So
See, it's a pyramid scheme. It's
Yeah.
going in reverse. Is that how that works? No, anyway. But yeah. Are you finished, Vertigo?
Yeah, I'm finished. Go ahead.
So
Okay, so go ahead.
was it good or bad year for Star Citizen? Is the question.
It's been a very good year. If you look at the crowdfunding number that Vertigo already alluded to, already passed 107 million. When I originally looked this morning or this afternoon, it was only 106 million. So they increased by I don't want to say a million today, but they went over. They ticked over to 107 million. So, and this is before IAE.
Yeah.
So imagine how good IAE is going to be for them.
Because also
That's
selling
why-
the Idrises and the Javelins and stuff like that again too. So
Yeah, and I'm picking up a Phoenix,
Yeah.
and I'm using a discount coupon thing. So yeah, as far as for the backers, I think it's been pretty good for the backers. If you're looking for stability, if you're looking for features, not so much. If you're a content creator, maybe not so much. But overall for the backers, I think it's been good for Star Citizen.
I'll throw in my take because I think I said this before, but it's been a great year for CIG. Whatever CIG has done, they have made a fuck ton of money, and they've gotten a lot more publicity.
What is that in metrics?
That is several metric butt tons.
Metrical butt tons.
Yes, it's only one American
About
butt
black
ton.
booty or no? Go ahead.
We're talking like dump trucks
in the
full of
trunk?
dump trucks.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mm.
We're talking dump truck inception. Enough so much of a dump truck that it could literally crash the economy, kind of dump truck. But they've made a lot of money. They've had very good success with player interactions. So I think they did really well. I think Star Citizen overall has had a average to above average year. But I'm gonna caveat this: if it wasn't for the B storyline, the Science Run Amok storyline, it would have been an average year. The Stormbreaker and Onyx saved this year. Like, they really proved that CIG can A, make missions, B, write stories, and C, link them together. Because for those who don't know, the Stormbreaker mission and the Onyx missions are the same missions. The Stormbreaker is a prequel to the Onyx missions. So if you do the Stormbreaker missions, you can actually get the context for what was going on in Onyx. So.
And some people were complaining about their stories, I think in the first half of the year.
Yeah, that's the one that we're finishing
But I
up
think they got
now.
better.
Yeah, it's gotten better. But I do think that the this one feels very lackluster. Like, it doesn't feel very inspired, and the missions don't feel very good. But it's better than the original. Well, it's like, go here, kill dude, shoot people, pick up pad, leave, and dump it off. Like, that's the mission loop. And it's fine, but like when there are 3 different versions of the same thing, it's the same thing. It's just. And
You go in, you get some information. They say thanks for that information. You don't really get anything.
yeah, there's no
What did I
story.
just send to you guys? Can you guys give me a little bit more information?
Yeah.
Like, you do get the audio logs, which are great, right? The first time CIG's actually done audio logs, but other games have done them better.
Mhm.
Like, I played through System Shock 2 just recently, and it was great because you could listen to the audio logs while you're walking around the Ishimura.
Yeah.
And
Would the two of you rather just kill 10 rats and turn into tails?
That's what we're
they,
doing.
they already have that,
That's
right?
what we're doing with this latest mission. That's basically what you're doing. It's just the
Yeah,
rat.
the
that's
most
why I'm
recent
making a
one was
joke.
just like go down, kill someone, get their stupid pad, return it to
Yeah.
like throw it on the floor of the elevator and send
Yeah.
the elevator down, right?
Um,
It could be better.
it
Like,
could-
this is not next gen gaming, Chris Roberts. What you have here, at Star Citizen.
Now, I will say
Better-
it's better than it was at the beginning of the year, because the beginning of the year was a gigantic fucking mess. At the very least, you're getting voice acting, and then you're also getting rebuttal. So the voice acting is like, "Hey, good job, good work," and a little animation, and then you get a call from Amelia, what's her name, from the Frontier Fighters.
Amelia Boyd.
Amelia Boyd from the Frontier
Whoever she
Fighters,
is.
who's just like,
Whoever
"I hope
she
you
is, I still
sleep
don't
at
know who
night.
she is.
I hope you never sleep at night. I hope you see their face in your
honestly,
face every
Paul-
time you sleep."
Paul, how the fuck did she get my number?
That's my question. That's my question.
Right?
How the fuck did you get this number?
And why do I care? And honestly, her replying after you turn in the mission makes her seem like a weaker character overall.
Yeah, she seems like
'Cause-
well, it seems like it's 2 things. One, it seems like either she's a weaker character, or B, A, one or B. One, it's either she's a weaker character, or 2, CIG's setting up for a future. They're not. I know they're not doing that, but they're setting up for a future where you could betray the headhunters or the CFP to join the frontier fighters. That's what,
Yeah, I'm not doing that. I'm gonna shoot Amelia Boyd and then the rest of her people because they're just weak pussies.
Yeah, no,
Like,
I
just-
get it, but
Like she calls me up and she sounds like just so. And
yeah,
I'm just like, no, you killed, but he's just gonna regenerate. Who cares?
yeah, yeah,
Why you whining about him dying? Oh, did he permanently die? Fuck you! I meant to kill him.
yeah,
No, I don't feel sorry about it.
yeah.
I would have taken less money to shoot that guy.
Tell me how you really feel.
It's just like I don't care. Like you're gonna if you teleported in front of me, I'd have shot you too. Just to get you to shut up. I'd kill you for free to make so you stop calling me, woman.
what would have been better? And I know CG doesn't have the technology for this yet. What would have been better for this sort of mission is she's calling you up and being like, "I'm gonna kill you," like not like I hope you can sleep better at night. You kill a good man, and be like, "I'm gonna kill you." This is your.
And then hangs up. I'm gonna get you. Click.
Yeah,
I
and
mean, she should have been more intimidating, but she's not intimidating when she starts whining at me about how
Yeah.
I should feel. Like I didn't feel a fucking thing when I killed that guy.
And she should be sending hit squads after you. Like after
Yeah.
like those 2 or 3 missions, you should just start every time you jump out of Quantum, you just get like a 50% chance of just other ships coming out of Quantum being like, this is for your crimes against the frontier fighters, and just starts
They
attacking.
may
them.
do that. They may do that post 1.0. We don't know.
They might, but I mean, like that would be a good, because we know that those sorts of things, I think, are technically available because they built that system into the game.
We have random interdictions, but we don't. I don't think CIG has.
You haven't done that
It's
in a
something I
while,
would
have
love
you?
to see in the future.
Yeah.
Would be like you have reputation with somebody, you flying through space, and you get randomly interdicted by that faction that owns that space.
That was technically part of one of the patches in before the end of the year. They talked about adding
I know
that.
CIG could do it, but
Yeah.
I don't know if they have the ability to do it right now because everything's so much in the air right now.
Yeah.
But yeah, having
you know
frontier
the scary-
fighters interdict you in Stanton, and then like, hey, you killed a bunch of our people, we're gonna get you.
Yeah.
That kind of crap.
The scary thing is, I've learned more about her in the past 5 minutes than I have since her name first came up. So thank you, bro.
No, I mean that's the problem. It's like she's the head of the frontier fighters, who's the main antagonist of the first half of the story for this year, the A plot line, and we didn't even know her name until this patch. Like we should
I
have
thought
known
that
her. She showed up.
wasn't she in like the Hunt the Polaris mission?
Yeah,
when the Idris was released.
Yeah, but how many people actually knew her name in the Hunt the Polaris mission? Like it was. She
Well,
was
not
just-
you, Paul.
I mean, I'm the kind of guy who pays attention to that stuff, and I didn't even care about like her name because it never came up. Because you thought, oh, she's
Yeah.
dead, right? You killed her in the Polaris. Oh no, apparently she's still alive, and she's so
That's kind of like my problem. Like, where did she come from? She came out of left field. Was I supposed to care about her? Like, she seems like such a weak villain.
and that was because of she was clearly supposed to be foreshadowed and brought up in the Save Stanton event
Yeah.
and into the fight for Pyro, but we never saw her.
So what's
Yeah.
up with Lork?
Who?
Lork, Dr. Lork?
Oh, Yorick.
Oh, Dr. Yoritz. Yeah,
Yeah.
from
Oh.
the ASD facility.
I mean, that's the thing is that like even though that that storyline sucked, Dr. Yorit is saved this year. Dr. Yorit. So the best way of describing Dr. Yorit, I'm doing an entire lore video on him and ASD,
Oh,
is
okay.
that he likely is one of the first people to work on Regen, if not one of the people who built Regen in the first place. But he's also insane. He believes that the
He
Vanduul,
just misunderstood.
he believes that the Vanduul are a perfect race, and that they have genetically altered their bodies so to
Everyone
remove
is entitled to their
weakness.
opinion.
And so he decided to, likely unknowing to him, inject a human with Vanduul DNA to try to make him live forever.
Mhm.
And that's the guy you see in Onyx, who's walking around naked. That's
He
Sam.
actually has a name.
His name is Sam. I call him Sammy, but there's an entire audio log about him living forever. So
We don't know his full name. We just know his first name is Sam.
Sam, he is, and the fact of the matter is that works because, yeah, he could live forever. He's just he's gonna constantly live in pain and suffering because he'll always come back because apparently he's immune to the regen echoes because he's part Vanduul because they've
Yep.
blended his DNA with Vanduul. but it also means he's going crazy and endless suffering.
And the problem I have with this is that Dr. Yort, it shows that CIG can actually create interesting villains.
Villains, yeah.
Dr. Yort is actually an interesting character. Like, he's an egghead that just is going too far.
Yeah.
Like, he started like going a little, like, just not caring about the worms. Like, who cares? They're fucking worms.
Yeah.
Right?
And most people
And
would
then
be
it's
like,
like, oh, okay, whatever. He's right there. Maybe, I don't know, like, experimenting on worms and shit. And then he starts going to ASD facilities instead, and now he's just like, okay, we're just going to start human experimentation. Fuck ethics, right?
Yeah. And the thing is that the best part about that is that's actually all of that stuff that happened was before he went to go work in with the worms. So that's all like precursor to you go, oh no, when he says they're just worms, that he's not talking about the worms. He's talking about anybody who isn't helping him. Everyone is a worm who isn't helping him. He is here to save humanity with his ideas, you know, even no matter how crazy they are. Which I love. Like I said, he's like an evil version of Dr. Is it Dr. Kleiner from Half-Life?
Dr. Kleiner, yep. He was one of the guys from Half-Life.
Not the guy who was like, you know, the traditional like scientist with like Lamar, you know, that guy.
That was Kleiner.
That's Kleiner. He has almost the same voice patterns as him.
Yep.
But he's like, if Dr. Kleiner started microdosing on LSD and thought he could save humanity, like, you know, you could hear it in his voice when the actor's doing it. Who's apparently the actor who played the Emperor in Baldur's Gate 3. He's a pretty well-known actor.
For the Emperor!
Yeah.
I've played way too much Space Marine. Space Marine 2.
But yeah, that's the thing. It's like they prove that you can create an interesting antagonist, because I think Yort's going to come back again and again and again.
Oh, I'm sure they're going to milk him for all he's worth.
Oh yeah,
like he was probably the best. Like Amelia Boyd, fuck that gal.
Yeah,
give us more Yort.
I'm glad you cleaned that up, Vertigo.
Um,
No, but like I've actually been playing more Star Citizen this year than I have in the past 6 years before that. So I Soul Citizen been taking me along with somebody mentioned. I suck at FPS, so they're carrying me. So I've seen most of it, the stuff that they talk about. I tried killing the worm. I got killed because I'm not good at FPS. But then I saw a video of someone soloing the 2 worms in 2 minutes. I'm like, dude, why? Why you're just showing off at this point? Have you seen that video?
No, I haven't. I probably should watch it, because last time we did it, it took like 8 guys with like 3 railguns and 50,
this one guy
50 magazines between the 3 of us.
One guy soloed the worm.
No, the ones in the water, the 2 of them.
Oh, the
Yormandi, the one in Stan.
Yeah, Yormandi, yeah.
I could see those being soloed, yeah. The Apex Valakar in Stormbreaker. No, you're not soloing that thing.
No.
Unless you have a lot of time and a lot of ammo.
Yeah.
Someone will do it eventually.
So as a result, I'm mixed on it. I believe it was a pretty good year for Star Citizen. For CIG, and then it's a good year for CIG and okay year for Star Citizen, but had a lot to do with they saved themselves with that narrative twist with Dr. Yort. And I feel bad for this latest one because this feels like the end, like a whimper to the end of the chapter that they wanted to start off as the main story, and it never quite got there.
End?
This is the end. Yeah, this is the end of the Frontier Fighters.
I mean, they say it's the end, but they can still continue if they wanted to.
They could. And will probably not be the last we'll actually see of the Frontier Fighters, but they also want to transition into Nyx, so the next storyline is going to go into Nyx, and it's not even based off
with
of
a new faction.
Yeah, it's not even based off the A storyline. It's based off of the people who've been funding Yort, the people who've been giving Yort Vanduul stuff. So even CIG recognized Yort's a better character. Everyone likes Yort. Let's use Yort as the springboard for the A plotline of next time.
I mean, I wouldn't mind like more Frontier Fighters, Xenothreat kind of stuff, but CIG really needs to put a little bit more work on making them menacing.
Make them menacing, and I think, and I hate to say this, but CIG, I know you're so interested in making enemies and villains. You need to allow players to join those factions, only for those factions to screw over the players. That way, when players go, well, I want to fight with the Frontier Fighters, they go, here you go fight for the Frontier Fighters. And then they go, sorry, kid, nothing personal, but we need to kill you because you're a loose end. And then they go, what? And then you can't get Frontier Fighters contracts anymore because you've been backstabbed. And now,
Or they just cut you. Or they send you on a mission, you do the mission, they just stop talking to you.
Yeah.
And you're like,
your
rep goes full negative. We really do need like reputation.
Yeah.
And Star Citizen for this kind of stuff.
And I think it would be better to do that because it would show the players the treachery of these organizations rather than telling them. So instead of being like, these guys are bad, because if you tell people these guys are bad, what players are going to do is like, I want to join them because you've told me they're bad and I want to be a bad guy. So
how dark do you want Star Citizen to be? I mean, you already got Lorville.
Yeah, but I mean, you need to at least have like players understand why CIG wants these bad guys to be bad. And they have to be...
I'm trying to remember. There was like an RPG or something I played years ago, like Fallout or something, where one guy has you do a mission. He sends you out to like kill a bunch of people and bring something back to him. And he's like, holy shit, I didn't actually expect you to live through that.
Yeah.
He basically just sent you away on a mission, on a suicide mission.
So that was Skyrim.
Mm-hmm.
And it was a Skyrim where an elf sends you in to go deal with this problem. When you come back out, he was dressed as an imperial, and he comes back out, he's dressed as a Stormcloak. And when you come back out, he's like, "Holy shit! I didn't think you were going to survive that mission. Did you get to the stuff?" Because he's a Thalmor agent.
I vaguely remember a mission like that I played in a game once, where some evil faction sent you out on a mission. They're like, "You came back. Oh, it was Fallout, the first one."
Oh, yeah,
I remember it now. It was the Brotherhood of Steel. They send you to the glow to retrieve some tech.
And you're like, holy shit,
you show back up with the tech, and they're like, holy shit, you made it back?
Yeah.
Like, I guess we'll let you in, because...
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember that now.
I feel like I played something like that in Baldur's Gate 2, but maybe I'm misremembering.
There's also one of those in Baldur's Gate 2.
It's kind of tropey in some really good RPGs. It's hard to pull off, but... I figured Frontier Fighters would do that to you as well. They just send you off to do like the suicide busy mission, and you show back up, and they're like, "You survived that? Well, crap, now we have to kill you."
Yeah. See, and that would have made a good twist, because you could have a nice interesting like holy shit, you're back? How are you back? And then you spill your tea.
Yes, I did.
Oh no, clean
That's
tea.
Fine. It's just water.
Yeah, it's just tea water. It's just leaf water.
Would you like me to read your fortune?
Yeah.
There's tea leaves down there.
Oh, God.
Squadron 42 is not coming out next year, guys.
Damn.
Oh, no.
Just a quick reading.
All right. Let's move on to the last question, because I could talk about...
Toss some chicken bones, too.
Throw them in the air and see what happens. Because I could talk about this for... I mean, we probably will end up talking about this, but because we still got time. We've got to get people to... we've got to ask questions and stuff like that. But the last question, and I'll start with Fastcard on this. What does next year look like? What do you think next year for Star Citizen looks like?
Okay, so I wrote a lot, so bear with me here.
Okay.
So we know that during December and January, CIG have the annual meeting to decide what the goals are and focus will be for next year. And I think the goals will pertain to Squadron 42, marketing, advertising, commercials, interviews, etc. But regarding Star Citizen, I'm expecting the Ironclad and other ships that they already stated to be coming. I don't know whether that have the concept show for Battle Cruiser 2035, or I mean the Battle Cruiser, sorry. Anyway, I don't know whether or not the concept sale will occur during IAE or Invictus next year, but I expect the concept sale will occur by Invictus. Beyond Invictus, I believe they'll hash out more crafting details and gameplay. My hope is that track up more of the ship backlog in addition to releasing new ships. But there are approximately, like I said, 35 backlog ships. I expect them to release more ships from the Grade Market. But I really prefer them to tackle the backlog. That's me personally. I'm also hoping for Castra, since they release 2 systems in a year. So next year they hopefully release 1 system. And according to CitizenCon, they are improving mining, salvaging, and refueling. So I'm expecting that. But finally, what I think next year will be the year of, I'm not sure. Whether CIG can get more done with fuel pass. I wonder whether CIG can get more done with fuel passes per year. They could either continue with the current thing, or diverge into something like the year of features. I would really love that. But it won't be the year of polish because Star Citizen still needs a lot of features to be added. That's it.
All right. Vertigo, your thoughts? What's going to come out next year for CIG?
I mean, obviously, there's more stuff for the gray markets.
Graves Market.
Yeah, Gray's Market. More stuff from Squadron 42. Obviously, they're going to be selling that stuff. I would be surprised if they sold a Vandal capital ship like they did with the Scythe. Capture the Vandal capital ship, stripped of all
I don't see them doing that, but well, I mean, it's
weapons.
possible. I don't
Like
see
one
them
of the
doing
smaller
that.
ones, like the Hunter, I think, is like one of the small gunship capital ships.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah,
How big is small?
Like
When
a
compared to
Corvette.
What you
Corvette size.
You know,
Something
the ones-
Hammerhead or
the
bigger, a
ones
little bigger
you
than Hammerhead.
The ones you fight
like
for.
Polaris or smaller?
Yeah, it's smaller than
Perseus.
Polaris. Like because in Squadron you fight those tiny ships with those like guns on the side, those little two guns that are sticking out on the side where you're like to hit those guns because
Those are the turret segment. Yeah,
Yeah.
it had a beam turret on top. I figured
Yeah.
maybe that tech would get taken out and have like placed with something.
Yeah.
I can imagine them doing because I mean, they sold the Stinger. I called the Stinger a long time ago. It took them a while to get around to actually selling it, but I would ever since they did like the preview back in 2018 where we saw the Gray's Market Shiv. We didn't know it was a Shiv at the time when we saw it. When they showed that off, we saw the redid Vandal ships. The Stinger was in there. I'm like, CIG's gonna sell this. I just got a feeling in my gut.
Oh yeah.
And so I think we'll see more of that. Ironclad, I don't think is coming this year. Maybe next year. I think they are working.
2026. Yeah, it's in white box, but
Yeah, I said next year.
Yeah, next year I would definitely be a good choice. More of the Nyx system, obviously. More storylines there in the Nyx system. Maybe another mining ship because Nyx is very heavily to mining. So we'll have like the Arasta, I think, is the mining ship.
from
the next-
RSI.
It's
Okay.
a mining ship,
RSI.
yeah.
RSI Arasta. We may see another mid-level mining ship similar to the Mole. Because we have the Golem, we have the Prospector, we have the Mole. There's really nothing between Mole and Prospector and Golem. We may see like a competitor to the Mole. I don't know if they'll work on the Rasta. Definitely not the Odyssey. Definitely not the Expanse. I mean, the Expanse would be a long shot, but it could happen. But I don't know. We need more like orgs level stuff for the Expanse to make sense. The Expanse, for those who don't know, is the refining ship.
Mhm.
You can
Got it.
hook Prospector and Mule bags up to Prospector mining bags and refine.
I am
fish
of
goods.
the severe opinion that we need more social skills, like those social. We need more social skills. We need more social gameplay.
Some of us do
tools.
need more social skills.
The
And
social
that's
skills. Yeah.
yeah, more social tools, more org level tools.
Yeah.
I feel like Wicklow should have been like in a city like Area 18,
Mhm.
where you could see people coming in and like maybe through glass you could watch people turn stuff in to an elevator and they get their prize, or just at least seeing people walking out with like their Wicklow items strapped to their body and whatnot. Like, oh, cool, you can get that from what's in there, that kind of crap.
Yeah.
But yeah, I agree. We need more social stuff in Star Citizen. Get the bartenders working or something.
Yeah, I mean, and not just
Get
that-
more NPCs you can talk to.
Well, also
right, for
just
missions.
give me a freaking friends list that works that I can add, I can organize, and some of those
Mm-hmm.
tools they talked about, like org level stuff. So
Yeah.
especially as the game
Oh.
is going into heavy org stuff with that tactical strike missions that they want to do,
Mm-hmm.
like that's gonna need org level organization or like coordination.
I am looking forward to the inventory update, but I don't know if that's coming this year or next year.
Oh, I think that's coming next year. I think that's definitely 2026.
I hope so.
There's-
I mean, we did not get a lot for 1.0 this year. I mean, Nyx, I think, but about it.
Yeah, but they did show off during CitizenCon Direct. They showed off a bit of the white box version of it. Like it's functional. It just doesn't look pretty or fully work yet. But it was there. But yeah, they need comms. They need a lot of stuff, and I really hope that if they're really gonna go hard into these multi-level, complicated tactical raids that they're doing, they need to have those organizational skills, like left for, looking for group stuff, so that people can join the like various instances. That needs to be part of that release.
Oh,
So
we don't need that. We can just use chat. That's fine.
the
Yeah,
chat,
just use in-game chat.
the chat that
In-game
we
chat
just
is gonna just get swamped.
the in-game chat that we just spent a long time talking about how it's full of like vile racist stuff. Yeah, that's totally fine.
Yeah, discounting that, just like people trying to sell stuff, like
Yeah.
it's being treated as a trade channel now. It's like you type something into chat, and it's almost immediately gone off the screen.
Yeah.
So, yeah, in-game
Uh,
chat needs like more
No.
tabs, like every other MMO that exists.
all right. I think that was the last of my discussion. I will say my personal opinion of what I think is coming for sure is everything we saw at CitizenCon. I think everything we saw at CitizenCon is a reasonable expectation.
CitizenCon Direct.
Yeah, CitizenCon Direct is what we'll get. I do think we'll get crafting at the very end of the year, and I do think we'll get engineering, even though it was Jun off, sooner than that. But I think the main the cadence will be early next year. We're going to get engineering, engineering and Vulkan and the new AI. I think that's going to be the first real big drop at the beginning of the year. Is those three things, if not shortly after that, or like spread out over a couple patches, and then I think we'll get most of the like the Rock Cracker event will probably happen around that time, the one they showed off.
I'm glad you said it.
I think by the middle of the year, towards the end of the year, we'll see the depths and the municipal works that for Levski, and then and then we'll get probably August or September. We'll get the big tactical strike groups. So yeah. All right. Well, I'm going to take a few minutes to make sure I can walk around and not die because my brain is actively falling apart, and I still have 5 hours to go. So I'm going to get up, walk around, take a few minutes to use the restroom, do other things. We'll be right back in about 5 or so minutes. So don't go anywhere. Ask questions in the chat. We'll be able to pick it up.
Yep. now we have to Fast Cart. We have to start from the top again.
Oh,
we have to start talking
God.
about Monty Python and how nobody
PS4s?
gets the comedy.
Yeah.
And we have to talk about Robert Downey Jr. doing blackface in Tropic Thunder.
Oh. Like,
And then we need to talk
I-
about how he wants to be smaller.
Yeah, so
I'm
literally
too big. I was too big.
literally we were about to start and then Fastcar says, hey, could you shrink me down a little bit so I fit in this frame better? And Vertigo says, what, you want to be smaller? It's the first time I've heard a black man say he wants to be smaller. And Fastcar goes, I'm too big. That's the problem.
What are you gonna do?
This was a
And
great
I'm not
this
gonna
was
say
a
the other
great
thing. I'm not gonna say the other thing.
this is fantastic. Absolutely wonderful choice that I've made to have these two on at 1 o'clock in the fucking morning, and I still have 2 hours to go, or at least an hour and a half to go. No, I'm serious. Like without y'all doing your usual HD Vertigo and Fast Card thing, I would probably be asleep right now.
I mean, if we weren't doing our usual Fast Cart and HG Vertigo thing, you could have been asleep. by
I
now.
probably would have been asleep. This is the hardest time because it's like this is the one right before the last episode, last part, and the last part already drags. But all right.
Don't worry, we got you, Paul.
Yeah. All right. So the first question. Boop. Let's see. I think I got a question here. You definitely had a
No,
question.
we got. I
Oh.
saw several popping up. Yeah.
I have one from YouTube. DocOxSC asks, would you agree to this thought? It's said that engineering is supposed to help maintain and extend the ship's life in battle. Therefore, a ship with no engineer would function the same as now.
I don't know. Like honestly, like here's the thing: when we finally get Maelstrom and engineering, or engineering and Maelstrom, or engineering Maelstrom, whichever first, or both at the same time, Star Citizen is gonna have to go through a drastic rebalance because the way things work right now, ship hit points get to 0 and they blow up. I don't know how quickly ships are gonna get disabled because I played War Thunder, right? And War Thunder is a couple 50 cals in the right spot, you're done. And sometimes a bunch of 50, you could like empty an entire magazine of like an entire belt of 50 cal into an airplane. It's still flying for some fucking reason because you hit like wings and a flap, the tail section where nothing vital was, or 150 cal hits the pilot in the head and you're right into the ground because you don't have a pilot. I don't know how that's going to go because if CIG takes it the War Thunder route, and you can hit crew inside the ship because of like where the bridge is located on the cockpit and bridge on most ships is located right on the front, right? So you're eating shots. You're basically eating shots while you're shooting at somebody, and your front shields go down, and then bullets penetrate through the cockpit and hit the pilot, and then the ship goes derelict because there's no living pilot aboard. That would be really brutal. And I think at one point we did have, back in 2.0, 3.0, we did have a couple bugs where it was possible to pilot snipe ship with like area of effect weapons, or hell, even just with desync flying backwards. Because your pilot was physically inside the ship, right? You had your hitbox, your actual pilot hitboxes, the hitboxes for your character were actually live. So those hitboxes could desync outside the ship or just like clip outside the ship in certain angles. So it was possible to hit the pilot and just win a fight through like the pilot bled out or something. And a lot of people didn't like that. So I don't think CIG. I think CIG is not going to have bullets penetrating the hull. So I have like that Expanse thing where they fought the Donninger, and that guy got his head taken off inside that prison area. I don't think CIG is going to do it because that could be like anti-fun. But sniping components, like if your cooler goes down and suddenly your ship starts overheating, and your power plant shuts off, you're effectively done at that point. People just start taking out. They'll have infinite time to take out the rest of your ship, take out thrusters, pieces of ship, turrets, guns, whatever. So CIG's gonna have a balancing act on their hand to make it interesting to damage ships and having to run through and repair those things. And Fastcart, you got something?
Yeah, you mentioned
saw you raise your
Maelstrom and engineering. I'm going to come at it from the other end, angle. Sorry. Armor. Armor is not implemented, right?
Oh yes,
So-
that old chestnut. Yes, armor.
Yeah, that
bro.
old chestnut. So if and when they ever implement armor, that'll change gameplay too. They have to reconfigure or rebalance everything.
Yeah,
So yeah, I don't think it'll be. I don't think time to kill will be quick. I think. I think.
Yeah.
Time to kill will be
Especially at the
long.
larger ships. Like you're gonna have enough time for someone to run across at least not the entire length of their ship to put out a fire, but far enough through the ship to get to the from the engineering bay to the repair, whatever. Obviously, larger ships are gonna need more people, but you're gonna have to get out of a turret.
I was just about to say these larger ships, they're not going to be soloable easy. So a lot of people who expect to solo these larger ships, I think maybe they will have time, but I don't think they have that much time.
Yeah. So that's If you have like a crew of like 3 people and you're like at an Idris, and then suddenly you have a fire break out in the flight deck, and you have like all the turrets, like you got the front turret manned and one of the front right turrets, and you got a pilot. Someone's gonna have to get out of one of the turrets, run down there, put that fire out, and then repair like a cooler to get it back up and running, and then something else is gonna. We did have an engineering playtest last year, I want to say, Paul.
A year before that, I think. It's been a while. But yeah.
And those fuses went out quick
Mhm.
when your shields went down, like super quick in the A2. I don't think that's correct. What CIG is doing, like, I don't know, like they're definitely going to have to rebalance the game when engineering comes online, and then Maelstrom comes online, and then armor comes online. They're going to have to go through many different revisions to get the game to feel right. And video games, it's not about realism, it's not about immersion, it's about
Vibes.
Yeah. So a lot of people say like, oh, capital ships move too fast. Well, capital ships have enough thrust that they can hover in air and like do whatever the heck they want in atmosphere, because the thrusters could just put out that much force, and that's just mathematically correct.
I think, like you mentioned, Maelstrom Engine and armor now, but I mean, post 1.0, they'll be continuously rebalancing because whatever they introduce a new ship, or whenever they introduce a new ship.
But post 1.0 is so far out, it's not even worth talking.
Yeah,
that's gonna be
Alright.
like when we get engineering, it's gonna be, I guarantee you guys, it's gonna be a completely different game for any ship bigger than a Gladio.
Yeah.
Vanguard.
And you've got to hit everything there, because I think the biggest thing is that I don't think that a ship like it's piloted now will matter. So like people are saying like, oh well, you'll have an advantage if you have a crew member, but if you don't have a crew member, it won't change your experience. And I'm going to tell you right now, no, it will change. It will change. You being solo is going to be such a handicap in general that it won't be like, oh well, nothing's going to change, I'll just be the same. No, it's going to make solo play worse for larger ships. You'll have to play with number of players.
We're going to see how CIG respond. CIG obviously has Chris Roberts. CIG obviously has a vision about how engineering play out, and there's a saying that no plan survives first contact with the enemy, right? So CIG's plan, they release it to the player base, but the player base has been soloing their ships like the Constellation for so long, the Constellation Corsair for so long, that now they're expected to have 600i. They're expected now to have one extra person in that ship to work it properly, to do the things they've already been doing all this time. And I don't know if Star Citizen is that game, right? Where you're going to have people who are... I got to do an argument on Reddit with a guy over this, where he swore it down that we're going to draw in people from EVE Online, Factorio, Satisfactory to crew our ships.
No.
And I'm coming from... Right? I'm thinking about, like, what Star Citizen is right now. Like PlanetSide, Battlefield 6. Yeah. That's kind of like the gameplay we're doing right now. And CIG hasn't been very good at setting expectations. I think we had a podcast where we talked about this previously also. Yeah. Where CIG does not do a very good job of building the game they want their player base to have, or setting expectations.
Or what the game will be. Yeah.
Yeah, what the game will be. And they just keep building the game that they currently have with the player base they currently have. And when they try to do something like introducing hover mode, they end up with a massive amount of pushback from the community.
We were literally just talking about this with Night Cobb, and how they tried to like make missiles. You have to like pay for missiles to be repurchased, to be rebalanced. earlier this year they wanted to make it so like missiles and torpedoes, you'd have to pay for them after you got rid of them, even if you.
I
rebuilt the
didn't mind
ship.
that. I spawned my Vanguard in, and all the missiles were missing. It's like, oh, so I now have to store my Vanguard. I have to store every ship, and then equip missiles in it. Then I can go out and use them. Then I can hit the resupply button, or I can manually.
Yeah.
I did not mind that. What I didn't like with that system was how expensive all the munitions.
Yeah, well,
That was like,
that was the kind of the problem was that it was expensive, but there was also some other problems, like it was buggy and you couldn't always resupply and stuff like that. But like
Yeah.
that was a great example of that's what CIG wants. They wanted players to like the missiles to have a lot of power, and as a result, they needed to make sure that the missiles were themselves expensive and they were the players couldn't just like get them for free by claiming the ships. And
I'm going. Oh, sorry.
go ahead.
I'm going to steal a line from Griffin Gaming RPG.
Mm-hmm.
He always like to say, if you're interested in a ship, buy a ship. Don't buy a ship for what it is now. Buy a ship for what it
Will be. Yeah.
Mhm.
But like that's a great example of like CIG says, hey, this is the plan of where we're going. And people like went, no. And so CIG said, okay, we back off. Like CIG
Yeah.
doesn't seem to want to
Stick to their guns. Yeah.
to do something. Like I would respect CIG a lot more, even if I didn't like the decision, if they're like, fuck it, this is the vision of the game. It's like, okay.
Yeah, people complained about like how easy it was to die, so CIG basically nerfed the entire game by giving like basically doubling everyone's health.
Yeah.
It used to be the time to kill in Star Citizen for FPS gameplay used to be a lot quicker. Now they've made it a lot worse, in my opinion. I didn't quite like it. And now that CIG's got medical in, they want to make it easier to respawn everywhere.
Yeah.
Like you can now just respawn in the ASD facility. Like you get disabled down on the ground, wait 20 seconds, and boom, you're right back up at the medical facility at the
And
entrance.
I remember the pushback they got when we were able to respawn with our armor, and I'm like, oh,
Yeah, tier
Yeah,
0
that was
item
my
recovery.
right.
CIG. Okay, so tier 0 item recovery that was required to, in my opinion, right? I always side with the customer. I don't know an MMO that sells items right on their web store for real money
Right.
that
right.
you could lose permanently, right, to another player. There maybe that MMO out there exists. I have not played it, and CIG did not indicate at any point in the past when people pledged for that kind of crap that was stuff that was going to be permanently removed from your account by another player if they killed you. So, normally games they tell you that an item is consumable or losable before you purchase it. Like this item is consumable, you will lose it if. But CIG never did that while they were giving away Subflare and for subscribe the substore. So tier 0 item recovery, in my opinion, is a good first step in preserving the real money items that people paid their money for. I know people complain about not being able to loot gear and armor, like whatever. They'll have something better on down the road for getting their whatever. But I just how CIG just sprung like, oh, it's full loot now. But I do agree with you, Paul. Like CIG is very kind of limp or wimpy about this when it comes to like forcing their vision upon the player base, trying to get the player base to accept that this is what we were going to do all along. I don't have high hopes for Death of a Spaceman. I think CIG is going to back off on the permadeath to almost superficial levels of permadeath, where it's just like, oh, you just have to create a new character. You have to change the nose a little bit, and then you can just like, we'll put you right back close to, right?
I want to believe that CIG will find their spine when they have the technology, because I think the biggest reason that they've been backing off is that the bugs are in there, or like they just the features aren't there yet. So once they have
but
things,
they've been going really soft on respawning.
yeah,
Like the ASD facilities, the Onyx facilities, that place is full of loot. Like I come back out of Onyx with just like tons of medical gear, supplies and what.
Yeah.
It's just like if I wanted to, I could take like a couple backpacks down there and fill them up full of just fill up with guns and ammo, and I could just supply a fresh character with just infinite FPS gear. I'll never have to buy another gun in my life.
Yeah.
Gun or ammo in my life, because there's tons of stuff down there. Anyways, Fast Card, I see you.
Yeah. Correct me if I'm wrong, but didn't they stick to the guns with master modes?
Yes, they
Sort
did.
of.
There was a lot of pushback with master modes from much of the
but
spectrum.
they've kind of already gotten rid of master modes in the next update that they're going to do, because they're getting rid of the thing that everyone hated about master modes, which is the nav mode. So instead of going from SCM to nav mode, you can now just go straight from SCM to Quantum, and it doesn't like shut down your engines or anything like that. You just have to manually,
Oh.
or shut down your guns. You have to manually adjust the power because you won't have enough power to run everything.
Yeah.
So it doesn't take
So
down your shields.
you'll be musted. I didn't really need a hotkey for that, right? To like,
Yeah.
oh, it would be nice if we had power profiles and you could just press a hotkey and then
Save the
activate that
profile.
profile.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Next question comes from Doc XC, who said something like, "Piggyback off my previous question, what would be the biggest reasonable solo ship one engineering comes in? Or I guess when engineering comes in. My argument would always be the Freelancer, the Vanguard,
Black.
or the Cuddy Black. Those
Yeah.
that size.
Shiv now.
The
Shiv.
The C1 or the the Spirit series.
Basically, any
Spirit.
ship. No, I think the Spirit's too big. I think the Cuddy Black is a little bit better because any ship that has a long distance between the pilot seat and the components is going to be worse for engineering gameplay for solo. Yeah. So what you want for solo solo ship that's good for engineering for one player is a ship that's small, compact. Something like the Nomad would be excellent because something that doesn't have a very complicated explanation for the pilot.
Mhm.
You want something that just
or the 300 series.
something where you just turn the seat around and start doing the ship, and also like has to have internal component access. So I'm not sure about the 300 series. I think the 300 series can have some external access.
I don't think it does.
I don't even think it does have components. Yeah.
No. We don't even know where it is.
Not yet. It's not gold standard yet. But I think the Nomad has
Yeah.
the Mantis, the Meteor, Mantis Meteor. I think they have internal component access, and the seat just get out of it and go around, repair stuff, and then get back in.
So basically, almost anything between $100 and $200, almost.
I don't think the
Not
Zeus.
quite.
I think the Zeus has like a couple doors, right, to get to the components. I think some of the components are in the cargo bay as
Some
well.
of them are, yeah.
Yeah, that's gonna be a problem because you have to. You get out of the seat and you have to run back through one door which has components in it, and then the rest of the components are in the very back of the cargo.
Crusader ships like fighters and 300i would have access to engineering components from the MFDs for managing the power output, not the repairing of the items.
Yeah.
So they did say there were going to be some minor auto repair, but
Yeah, we were supposed to get the BB. What is not the BB? There was something
BB-12.
BB-12 repair unit, repair bot. I'm not quite sure. I mean, I guess you could make it a little tiny thing that rolls around and shoots sparks at stuff to repair them.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of people are pledged before 12. I can't remember when the BB unit came in, but if you pledge before that time, you just get a repair bot. That automatically repairs your ship slowly.
Mm-hmm.
And they had that in the Wing Commander Privateer, where you had like a repair bot you could buy for your ship that would automatically repair stuff that wasn't completely destroyed. But of course, Wing Commander Privateer, you couldn't walk around inside your ship, so not quite sure how CIG is going to rig that. I guess you could just have like a little hovering bot with a repair laser on it. That would be the easiest.
All right. Got a couple more questions.
Go for it.
This is from Iris, who asks, "I'm hoping that Yorit's work yields no useful results, just like all the science with no oversight or ethics control in real life. How about all of you?"
So yeah, Yort kind of reminds me of that Nazi stuff.
Yeah, definitely.
Shit. Where the Nazis didn't follow the scientific principle, like control groups testing. They just thought that the Aryan race was more superior than the Jews. So they would throw a malnourished, emaciated Jew into below freezing water to simulate a pilot crash landing the bridge channel. And they time how long it took the person to expire, and they just say, okay, so we just figure that someone of pure Aryan blood would. Yeah. That was one of the reasons why a lot of their work was just not
useless.
Any good. Yeah, it's just absolutely useless. It was evil and useless because they had no controls. They didn't bother throwing
another person
someone of the superior race into that cold water to see how long it took them to expire. They just threw. In reality, a lot of the experiments the Nazis did was to torture and dispose of Jews.
Yeah.
Undesirable people. And it was just like some sickos with the torture porn fetish that were in charge of all this crap.
And I think to a degree that's going to be Yorit. Yorit is just torturing people and Van Duel for the sake of his own ego.
Yeah,
So,
he's like a Vandal fanboy.
yeah.
I remember the scene from Pacific Rim where one of the guys, Kaiju Groupie,
Yeah.
where he
Oh,
was just a
yeah.
big fan of the Kaiju that was attacking Earth. He had like tattoos and whatnot.
Mhm.
Yord is a real big fan of like the Vandal and how the Vandal do things, but his experiments are just have no basis in reality because he's not using the scientific principles. He's just throwing crap into a blender and then just like marveling at what garbage comes out. He's like, "Oh, that's kind of interesting," but it's
Can you
effectively
imagine what would
useless.
Can you imagine what would happen if York shows up to a Vandal concert?
No,
It wouldn't end well for him.
it wouldn't. Vandal groupie. That's what we can call Yorts.
Yeah.
He's just a fanboy. The Vandal. It's like weeboos,
Yeah.
right? They
Oh,
love the
God.
Japanese. They
He's-
love
he's a-
Japanese
he's a
anime,
weeaboo?
but
Hey,
I am
Hey.
Yord is basically a
stole your name.
Vandal weeaboo,
Yeah.
and if he just like weeboos, like they love the Japanese culture, but they wouldn't survive a year with the actual Japanese because the
Weeaboo.
Japanese are
why
very
are you
insular race.
attacking me? Why? Why are you attacking me? What have I done to you?
Right?
All right, next question comes from Just a Lemming, and I think this is just sort of more of a joke question. Isn't Amelia Boyd just the leader of the Slicers? Why are we supposed to feel bad for them? The Frontier Fighters are the Slicers, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, they are the Slicers. They
They are the slicers.
literally the Slicers. Yes, they are quite literally terrorists. Which is why when she calls you up and whines pathetically, it's like, aren't you a terrorist who killed hundreds of people or like thousands, if not millions of people?
Yeah.
Like, you're complaining about a good man, about you doing the right thing after you committed a false flag attack on innocent people?
Yeah, I just want to mute her number. Like CIG is doing a terrible job of characterizing her as anything other than just a wet puppy,
Yeah.
right? Wet puppy who's been left outside all night and needs a blankie and
Yeah.
some water. Like you picked the wrong line of work if this is what you're calling me over, babe.
Yeah.
Like
I'm
I'm gonna be like Amos in The Expanse. I'm that guy.
Yeah.
Yeah,
No,
I'm that
God.
guy.
Yeah.
Don't call me because I'm that guy.
yeah.
Amos are scary.
Yeah.
Well, when Bellissimo asks, did we ever work out what the ship silhouette with the Corsair style wings, the Flappy Bird that people like to call it?
Yeah,
I'm guessing- I'm
I have
guessing
no idea what
it's
that thing is.
It's a Gray's Market ship. I guarantee
Okay.
it.
You stole my answer. I was trying to get it out.
Were you gonna say the same thing?
Yes.
It's got to be. Now that we know that the Gray's Market exists as a manufacturer, that has to be it because it's got the wings of a Corsair, and the body is something of a different ship. So it's just kind of an off ship.
It looked like it had a body of like a cutter
Yeah.
a little bit, but
Yeah.
So we'll see. Oh
What
gosh.
do we see?
I got-
see an eye or ear.
Yeah, well, maybe. I don't know if it'll. I don't think we'll see it this year. I think it's going to be a next year ship.
Next year.
Yeah, because I think that bottom suction cup is actually a miner, so it's like a ground miner. So it lands down and like kind of how the Pioneer has its the legs of the Pioneer, the landing gear of the Pioneer is also going to be like mining drill, so it'll suck up the resources from the ground.
Oh, so like next. Well, it could be a next ship.
Yeah, you can see it in the next ship. But they need to add those with Gen 5, Planet Gen 5, Planetech 5 resource distribution. So
Okay.
Genesis.
Genesis. Escape asks, why do you think we are getting anything before scanning? Or Nix. Why do you think we're getting Nix before scanning? Because you don't need, just like you don't need Pyro, just for the solar flares, you don't need Nix just for the Dark Nebula. It's just content. They're gonna add content.
CIG is adding a lot of content to the game without building systems for it. So they could build the systems for scanning later, but they need Nix now to draw eyes to Star Citizen and keep that daily active user base up. That's basically where we're getting a lot of content, even though some of that content is kind of baked. And they kind of admitted that the Hathor laser was supposed to reveal the Apex Valakar, but then they realized it wasn't ready, so they just Hathor, put it out. I feel like we're just kind of going through real quickly, doing stuff,
Yeah.
getting stuff out the door as quickly as possible. Like that's why all the new ships, the Stinger, the Great Cat Market Shiv, the Paladin. Well, actually, no, the Paladin does have internal components access, but yeah, the Shiv should have,
Yeah, it should have, but it
Right.
doesn't.
but it doesn't. So same with like the F8C, the Hornet Mark II. CIG is just kind of trying to get stuff out there without having to worry about too much
Too much
about
work.
too
Yeah.
much work, because obviously they're really working on Squadron. I still have the conspiracy theory that the ASD facility we have in game right now is from Squadron. It is a level from Squadron.
be.
Yeah,
that
I
they
agree.
ripped out.
Could be.
They ripped it out from Squadron somewhere, and they repurposed the asset, the level design, and they got what's his name, Pedro, to write some nice music for it. They did the lighting. They added some spawn points to it, and they added some switches to do some cool stuff. But
Change the signage to ASD.
Yeah.
From whatever it was originally.
whatever it was, yeah, it kicks so much ass, like the core area, right? It's just it can't be. They couldn't have been cooking on this thing for so long.
No. Because
It had to have been like a Squadron asset.
there's also a conspiracy theory I've heard where like people, the reason why it's so good is because the team from Squadron who worked on the levels is done.
Mhm.
So they've been able to build levels for Star Citizen, and
Mhm.
that was the first level they built for Star Citizen
Mhm.
from the ground up. That could be happening.
Yeah, sure. Squadron
Uh,
42 team.
Yeah. Buonbellissimo. No, it says Exor. What is your dream Gray's Market mashup?
Oh God. Dream. I mean, I'm not really a fan of Gray's Market. I mean, they've only had one ship out, so maybe I shouldn't say that. But from what I've seen, I'm not really a fan of Gray's Market. Like
Mhm.
Gray's Market is like a step below Drake for me, and I'm not really a fan of Drake. So that's saying something. So my dream Gray's Market mashup, maybe a Mercury Star Runner with 2 doors.
Ha! That's a good one.
Yeah,
See,
2 doors.
my dream Gray's Market mashup is a 600i, but they took the Idris railgun off of the the Idris M railgun off of the Idris and welded it to the front of the 600i, and then gave it the gun turrets of like the Scorpius,
Yeah.
you know. So
So-
turn a 600i into a gunboat.
So my Gray's Market mashup would be the wings off the Mark 1 Hornet with the nose from the Mark 1 Hornet, with the turret from the Mark 1 Hornet, and the body of the Mark 1 Hornet. You know what? Just make a Mark 1
One
Hornet.
Hornet.
Yeah, make one Mark 1 Hornet.
Just
Okay,
make another
yeah.
Mark 1 Hornet. I'd be so happy.
But
Just a scrap version, you know.
It's
I
a
got a
scrappier
question
version.
for you, Vertigo. Would it come with a bucket?
Yes, that'd be the only upgrade. It would come with a bucket from
The
the
seat. Yeah.
Ages or
Ugh.
something.
All right.
Okay, maybe a bucket and a bottle.
I was
How-
the
how
joke
about
I was
that?
going for was I can't remember, there was like Waterboy,
Yeah.
where they were like, "Can we get you a drink?" Yeah, scotch and water with no scotch. And they're like, "Ah."
Yeah. Let's see. Question. Remember when Elliot told us he was working on missions for ground vehicles? Pepperidge Farm remembers.
What are we talking about? They're in the game right now. Literally, like this new mission where they have the anti-air turrets. Those are required. If you have a small enough ship, like
They will
those
kill you.
anti-air turrets will tear you apart unless you have a ground vehicle.
And they've talked about that they've had AI working with like vehicles and targeting vehicles for a while now, but they haven't fully turned that AI on. So, Exor asks, what mission mechanic do you want to see added next year? Baskart?
I'm looking forward to the Van Door thing. I forget the name of it now. I have to look at my notes, but you know what I'm talking about.
The
Van
one
Door
from
mission
CitizenCon
for-
Direct they showed off.
The very last one, the last part.
Yeah,
Yeah.
right. I'm looking forward to those. So evidently, what I'm looking forward to is already coming in. So that's my answer, I guess.
Vertigo?
You know, kind of looking forward to engineering a little bit, going around repairing ships and kind of stuff. Like to see more FPS gameplay. Love to see more like crafting too. You know,
Yeah,
actual
sure.
player crafting, so you can craft like slightly better items or customize
How much
items
you-
or something.
How much do you think that crafter that they showed in Citizen Con Direct is gonna cost?
Probably
or-
close to 50,000 credits to 100,000 credits. They may
Yeah.
sell it on the web store, you know,
You think-
$30 or
you
something.
think they would? But how much? How much you think it'll be on the web store?
Hey,
30
I think
bucks,
it's at
30,
$30.
$40.
I do also think you can buy it in game though. It's a pretty no brainer, I think.
Yeah, they'll probably, you know what? They'll probably bundle it with like a skin and a ship. I would
Yep.
imagine crafting. It'll probably come with like a vulture or like a reclaimer or something attached to it. Like, hey,
The Galaxy,
you can get
the
this cool
Galaxy.
the galaxy or something. Hey, yeah, it's probably gonna come with some sort of living ship, a ship you can live in, kind of like a Galaxy, a Zeus, a Carrack or something. Like, hey, you can get the crafting machine, but you have to buy this other thing that comes with a skin. I know a lot of the people in the community hate because they just want to be able to buy just the skin.
Yes.
Or they
Just
want to
the
be able to
one
buy
thing,
just the armor.
yeah.
But no, everything comes bundled, and you have to buy both
Mm-hmm.
because fuck you. That's
Gosh, what was the question again? My brain is already starting to go.
I know.
All right.
Where are the questions, Paul?
Rough Gaming Com asks, what is the most underrated piece of Star Citizen lore? The Kurthok? Underrated in terms of unknown, or underrated is in terms of undervalued? Because all of the Star Citizen lore is undervalued because it's not in the game in any way, shape, or form. It's starting.
Well,
to
they're
get
getting
there.
they're starting to do a better job with like the data pads
Yeah.
you can pick up and read and at your leisure.
Yeah, I mean it's getting better, but like a lot of that stuff isn't there. But if we're talking about the extended lore that they have, I would say the most underrated part of lore is probably the pirate lore. Because most people, when you say, "Oh yeah, let's talk about pirates in Star Citizen," people just immediately turn off, be like, "I don't want to listen to about a bunch of criminals." It's like, yeah, but they've got the most fascinating. Like for instance, there are two smugglers. A woman who was very wealthy who decided to go play smuggler because she wanted to, spite her father, and she met up with a woman who was a better pilot than she was, and they decided that they were going to go do.
Oh,
smuggling.
that was the commercial for the MSR.
No, this one's different. This one is like the discovery of the Tow Hill system. They decided to go smuggling in, of all places, Nyx.
Mhm.
And they got away with it pretty well until they accidentally pissed off the People's Alliance, who then banned them from Levski. And in their process of fleeing from Levski, they accidentally discovered a jump point. And then one of them convinced the other one, "Hey, let's not go turn this in yet. Let's go to a place that's a little bit better. If we go to this place, then turn it in there, then we'll get more money." So they went to a distant UEE planet. The one of them got the other one drunk as a skunk and passed out. And once they had been passed out, she slipped out and then reported it to the UEE so she could get the bounty and the fame. There was a huge legal fight over who had the right to do what, until it was revealed that both of them were smugglers, and they were fighting over the rights of who could name what for like the system and that kind of thing. And so the UE's like, cool, not only are none of you are in the right, but we're going to arrest both of you for breaking the law. So it's like the pettiness of these two pirates, these two smugglers, ended up getting themselves in trouble. All right.
I'm trying to find it, but I'm having trouble.
Underrated lore. Oh my god. Okay, Vertigo. You
Oh,
go.
God.
Underrated lore in Star Citizen.
Do you know some lore in Star Citizen?
That's
Oh,
the
wow.
question. Do I
Wow.
know lore in Star Citizen? Not really. I did look up the. But I'm just gonna tell you a story about how I looked up lore. You mentioned that Dr. Yort was like originally one of the original guys doing research. I actually
Yeah.
looked up on the Hadeson Sphere, and he was not mentioned in any articles.
He's not
on
mentioned. He's
Regeneration.
not mentioned anywhere in Regeneration. But
Yeah, so this
but-
is like a new. Dr. Yort's a new thing.
He is. He was. But the thing is that it's clear that the Onyx facilities predates the current year
Regeneration. Yeah.
by a lot. to the point where it could predate regeneration. And in his discussion with Sam, it sounds like he's describing what regeneration is to Sam. So it's likely new concept, if not even a basically unknown concept that he's using this on Sam. So,
but I'm just saying, like they obviously wrote this in recently.
Oh yeah, it's a recent lore. Yeah. So
I was looking for it, and I finally found that I think the most underrated piece of lore. I'm gonna put the link in chat. It's called 2942. If you click on our link, it'll say October 10th, 2012, and it says inside it says 2952. Then it says 2942. Sorry.
Yeah.
Then it says just today.
Today.
So that just establishes what the timeline
Was.
is for Star Citizen. So,
Yeah.
So that's like that one of the first, if not the first, lore piece that they ever put out.
yeah. Yeah.
That's my answer.
There we go. All right. Did we talk about what mission mechanic you want to see added next year? What's the mission mechanic?
I talked about engineering.
Yeah.
I believe. I think Fastcart wanted to talk about the Vanduul stuff. That
Yeah,
showed up in CISCON.
my brain isn't working, so
I
I'm
know.
at that stage of like I can't remember what I asked. Question.
Are we not keeping you entertained?
You are, but my brain is like we are chugging along. It is 1:50 or 1:45 basically, so we still got about 45 minutes left, and then we can call it, pause it if we don't have more discussion. But like I'm at that drag. Where
I have stuff that we can talk about.
I can punch
I
through.
have a question for you.
Sure.
If you run out of questions.
I mean,
Go ahead.
well, because the next question is, what is your greatest rub currently in Star Citizen? And I'm guessing he's saying like biggest pet peeve.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure. This is 1 o'clock, so we can't be too sure about that.
My greatest problem with Star Citizen right now is
Elevators.
I wouldn't say elevators for me.
More.
I would say
More.
I would specifically say ship elevators, because every so
Yep,
often
I was gonna go there too.
when you pull your ship up, it just is deciding to like act like Free Willy as it's popping out and bouncing around the deck, and then it's gone. So
Even when it works, like it's cool for like the first 5 times it
Yeah.
happens. And once you get to 10,
Okay.
20, 100 times, it's like, can I just have my goddamn ship already?
yeah.
I apologize. I was thinking of a different version of Free Willy. So my bad. Don't fall, Paul.
Oh
Don't
gosh,
Don't
I'm
fall.
fine. I'm fine.
As long as you're not thinking of the children while you're free and Willy.
Oh god.
Oh,
No.
why?
Oh,
Why?
God. Oh, it's just- I'm glad
Shame
that
on you.
I am glad that Gamers Outreach is now asleep and they're not
Yeah.
watching this.
Gamers Outreach, more like Gamer Outrage, am I right?
Oh no,
Oh.
no. Oh.
That was not me.
But Free Willy involved a whale and a child. I saw that movie when I was young.
God. All right, question from a first-time chatter. If you could have any dream alien ship in game, what would it be? For example, mine would be a Perseus-sized Tavaran ship.
No, make it up one.
Just make up your own ship.
There is a ship in lore, a Tavaran ship in lore that I'd love to see. It's been mentioned a couple of times, but it's basically the evil twin of the Hurricane. It's the ship that the Hurricane is based off of, but the ship that the Hurricane uses an attached turret, and this ship, which is called the Vulture, not the Vulture, the Jackal. It's
Jackal?
called the Jackal. The Jackal uses an engineering seat so that it can rotate the shields to manage that while the pilot fights and flies. So it's sort of like you got a Rio operator. I'd love to
I don't
see
think
that.
CSU will ever get that to work.
I think they could get that to work with engineering, and it would be a unique take on how to do engineering gameplay with a smaller fighter ship. Where like having an additional seat will help you manage your power resources, which make you survive longer, I think. So what do you think?
For me, I would just if I could pick anything, I would just take the Vandal Kinship. I mean, why not?
Yeah.
I mean, I wouldn't be able to fly it, but I'd be able to sell it for a whole lot of money, a whole lot of credits in game. But other than that, I do have a particular. I don't know what the word for it. I like the driller, especially the driller trailer that they put out. So I've always liked that ship. I kind of have an interest in that. I probably wouldn't use it or anything like that, but yeah, I like the look of it from that commercial. Are we all done with that one?
Vertigo? Dream Alien ship.
Oh, alien ship from Star Citizen that
Yeah.
you want.
From one of
from
the
Star
alien
Citizen.
races. From
Or you
what?
can make
or
up
from-
one.
Yeah.
Does it have to be Star Citizen?
It's just said any dream alien ship you in game you'd want it to be.
Because, like I said, I don't know much about ships outside the ones that we've seen for concept or flight ready.
Do you like any physical design styles? Like, do you like the Banu or the Devarin or the Vanduul, just like style?
I mean, like,
Jean
okay,
style?
so the what is it? The Jean Scout,
Yeah.
right? I like the Jean style of ships, but I don't fly them because they're just so gimmicky and whatnot. But yeah, the Scouts, the Sentoki, those are pretty cool, right?
Mhm.
I like to see more ships that have massive transforming sections. Stuff.
No, those are the ones you fly with the balls on the other
Yes.
side instead of a joystick.
Yeah.
Yes. Just-
Yeah, I can imagine how you might like those, but yeah, well, yeah, I get it.
Do you like to fondle the balls? Is that what you're trying to imply?
Mhm. Or if you
Uh,
close your eyes and you squeeze, you can pretend they're breasts.
Oh.
Let's see here. Move the right titty
Yeah.
clockwise
Wait,
to
wait.
activate your landing gear.
Is that how you handle breath? I mean, come on, man.
It's like Karate Kid. Wax on, wax off, and then suddenly.
Oh God.
I encouraged him that time. That was
Yes.
my bad.
Yes. You know what would be effed up, Fast Cart? Yawn into your webcam. That's what Escape is saying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It really is the breast control scheme for that ship, Paul.
It is designed. It is uncomfortably similar to that. It's the problem.
It is very titillating.
Yes.
Question from Sweetheart SQP. How much do you think they are changing the Aurora while we have it down for gold standard pass? It doesn't seem like it's getting the Aurora is getting it seems like it's getting a full interior rework. And I don't know how much it's going to change, because if it's getting a full interior rework, that's pretty significant. But at the same time, I don't know
already
what
had a
you
bed,
could
right?
do. It already had a bed. Yeah. It doesn't have any
Yeah, I don't
component
see it.
base though. That's the thing.
What?
It's no there's no component base, so we don't there's no
yeah,
components.
yeah.
They're adding the
No,
components.
obviously add those and just keep the bed. I don't see too much of an issue with that.
I don't know
What
where
I
they,
would
they
like-
add it.
What I would like is for them to give, like, when the Scorpius came out, someone put out a picture or a graphic of, like, having the wings on the Aurora fold out like it did on the Scorpius. I would like to see that, but I don't think we're gonna get that.
Yeah, I think we're going to be focusing mostly on the just the interior is where we're going to get. Also, Griff came back right when we get to the brain dead, we're all insane part of the stream.
I'm fine.
Uh,
I'm doing well. But I do have a question, if that's okay.
that's fine. Go for it.
Okay, so I should have looked it up before the show, but I couldn't. What is the Moist Master? That developer? What's his real name again?
Oh, Will Haynes. Will
Will Haynes,
something.
okay.
It's Will something. I
So-
don't know his last name.
So during the CitizenCon Direct, he was asking for other names that we can call him instead of Moist Master. So
Yeah.
what other name would you call him besides Moist Master? Because you
Captain-
also know the Hydro Homie, right?
Yeah.
That's him.
Yeah, it's
So
Hydra
What
Homie.
other name?
It's Captain Planet.
Okay.
Someone else earlier in the stream came up with that. I'm like, I like that. I'm taking that.
Okay. Grass guy.
Yeah.
Okay. How about you, Vertigo?
I don't know. I guess I'm having the same problem. Paul is getting kind of tired.
Getting kind of tired.
Yeah.
I have four possibilities.
Go for it, Fast Cart.
So
Maybe I'll figure it out by the
number
time you go
one
through.
would be the Wet Wise Man.
White wise man.
Number two would be the Damp Duke.
The damn Duke. I
Damn
like
Duke.
Number three would be the Soggy Sovereign.
Saki Sovereign.
that.
And number four would be Drippy Dankness.
Roofy Dankness?
Drippy
Drippy
Dankness.
Drippy Dankness. Okay, I get it. Yeah,
So,
those
So-
what works.
so congratulations, you don't have to settle for Moist Mask anymore.
Okay.
Yeah, Duck Force 1 brings up Wet Bandits.
Yeah.
And the Wet Bandit. It's almost that time of year too, for that movie to make sense.
Lemming asks, does the Van Duel have cargo utility ships? The Driller, I think, is a
Yeah,
cargo
they
ship.
definitely
Yeah.
do,
Yeah.
but we just haven't seen them. The Kilrathi had them.
Yeah, the Kilrathi had him,
that-
so yeah, we definitely have
So
them.
Vandal have them. We just haven't. You haven't seen their rear echelon. Just seen their front line stuff. So, but maybe like in Squadron 42, we'll have like beyond the front lines where you like capture a Vandal ship and have to fly it,
yeah, I can see
cause
that.
some trouble.
All right. I think we're coming towards the basically the end. There's not a lot of more questions. I think we can call it here for this session. It'll give me a little bit of time to just get up and move around and then hang out with the chat a little bit before we move on to the last session. So thank you to Vertigo and Fastcart for hanging out with us here today.
Yep.
And we've raised, let me see so far, we've raised $4,469.69 just for
I think someone gave $10 during the last.
yeah
No,
okay.
before we came on too.
Yeah. So Cody gave $10. Shinobi gave $59.69. Big
Nice.
Brick gave $5, and Cody Cooper gave $4. So we can have his comment was hey 69. So so
I approve.
so yes, we're at that point. We're almost to 5,000. We're a little over $500, $540 or something like that, $530. So we could do it. Maybe we got one more session. Thank you again to HC Vertigo and for Fastcart. Make sure you check out HC Vertigo on twitch.tv/HC Vertigo and youtube.com/HC Vertigo, and check out Fastcart pretty much everywhere in the Star Citizen community, but specifically Soul Citizens on Sundays, right? Mostly.
Yeah, mostly Sundays, but I do have a request. Make sure you end on the soundbite instead of doing your normal in the black.
Yes. Thank you for hanging out for us. I'll be back here in a few moments. I'm going to give some time to relax. I'll chat with chat here in a bit. But as I'm going to say this, as I never say, the biggest blackest part of space I can find. Just as deep as possible. Thank you so much. We'll be back. All right, chat. We're gonna use. We're gonna take a few moments. I'm gonna get up, walk around, and then I'm gonna come back and we'll just hang out and talk for a bit before we get the last crew on. Woo! This is gonna be rough. Oh, baby. I'm not gonna be passed out, chat. Don't worry about that. But I'll be right back. I need to get up and move around a little bit. This is the problem about these 24-hour streams, is that it's not that they are awful. It's that if you like, time slows down at the end of the stream because your brain is moving faster than your body. This is what it feels like. And so it's like, oh yeah, we were talking a little bit. It's been like 5 minutes. Oh, it's been a minute. God damn it. So I will get up, walk around a little bit, and I'll come back and we'll talk a little bit, and then we'll do some get everything set up for the last crew. We got, as of right now, I have been streaming for 20 hours. So we've got 4 hours left. Woof. Be right back, chat. Not asleep, still awake. Still here. Took a 5-minute power nap. No, man, I didn't sleep at all. What I really needed to do is I went downstairs. I walked outside. I grabbed something to drink as well, just to drink a little bit, and I watched a few minutes of a YouTube video. I needed something to focus on that wasn't Star Citizen. Oh no, I'm definitely exhausted. I mean, I've been up for 20 hours, and I still got an additional 3.5 hours left. You will live, drink, and breathe, Star Citizen, and you will like it. I'm going to start adding the folks who are going to be here. So it's execute. Nonstop Bops. And who's my last person? And it's JoJo. It's been a long 20 hours, yeah. Have been here since you started. Love what you do, sir. Thank you, Rough Gaming Com. I don't know how you haven't slept. Because we still got time. Okay. That's weird. There we go. Change that up. The new monocular is dope as fuck. You have pneumonia and you're on steroids, so you can't sleep wide awake. Hey, that's good. That works. Streamer's been live talking for 20 hours. Questions how viewers can still be watching. The difference is that like you have the ability to go to sleep. You've been here almost the whole time. Cody Cooper, you have been. Thank you, Sapper and Shelby. Home stretch, yeah. So I was gonna start the get everything together by in a couple minutes, but I think I'm gonna delay it a little bit longer, only because I realize I've been doing an hour and an hour and a half. I got the bot to work again. Neat. Haruth Ninja 78. Thank you so much. At $25. So we're at $4,494.69. God damn, y'all. We're not doing college. I just have this up. That's all. Because it's the easiest one that with the current setup that I have, it's the easiest one to do that. it's still up. Question, how's your sanity? Better than it was a couple of hours ago. It helped that I drank I drank a caffeinated beverage while I was doing the last one, so it's kicking in now. The goal is for it to stay active, so I'm going to remain with my I will remain with my my sanity. I will remain with my gallon of coffee. I've only drank 3 powdered energy drinks in the last 48 hours. Literally the hardest part about these sort of 24-hour streams is there's a spot like 4 or 5 hours, like between like midnight and 2, midnight and 1. That was the hardest part for me right now, and I'm feeling better now because I have that caffeine, and I'm going to ride the caffeine up through the end of this, and then I will crash. Just be careful with your kidneys with those. As long as I'm not chugging those things 24/7, I'm fine. I typically have 1 a day, and so having 3 should be fine. I've had 3 in the past before, and it's fine. The key is to space it out and to make sure that it's within. I'm not drinking them within 4 hours of each other. Ride that beautiful wave. We all don't get younger, mate. I know. I'm fine though. It's getting dark at 6:30. Has messed up my sleep, and I can't wait till it happens at 5. I thought it was normal chatting. It is normal chatting. We're just gonna hang out for now. I just don't want to pull up the other stream stuff. I just want to keep this up for now. It's wild to me that the stream started when I was left at work, and it's ending when I leave work. Yeah, it's 24 hours. I'm fine. It's been the last words of a lot of people. I have been doing this yearly for a while. I know the routine. I know the practice. It's, not great for your body, but as long as... So, my routine is go to bed early the night before, start the stream early in the morning, because starting the stream at 6 a.m. my time means that I'm going to go to bed at 6, so it's still sleepy. It's still nighttime, basically. It's sort of early morning, but it's still dark out, so my brain isn't totally fucked. And then I sleep for 4 or 5 hours, so I sleep from like 6 to noon my time. So that's only like a couple of hours. Get up, walk around, do things. So I have enough sleep that I'm functional. And then I then go to bed somewhat early tomorrow. Well, today, I guess. You only do this once a year? Yeah, I don't do this more than once a year. Do I have work on Monday? Yeah, but I'm gonna sleep on Sunday. Basically, I have all day tomorrow to recoup. The other thing that's important if you're going to be staying up late doing stuff like this is to drink lots of water, eat real food, not junk food, don't drink alcohol, take breaks, getting up and walking around, getting the blood flowing. They're acting like he hardlined ADHD meds in the restroom of a sports bar. Yeah, no. What is that photo you have in the background? Not to get off the subject of caffeine. No, that's just it's a rotation collar. It like this, the background rotates. No, it's not it. It's not the right one. There we go. Oop, no, that's right. It rotates it loops every couple of seconds. There you go. See, it looped just then. Remember to use your detox pen. Going to have an extra long Sunday nap. Yeah, I mean, basically what I'm going to do is 6 to noon is sleeping 6 hours. I'll probably get up a little earlier than that, like 10, 11 a.m. And then get up, walk around, make sure I'm active after that. I think Cam and I are going to go shopping because we haven't shopped yet, so we're going to go grocery shopping. We'll cook dinner. And then after that, like, I'm probably going to crash out early, but like, 7 p.m., 8 p.m. Let me pick your brain a bit. What do you think at the moment of the Reclaimer and the Salvage? I think CIG did us dirty because the Reclaimer is supposed to refine its own salvage, and it's kind of hilarious. Though, what holes you have to jump through salvage with the ship now. The ship was never specifically said to have a refinery on board, but I think the spirit is that it's supposed to have a refinery. But it's going to be a while before the actual any sort of like remake happens with the interior, because it's not going to do an exterior; it's going to be an interior rework. Told you guys, he snorted weevil eggs. Drink lots of water, peeps. It's healthy. Well, not lots. Well, water helps you get up and move, because if you drink a lot of it, you have to get up and use the restroom a lot. Keeps you hydrated, keeps your voice from going bad. Yes, salvage was always supposed to have the extra step of refining. Because you got to remember, salvage, not even now, but in the future, salvage is going to, it was always going to be where, like, when you do the sort of like salvage stripping, you're not going to be stripping off goo. It's not going to be like, construction materials and RMC. The RMC will have properties, 60% aluminum, 40% tungsten, that kind of thing. So that material will then be separated, and you will be able to refine that material back to its original state. Salvage was concepted before the construction and crafting were a thing. That A, and B, the ship itself, the Reclaimer itself, was not built. Was built before they even had the idea of what salvage was actually going to be. But for those of you who are like, well, it needs to get its rework now, it's not going to happen. The Reclaimer, tell that to the fucking Starfarer owners. They've been needing an interior rework of the Starfarer for years, a decade now, and it's not happened. Huh. 600i and Starfarer send their regrets. Yeah. Before they did the metrics for physical cargo too, if I recall correctly. Yeah. I'm gonna live out of the Ironclad like a big RV, using small ships to do odd jobs out of its hull. That makes sense. Liberator 2026. I don't know. Maybe. I think it'll either be 2026 or 2027. I was watching old Around the Verse where they said, keep a lookout for the Starfarer rework coming soon. Yeah. Yeah. Looking for the next Citizen Chat. That'll be next week. I'm going to make an announcement on the topic on Monday. I'm going to, give a polling of what topic you all want to talk about, and then that it'll be the next Citizen, the pub chat. The next pub chat will be next Saturday. Glad to help the kiddos. 2 weeks ago, I was up all night helping raise money for Algrid's new GPU. Always happy to help. I'm glad to hear that. Stop yawning, Astropup. That does end well. I'm fine. X, welcome back. I'm gonna call in about 20 minutes. I realized now that I don't really need to start directly on time. So set up for a couple minutes, and then we'll get good to go. That's fine. Is there a giveaway going on? There is. I'm going to end it before we start the next stream, though. So we're currently giving away a Shiv. Hold on, I got you for Twitch or for YouTube chat. Honestly, I don't know how CIG wants so many utility ships to be useful at all. At the moment, none of them are needed. They're gonna make gameplay for it. They've kind of hinted at it recently that they're going to try to work on refueling missions. So like players refueling NPC ships. And for instance, we've heard no indication that there's going to be much, if any, space stations in the Nyx system other than Levski. So Levski may be the only space station outside of the Pyro and Castra jump stations where you can get fuel. And it's important to remember that Nyx is always supposed to be pretty big, about the same size as Pyro. Hey, Nick Gaston, welcome. Let's help others level up. Nice. Welcome, everybody. I am on hour 20 and 40 minutes. I mean, 20 hours and 40 minutes into my 24-hour live stream. I was about to step away here for a few moments, but we can hang out for a little bit. The plan is we're currently doing a giveaway, but we're also raising money for charity. We've been raising money for Gamers Outreach, which is an organization that helps get kids who are in hospitals access to video games. So one of the problems that often happens is kids go into hospitals, and hospitals are not designed for kids. Even children's hospitals aren't designed for kids. kids get stressed. They get they feel, off because they're stuck in a hospital bed. So the purpose of Gamers Outreach is to build with these things called go-karts, what they call the go-karts. These go-karts aren't actual go-karts. They're like rolly carts that are made out of medical grade material that have a monitor built in, and they come with video game consoles. And they can roll these carts directly up to the side of the bed of these kids, and the kids can play whatever games they want to while they're in bed. So each go-kart costs $4,000 to make. The community has raised $4,494.69. So we're still doing the fundraising. We still got about 3 hours and 15 minutes left. So feel free to check that out. Is it 3 hours 15? Yeah, 3 hours 15 minutes. Thank you, MC. Were you playing some Star Citizen? I'm sure the Nyx is going to, because like Nyx hasn't changed its size since before Pyro changed its size, but Nyx was originally the same size as Pyro. So I imagine that Nyx, even if it gets shrunk down, will be shrunk down to like 9.3. So it'll be about the same size as Pyro. But it's got less planets. It's only got 3 planets. We carved pumpkins, painted autumnal landscapes, and played Marvel Rivals. Nice. So yeah, welcome. My name is Paul. This is the Astropub. We do a lot of space and science fiction here. This is my Captain's Table podcast, which is a podcast about Star Citizen, which is an upcoming space game. It's in early access and alpha. Has been for a while. But we've been doing these 24-hour charities for a while. We're just kind of in a middle ground where the last rotational group that we had for the podcast has gone, and in the next 15 minutes we're going to rotate back to a new group. Where do you want someone to talk to? No, I think I'm good right now. I mean, I'll call you up in a moment. It's helping me talk just alone, reading chat and talking. What's really the deal with suit lockers? What do you mean? We can get cyborg arms with weapons built in. Hey, Viking paid $5.31. We're not $4,500. Way to go. Not sure if CG wants to do more about the quests. I still remember CR saying that Citizen Combat SC won't have Kill 5 Wolf quests. I want kind of storyline in each system that pulls me through the system, like a main storyline with some side quests. That is the plan, as far as we know. They broke the 69. I have a particular set of skills. I will find you. Do you think Star Citizen will have any famous local animals with felony records? I don't know. Maybe. All right, chat. I'm going to step away for a few more minutes. And when I come back, we'll do some more. I need to get up and move a little bit more. Getting that eepy feeling again. Be right back, chat. All right, chat. We're gonna end the giveaway that we have been doing. Boop, 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 boop. Close the giveaway. Good luck to everyone who entered. The winner is Town Scott, if you're still here. Town Scott should be here. He was here earlier. He probably went to sleep. Because it's 3 o'clock in the morning. Yeah, he's not here anymore. All right, I'm ruthless. Reroll. GQ U BD G Quubbed. I don't think GQ is here. So I'm gonna do another winner. Static Shell. Hey! See them in chat. I see like they. I don't know if they said anything. That's right. Let me see if I can find them. Yes. There we go. I'll whisper it real quickly. All right, I'm gonna send that to you right now. And then we're gonna get started here, so. Sent it to you. All right. Hello and welcome back to the final stretch of this Captain's Table 24-hour podcast. I'm exhausted, and as is tradition, Execute is here to torture me for the last 3 hours. But I'm joined by more folks here. Some folks you are fairly familiar with. I'm going to start with Mr. Jojo. Who are you? What do you do in Star Citizen, and where can they find you?
I don't know. What do I do? I make videos about leaks, and I talk about ships, and I talk about news. And people find me interesting to listen to, I guess. I don't know why, but they do.
I mean, join the club.
Sounds like me, Jojo.
Yeah, it sounds like the
I
rest,
don't
like
know
all
Jojo
of us.
myself either.
And where can they find you?
It's Jojo TV on YouTube. I don't remember what my Twitch is. I haven't done much on there. It's
Most-
something with It's Jojo.
But it's mostly on YouTube, right?
Yeah, mostly on YouTube right now. Haven't really gotten to streaming yet, but probably at some point.
Oh. And then Mr. Nonstop Bops, who are you? What do you do in Star Citizen? Where can they find you?
Hi, I'm Bops. I know some of you have already followed, and thank you for that. I appreciate that. I'm Bops. I stream on Twitch for relentless hours, 15 hours at a time. We do lots and lots of PvP, but the good kind. We hunt the bad guys that are hunting supply line runners. We also do stuff like play guitar and banjo and mandolin on stream, and we help new players learn and experience the game. And basically, it's about building a really wholesome, open community that we're working really hard at, and it's happening. So that's why I'm here to really build that community more with you guys.
It was very fun to raid you on Thursday when you were playing, and you immediately busted out the banjo and started playing the Outer Wilds, and I was like,
Outer Wilds, yeah.
Sweet.
You cleared onto it straight away, by the way.
Yeah.
Not everyone gets that.
That
So
song
good
is
job.
burned in my head. I love that song. It's like it's the epitome of space bluegrass, in my opinion, because it's so iconic. You
That's
know?
what we say we do on our stream. Is we there's Space Cowboy, which we love, but we
Yeah.
do Space Hillbilly.
Yeah, there we go.
So that's how. Yeah.
I think you just like having fun, Bobs. That's what I've noticed every
Exactly.
time I'm
Yeah.
there. You're trying to have fun.
And last and least, we have Mr. Execute. Who are you? What do you do in Star Citizen? Where can they find you?
I don't know, Paul. I just got brought in here reluctantly.
We just dragged him off. We dragged this hobo off the street.
Off
you
the
know?
street, yeah.
Yeah.
Right, yeah. I'm gonna move. Yeah, I need to move back to the middle. Can you drag? Yeah, if you're gonna
Yeah.
reposition me,
I can
just so I
reposition
can
you.
sit comfortably, not all the way over to that side.
Yeah,
That's a bit
I got
weird.
you a little bit more.
Yeah,
There we
yeah,
go.
cool. Thank
There
you.
go.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, now there's a black bar.
There you
Oh
go.
no! Oh no!
Fixed
Not
it.
a black bar, Paul. No. No, I'm just one of the in-fronters. We talk about ships and stuff. A little bit like Jojo, as Jojo said. Talk about leagues and things like that. And I guess we're going to be kind of stop and help people get ships for cheap now, because that seems to be ending pretty soon. Probably have got a show that we're going to have to talk about with that. But
About the
yeah, CCUs are
CCUs.
CCUs are just they're dwindling. Whoever this new marketing person is, it's not on the cards as much anymore. But anyway, that's a story for another day.
All right. So for this last section, as I've said before, we're going to be talking year in review. How Star Citizen has been this year. I'm going to start with you, Execute, since you're last to introduce yourself. The question is, what was best about this year?
What's been best about this year? I think a lot of people, for me, this is a hindsight thing, obviously. A lot of people have appreciated the appearance of a lot of gameplay patches going in. That seems to have seems to be more people in game. But I don't think that that's been the best personally, because it's really just more same shit. There hasn't really been a lot of new stuff in there, but it's just the appearance that there being a lot of patches, it seemed to have drummed up a lot of people. That seems to be what's gone best. But realistically, they're doing a lot of work in the background. But when you kind of do a lot of work in the background, you don't see a lot of work in the front. You know what I mean? And I don't think we have seen a lot of work in the front. I think that's what the mission team's been doing. Mission team have been carrying the entire team this year. Let's be honest. They're the front facing people this year, in my opinion. So yeah.
All right. Pops, what was good about this year?
I think it's two pronged. First of all, let's just say the Shiv, that was the best thing. But I think basically the the mission team, like you said, have done such a good job. As someone who enjoys PvP, I've never seen as much occurring in the world because of the things that have pushed people towards it or forced people to engage with it in a positive way. So like the battle pass style events that we got with the cargo running patch that we had, followed immediately by this headhunters patch that we've had now, the ASD missions and having to run all of the bits and pieces back and forth from ASD. It's encouraged positive group play amongst everyone. while forcing players to interact with each other more instead of them isolated in a really positive way, which of course breeds criminals, which are there for me to hunt. So all of it comes together, and for the first time, it feels like the verse is like alive and pumping, and there's a backbone and a pulse to it, which we haven't had for pretty much the whole time that Star Citizen's been around. It's really, really cool.
Can't get that image out of my head of breeding criminals. Right, okay. Thanks, Pops. Won't look at the game the same way again. Breeding gameplay coming sometime soon. Thanks to Pops.
It is far too early in the morning for this kind of talk. Jojo.
Paul's just dreaming of pillows. Yeah. Sorry, Joe.
Jojo, what was best about this year?
Well, the best part about this year will be arriving in a little under a month, and it's something called the RSI Perseus.
Woo.
But but besides that, for me personally, I really enjoyed the 4.1 patch with the Hathor Facilities Edition. A lot of it was the PvP aspect of it, where you had a lot more, I guess, combined arms. You had fighting on the ground with ground vehicles and on foot, fighting up in the air. And I mean, that's applied to some of the other content that there's been throughout the year. Like you can do that at the exec hangars, a little bit more limited version of that at the Apex Worm site, whatnot. But just the content additions, I think, that have given other locations that encourage, fighting against other players or fighting against AI. And I'm looking forward to seeing what more we get.
Yeah.
When you say Hathor, the most interesting thing for me when I did Hathor was the mining in the PvPs. Like you could get two groups together that really had not exactly the same gameplay, and I did actually have an opportunity to do that. Yeah, I took Voidy Vids in and with his PvP group, and then I took John Citizen. John Citizen's like 75, but he really knows mining, and like he was mining with such speed that he would do the work of three of them. And I could really see there was an appreciation for both groups understanding the other side. And then I was kind of like going between the two groups. So like if we got attacked, I would jump out of the miner and kind of take care of people. But they had the whole area outside locked down. They had people inside the hole, kind of like covering me and John and stuff like that. It was just this really interesting juxtaposition I haven't seen before, and I'm looking forward to more of that gameplay, like kind of like Bops does, where when the scanning comes online, where we actually have escorts and it becomes this multi gameplay, if you know what I'm trying to say. Like it's a multi, it's not just multi-crew, but it's multifaceted in what you got to do. And I think that was one of the first times I've seen that.
It's the way it all winds together. I mean, you've been at Saccharins when we have guys on the ground and then guys in the air, and the way that it all mixes together is always just so wonderful, and it's rewarding. Like I like PvP, but if I was a PvP only player, I would spend my entire time in Arena Commander, right? I don't. I want to experience the Verse, and so when I can be there on ground doing stuff with a cargo runner or a miner and having a great time, saving them from the bad guys, so to speak, that's where I get the most reward and the most satisfaction. So yeah, it's cool that we can all work together. It's really cool.
It definitely seems like that's the kind of direction they're going, and that's been a fun thing about this year. And I think that is probably my favorite. What was good about this year was that it feels like CIG is they're experimenting. Sometimes it's not so good. Sometimes they screw up the experiment, but they have been experimenting with how to create a game that is both a sandbox game and a PvE game and a PvP game all in one. And like these things like Hathor are and like to a degree Stormbreaker are sort of designed to draw people together into hot zones. I've been calling heat maps, hot zones, where people will go to because they need to. And like in the future, I can see things like Hathor being, instead of being just rare minerals, it's probably like high like tier materials. So it's basic materials, but it's like high tier. So people will go there just so they can get it for crafting. So it'll be like, well, we got to go do Rockcracker or a Hathor to get the right.
See what you're describing there too is they're also learning, and they're learning from other things. So I just thought of another one as you're saying that. Essentially you were describing Jumptown in a different form.
Yeah.
What you just described there, right? And they've also shown the learning this year with like they put the data pads in and they very quickly learn gamers don't read. And
They had to add more. They had to add actual like audio
Yeah.
files and visual stuff.
Yeah.
It's also that idea of, and this gets thrown around a lot because, like I said, our community is filled with all sorts of different people. But it's the idea of consensual PvP. If you go to Hathor, you know you're going to get into a fight. If you go to Jumptown, you know you're going to get into a fight. And in the same way that if you go to the ASD facility, you're probably going to be pretty safe, especially with instances coming. So it allows people to choose whether or not they want to engage with other players or whether they want to stick to more of the solo style. It's like zones, like contested zones for all players to get involved with. And I think that's a really positive thing for the game. Really, really positive.
All right. Jojo, what was bad about this year?
I would say, well, their storytelling at first wasn't great. What?
Jojo,
What?
you meant to say the Shiv.
No, the Shiv is great.
and then he'll turn around and say the Perseus. It'll be funny, he says.
You're saying the story early on?
Yeah, like I don't know. People complain about performance and stuff. I mean, I look back a year from today, and performance is a night and day difference. So that's not really like a downside in my book. But yeah, like the storytelling at the beginning of the year, kind of meh. I didn't really have any real effort to like. There's no desire to really engage with it because it was just data pads and stuff. But I have really appreciated the comms calls and those little things, like especially in the ASD facilities where depending on like the different locations you go to in the facility for your mission, you get little updates of, hey, you got this, now you need to go over here and find this. So I really appreciated that, and I'm hoping maybe we can get some more expansion on that next year.
Jojo, do you think that it's allowed the essentially the narrative team to kind of like stretch their legs a little bit as well?
Probably try and experiment a little. Like, I mean, they've been working on Squadron. They're probably still working on Squadron a little bit, but not all the things that they have in Squadron, I would bet, apply to the PU. So just experimenting. Yeah, I'm sure it's helped them figure out, oh, this will work, this won't work, let's change this.
Pops, what was bad about this year?
I think I'll hit the elephants in the room so you guys don't have to. Definitely the elevators for resource drives. I know it was testing, but it was rough for a lot of people.
They're in your room, Paul? They're in your room? They're not in mine.
And the second, I think I want to be careful with my words here because I don't want to upset or offend anyone. But I think that the Digital Citizen Con was never gonna meet the expectations of a live Citizen Con.
Yeah.
And I spent a lot of that Citizen Con. I mean, I streamed it live like every single content creator did, and I spent a lot of the time sort of mumbling and wishing for more. But again, it was a Digital Citizen Con, not a live one.
I got angry at Jared every time I saw him on the screen.
Yep. When was the moment you kind of realized it was going to be not what you thought it was going to be? Like while you were watching it, like how long did it take you to realize?
Pretty quickly when they were showing us pictures of Nyx, but weren't really showing us anything. So they were showing us Levski, but we've seen Levski, and then they were just showing us shots of Nyx and talking when they, but not actually giving us anything that's like was meaty. But again, like I said, they're focused on Squadron 42. It's digital, so I'm not trying to upset anyone. I mean, I remember last year and it was amazing, and I was hoping for it. Whereas this year, the only thing that like made my jaw drop and hit the ground was the Planet Tech guys. That was some of the most incredible things I've ever seen. Everything else could have been a Inside Star Citizen.
Basically. Pretty much was. X, what was bad about this year?
Bob's kind of took what I was going to say. Yeah. It was CitizenCon. It was, and I don't think it was necessarily because it was digital. I think it was because who did it. I think it was too broad, and I think it didn't go niche enough. I think it didn't know what the pulse of the community was on, and I think the person responsible, and I'm not going to, it's pretty obvious who the person responsible was. they basically were too broad.
Mm.
They spent half an hour introducing Nix to us. A lot of us already knew about Nix. Nix is out there. You can go find everything you need to find about Delimar and stuff like that. It was in videos for last year as well. They spent way too long on Nix, in my personal opinion. I was getting. I went in trying to remain positive, but it was after the first half an hour. I was like, right, this is all going to be shit.
Mm-hmm.
It just got worse and worse. Actually, the only segment that was any good to me was the ships. And then they didn't include the ship silhouettes. I hope they realize their mistake and they go back and do that in an ISC or something like that.
We've got IAE coming out, so
I think
Yeah.
they might do something like that around IAE.
Yeah.
Hopefully. Also, there was the update with Richard Tyro, which was basically, oh yeah, it's the same as it all was last year for 15 minutes. Like, what the hell was that? Like, did you guys actually watch this content before you put it out? Like it's like the person responsible thought it was going to be a good idea, and then they didn't watch what they did and go, oh yeah, that was good. It was really weird. Like that whole thing had that person all over it. Everyone knows what I'm talking about, but I'm not calling them by name, so I'm safe.
So one of those things that seems like that was the fact that the first half, I would say like the first 30 minutes to an hour almost of it was on Nix, on the background of Nix, where Nix was, to explain how Nix got around, who the People's Alliance were, and then within not 20 minutes from that whole spiel, they're going, oh yeah, here's Nix 1, after describing a dead system that's not terraformable and is not without resources. And like, here's this garden world. It's like, did you watch this before you did this?
Well, and that came up that came up on your stream a little bit ago.
Yeah.
Or Bops was talking about, and I literally said to Bops, well, now start to think of reasons why they wouldn't live there. Right.
Yeah.
And I basically put the idea forward to him that maybe the wildlife there is so deadly they can't live there.
They could, but
There's
like,
no
I was laughing because I still remember jumping into your stream.
Oh, yeah.
Like I'm always watching your stream, Paul, and when I get in there, you're just like, it doesn't fit with the lore.
and it is, my problem with it isn't that it doesn't fit with the lore. It's that CIG tripled down on the lore that already existed, and then decided to add something that doesn't make any sense. It's like, guys, didn't we just have an entire first half of the year where you learned how to not tell stories, and then you're doing it again? So
well, hey, how about this? We'll do an in fronters episode on it, and we'll get you to come in and we'll go, Nix don't make no sense.
I will crash out. Yes, that sounds good. Sounds
We'll let you and me and Boss will sit back and just have a good laugh at you.
And in terms of what I think was bad was actually, and this is probably selfish of me, but it's features. The fact that we didn't get any features this year.
Well, again, that's why the mission team's front and center.
Yeah,
because we haven't taken a new engine build since January.
Yeah.
Next week we've got 2 Evos going out. That's because one is Nix without the planets, and I think the reason why there's no planets, I heard you say your reasoning, but my reason why there's no planets is it needs the new tech that's in the new engine.
Yeah.
That's why there's no planets.
Yeah,
because it's in the other build.
They won't have the they don't have Vulcan in, and they don't have all the others. The what did Benoit call it? Like the baseline build or whatever, something like that.
Genesis
like,
or whatever.
It's they've got like a build that's like Vulcan and Genesis, and it's got a lot of the basic background stuff, including possibly things for like dynamic server meshing that needs that's there. Like it's not there yet. So
just to because I don't want to get too negative. I just want to say this as a positive. I know a lot of people didn't appreciate it, but Benoit's chat was, I should have said that was the best thing of the whole year, because I loved every single second of that. That was incredible. And good on Benoit for coming out and staying for as long as he did and doing and answering as many questions as he did. And yeah, there was a little bit of like, all right, we don't need this, Jared, move on. But there was a lot of really good info and good questions from Jared towards Benoit.
Yeah.
So yeah, that was a great chat. I really appreciated that. I'd love to see more of that. I know it was 3 hours and not everyone has 3 hours, but it was good stuff. So
it was hard for me to watch all of it because a lot of it was sort of explanations of why they did things rather than new things. So, but it was sort of needed so people could kind of understand their thought processes.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Yeah.
Shows they're trying.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're people too, and they make mistakes like the rest of us. So
Exactly.
X, next question for you. Did this year live up to your expectations?
a year of stability, and did it?
Did you
not really.
expect? Did you expect a year of stability?
I was okay. I have to kind of temper this, right? Because I think we have to wait to the last
Patch.
part of us that delivered, and I also think that let's be honest, I don't think until we get that engineering Vulcan-y type of patch that they've been talking about since testing in August, and we're testing in October. Like, I think we can kind of agree that means they're 3 months back in their timeline. I kind of start to think, does that mean that we're going to be seeing this in March? That's kind of where my brain's going right now. So I kind of think I need to reserve judgment. But also, if you bring up the funding tracker and then look at that, I think that speaks volumes. Before we hit October, we had, I think it was 96 million, and the first day of October was 97, where I think I looked at it the other day. I'd have to remember what I looked at it on Friday, but
It's 100. It's 10 mil right now. We're at 10 mil.
Yeah.
For the
So
entire
but my point being is, we still had like 5 days left, and so it's not going to be the biggest October we've ever had.
But it's going to be the second
but
biggest.
It is the second biggest we've ever had. The year that was the biggest was when we got that CitizenCon that was the first one back after COVID. Yeah. And again, we've just had a digital one, and that was, that what do you expect? Come on, let's be honest, that we all knew it wasn't going to be as big as the others. And then, the 2-hour thing just didn't cut it. So, if they'd done a riveting 2 hours, it would have sold a lot more. But I think, I don't know. I went in with I went in with low expectations for that, and it went even lower. That's all I'm going to say. I had like 3 or 4 things I was expecting seeing, like base building and crafting and that.
Yeah.
We saw a little bit of crafting, 0 base building. I wanted to see some of the things off the roadmap, like scanning and stuff like that. Like you said, gameplay and features, and we didn't see shit about that. All we saw was more missions with more people, and then updates that weren't really updates because there was nothing new to show. And that basically the blue space around the outside of Nyx that we already knew from the other shit we'd seen. There was not really anything new tech-wise in there. It was more space stations, more shit we'd seen before. There was nothing new in that. That video, that 2 hours, every single part of it, if you take out the ships, was fluff. Yeah. It was the most fluffy ISC that I'd ever seen. And if you know what I'm talking about when I talk about ISCs and fluff, some of the IFCs over the years have been horrendous, where there is like 2 little sentences worth of information in the entire thing, and the video used to go for an hour. And I would say the most important bit of information literally came out of Chris Roberts' mouth himself, where he literally said we're getting 2 systems within 1 year. That was the most important thing, and he said it in the first 2 minutes. Yeah.
Pops.
So yeah, sorry.
You're good. Did this year live up to your expectations?
It's a difficult question. I think there's like different things. Everyone wants different things from the game. So I was really hoping for like flight surfaces, engineering, stuff that makes ship combat more interesting, or at least deeper. We had the release of the capital ships, which has damaged the game quite a bit, because of cart before horse. Engineering should help with that, but for now we're all suffering. But there was a lot of good. This patch has been the roughest patch I've experienced since like 3.18 maybe. This is a really rough patch, but until this patch, the game has been running spectacularly. We've had a 45% increase in players. There's been a slow crawl towards a game that is filled out with more content, maybe not more features, but more content. So there's a lot of positive. There is a whole lot of positive.
That's true.
But some of it is pretty overshadowed. For example, like we said, the CitizenCon wasn't great. Right now we're in a really rough patch. I'm seeing 15 Idrises all whale fighting at every location I go to, and no way to deal with them without at least a team of 5 or 10, or doing cheeky stuff like bombing them in orbit and things like that. So there's just a lot going on at the moment that's really making the player versus player experience a bit rough, and I'm sure you're feeling it in your PvE experiences, or if you're cargo running and you're trying to load up your boxes, and then a Polaris or an Idris comes down and just pushes you off the pad and takes your cargo or whatever. So there's a lot that's going on, and it's a big mixed bag. But I think as a whole, if this patch wasn't as rough as it was, I would be saying, yes, I'm happy with the game. I just want engineering really, really badly. But this patch is rough. It's really rough. So I don't know.
Really
right.
positive way to look at it there, Bobs. The growth of the game. That's not one area I didn't look at. Yeah, it might be the same engine that we've kind of had all year, but like the sheer amount of people that have come in just of the events that are happening, the community has grown significantly.
45% increase. That's what Chris said.
Yeah.
45%.
We had well in September alone, which I think we'd all kind of agreed is a bit of a dead month besides Ship Showdown. We had record number of votes in Ship Showdown, but we also had 65k signups in 1 month.
Jesus, I didn't know that.
Yeah, that's huge.
The month before that, they had a 200 or maybe that was that month. I forgot which one it was, but one of those months we had a 240% increase from the previous year in terms of signups.
That would have been August too, because August and July are the two dead ones, and then January, July, August are usually the deadest months.
No, it was September. September, they had 65k signups. The before that, it was 15 or something like that. Yeah, it was 240% increase in September compared to previous years.
It was noticeable just from the votes in Ship Showdown.
Yeah,
like they were huge compared to previous years. Like I remember the first day it was like 25k, and I'm like, that's bigger than most of the finals. What the fuck is going on? Like I didn't know what was going on, and it just got like that continued. That momentum continued. Like I think every vote I'd have to say was over 20k if you put the two together at least. It really had an interesting turnout, and by having more, don't take this the wrong way if you're new, but more normies, like as in, I think this year felt a lot fairer. Like from like what I predicted was going to happen was pretty damn close to what was going to happen this year. Where normally you have these massive swings that you kind of can't see that's going to happen, and I think it's because it was more normies in the vote. But correct me if you think I'm wrong there. But yeah.
X85 was robbed. Sorry.
Next year.
Hey, it's on the card for next year. You were there at the group meeting. You missed out.
So there is a just so for everyone who's watching this on Bob's stream and my stream. This is the Captain's Table. This is a podcast on my channel that we do on Saturdays usually. But this is a 24-hour live stream for charity. So basically, talk to Star Citizen. Jojo, did this year live up to your expectations?
Well, I think I'm kind of in the same mindset of Bops. I think a lot of stuff was really good. The stability up until I'd say this patch has been significantly improved. So I've really appreciated that. But the biggest thing that I have really missed out on is the new features coming in. I was last year when Pyro was going into testing and all that, I was so excited for engineering to come in to hopefully make multi-crew ships like viable and worth using. And so I've been patiently waiting for that. So I'm very interested to see what happens in the tech preview on Monday for that. So overall, yeah, kind of a mixed bag. So
Jojo, I got two questions for Jojo. First one is, are you in the group?
Evocati?
Yes.
I'm not.
Oh, are you in the other group?
I don't know what that is, so I'm going to say no.
Do they give you ships?
Oh, yes.
Okay, good.
Okay, you're in the group. That's good. That's good.
Yeah.
I'm not in the group.
Yeah, shut up, you! Don't ask you.
Yeah, I know you aren't.
No. You'll get there. Don't worry. We'll help you out with that. The other question I was going to ask is, does it make you feel any better? And I'll put this to everyone actually, because this will be a good one, I think, Paul. And you tell me.
Sure.
No, shut up, Paul. Do as you're told. Right. I've heard on the Great Grind at the DC
Star Citizen.
Bar Citizen, that John Crude was heard to say next year is very expansive. And some people think that he's used the word expanse and therefore that's a troll, right? But take it at what it is on face value. Do you think that that's a good thing, that we're actually hearing that out of John Crude's mouth, that like next year they're planning to expand? So this year was the year of stability, and now they've stabilized everything. I take that as expanding the game. Like, we're getting more gameplay next year. That's how I take that. So
Well,
I'd like to know if that's how you guys take it.
I mean, they're expanding the play space with another system next month, so
Yeah.
that's one thing. And they'll expand it with ships, of course, as well. That's a given.
And we
What was
also
your
know
thought,
that they mentioned specifically like that they want to start evolving mining. They literally just overhauled salvage, like with to have refining capabilities. So, like they're setting the pieces in place right now for the next year to be more focused on evolving the gameplay. And
yes, Lord Elrond, the pieces are on the board and they're moving. Yeah, I get
Yeah.
the reference.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think John Crew is more careful with his words than people give him credit for, and I think that he's an absolute weapon. I mean that the Australian way, not the English way. In that he is sharp like a knife. Yep, sharp like a knife, and very, very clever. I think John Crew is very clever.
Oh, he is.
Mhm.
And so
He is.
and so if he said that it's expensive, he's chosen those words. I don't think he's necessarily
Expensive.
talking about a ship.
Yeah.
But I think he's baiting us into something. I think. So whatever that is, I like John Crew. I like him a lot. I think he's.
So,
He's also a
so
troll.
using the triangle
course,
and the
of course.
Illuminati, we're getting the Rosinante from the Expanse.
Yes. 100%.
I'm in. Let's go.
Let's do it.
No, well, I've got a follow-up question for Jojo, just based on what I said. What do you think we're getting from Nyx?
With the initial release?
What is that giving us? What do we get when they give us Nyx? In your thoughts and words, what do you think that means for us as gamers?
Are you asking like,
and the
like
citizens?
the full system or just the starter system?
Just what he's kind of looking forward to. What do you think he's going to get? And then because I think it's I don't want to say anything yet. Go ahead, Jojo.
Well, I mean, from what they've said, there'll be seemingly a lot of resources to harvest, so that'll come into play with crafting and base building. And also potential rare high-end stuff maybe you can get from Vanduul or from the space stations they've talked about from, I think, the faction that's been stealing stuff from the Vanduul. So some potentially really good stuff that again might play into maybe
So minerals and loot.
Yeah, that's I guess the two biggest things.
Okay, but this is my question then. None of that's new. They've taken
No.
all the planets out. There's no new tech. There's no new gameplay. It's basically going to be more of missions of the same with a different coat of paint.
Yeah.
And that's my problem with it. There's nothing really new there.
There is.
What I would like is a reason, Nyx
Yes,
to bring
yes.
reasons to come to Pyro. I think
Yeah.
we're talking about crafting and stuff in Nyx. But if everything's in Nyx and everything's in Stanton, then why does anyone ever go to Pyro?
Exactly.
And I think that Nyx needs to be the glue that brings those two together. And I know that we've talked about this before, and I'm not going to harp on it or get into it. I know that people don't like going to Pyro because they're worried about PvP. You should be more worried in Stanton. We've talked about this.
Yes.
That's where the PvP happens, not Pyro. But I think there needs to be glue Nyx needs to be the glue to bring it all together. Maybe you need a component from Nyx, but you need something from Pyro as well. Maybe you have to craft the objects you want in Stanton, but you've got to have it shipped from I don't know, location X to location X. That's what I want from Nyx. I don't care what's in Nyx. I don't care if it's an asteroid belt or a moon or a Levski. I don't care if it's blue or has Vandal or some new faction, because every single location is going to have a new faction. Who gives a damn? I want the game to fit together. I want the pieces of the puzzle to come together. That's what I want.
In other news on Bob's stream next week, bring your crayons for arts and crafts.
Jojo, I'm going to hit you with this next question. Was this an overall a good or bad year for Star Citizen?
Overall, good.
Okay.
Not the greatest it could be, but good. I think increasing the player counts, increasing the things you can do. We still need social tools to make that a little bit better.
God, please.
But but that stuff, I think CAG has been more conscious in the last year of what they need to do to get the game ready for the environment that we'll be in presumably next year once Squadron comes out. I'm sure they want the game to be ready to have a lot of people migrate over from that. So
Mm.
yeah, overall, I think they've done I think they've done a good job this year of working towards that, and I'm hoping next year they can keep working on that. And there's some cool stuff that sounds like it'll be coming down the pipeline that should help with that.
Would you say having the 3 systems in is kind of foundationary in a way? Because we've now got high sec, low sec, medium sec, and then kind of lawful, unlawful, and neutral. Like, do you think that they're going to use that as kind of test speedy a little bit?
Yeah, I think it gives a good just mix overall, and then we'll have, of course, Caster that's ultra high sec and Terra that's the same eventually. So yeah, I think it gives a good balance to the different places people can go.
Pops,
Okay.
your thoughts? Was this a good or bad year?
I think it was a good year for CIG.
Okay.
Maybe the best. 45% increase on player bases, more money flowing into the company than ever before. More money that goes into the company, the more they can build out the game for us. And we love playing the game. Businesses need money to function, and now they have a 45% increased source of income. So, do I think it was a good year for Star Citizen? Yeah, I think they've introduced some problems, and I think they've got to find a way to fix some of those problems. But overall, I mean, I've played nonstop for 6 months. It's brought me back to Star Citizen. A lot of you guys don't know this, but I stopped playing for a long time because there were some issues that I saw. I've come back now and I'm playing it nonstop and having an awesome time. So
Would you say
yeah.
you're bopping nonstop?
Oh, you beat me to it. You beat me to it. I had that joke ready to go.
Gotta be faster on the trigger there, X. You just gotta hit it.
I was waiting for him to stop talking. I was trying not to be rude because I know I'm always rude. I'm trying to not cut people off. I've been working at it.
X, how about you? Was this a good or bad year for Star Citizen?
Before I do, I just remember something I actually want to do at the start of the stream. I've noticed the donations have kind of slowed a little bit.
Yeah.
So if we can get it to 5,000, I don't know if Bops and Jojo want to do it, but will you do an extra hour if we get to 5,000?
I mean, it's for me. It's just if Astro can survive that long. I will if as long as it's not endangering Astro's health.
That's the whole reason it's an extra hour. Bops, you're a genius. It's like you thought of that yourself.
The problem is if I say that, someone's gonna drop $500.
Exactly. Exactly. I do this almost every year, by the way, if you haven't figured that out by now.
Sure. Sure. I'll do another hour, but I can't guarantee that JoJo and Bops and Execute will be here because I know.
No, I will stay for another hour. But I think Bops will as well. But JoJo, no pressure. You don't have to.
I know it's super late for you, JoJo.
Yeah,
so.
we'll see. We'll see when we get to that point.
Yeah. But you got to get extra $500.
Yes.
So there you go. Yeah, for charity. It's for the kids. Think of the kids, Paul. Think of those poor, helpless kids that are in hospital playing games and having a great time.
This will give 1 1/4 total. So.
Right. What was so much money? Well done, Paul. That's amazing, mate.
Yeah,
cool.
1/4 total.
Good on you, Paul's community. That's amazing, Astropub.
Thank you.
Super cool.
So what was the question again, Paul?
Good or bad year for Star Citizen?
I think most people look at this and see that it was a good year. I know. I had a sit down chat with Grim. We have chats quite a lot actually, right? But one of the ones we were talking about when it was just us was I was reluctant to go into this year because I knew it meant there was a pausing of gameplay and features.
Mm-hmm.
But I think as a whole, if we sit back and take ourselves out of it and kind of look at it, like look at some of the things like Bops was saying, like look, we've had a 45% increase in new player signups. There's heaps of money that's come into the game. That's obviously really helped the project. It's something that, you know, like they'll be hearing those numbers there, the developers there, and they'll be like motivated by that. So it's probably been really motivational for them. They probably haven't felt the best in the last month with what happened at CitizenCon, but they would have known going into that because of the other digital CitizenCons. They've never really been kind of taken that well either. But I think it must be very motivational for them, and it's very hard for ourselves sometimes to take ourselves out of this and kind of look at it as a as a whole. I would have obviously liked more gameplay as well. But I think that's why I asked that question before about the expandability or expansiveness, because I think that is really hinting. And you say it yourself, Paul. CIG or Star Citizen is a large boat and it takes time to turn. I think they've essentially been working on this in the background for the last year or so. If you look at base building, it was crafting. If you added 2 weeks to crafting, it was exactly 2 years of development. And it's just wrapping up, like if you look at the roadmap roundabout now. And so they've essentially been cooking for 2 years. They kind of get to the end of that, and then that build comes in. That's going to be a massive build. And you think about the last time, I know you've been here pretty much just as long as I have, Paul. Remember that patch that was 18 months between drinks? Do you remember that patch?
Yeah, it was
right. And how foundationally changed it was.
2.63. I think it was the 2.6 patch. Yeah.
It was massive. Like it came in and the whole game was just totally drastically different, right?
Yeah.
Now we've just had essentially, what are we up to, like 10 months now?
Yeah.
January, 9 months maybe, like somewhere in that ballpark. And we're also at so much further along tech-wise. What is that going to be like? Like, this is going to be huge. It's going to be a massive change. Like, and obviously we're probably going to hear about it a little bit come next week because people are going to talk. Like, this is what people do. But I think it's going to be really interesting to see what comes out of next week because it's like I said, and I heard Bob said it as well, when you asked us how the year has gone, if you ask me this question next week, I'm going to have a different answer.
Yeah, that's true.
It's going to change because I'm going to finally be able to see the fruits of their labor. I haven't had a chance to do that. And I think we're all going to feel a little bit better next week. Or we're going to feel really shit.
It's all going to boil down. It's all going to boil down to whether or not we get more Grays market chips at IAE.
Oh, shut up.
So X's plan is working. We had somebody who donated $100. Now, so we went from $4,500 to $4,740.69.
All right. If we get to $6,000, Paul's going to shave his head.
No. X will shave everything. That's the answer.
I'll shave everything and you shave all your head.
No.
Honestly, I'll say it right now. If you manage to get to $6,000, I'll definitely shave something. I'll shave off part of my beard or part of my head. If you guys raise that much money for charity,
let's go.
I will. I'll absolutely do that for you. If you can raise that much money for charity, what's my beard to a bunch of people that need help? So awesome work, guys. Awesome work.
I don't want me to shave my beard. Every girlfriend I've ever had has asked me to shave my beard, except my current one. That's how I know she's a keeper. Every other one has literally got me to shave it and then instantly said, grow it back.
Yeah.
Because I look really weird without it. Like, it's just, I look strange. Yeah.
All right, X. I'm going
to
have you another follow-up question because we've got the last question for this question answer session because we have been going for an hour now.
Okay.
Yeah. And then we'll move on to, from this session, we'll go into the question answer session after this. What do you believe we will see in Star Citizen next year?
Well, that's kind of what we just talked about, isn't it?
Yeah, a little bit. But be a little bit more specific. Like, what do you think we're going to see? Like, do you think we're going to see engineering? Do you think we're going to see crafting? Do you think we're going to see all of Nick's
that
added?
Stuff on the roadmap?
Okay.
I think you know it's not a crystal ball anymore. We've kind of read the patterns now. We know they go through these motions now, right? So if you can crack open the roadmap, you can literally look at it and you can see base building, crafting, scanning. There's a whole bunch of really cool things on there, and they've got massive connotations for the game. Like, it's kind of like, I know Bops being PvP, right? Bops and I have talked about just scanning alone is going to change the game massively. For his whole, the way Bops goes about things is about to completely change. You bring base building in, that all of a sudden, like, we've been in a space-based game up until now. Like, how often do you really have combat on the ground? We've had no reason for ground vehicles to essentially exist up until this point. They're all going to come relevant as soon as base building comes in because you've got a reason to go down there. You've got to defend the shit down there. You know, you add turrets, you add shields, you see where I'm going, right? Like, we're about to flip this mega switch, and the whole game, it's not going to invert on its head, but it's essentially going to double overnight. Because essentially you're going to have all these vehicles and buildings that are going to do the same things that the ships have done. I'm really looking forward to it. We're on that precipice of a. I've always said once scanning came into the game, it would really kick off the core gameplay. And once that is in, I don't think people are quite ready for how things are drastically going to change. I know there's a lot of single people out there, like someone that goes out on their Reclaim or an 890 jump, or as Bops likes to say, the Idris on their own. That ain't going to happen anymore. Right, just with scanning, right? Like, and then you add engineering on top of that. That really ain't happening anymore, right? Like, it's really, we're on the premises of this actually being a game. Up until now, it's had these little taste testers. Like, I remember the first time I went down to Plias with Moist Noodle, and his comment was, "That's the most fun I've ever had in combat." And this is like coming from a PvPer, right? You go out in the Paladin. Me and Bops have been out in that recently. That is fun as hell. But again, it's just one facet of the combat. Shut up, Bops. It's not the ship, right? And then, but you get my point of what I'm trying to say, right? Like we've had these little taste testers all the way along, and it's now starting to coalesce or caramelize in the pan, and we're about to be able to get the little spoon and just go, oh yeah, not too bad, right? We're getting that close, right, to it actually being a succulent Chinese meal. We are so close.
I knew it was coming.
Democracy manifest.
Democracy manifest.
He knows me too well.
Bops, same question
you
for
see
you.
where I'm going, right? I'm not wrong. Am I wrong on that? Like,
no,
we are such on the crust of like it's so
it
close.
feels like that. It definitely feels like that. We're definitely on that edge. Bops, same question for you. What do you think we're going to see next year?
Okay, I'm going to say something that it's not, it might be a little inflammatory, so just warning in advance. Also, can I just clarify too, because I see a bunch of people entering the giveaway. Guys, that giveaway is the giveaway on my stream.
Yes,
you
on
got to be a
Bob's stream.
follower and stuff. Yeah, all of the details are over there, so I can't turn that bot off. I just checked to see if I can, without messing up everyone's ticket, so I'm sorry.
You should
about
go
that,
follow
but
Bops anyways if you're here. Go do that now.
What do you win?
Yeah.
Pimp it. What do you win?
You win a lifetime insured Paladin. No game package because I didn't get it from CIG.
What?
I'm paying for it with my real
why
money,
isn't it a
so-
shiv? Why isn't it a shiv? Oh, that's
Because
right,
I'm not giving my
Paladin's
shiv
way
away because
better.
that's mine. All right, I'm gonna buy plenty more of them all for me. Dummy shit.
I'm sick of this shiv. Move on. Sick of this shiv.
Okay. All right. So here's the thing I want to say. I think next year we are finally going to see, and this is going to sound negative, but it's not. I think we're going to see the arcadification of Star Citizen. And I think it's been coming for a very, 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 very long time. And I think that CIG has been on this line trying to decide whether they want to go very, very sim or very, very arcade. And I think either way, the game is going to be very good, but they needed to pick a trajectory. And I believe this year has been the first year we have seen a solid trajectory towards arcade and a movement away from sim. And I feel like almost every step we've taken this year has stepped us a little bit further away from sim. So next year, with the release of Squadron 42, if it does come out, I expect there to be more an arcadification and a more solidified view of what CIG want for the game. So all of these things you're talking about coming together, like the ground combat and mining and cargo and all the different areas, I think they're all going to, like you said, coalesce into one game. But I think that game is going to be a little bit, I think it's going to be more focused, but we are going to lose a bit of the complexity along the way, quite a bit of it, I think. And I'm not upset about it. I'm just glad that they're finally pushing forward in a direction. Yeah,
that does track. So I remember way I'm going back to like 2014, like when I interviewed Chris. One of the things I remember him talking about was Battlefield 2. Right, and at the time he was really into Battlefield, and he said he loved the way that it kind of had this striking thing between fun and realism. Right, and I've even had Jared echo those words over the years. I think about 2 years ago I heard him say, he said it in around these terms, but essentially you make it fun and then you add realism. But his was the other way around. He kind of said you make it realistic and then you
add
bring
fun.
it back to fun.
Yeah.
I think it's done the other way. I think you make the fun first when you design something, because like I was a designer, you make the fun and then you, it's kind of like you put the story on top and the realism on top. Right.
Yeah.
That's how I think it's really done. But my point still stands. You do have to try and get this such a big game to work for the masses, and when you do that, obviously the either side of those two extremes are going to be the people that miss out. You know, you can't make a game for everybody, because a game for everybody is a game for no one, but you can make it have mass appeal, and then yeah, obviously you're going to piss off those hardcore sim people, but also the noobs at the start are going to struggle a little bit as well. But I think both sides will be 50% happy, maybe, like if they can get it to work right. But I do
They'll
agree
find a
with
middle
you.
ground.
There are going to be some people,
Yeah.
that are a little bit disappointed next year.
Jojo, same question for you. What is your expectations for next year? What does next year look like to you?
Well, I can give some thoughts now, although I am interested to see if we get another like letter from the chairman towards the end of the year that
Oh, yeah.
maybe gives some heads up
Mm-hmm.
on if they continue, if they plan to continue going on the more content approach, or if they're going to start shifting back to focusing more on features. I hope it's features, but also maybe they can take some of the lessons they've learned this year about trying to help with stability as well, and they can kind of mix those together. We'll see how that works, but I think that's the biggest thing, is hopefully the addition finally of some of those features we've just been waiting for a while. The FPS scanning, engineering, crafting, at least the initial implementation they talked about. I don't know, we'll see base building. If we do, it might be like a initial implementation probably towards the end of the year at best. But I think that's the big thing, is more content, but also hopefully the addition of some more features.
So just a clarification. You think base building is the end of next year?
I think it's possible we could see some form of it
You
at
scare me,
some
sir.
point in the year.
You scare me.
Why?
What?
Why is that?
Because he's probably right, but it still scares me.
He's right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'd love to see it sooner, but they haven't
Yeah.
really talked about it for a while.
Well,
So
we did mention.
Well, we did see it 12
I
months ago, though, didn't we? Didn't we really
12
see it
Yeah,
12
yeah, and
months
we were
ago?
also
12 to
talking
18
about
months.
crafting.
Yeah.
We're talking
Crafting
about
too.
crafting
Sorry?
too. Like crafting's
Yeah.
the first step for building, right? If we get
Yeah.
they're going to
Yeah.
bring crafting in. Crafting will probably stick around for 6 months, and then that'll lead to like small towns, like you can build.
Really
them
yeah,
all
like
later.
smaller medium bases maybe. Yeah.
Yeah. But crafting's first, so I think end of next year is pretty accurate. I reckon.
Also, we got Castra coming in.
Yeah.
I'm starting to think that the major patch that we were kind of all hoping for at the end of this year, that'll probably be the Castra patch now next year.
And next year,
Like,
yeah.
Mid next
Maybe,
year sometime. Yeah.
Did the Pioneer get put back on the roadmap, or is it off it still? Because it got taken off. Is it still off the roadmap, the Pioneer, or is it back on?
I think it's still off the roadmap, but it's one of those things where
Still
they did a lot of work on it, and then they paused it. It's clear that they paused it because they were like, "There's no reason to continue to work on this when base building is nowhere near ready to go."
Yeah, I think the last time they mentioned it in a monthly report, I want to say was May. So
Yeah.
it's been a while since it was
Months.
even
In about
mentioned.
6 months.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was one of the things we learned, right? They told us it was 18 months, but then like we were expecting the Ironclad at this Invictus because what we'd been told, but then we kind of realized, oh, so you can pause though. Shit.
Yeah.
And then we realized it was going to be the following in Invictus just based on what they'd, so yeah. I don't know. It'll be a bit, I think it's going to be a big year for ships next year. I just get the feeling like that they kind of turned a corner, right? Like we went from getting all these little what do you call it? Like onboarding ships to they had a lot more substance this year. Like the start of the year we still had some of them, but then we started going to the Asgards, the Paladins, and then that whole like I'm going to give you some positives here, Bobs, right? So take it while it's lasting. The grey market stuff, because that grey market stuff, I can see that being like the ultimate onboarding task manufacturer now. You know, that any time they want to do an onboarding task, they can just shiv it. they can chuck it into the grays market, and they can just get someone to kind of like mash some different styles together, and it also teaches them different styles in one go. It's a very clever way to do it, and I actually hope it does bear a lot of fruit going forward. Instead of them having to make 5 different ships, they can go, all right, I want you to make me a ship that's got Drake, Anvil, and Origin in it. Bang, go, and they learn those 3 styles.
I just had a really
it's brilliant.
I just had a really interesting thought. As
Did it
a
hurt?
speculation. Yes, it did. It always does.
Right.
Hey, instancing. Okay, creating our own instances and the idea of base building. They probably want to start base building with something simple, not necessarily like these grand concepts. Is there a world where, like in Nyx, there are like instanced little asteroid bases that only you can jump to, or people in your party can jump to? That's like your little asteroid base
there
where you
could
have
be.
like.
There's nothing.
I just heard the movie guy go, in a world of Nyx.
In a world. But anyway, the only reason I say that is because I was looking at chat, and someone in chat said it. Dendra was talking about base building in Nyx. And also Witcher Gary as well said that we're sort of treading water while we're waiting for the features, and I think that's super, super, super true. We're just sort of waiting at this point to see what happens.
That is my direction. What I think is going to happen next year is that I don't think it's just us frustrated. I think at this point it's the developers. The developers want to get these features out. Not just that it's line developers, but every manager seems to be like, we need to get it out. We need to get it out. Even in his defense of why they didn't have engineering at CitizenCon, Jared was like, because we had like 3 ISCs and 2 SCLs on it already, we need to just get it out. I think like a lot of these features that have been hanging in limbo are now, I think, reaching frustration points for the developers themselves.
That you would agree, Paul. You've spent time around the developers just like I have.
Yeah.
I know you've been at Quantum Vegas and CitizenCons and stuff like that. They are so freaking passionate. That is like I can't stress that enough. Like all the cliches, all the things that you kind of hear about them, that they are so driven. It's just, and a lot of them started out as citizens themselves before
Most of
actually
them did.
becoming developers.
Yeah. I can't tell you how many people I know who work at CIG who knew me because I was the lore guy for Star Citizen, and then they got a job for CIG, and they're like, Paul's the lore guy. Like I'm afraid they're gonna accidentally be like, just why don't you just reach out to Paul? He knows the lore. To like one of the lore team members, be like, yeah, we know Paul. We write the damn thing, we can do it ourselves.
Yeah, but he knows it better than you do.
Yeah.
I don't know. We get that shit too, but just with ships and stuff. So yeah, I can relate. It's really good. Like again, like if they did ever reach out to any of us, I'm sure we would be very.
I'd be very flattered.
Helpful.
Yeah.
It's very flattered. It was very humbling. Like I found the whole thing incredibly humbling. I come from a little remote place that doesn't have a lot of people, and then to go to somewhere like that where essentially the city had more people than that is in my entire state, that was pretty crazy to me. So I was just. Yeah, it's just exceptionally humbling, and I think it's the same thing for you, Paul. Like when I hear you talk to people, the passion from fans and other people, I wouldn't have been doing this that long if it hadn't have been for the great people I've met, and even things I heard about like how CIG was to work for. Like we heard all these really bad things come out of there over the years. It was just actually really good to talk to them, and they put a lot of those shit to rest like straight away. They're just like, oh yeah, most of those people. They were people that were disgruntled, or they were people that had never worked in the industry before. So like, it was the first game they'd ever worked on, so they didn't understand how crunch worked or anything like that. And no one had ever explained it to them. And let's be honest, when you go into a new work environment, how many people actually sit you down and tell you all the bad shit? It doesn't really happen, and it just kind of comes out naturally, and you find about it on your own. So they'd never been kind of enlightened about crunch. And then some of them either accepted the crunch and stayed and worked through it, and others people, well, they got shitty and they left. And again, you only ever hear about things when someone moves on. You don't really hear about the positivity.
The happy stuff.
You're the marketing guy, Paul, but one of the things I know about like retail, for example, I know some people who worked in retail. You generally only get about 6% of people give you feedback, and that feedback is always negative. You never ever get positive feedback. Like it's so rare. It's ridiculous.
Well,
so if someone comes to you and says, my succulent Chinese meal is got salmonella in it, you listen and take it on board, because it's probably another 94% that haven't said anything about it.
Yeah, and the other thing to remember from retail is, I learned this from retail, but it's generally a good rule of thumb, is that every person, if one person has a good experience, they go tell one other person. If one person has a bad experience, they go tell 3 other people, because they're more they can easy to sell. So it's easier to spread negative experiences than it is positive.
And that's why no one uses Spectrum. Right. Yeah. Sorry.
I was gonna make a quick joke because you talked about your about coming from a very small state. You said there's not very many people, and it's like I did hear a story about your state recently about how.
Oh God, here we go.
You have a.
Was this by which Australian was it? Which Australian?
It was by an actual Tassie, another Tassie member.
All right, here we go.
You know who I'm talking about then.
No, I don't. But you'll tell me later.
He talked about a seal that would come up onto the land. It was who would like block the road and then go up to people's houses and try to break in, and it's a bit of a jerk, and then had to be like arrested and thrown out because they got drunk. Was that it? They were getting drunk off of like fish and then causing a ruckus in town. It's the most Tassie thing I've heard.
Yeah. No, the city I live in has a couple of suburbs in it, and these suburbs have now earned our city the title of the most bogan city in Australia. There's a show here that is called Houses. Do you know what I'm talking about, Bobs? Because you're Australian, you're the only one who would probably know that show, right? And I live in Launceston, and Launceston was voted the most bogan city in Australia, and it's down to 2 little suburbs, and it's where all the bogans live. They are like, it's just crazy. And the Houses people go around and they treat them like they're celebrities. Like all the bogans are going off their tits about the Houses people. Yeah.
In Queensland, we are powered by bogans. The thing is that you don't ever see bogans in Queensland because everyone in Queensland is a bogan.
Exactly.
What people who are not who are not bogans.
Yeah.
But
they're just highly concentrated where they are down here. Anyway.
Correct. Just on the note of animals, Australia is filled with either animals that want to kill us, as you know, and there's plenty of those, or animals that find a way to get absolutely wasted. In Queensland, we have these things called rainbow lorikeets, and they're these beautiful parrots, but they absolutely look for the most fermented fruit they could possibly find, and just go get themselves absolutely wasted and cause a ruckus all over the place. So there's these beautiful parrots that are stumbling all over the place. It's always a good laugh and a good thing to watch.
When Paul comes down, we're gonna have to take him out and get him to pat the cassowaries. What do you reckon about that?
I would love to go to the cassowaries, only because I really want to I want CIG to add cassowaries to the game, just cassowaries, just so you could hear the cassowary. You could see the fear in the Australian people, the Aussies' eyes when they hear the cassowary call, and just be like, nope. I want to run away now. I would like to run away from the murder bird who has a territory issue.
I reckon we need to talk to Elliot, the writing team, and probably get some of the Aussies that work at CIG on board and add drop bears to the game. I reckon that should be a thing. Like on some planet we add drop bears. I reckon that'll work wonders.
Yep.
And make them look like the Bundaberg rum drop bear. You remember that ad?
The Bundy rum bear.
Yeah.
All right. So
look at that. By the way, you're 200 off of 5,000. 200 off of 5,000 donation. Let's go, guys.
200
awesome.
away. We're going to take a break real quickly, and then when we come back, we're going to take questions. I finally got the bot to work, of course, for the last section, but it's because X was coming on, and so the bot decided to pay attention.
So when the bot stops working, it usually means it's out of draw calls on YouTube, and if you've been running it for 24 hours, it's now gone a full 24 hours and reset.
No, the thing was that it ran out of draw calls immediately because it would crash. So it was crashing. So like at the very beginning of the stream, it did that. I was like, okay, we're done now.
Did you use it the day before?
No. I don't know what happened. But
we used it the day before, and then we did CitizenCon. So for the first hour, it didn't work, and then it started working, and then so for the rest of it, we had it. But it's not a perfect bot. But again, it works within the frame of YouTube and Twitch at the same time.
And I wasn't expecting
I think it does very well.
Crazy because I knew that it was going to happen. But all right. But the bot is up. It's working. So if you have a question, put something in brackets question, and we'll be able to pull it out in both YouTube and Twitch. So before we take a break, I do want to thank JoJo for coming out. I want to thank Execute and Nonstop Pops. So go check out It's JoJo TV on YouTube, Nonstop Pops on Twitch, and Info Runners on YouTube and Twitch. And we'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. And if you get $200 more, then I will have to stay here for another hour.
Look at the sadness in his eyes.
I'm just so tired.
Victory achieved.
Be right back, y'all.
Yeah. Oh, look, I know you're facing on camera, so you're either you're in a furry suit or you're fully nude. I don't know which one it is, but I'm going to work it out before the end of the stream. Jojo.
Or he just doesn't have a camera. X. Not everyone owns a camera.
Nah, that's too logical.
All right, welcome back, everybody. We're gonna take some questions from chat. And of course, we've raised $5,000, $5,024.99. So as per the agreement, I will be up till 7 a.m. my time. And I hate X.
Your wife's gonna love you.
Yeah. So I've got another hour and 2.5 hours. Whew. All right. So the first question comes from Sticky.
All right, I've been getting message from Paul all week. I fucking hate you. You're gonna die.
Who asks, "How is my sanity?" My sanity is holding on by a thread. Though I am past the point of like super tiredness. You know, I have not slept for so long that I've gotten above tired, so I'm now like in the zone. And then in like about 7 o'clock when we finish, I'm gonna crash. And I'll probably waver in and out here, but I'm definitely not as bad as I was like 6 hours ago or 4 hours ago.
Are you hearing voices yet?
No. I mean, I'm hearing your voice, which is scary enough.
This is a dream.
This is a
Paul.
dream.
We're not actually here.
Rough Gaming Com asks, if a ship gets cut in half, like the Squadron 42 trailer, and we can repair its to a working state, like a worm, which half is like a worm, which half is the one to use to bring back, and can you bring back both? Ultimate dupe.
Well, you would need to have the power, you'd need to have the quantum drive, and you need to have the engines in that half to pull it off.
Yeah, no. And the way that Star Citizen ships are built, they typically don't have more than one power plant. So you need to have asymmetrical power plants.
It
A lot
depends.
have more than
like-
one power plant, but I don't
Yeah.
think that no ship has more than one
Quantum.
drive.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like I can think of a ship right now that's going to struggle with that would be the 100i because its quantum drive is literally in its nose.
Yeah.
So you break that in half and it's done. I can't think of like I'd have to sit here and go through a lot of them, but like again, the Paladin as an example, a lot of its like its power plants, its quantum drive are literally in that back room. So how are you going to steer it though?
Yeah. As I said,
Oh, the MFD, the engineering panel. No, the engineering panel will be able to transfer to steering once the full MFD system is aligned. Aha! You probably could get a Paladin back. It was cut in half.
Yeah. But could you get both of the halves back?
No, you shit out of luck. No,
The
because you
engines
don't
get
have the
shut
quantum.
off? No.
Yeah. Well, again, you don't have the engines, you wouldn't have the quantum drive, and you wouldn't have the power plant. You need those three things to make it work at the very least. It'd be interesting to see what ships are going to make that cut. Actually, there's I don't know, some crazy little YouTuber out there should do a video on that. That'd be great.
Velocity Raptor asks, why do you all love the Percy so much? Jojo?
Oh, I just realized I was muted. Sorry, guys.
I don't know how to explain it, but it's amazing. That's all the justification I need to give. It's just, it is great. You look at it and you just go, yes.
When did you fall in love with it? Before it came out, or just hearing that it was coming, like the leaks and stuff?
I think I really started to fall in love with it once, right around when we got the Polaris last year, and I was like, so
Oh.
this is because I knew about the concept already, but I was like,
Late bloomer.
so yeah, I've been playing the game for 2.5 years, so I wasn't even around when the concept originally came out. But
Just a baby.
Just a
but
baby.
seeing the Polaris
just
come out,
a
I was like,
baby.
yeah, the Perseus will be very nice. And then all the little rumors and leaks we've gotten throughout the year, I've just been like, good, even more good. So
Yeah.
that's
My perspective of the Perseus is the reason why I like it is because it's sort of the perfect encapsulation of the Star Citizen ship. It is take you and a few people, a few of your friends, and every one of your friends is going to have something to do, and they'll all have something to do which is big and destructive or fun. Either have a friend in the turret that's going to shoot things, a friend manning torpedoes, a friend flying, or a friend trying to fight off incoming missiles with the smaller cannons. And everyone's going to do something while you're competing to survive and to do the missions. And it's pretty small in comparison to most ships. It's smaller than the Hammerhead, for instance. Still big, but still smaller than Hammerhead. So
it might end up about the same size,
Yeah.
according to some stuff I've heard.
I had something about. I love the Perseus. I've been an original backer for it. I love the ship. But occasionally the Star Citizen community ruins a ship for me. The Aurora, for example, I loved the old Aurora. I actually thought it was quite cool. But then someone did the edit that showed the dragonfly wing
Yes.
Aurora. And ever since then, I haven't,
Yeah,
I
that looks a
haven't been
little
able to look
goofy.
at Aurora.
Yeah.
So just recently, someone did a Photoshop of the Perseus, where instead of where the nose is currently, it just sort of sets down a little bit and is a little bit longer and has a second gun on the front
Yes,
and looks
I
closer.
saw
Yeah,
that.
that picture's,
I want
that
that.
picture's
Like an
in
ironclad.
chat.
I
Yeah.
want
That
that.
person's
Yeah, yeah.
actually linked.
It would
That
be
person,
the
that
Yeah.
link
be-
right there in chat.
Yeah.
That's
There you
it.
go. There you go.
He linked it.
Yes.
Yeah, and
it would
that's
be the
exactly right.
super.
The minute I saw it, I can't look at the standard Perseus the same. That's the Perseus I want. I want
Yes,
that one.
they should just
We
make
should-
that and call it the Super Perseus.
Yes.
It'd be great.
We should link him the one Grim did of the Super Liberator. Do you remember that?
Oh,
It's like 10
God.
Liberators long. Yeah.
All right. Next question comes from Velocity Raptor, who asks,
no one cares what I think about the Perseus.
you hate the
You're just giving
Perseus.
me-
You
No,
hate the Perseus.
I own the Perseus. What are you talking
I
about?
thought you didn't get it. I thought you said it was an awful deal.
I think it is an awful
I remember
deal
you
at
saying that, and you said you
675.
hate the
It is a terrible deal, but me and Algrid got it for about $300. It's an awesome deal at $300. It's not worth 675, and it's not going to be worth like what 740 to 820 that it's probably going to turn out as. But again, what you said there, a small crew that's just going in and killing shit and punching up, like it's essentially like a larger paladin in the same turn of phrase, or or a shiv. It's a large gunship basically.
Yeah.
And the ability to punch up with the customizable ballistic weapons is going to be a massive draw card, and the way it looks also helps. It looks
Yeah.
amazing. It's probably one of the best looking ships in the game.
Yeah.
And we know from talking to John and Ben last year, that is one of the single biggest determining factors of how ships sell. The better they look, the better they sell. That's crazy to me. I wouldn't think it would all be that. I would thought it would be its functionality and how it works. So it basically shows nobody does their research. They just go, oh, pretty JPEG.
Yep, that's the answer. I'll start with Jojo on this one because this is a good one. Another one from Velocity Raptor who asks, how do you find the balance for being informative, entertaining, and talking about your own thoughts and desires for the future of the game?
Ooh, good question.
How do I find the balance of that?
How do you find the balance in the Force, Jojo? He walks around going, be one with the Force, and the Force is with me.
Yeah. I don't know. I've never really given that much thought. At least when I talk about stuff, I try and just give the information and maybe sprinkle in some of my opinions on it, but I try to not be like swing anything one way in a particular sense. So that's kind of how I've done my videos or try to do my videos. So just get people the info, give a little bit of my opinions on it, and then typically invite people to let me know if they have differing opinions in the comments, and then we can discuss it.
X, same question for you. How do you manage to balance that?
Man, if I've just winged it by the seat of my pants the whole time. I think that's essentially what Jojo just said, right? I've just loved the game. I started talking about it, and and met Algrid and you and all the other boys, and it's just sharing that passion. And I think other people have that passion as well. My humor is just my personality. I just see weird things and I say it. It doesn't hurt that I used to be a comedian, but I don't know. I just be myself. I think we're all just being ourselves. I don't think there is anything really planned or fictitious there. I think we're just all being ourselves, aren't we? See, Paul,
Yeah.
Paul is naturally expressing his emotions right
Yes.
now. He's fine.
No, I, there is a balance in my opinion, in my experience, because there's a lot of times I want to express my opinion, but I also know that if I express my opinion, it probably isn't appropriate for if I'm talking about something. So
I just do it anyway, and then I try to censor it slightly, like I did earlier today. And I get in trouble for it. I do. I get in trouble for it. I get messages back going, "You can't say shit like that." I'm like, "Too bad. I'm going to say it anyway." You know, because I'm just genuine. I am who I am, and if I'm frustrated, I know there's someone out there thinking the same thing I'm thinking. And again, if I have a hot take, and people tell me I have a hot take, I'll do a poll on it or something like that. And sometimes I will be in the minority margin, but it's me just being my genuine self. That's just how I like. You know, and if you disagree with me, I want to hear that. I want to hear that I'm in the minority. I don't know. I just heard that reflecting what Jojo said. You just being your genuine self. Is that kind of how you'd put it, Jojo? Not to put you on the spot or anything, but that's what I heard.
Yeah,
Just being
no,
yourself,
I just say, okay, here's the latest news, and then I say this is what I think about it, kind of in a general sense. Don't go too much into it, and it's just kind of what I think. So yeah, I just
Do you
try to
do
be
any
myself.
speculation, Jojo, or not?
I mean, probably, and
I might have to bring you in for a
some-
speculation setting. It can be
some-
quite enlightening to people when you do it in a group. It
Yeah, I
really,
mean, I
you can really
guess-
learn a lot.
Yeah, I guess I do sometimes, like mostly with ship stuff. Like last week, was it with the Perseus Bridge sneak peek?
Yeah.
I did some speculation on, well, has the layout changed? Has the layout not changed? Because there was some stuff that pointed to maybe it did change and stuff that pointed to maybe it didn't change. So in that sense, yeah, with ships, I will do that sometimes. But
We might have to bring you along because there's a lot of lessons we've learned along the way about speculation. The first one is never do it on your own. So if you've got anyone that works with you in the background, I'd highly recommend they do it with you. It really fixes a lot of problems with speculating on your own.
no,
'cause
yeah,
your
I have
brain- 'cause my
talked to some
brain
people, and yeah,
goes
no,
to
so,
fucking crazy town, like it, and Agrid and Paul or whoever's there, like going, "No, execute you crazy mofo, come back to reality."
no, yeah, that did actually happen when I was just throwing out ideas for what could have changed on the Perseus thing, and they were like, "You're huffing copium.
Yeah.
Take a step back." So
Yeah.
yeah,
For me,
having
I
that balance is
think,
good.
I think as content creators, in any form, be that YouTube or live streamer or whatever, you do have a responsibility to make sure that the information that you're giving is at least correct. Your opinion, you are also absolutely entitled to as well. So for me, when I'm live streaming, it really depends on whether I'm doing the Bops character and talking like this and blah, 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 blah. Someone might say, "What do you think about this ship?" And I'll go, "Oh, it's a piece of shit. Don't worry about it." But then if someone says to me, "What do you think about the ship?" and I'm, having a bit of fun and maybe a little bit calmer, then I'll go through like what I think about this, what I think about the trajectory of the game, like the conversations we had earlier when we were talking about whether or not this was a good year. I think we all gave pretty honest opinions, but at the same time, we want to make sure that we're being entertaining. We're content creators. If we're not entertaining, people tune out. But there is a responsibility to at least make sure the information you're putting out is factual. And if someone challenges you on that, challenges you and says, "Hey, that might be incorrect. Let's have a chat," then be open to it. Don't lock yourself down, because that's what learning experiences are all about.
Whenever I have a situation
It's really important.
where somebody is like, well, this information happens, and it does not go with what I understand. I instead of saying you're lying or something, I go, where do you get the information? Can I get a link? Can I read it myself?
Exactly.
You know, because I need to know these things too. If I'm wrong, then I'm spreading misinformation. I need to know that in the first place. So, because sometimes things change, and we all, none of us can follow everything all the time. So sometimes obscure post by John Crew on, Bacon Spaminator's Discord.
Some random emoji fly on Twitter.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
But also, it's been like almost 15 years of development, so that doesn't help either.
No, yeah.
So
Things change.
and there are things that have come and they've been rejigged and stuff like that. And if someone read a post from 2016 yet it was updated in 2019, then therefore it's changed. So some people come back to the game and they've missed things, and there's other people that have only been here for 2 years. They're just a baby and they've missed things. No offense, Jojo. I'm not going to go at you. But that's an interesting thing to actually ask you, Jojo. How have you brought yourself up to speed as a content creator?
Yeah, because you're fairly
How'd you go?
new.
How did you go about that? You know, because that would have been daunting as fuck to me. Like I just learned it
Yeah.
as I went. I didn't have that
Well,
problem.
I mean, I'm sure I still don't know a whole lot of what has happened in the past, but I do I have watched quite a bit of like the
Did you hear
old
about?
content.
Did you hear about the Drop Bear gameplay? They've confirmed Drop Bear gameplay. It is going into the
Execute
game.
is just spreading misinformation again. You're saying, Jojo?
But yeah, I spend a decent amount of time watching a lot of the, like I've gone through like CHG's old videos, and I've typically focused on ones that have like a lot more view counts on them because those seem to be the ones that more people have also watched and have more valuable information. So, in that sense, I've kind of brought myself up to speed, I think, with past stuff for the game, but I'm sure there's still plenty that I just don't know about because it's too obscure or, you know, a bunch of different places it could be.
Yeah, that like there are some ISCs that go for like an hour, and there'll be like one little nugget in it, and I've seen them like me and Algrid can't even remember when it was. Like roughly, we go, oh, it was like 2014, 2015, and it'll just have this tiny little nugget that someone makes a comment, and it's happened several times, and I'm sure it's happened to you too, Paul, right?
Mhm.
Where there's just this. Sorry, there's a lot of background noise. I don't know where this come from.
Yeah.
But yeah, just these tiny little nuggets that just that people ask this obscure question. It doesn't happen every day, but just these really random questions that you're just not ready for, and then you can kind of answer, and you've remembered it from like 14 years ago. It's crazy to me. The recall that me and Algrid have, and I know I've seen you do it too as
Yeah.
well, Paul. Like where you just go, and you pull it out,
Yeah.
and it's just like, how the hell did he remember that? You know?
Yeah, I mean, that's also part of like because I'm like a history person, so that's the sort of thing I can do because I'm trained to do that sort of thing, or at least the secret with history is you either know it or if you don't know it, you know where to look, and if you know where to look, that's the important skill. So, all right, let's move on to the next question from Velociraptor, who says, "Question: What best in-show ship would you be tempted to add to your fleet if you had a magic add to fleet button?"
I mean,
were they
everyone
again?
should answer the Gladiator because it's the
course.
king. And
Yes,
yeah,
yes.
yeah, I already own one, but I would like another one.
I'm going to buy
for
one.
sure.
I haven't bought
I will be
one yet.
doing my best to make sure it's at least on my account
Yeah.
when they're distributing those paints.
What was it? So it was the Asgard, the Gladiator,
The Zeus ES
And the
and the
Polaris.
Polaris.
Zeus, and the Polaris. Well, well, shit. Yeah, I think the only one I don't really own at the moment is the Asgard, so I don't think I've really got a choice, do I? I'd have to have
Asgard?
the Asgard. Yeah. So yeah.
Next question again from Velociraptor: What color is IAE going to be this year, and why isn't it green?
Is that
well, I
Brian?
can,
Who said that?
can we bring up an image?
Velociraptor. We don't know
Can
what
we
it
bring up
is. You know.
Yeah, we do.
Oh,
I
we
think
do.
we do. There's
do
been
know.
It's in the leaks. It's
Yeah.
in the leaks. I forgot.
Yeah. It's kind of like I was told back in August that it was like a coppery, orangey type of color, and lo and behold, that's kind of what it's become. I'm just trying to find you a picture to post in chat. I'm sure someone will beat me to it, but yeah, I got one. Copy image. So these are some of the posters from AIE coming up. There's one of them, Paul. I've just sent it to you if you want to share that with everyone. It's loading now, and boom, should be in there now.
I
but you
just
can-
want another Cadbury best in show. Give me some more bright purple ships. I
Oh
want
my
another bright
God,
purple
yeah.
reclaimer.
That was so done because they were too lazy to redo everything from the year before from the Sully and shit. It was so obvious. It was just like,
It was
no
rough.
time, we'll just make him purple. Like, and so we'd have to redo all this shit.
So that's what it looks like.
Yeah. So white and gold, I think. Well, white and it's kind of orangey coppery, like
Orangey
what I
coppery.
was told. But
Yeah.
you know, I start to think of manufacturers, and the one I keep coming back to again and again that I can't get out of my head, and me and Bops did talk about this a little bit, is Asperia. I think they're gonna redo the whole Vandal lineup. They're gonna,
Mhm,
you know,
mhm.
announce a rework Scythe and all that type of stuff. And that to me sounds like you make the major manufacturer Asperia. that would be kind of an easy way to do that, and that kind of does go with the Vandal theme, that color. But the other obvious one is obviously RSI with the Salge at the start, and gold does kind of lean into RSI. Let's be honest, if you go look at their logo, it's essentially white and gold, which is what that is. So I think it's one of those two. That's kind of where my brain goes right now, but I'd love to hear what you guys think as well.
Yeah, white and gold makes sense. The only other thing I can think of as gold is Origin, because it's just, Origin.
Paul, if we get an Origin ship, I'm going to kill you now. You know that.
I don't think we are going to.
I don't need nightmares, Paul. I came here to cause you nightmares, not for you to cause me my nightmares.
Well, hang on. You talked about this Execute, and I'm surprised you didn't raise it. I was waiting for you. Which is the Consolidated Outlands Execute.
Orangey.
Talking about Consolidated Outlands.
I don't think it's orange enough to be Consolidated Outland, though. That's my kind of thing. It is it's like on a borderline gold, like it's even more bronze than the Liberator skin or the kind of copper skin for the Valkyrie and the Asgard. Like it is it's like somewhere between bronze and gold. It's not rose gold, it's just this weird color. Like and the only one, like I've gone back and looked at other things, and the closest one I could find was the skins of the Vandal, and the gold in the logo of RSI is actually more yellow than that. So I know
this is a really big stretch, but I think it's important because these things always are. If you do look at that image, and I know it's not on the screen anymore, right in the very, very corner, which would be the color in which all the rest is emanating from, it is a very toxic orange. So the glow is a warm yellow and the glow is a warm bronze. But look at the corner. So just something to think about. Anyway, I hope we get a Cadbury ship. That's my answer. Give me more Cadbury ships.
Yeah, you're right. In the corner, it is very orange. Yeah, I'll give you that.
Someone
I
says.
just hope whatever the Polaris skin is, there's more color on it than just the tiny little stripes that are on like every other skin.
Sadly, I think that's exactly what you're going to get. I was hoping the same thing, Jojo, with skins over the course of the year. They generally get better, but there was just no changes at all. The other thing I think that could be because they have been reworking the outside of the Polaris, so maybe they've delayed more detailings on the skins. But yeah, I was really upset with the. We'll put it this way: look what we got on the Idris, and then look what we got on the Polaris. I think the Polaris got done dirty. Let's just put it that way.
Yeah, mine is. I melted mine last week.
Yeah, and if there's not a tooth skin for the Perseus, I think we riot.
Yeah, they better have some good skins for Perseus.
Yeah.
I mean, they already have the cloud, the thundercloud.
The thundercloud,
paint,
the coveted thundercloud. Yes.
Well, see, they did that with the Paladin too. Like they released the Shadowfall paint, right, which is essentially just black. But then that was $7.50, and then on the actual store for I think it was like $14 or $14.50 or something, they had almost exactly the same color, but it was a slightly lighter gray, and they had, I can't remember what it's called. They had a name for it. It was like twice the price though, but it was so obviously made
with the
to
same.
be almost the same as that. Yeah. And the skins as a whole for the Paladin were very uninspired. They all had a black bottom. Like every single one of them has like the dark bottom, and it's really just a skin on the top. It's really strange. Like again, I'm sadly to say, Jojo, I'm not expecting a lot from the skins because the other ships, like the bigger ships this year, they just didn't get the love they deserved. Like the Asgard got a lot of plain colors as well. It didn't really, but then stuff like the Shiv though, a smaller ship, it got that amazing blossom skin. Like I'm not big into flowers, but it just had such a level of detail I hadn't seen before on a skin. I
Every
want
skin
that.
on that Shiv is amazing. Like they're all so good. Not just the blossom one. They're all awesome. So.
Yeah, well, Blossom one was just the most notable for me, but yeah, all of them were good. I just want to but again, that's probably because it was built off a Cutlass. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah,
or partially off ships that already existed, so it didn't need to be unwrapped as much. But you get my whole point, right? The point I'm trying to say is I'd like to see some of that really insane detailing. I know it takes a lot more time. I know there's a lot more work involved, but again, people will pay for quality. And I think that's across the board. Like, any ship that is better, any merch that is better, anything that is better, they just sell better. People are happy to pay money for quality. I think you guys would agree with me, or am I wrong?
Just give us the Mech Warrior online paint schemes and paint jobs.
Yeah.
Yep, that's all we need. It's just the MechWarrior Online tools. They're
That's
super
it.
simple. RSI, I know you watch Astro. If any of you are here, go copy Piranha Games' homework. Go do it because it's
Like,
awesome.
Warframe,
and we needed
Tracy.
it.
Warframe does
Sean
the same
Tracy
thing.
would know all that.
Yeah,
Wouldn't Sean Tracy know all that shit?
it would too. Yeah.
And he worked on the character creator. Just get the character creator team to work on the ship painting shit, and you're in a dream. You know, you'll pull it off.
Velocity Raptor then finally asks, Liberator when? I think sooner than you think. Maybe not next year, but within the next 2 years.
Do you think there's a rework on the cards for that at all?
Maybe a little bit.
Okay, sorry, Jojo.
I was going to say, I just think if there's a silhouette video at IAE, there is at least a non-zero chance that the Liberator could be in it.
Yeah. It's important to remember that like we're boiling down. I think Fastcart did the math, and there's 35 ships left. 35 ships that have been sold that have not made it to the game yet, and a lot of those ships are in the crosshairs to be finished, including things like the whole series, like Hull B, the Odysseus, the Expanse, or the Odyssey, the Expanse.
You can knock them off based on gameplay too. So a lot of the cargo ships come down the pipe. You then look at, I'd say we're probably even getting to the area of the Crucible, because once base building is online and salvage is online, that is so closely linked to repair. Like, it's not funny. You go into, like, now we've got buildings, you can start doing shops. So you'd have the Banner Merchantman back on the cards. He did talk about doing, what was that? The end of 2028 for the Banner Merchantman, or 2027? I've forgotten the date that he said. When was it? Do you remember the date?
No, it was.
They said they were hoping to put people on it in the back half of next year.
Yeah.
There we go. Yeah. So and then by the time it comes out, it'll be 2028. Yeah, that's right, because it's 18 months, right? So end of 2028 for the Banner Merchantman is what I remembered now. Yeah. So you get my point, right? Like, you just look at the gameplay, and it literally tells you the ships that are coming. Or more than likely to come. And we know that they've got to do refining for base building. So I think things like the Expanse and that are on the cards. Like, again, we talked about John joking about using the word expansive. I think that actually does lead into things like the Expanse, because and I think base building itself is going to be a real test bed for a lot of these ships now. They're not going to, they don't necessarily have to build a whole new ship around the gameplay anymore. They can essentially test it in a singular confined room, make sure that works, release it, actually get us to test the gameplay, make sure it's working as a building, and then build a whole ship around it. Which just makes so much more sense, because it's going to save so much time. Well, that's how I would go forward with it. I don't know if that's exactly what they're going to do, but that seems so much less work. That's how I'd be doing it, to get it tested.
I think we got there's a few ships that we're gonna have a revolution coming for soon. I think Argo's got. They haven't told us anything, but I think there's something happening with Argo. Something happened with the Consolidated Outlands, and we've been getting Hornet after Hornet after Hornet after Hornet, but nothing else for Anvil. So I think we're gonna start to see like the Legionnaires probably planned, and that will build out the resources and assets to start to move to some bigger Anvil ships, and I'm really excited for that, because one by one I've been melting off all of my RSI ships and slowly building up my Anvil ships. I've got a bit of obsession going on right now. So
you're on the, again, if the rumored Hermes is a thing that talks about essentially data running, exploration, hacking, and all that type of thing, like that shows that the hacking is around the corner. So you're not wrong on that at all. And we do know that the Legionnaire got delayed, and they literally specifically said because its gameplay got pushed back, right? So you start to look at all those things. We've got to talk about bounty hunting as well, because that was mentioned at the same time as hacking as well. So hacking and bounty hunting are single wins. We've got the Zeus, the Marky Mark, that's just been sitting there for what, over 12 months now, ready to go, just waiting. There's a bunch of ships that are just sitting there waiting now.
Eventually the Zeus ST as well.
Oh yeah,
yes, Zeus.
That's a really important one as well. Intrepid variants. Why didn't we get any variants for that this year? And clearly they've pivoted to an RSI salvager. So does that mean next year we get Intrepid variants to go along with whatever the gameplay is that was associated with that? These are questions that I eternally ask myself, and I know you guys do as well. So just look at the gameplay, and here's what's coming.
There's questions that I keep asking too, like you're talking about hacking. How is the community going to take to having their the caterpillar disabled by hacking, or with bounty hunting, does it make for a good gameplay experience if you're knocked out, put in a pod, and now you're there for 6 hours? Like, do you backspace at that point? Can you backspace? Are you just not able to play for 6 hours while you get taken back to a location?
You
There's a
thought
lot of
the
questions.
Idris, you thought the Idris was a cart before the horse?
Yeah.
You got no fucking clue, kid. It's gonna get so much worse before it gets better, bro.
All right. I'm gonna rein us back in a little bit because I'm gonna step away for a few moments to grab something. But when Bellissimo asks, could they start base building, quote unquote, with hangar upgrades?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Discuss.
Yeah,
I'll be right
yeah,
back.
yeah. So we were talking about this
improving
the
the hangar with like buying and building things for your hangars that you can like put in there, like benches and such. Right back.
We were talking about this execute.
Real quick. When he gets back, we all pretend, including chat, that he doesn't exist. Just everyone pretend that he doesn't exist, and see how long we can get it to go for before he freaks out. Right? Okay, go, Bob. So what you're gonna say?
I was gonna say, well, we were talking about this, that first step to not base building, but at least like entity streaming at a larger level, because one thing people are talking about is base building and crafting and this and that and this and that, but all of that is going to be more weight on a server that's already struggling. So what they need to do is try instancing and seeing if they can have entity streaming within the instances to a point where the servers don't just catch fire and England burns down. Manchester, there's a mushroom cloud in the middle of Manchester. So the first step to that is starting to make it so that our hangars are being used a little bit more, and having more entities in them, be that a medical section of our hangar, or a repair section, or adding in a armory or something on the edge of it, rather than just having garbage scattered around the edge of my extra large hangar and then a little bit at either end. And I really think I feel like someone even mentioned that in one of the Star Citizen.
I think it comes after base building though, because it's like more
After, really?
because I think base building is it's external structures that have internals in them, right? And then if you think about hangars, it's just internals. It's essentially it's a part of the room system, is what you're describing, right? So it's essentially making the hangars a part of the room system, and then making them modular, so you can essentially add on extra rooms to them to the room system. That's essentially what
But it seems like,
right? You break
but
it
it
down.
seems like such an easy win, X. Like if they
Yeah,
go, oh yeah,
I don't disagree. I don't disagree that it's not that easy, but I'm just saying, like, if I was to think about it, you've got to build all these external rooms that have internals in them, right? So once you've done that, you've got different containers. It's not like you can just take a hangar and put it inside one of those internal rooms, right? Right now, it's essentially you can have a hangar inside a station or a ground building, right? But they don't have that set up exactly for modularity. That would be, and it also kind of say it's a different tile set. I think you'd have to agree it's different from the internals of a building.
Yeah.
So it's something that they may have waiting in the wings, ready to go. But I would agree it would be. I would have to think it's after base building. But I think it was. Yeah, I agree with you. It's an easy win though. So yeah.
But would instancing, and I'll let you chat in a second, Jojo. Would instancing be used for base building then? Because they've been talking about this instancing tech, and if they're already instancing hangars, so they're already working with it. If they want us to spend more time in there and engaging with those like instance scenarios, does that mean that the bases that we're building on particular planets are going to have some form of instancing, or are we looking at just like open free reign on the servers?
Well, geez, that's actually a really interesting question, because there's PvP connotations there. There are also, could you actually? I would hope to think that they could have instancing in the future, because then you could have like more personalized quest lines and stuff like that. But yeah, that's really interesting, because could you essentially have because they've talked about having like buildings on one server that not on another server, but what if you allowed them to be on both servers, but you could share them with another team? That could be really interesting as well. Do you get what I mean? Going both ways. So I have to see how they kind of do that. I don't know, Jojo, what's your thoughts on that one? Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know that they'll instance bases overall. I think there's definitely some interesting questions that CIG needs to figure out how they're going to tackle that. Like, is the base going to be visible across different shards? Is it going to be, raidable across different shards? I don't know how they're going to do that exactly, but I don't know. Maybe they instance really big bases because those could be a bigger strain on servers, but maybe not small bases. I don't know.
I don't know when Paul's going to get back. He's going to ask another question, but he's not back yet.
I'm
So what-
back. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, well, I don't know. We're gonna have to think of another question now until Paul gets back. So yeah.
Cool. I'll go to
What's
bed
the
now.
question you
Goodbye.
got, Bobs?
Good night.
What? You gave it away. You got lost.
I know. I just love that Astro just like
You are a
easy
witch!"
win, easy win for me. Good night, ladies and gentlemen.
Next question comes from Fishbait, who asks, how would you make a pun of each other's names? Mine's too easy.
I'm terrible at puns, so I
Astro Pug.
I can't think of anything.
I've got two that I do get called. The first is people who beat me in PvP. So the nasty name that PvP is called people who can't fly are Bobs.
Yeah, Bobs.
So you go and smash Bobs. So I get called nonstop Bobs when I get beat, fuckers. And then the other one when I'm crashing out is nonstop bitching. So they're the two that I get constantly.
The only one I get is usually from you, Bobs, and you call me Executy or Executor.
I do.
No, I have a good
Yeah.
one for you, Execute.
Yeah.
Exa Cutoff.
I was going to say Execution.
Yeah.
Whoa. Yeah.
Because you always cut people
No,
off.
I do cut people off, but it's usually when it's a joke.
Yeah.
That's why. But yeah.
Jojo. I don't even know Jojo. I don't think I know Jojo well enough to know a good. Oh gosh, Jojo is so strange. I mean, the only thing I can think of is Jojo Rabbit or JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, but I'm sure you've already heard both of those well enough.
What about that other movie that Taika Waititi made?
That's it. Jojo
Rabbit.
Jojo's Rabbit. Yeah.
Yeah, Jojo Rabbit. Yeah, that's one.
Jojo Rabbit.
Run, rabbit, run, rabbit.
All right. Next question comes from Symphony of Steel, who asks, "How do you do the question again? You just did it. Good job, Cody
Kids
Cooper.
today, kids
Congratulations.
Cody
Teach
Cooper.
yourself. Well done.
Cody Cooper for Execute. How is Old Man Hurston liking his new GPU?
I got him to do some plays in it, and he essentially he had some, like, he initially just backed it in, like just chucked it in, and we all kind of go, oh, why did you do that, right? But he initially did that, and he went from 20 to 25 frames to 82.
Mm-hmm.
Then I got him to uninstall the drivers with DDU and then reinstall the drivers and all that, and it's now going a little bit better again. He hasn't given me the frame rate numbers, but he said it's going better again. So I would argue that he's at least got an extra 50 to 60% above where, even at going to 82, that's almost quadruple the frames that he had. So yeah, again, his CPU was a 1080 and he went to a 5070. So
Jesus,
that's
yeah.
an 8-year difference.
Yeah.
Like, I know some people might go, oh well, he doesn't have an 80 series, but even then, like, that's 5 generations. That's insane.
Mm-hmm.
He's super grateful too. Like, I've spoken to him. He's so grateful to the community.
Yeah,
So-
he was humble as usual. He does, like, Australians are a little bit I don't know about Bobs, but like people here that tend to have tall poppy syndrome don't seem to do too well. We are all very I think we are generally very humble as a people here, and we all kind of help each other. And I think Star Citizen community is pretty like that too in a lot of ways. But yeah, I don't think I would have done that for myself, but I was happy to do it for our grid. It wasn't his idea, by the way. I kind of forced it upon him. But it's nice to know, and I've seen it in other people as well. I know GG360 had a massive computer problem a couple of years ago, and I'm sure you guys could probably think of a few others within the community, and the community is literally rallied to keep those people on their feet, making them content. Or making them stay for an extra hour, whatever floats their boat.
I'm going to so one of the things I have to do now that I have to stay an extra hour because we surpassed is I'm going to have to change the YouTube. So I'm going to is that part 3 because the YouTube every 12 hours you have to reset it because otherwise it doesn't work. It'll actually, like, after 12 hours, it will refuse to process the video and as a video, and so you just can't watch it. So
did you do a CitizenCon watch party thing? No, you were there live, weren't you?
Sort of. We did a live watch party in Austin. Yeah.
Do you know he put copyrighted music in the trailers?
Oh, he did.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they had some copyrighted music in there. Oh, it was annoying.
Literally, I was so pissed. It claimed the entire thing. And then not only that, he used it in 2 separate occasions. So you had to edit one and it took 9 hours to go through. Then you edit the second one and it took 9 hours to go through. So for literally 18 hours, no money processed. The people that copyright claim it don't want the money. So guess who gets to keep the money? YouTube.
It's me.
They're never.
Okay.
It's Bob's. So they're never going to give it back to us because it's YouTube. So it was just like, oh man, like that's the worst situation you could have possibly put it all. So every person on YouTube would have been hit by that. It was yeah. He really shouldn't do that. Yeah, because again, it's going to affect some people's livelihood. And it is traditionally speaking, you can make more money on that event than any other of the year. So, I'm not in this for money, but I know that there's a lot of people that were affected by it. So yeah, not good.
Speaking of money, you're already up to $5,100 again, by the way, Astro, on the donation. Guys, awesome work for the charity. That's
Thank you,
super,
Fairster.
super, super cool.
So what are we doing? What are we doing to motivate him, Paul? What are we doing to?
I can't.
Another
keep
4 hours.
No.
Yeah, another 4. No.
I need to sleep. I need to go to work on Monday, so I need to be able to have like recover. I like literally before you came on, I was like, I have a whole plan of what I'm gonna do, and then execute.
If you get to what 5,500, Paul will non-stop dance for the last half an hour. How's that sound?
No.
No. Really wear himself
I will
out,
hurt myself at that point.
Oh, he's gonna hurt himself, right? You heard it here first. Suicidal thoughts. He is not safe. Send help now.
Let's move on.
Come on, Jojo. You gotta join in. More jokes, bro. Jojo.
Next question is from Symphony
You
of
better be
Steel.
smiling back there, Jojo.
He's
That's all I
laughing.
can say. You better be smiling. He better be laughing.
Symphony of Steel asks, how do you see FPS evolve beyond what we experience now? I personally am not a fan of the selection wheel for using simple weapons, simple things like ship elevators, and even inventory on some older ships. This is particularly annoying with drinks sometimes. Do you think we will see a more refined interaction system with the new inventory rework, or will it stay like this it is now? I think it's going to...
in the Squadron video? We saw a new one in the Squadron video. It just hasn't come from Squadron over to Star Citizen. They showed that. I'm pretty
sure what we have is very similar to what's in Squadron. It might be a little bit different artistically.
Yeah, but it was more refined and it was smaller and neater. And like one of the problems is you literally use the wheel at the moment. The wheel can go off the screen. It's so large it goes off the screen. But the one they showed, it was on a ship, and I'm pretty sure it was the year they I think it was the year before, not the CitizenCon in the UK, but the one before that
LA
is the one I'm talking about. LA, and you probably remember it then, Paul, more than any of us, because you were there. They were walking around, and I remember there was like there was a teddy bear, and there was like a domed clock-like thing, and they were accessing him and showing you how the new menu worked, and they were also doing FPS scanning.
Yeah.
At the same time. Do you know the one I'm talking about?
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know if that was LA. That might have been in the last Digital Citizen Con. I think that was the last Digital Citizen Con. It was like 2022, 2020. Yeah, 2022.
Oh, I just remember them showing off people climbing ladders in that one.
Oh yeah, that might have been
as well.
Yeah.
And the sliding in Squadron had a lot of Squadron shit in it.
Yeah, it was mostly
and they
Squadron.
said this is the system in Squadron, and this will eventually be ported over to Star Citizen. I remember them saying that, but obviously it hasn't been done yet.
So the
what we have isn't so bad. The problem, this patch, I can already feel the rage of this patch building up.
This
So
patch,
I'm gonna try and
yeah.
stay calm here. The problem isn't like, yes, what we have can be improved on. I'm not an idiot, but what we have isn't so bad. The problem is that there is an enormous server tick on literally every single action in first person. I'm
Hmm.
dragging sub. I can have 30 server FPS, but I drag a bottle to my character's hand to drink, and then there's 2 seconds before the bottle appears, and then I click to drag it to my mouth. Which, if that just worked, if my character just went glug 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 glug, that wouldn't be a problem. But instead, there's 2 seconds before it drags to my mouth. So I re-click again to try and drink because I think it didn't work, and now it's interrupted my drink, and now my character throws it across the room or something,
Yeah.
right? The problem isn't the first-person interface that we have. It's the fact that the servers are like they're from 1992, and they're just not keeping up, and we have 3 seconds delay on every single action that we take. If they fix the servers and get like a more responsive time, 0.5 second delay max, because every other online game has a 0.5 second delay. If they can fix that, then what we have now will feel fine. It will feel good almost, I think, and it can still be improved on. But the problem is not necessarily the UI. The problem is that we need a game that
kind of
is more optimized on its network side.
It's kind of interesting you say that because like they've talked about the year of stability as such, and they're talking about upping the server cap to 800. I think they at the moment they're for quality of life they're better off to almost lower it, not increase it. So don't stay at 700, but implement the tech to go to 800 because all the problems I have, I don't know if you guys would agree with this, but the larger the population I am on, it still is a problem.
Yeah, it is.
Right?
Yeah. When the population goes
yeah.
up, it gets a problem. Yeah.
Yeah. So I don't think we're quite ready for, and I think you would agree, Bobs, if you were just to use your example, those problems you described are exacerbated when you're on a high population server.
Yeah, they are absolutely exacerbated on a higher population server. But even on lower pop servers, there still is a delay, and it's significant. And
Agreed.
as you guys know, I had the wisdom tooth issues, or some of you might know, I had the wisdom tooth issues over the last few days, and I took the opportunity
So
to go.
that's why you
and-
think you're stupid, right? Okay. Right, yeah.
But I took the opportunity because I wasn't streaming to go and play some games that I wouldn't normally play on stream, and it was crazy to me going and playing first person in games that I get it, they're just first person oriented games like Tarkov or Battlefield or whatever it might be, and that like snappy responsiveness in these multiplayer games where I do something and it happens immediately, and it was like I was almost shocked the first time that I went to pull something out and my character just went, here's my gun, and I hit reload, and I didn't have to go through the reload animation 31 times for then my character to throw my character's gun across the room and then explode from a grenade on the chest that I didn't even pull the pin on. So I think that there's like a lot of miscommunications going on server sides and network sides and crossed inputs and a whole bunch of stuff that really is network oriented. And I think that the UI team and the first person team have some stuff coming for us soon. But even when it comes out, it could feel awful if the networking isn't running how it should. So,
Yeah,
House full horse again.
There's a problem. There's a problem with the networking, and we've known there's been a problem with the networking forever. And they said
10 years.
Yeah, well, I mean,
Dynamic server meshing, you reckon?
well, they said when they were working on server meshing that they know the issue with server meshing, with the desync and other issues like that, and they know how to fix it, but they wanted to get server meshing done first, and that statement was said in 2020.
Yep.
So and I when I saw that statement, I'm like, it's gonna be a couple of years before they get this server meshing done, and they're putting off this needed fix to the back end code, and then all it's gonna do is gonna continue. Yeah, so I think it's instancing is their solution in the short term.
I think so.
Yeah, because instancing reduces the population size, so it also reduces the amount that the server has to pull from. So instead of having to load in all of these assets across an entire system, like especially with like Pyro, they can like, you're only loading in the assets for Stormbreaker. That's it, and it's like, okay, easy to handle.
Tangent time. Bops, the other day you were about to log into Arc Raiders and play Arc Raiders. Do you remember this?
Yeah, I do.
And then they wanted you to make you an account, and then you went, "Fuck this shit, I'm out."
Yeah, I did. Yeah,
Right?
I did. Yeah,
Right.
I remember
Do you know what the
that.
funny? Do you know what the really funny thing was?
What's that?
The test was over. If you'd gone in and created an account, you would have been able to play anyway.
It's kind of funny.
Sorry,
That game looks good, by the way.
It does look good.
Yeah.
sorry.
I've already picked it up. I'll definitely be playing it. Yeah, but the third person does take a little bit to get over. But there's a really
we'll
good
play
quality game underneath here. Yeah, I look forward to playing with you. It'll be great.
All right.
Need more Aussies to play it with. Anyway, Yeah, sorry.
Shinobi
Return
asks,
with the teacher boys.
Shinobi asks, with Nyx coming, CIG said the Vanduul are coming to the PU for the first time. I remember the Vanduul being at the end of Tessa B missions. Am I remembering wrong?
Yep.
Or did
No,
that
you
come
are
as a
remembering
PU?
correctly, but that's before that's before
That was 2.0.
Lando's time. So he didn't remember that
Yeah.
because he wasn't here.
Yeah, and I think CIG to their credit, that was 2.0, and that wasn't really Vanduul. It was a Vanduul ship that was being flown by a NPC pilot.
Well, isn't that what we're getting? Isn't that what we're getting next?
No.
We're not actually getting the Vanduul.
We are-
yet.
no,
We're just
it-
getting.
we are
It
getting
made it sound like from the roadmap that it's actually going to be like
a
the
Vanduul
Vanduul
pilot.
in the ships flying it. Yeah.
I think they're
Are they going to
actually
be on the space stations fighting and stuff?
no, not in this first
Okay.
one.
I don't think we'll at least initially. I don't think they'll be in FPS.
Yeah,
It will be interesting to see if you can kill the Vanduul ship and then
Board it.
find the Vanduul body. And,
Well,
Yeah.
I go one step
it around.
further. What about actually stealing their ships and capturing a Vanduul scythe?
if
Distortion weapons out in PvP, and you get in, shoot the pilot, pull the pilot out, and you could actually get a Vanduul scythe in game. Can that be the first thing we can do? Can you actually start capturing their ships now?
possibly, but they do also have self-destruct buttons. So
Yeah, that's what I say. Well, yeah, you'll have to somehow kill the pilot and distort them. Like
Yeah.
that's the.
but does distortion
hard to
stop?
capture,
Does
but
distortion
people-
stop the EMP? The destruction? Because I don't think distortion stops self-destruct.
But EMPs
does.
do though.
It does. Okay.
if your ship gets distorted, you can't self-destruct it.
All right. Well
So
then,
again,
Yeah.
I think PvP is going to be the first people to find that out. And be really interested to see. That gives them another gameplay too, because like if you capture a Vanduul and you can give it to someone else, what's the worth there? And
I
Oh,
can I
you
can
know?
I say I'm going to say something risky.
no, you're not allowed to say anything, Bob. You just sit there and listen. No, go ahead.
go ahead, Bobs.
I think Vanduul are gonna be walking around the stations. I think they want to do some testing for Squadron 42,
I agree.
and I
You know-
think the
yeah,
best,
you know-
best way
Yep.
to do it will be to have some Vanduul running around.
What you just said reminds me of when they are when in the CitizenCon when they were talking about that, they say when you initially go in the station, there's an initial wave of bad guys that you face, but they say that's like, I think that they said something to the effect of like that's just the beginning,
Yeah.
and there's like a
Yeah,
much
exactly.
bigger ambush that you'll
Mm.
run into. So maybe,
Well,
yeah,
so this was connecting. I get some really weird conspiracy theories, Paul.
Yeah.
Over the years, but I think Amelia Boyd, right? We've got a Polaris that's docked at one of the stations in Pyro currently,
Mm.
and then they talked about a Polaris being docked at one of the stations in Nyx, and we know that the last mission with Amelia is
Is
on
the
a
Polaris.
Polaris, right? So I didn't connect the dot there. That's how it's getting to Nyx. But I actually think that we've heard about all this tech through Jorik and all this stuff. I'm actually wondering if she is a Vanduul.
No.
She's like some kind of Vanduul personality put into a human body.
No.
Like that's where I was going. I go, wouldn't that be cool
Well,
if she's been manipulating all these humans the whole time
Well,
and she's not
Sam-
actually a human?
Sam is a Vanduul human hybrid because
Yeah.
Yorit injected his body filled
That's
with,
where I got the idea from.
with
Yeah.
Vanduul stuff, which is why he's insane. There's no way that she's
Yeah,
a
yeah.
Vanduul human hybrid. She would be equally as insane as Sam is.
No, but she's the one that he pulled off. Sam was the test one that he bunged up,
Bunked up.
and then he got it right with Amelia. And then they basically put Amelia as a plant and used her
execute, tighten the hat. All right, you just got to tighten little behind her, tight her on the head. Like, all right, the government can stop you reading your thoughts if you keep it tight. Okay.
All I'm saying is, ever since I spoke to her, I get 5G signals everywhere I go.
Okay.
The question is how does she know to call you all the time? How does she know your number? Like, where does she get your number and why is she calling you every
the
time?
bigger question is how do I turn that off?
Yes. How can I block her number?
You can. A big tip to everyone out there who does not know this. As a streamer, this is something that has helped me immensely. You can mute those yappy AI in game. So if you're sick of having someone go, "Fights over here, genius," you can specifically mute AI voices in game.
Yes.
So turn them off. Holy hell, you can. I'm so sick of them.
What What you said about them testing Squadron through Star Citizen is got a lot
I
of
think-
merit. I've said that as well too. You can take the Vandal and put so essentially strip out the story and take the different pieces of tech and put them into Star Citizen test it. There's actually something I've talked about on my own streams quite a bit. But I do agree with you. It would be really good for them to test the Vandal in the wild before they actually test it in Squadron on release. Like I think
And
that's
we're
a really
seeing the
clever
assets
move.
already. The knife
Yeah.
is the spear tip, which we've been through. If you look at the new
Yep.
armor, and maybe you haven't noticed, I'm sure you've noticed this, Astro.
Hmm.
If
Yeah,
you
yeah.
look at the new armor, there's actual Vandal armored components on that
Yep.
new set that we
Yep.
got, and all sorts of stuff like this. So I think all the dots are going to come together. They've shown the Vandal model in game, so there's no secret anymore. They've flashed us with it. He's there pinned to the
Mhm.
wall. So I
Yep.
think we're going to get it. I think you're right. I think we're going to follow Amelia into Nyx, and it's all going to come to some conclusion over there somewhere. But I think we fight the Vandal in space. And if we're fighting the Vandal in space and their bodies are floating out of the wrecks as flotsam, then why would they not just show us the models walking around, Andy circusing at us, all that good stuff? So
I don't think that'll be in the first mission, mostly because they don't have
No.
they have the stuff for it. But I do believe that when we do those like tactical squad missions, like you'll end up having to fight them on foot. Like that'll be part
Yeah.
of that process.
Well, again, let's look at the Mangler. My first thought for the Mangler was, wouldn't you just take the, essentially we saw the Idris board the attack the Idris and the Polaris missions. It's just that, but the very first time we got up against the Mangler, I assume we're just destroying it. And then,
But
like,
then we won't be
I'm
able to tell
assuming over time. Well, I don't know. Like, I start to think about the internals of a Mangler, and I go, what do you get out of that for Squadron? Right, and we know that they went back and they did do a lot of the internals, but I'd have to assume initially there's no internals there, but later
Yeah.
they'll add them.
Well, we never
That's
know.
kind of where my brain goes.
They could have added the internals because it could be part of a mission in Squadron.
That's what I mean.
Yeah, good point.
Yeah.
So we just don't know.
Right.
That's what I'm saying. So I've had people ask me that on stream this week, and I've had to really think about it because it just really depends what is the as you kind of alluded to, the need for Squadron. It's whatever Squadron needed.
Yeah,
Big dot.
it's the